Rong Yu ventured out with her 80-year-old son, only for tragedy to strike as a vehicle collided with them, resulting in his untimely demise. Upon awakening, she found herself 70 years in the future. Her onset-cherubic child transformed into a cantankerous old man, accompanied by a motley crew of troublesome great-grandchildren, the eldest, a simple-minded CEO, the second, embroiled in scandal with a married woman, the third, nearly drained by those seeking to exploit him, the fourth, utterly reckless, and the fifth, notorious as a slacker and school bully. Before Rong Yu could fully grasp her new reality, she was cornered by the fifth great-grandchild, who provocatively inquired, "I hear you have an interest in me." She responded with a forceful slap, exclaiming, "Wretched spawn. Kneel. This is your great-grandmother. What an utter perversion of natural order. Face your doom." Chapter 1. Transcending 70 years into the future, Rong Yu had perished. During a birthday celebration with her son, a speeding car approached. Just as she pushed her son out of harm's way, she was struck and thrown aside. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in an opulent banquet hall. The dazzling crystal chandeliers and elegantly dressed men and women surrounded her, all utterly unfamiliar. Her control over her limbs felt foreign. This was not her body. Many gazes were directed toward her. Is this the eldest daughter of the Rong family? A throbbing headache assaulted her as memories surged into her mind. Astonishingly, she had traversed through time from the founding of China to 70 years later. Her soul had taken residence in the body of an 18-year-old high school girl, and no longer was she Professor Rong. She was the eldest daughter of the Rong family, raised by her mother, who had passed away 2 months prior, and now she was at her father's side. "Big sister, so this is where you are," came a voice. Rong Yu looked up to see her half-sister, Rong Yu, approaching. With syrupy sweetness, she said, "Big sister, I see you enjoy red wine, but your grip on the glass is incorrect." Rong Yu swirled her wine glass, responding with a light laugh. "Is that so?" "Indeed," Rong Yu continued earnestly, "the optimal temperature for red wine is no more than 18 degrees. Touching the glass can alter its flavor."
"Sister, let me teach you how to."
Before she could finish her sentence, Rong Yu abruptly raised her hand and splashed the contents of her glass across Rong Yu's face. The deep crimson liquid cascaded down Yu's meticulously made-up visage, staining her expensive gown. In disbelief, Yu cried, Have you lost your mind?" Rong Yu set the empty glass aside, her tone unhurried as she queried, "Now, has the flavor changed?" Gasps filled the air from the onlookers. My word, how utterly disrespectful. "This is astonishingly uncouth. How could President Rong have such a daughter?" Rong Yu surveyed the crowd, her gaze sharp as a blade. "You so-called cultured individuals, lurking in the shadows, pointing fingers and gossiping about maidos that not constitute rudeness." The crowd fell silent, rendered speechless. Rong Yu, thoroughly humiliated, covered her face and fled in tears. Only then did Rong Yu find the space to collect her thoughts. She retrieved her phone from her bag and, guided by the memories of her predecessor, quickly discovered how to access the news. 70 years had elapsed in a mere blink. The humiliations of China had become history. The great motherland now stood proudly at the pinnacle of the world's nations. As Rong Yu scrolled through her phone, a sudden commotion erupted in the banquet hall. A tall silhouette entered against the light, clad in a perfectly tailored black suit that accentuated his broad shoulders and elongated figure. His every gesture exuded an innate nobility, the brilliance of the crystal chandelier illuminating the sharp contours of his profile, rendering him particularly striking. Rong Yu lifted her gaze, and there it was, the face. Her breath hitched instantly. This individual, in stature, features, and even the subtlest expressions, bore an uncanny resemblance to her husband. But her husband had long since fallen heroically. "It's President Ji. President Ji is actually attending this banquet. Quick, go greet him." A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted around her as the crowd surged toward the man. "Ji." Rong Yu's pupils dilated. She advanced swiftly, weaving through the throng to the forefront. Up close, the resemblance was even more pronounced. Suppressing her tumultuous emotions, she spoke. "What is your relationship with Ji Shunying?" At her words, the bustling banquet hall fell into a profound silence. Immediately afterward, a wave of uproar ensued. How audacious to directly address the elder Ji by his name at such a young age. Rong Wangtian was also among the crowd, startled to the core. "President Ji, my daughter has grown up in the countryside and lacks understanding. I implore you to show leniency and not take offense," he murmured to Rong Yu, chiding her softly. "Hurry, apologize to President Ji at once." Rong Yu's mind buzzed. Ji Shunying was the son she had carried for 10 months. Thus, the young man before her was her great-grandson. Her great-grandson, already so grown. Indeed, Considering the normal passage of time, she was nearly a century old, and her son must be 78 by now. Just a moment ago, she had held her son's hand as they stepped out together. In the blink of an eye, time had flowed on, transforming her son into an elderly man, causing them to miss 70 years of shared moments. With great difficulty, Rong Yu managed to utter, "Is Ji Shunying still alive?" Rong Wangtian swiftly covered her mouth. To speak his name was one thing, but now she was seemingly cursing the elder Ji. He regretted allowing his daughter to attend the banquet. "My elder is in robust health, naturally thriving," Ji Ziyuan remarked, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Miss Rong, you have indeed raised a remarkably bold daughter." Rong Wangtian broke into a cold sweat. "President Ji, my daughter." "My daughter." Before he could finish, Ji Ziyuan turned on his heel and departed. Rong Yu instinctively pursued him. If her son was still alive, she must see him, no matter what. As she took a step forward, Rong Wangtian grasped her wrist tightly. "How could your mother have raised you to be this way? You lack even the most basic decorum. You are bringing shame to the Rong family." Rong Yu shook him off and smiled. "It's the first time I've heard someone chastise themselves in such a manner." Veins throbbed at Rong Wangtian's temples. He raised his hand, delivering a sharp slap. Rong Yu was about to intervene when suddenly, her mind was pierced by 1,000 arrows, nearly exploding with pain so overwhelming that her vision blurred, and she collapsed. Backward, onlookers urged her, "President Rong, the child is still young. Patience is key in teaching. How could you knock someone unconscious?" President Rong's approach seems rather excessive. Didn't this child offend the Ji family? A slap is merely a light punishment. Rong Wangtian felt a surge of blood rising in his chest. He had not struck her at all. She had feigned unconsciousness deliberately. Yet, upon glancing down, he noticed Rong Yu's face was as pale as a sheet, hardly indicative of deceit. Chapter 2. The notorious bully of Yizhong University. When Rong Yu awoke, it was 3 in the morning. Perhaps it was the clash between body and soul, but after a fusion, she finally regained control over her limbs. She retrieved her phone and entered 3 characters into the search bar. Ji Shunying. A photograph of an elderly man appeared on the screen. It was difficult for her to accept that her once adorable 8-year-old son had transformed into a wrinkled old man in the blink of an eye. After reaching 70, Ji Shunying had suffered from various health issues and spent years abroad for treatment, rarely making public appearances. The Ji family was gradually handed over to the new steward,
Ji Ziyuan.
To meet Ji Shunying, one must go through Ji Ziyuan, who is not easily accessible. Rong Yu decided to set this matter aside for the moment. She began scrolling through short videos on her phone, marveling at the rapid advancements in her homeland, the confidence radiating from its people, and the relentless evolution of powerful technologies that left her in awe. "Miss," a voice interrupted her reverie with a knock on the door. Rong Yu noticed that daylight had already broken. According to her original self's routine, it was time to rise for school. The original owner's college entrance examination coincided with her mother's passing. Overwhelmed by grief, she had mistakenly gone to the wrong examination venue, which resulted in a poor performance that further affected her mindset, ultimately scoring just over 100 points. Upon her arrival in Haicheng, she was arranged to repeat her senior year. Rong Yu was quite curious about the nature of education in this era. She slung her backpack over her shoulder and headed downstairs. As she descended, a boy in his early teens rose from the dining table and pointed at her, exclaiming, "You were the one who splashed red wine on my sister at the banquet yesterday." This was her half-brother, Rong Qing'an. He could hardly believe it. Since her arrival, this sister had always been submissive, keeping her head down, yet today she dared to speak such words. He glared at her angrily. "You uncouth country bumpkin, lacking manners." "Enough." Rong Wangtian slammed the table. "You offended Mr. Ji yesterday, and now you're arguing with your brother first thing in the morning. Rong Yu, you are 18 years old. How can you still be so immature? Why stoop to quarreling with a child?" Her stepmother, Shen Lin, interjected, suggesting they leverage their connections to meet Mr. Ji and express their apologies in hopes of gaining his understanding. Rong Yu took a seat at the dining table. "Don't worry, he won't mind." The Ji family possessed an ingrained warmth and tolerance. Her husband embodied this trait, as did their 8-year-old son, and naturally, the descendants of the Ji family would not be lacking in this regard. If such trivial matters were to be held on to, life would be exceedingly burdensome. After finishing her breakfast, Rong Yu shouldered her backpack and got into the car. She transferred to Haicheng Yizhong, where she became classmates with Rong Ruoyao. Although they should have taken the same vehicle to school, due to their strained relationship, the Rong family had arranged for an additional car. As she entered the school and gazed at the bright, pristine teaching buildings, Rong Yu was filled with emotion. The original owner had been enrolled in the liberal arts class. studying subjects like history and politics, sufficient to merely skim through once. Her interests lay elsewhere. In her previous life, she had consistently ranked first in physics during high school, while the principal believed her mathematical abilities to be even more exceptional, granting her a recommendation to Peking University's mathematics department. Thus began her long journey of mathematical research. She was eager to discover the current state of domestic mathematics research 70 years later. It was evident that high school textbooks would not provide her with the answers she sought. "Oh yeah, look how pretentious Rong Yu is." Rong Yu's deskmate sneered softly. "She only scored over 100 in the college entrance examination. What is she pretending to be a good student for?" Rong Yu raised her eyes and noticed Rong Yu was engrossed in flipping through the textbooks from her high school years, completing each in mere minutes. Hardly indicative of a serious study ethic. Determined, Rong Yu decided to visit the library. As the most prestigious high school in Haicheng, the library was an architectural marvel. Spanning 5 stories, replete with an extensive array of knowledge across various subjects. Students could borrow a maximum of 10 books at once, and after much deliberation, she finally selected her desired titles from an overwhelming selection. Cradling a hefty stack of books, she exited the library, only to be suddenly confronted by a young lad on a skateboard, barreling straight towards her. Her view was obstructed by the books, and by the time she heard the commotion, it was too late to evade. The boy collided with her shoulder, causing the 10 books to cascade to the ground. The skateboard wheels rolled over the covers of her books. Yet, the boy showed no intention of stopping. He executed a spin on his skateboard, eliciting gasps from onlookers. Rong Yu looked up and demanded, "Pick them up." The boy, sporting pink-tipped hair, adorned with earrings and dressed in ripped jeans, cast a sidelong glance and replied with an air of nonchalance, "Did you just ask me to do something?" Laughter erupted from the crowd. "Who does she think she is?" "Just some girl, albeit somewhat attractive, but far too arrogant." "Yage, you ought to teach her a lesson." A flicker of recognition sparked in Rong Yu's mind. This boy was Ji Zhouya, renowned as the notorious school bully. Unfazed by his reputation, she coolly reiterated, "I will say this once more. Pick up the books." Ji Zhouya smirked. "What if I refuse?" Rong Yu responded with a smile that, for reasons unknown, unsettled Ji Zhouya. He attempted to skate away, yet suddenly, his skateboard was seized. In a whirl of motion, he found himself crashing onto his back, pain shooting through him as he grimaced. By the time he regained his senses, Rong Yu had already knelt on his waist, one hand gripping his wrist while the other pressed firmly on his shoulder. "Now, can you pick them up?" Ji Zhouya's eyes widened in disbelief. He had been taken down by a woman? Gasps echoed from the crowd, marveling at her audacity to provoke Ji Zhouya. "Yage, don't let her off easy. Teach her a lesson." Ji Zhouya struggled to move but found himself utterly immobilized. Her strength was formidable. Rong Yu's voice was icy. "You have 3 counts to comply, or I cannot guarantee you 1 suffer further humiliation." As the onlookers multiplied, Ji Zhouya gritted his teeth and, begrudgingly, bent down to retrieve the scattered books. "You caught me off guard today, we will see about this." He shot her a glare, snatched his skateboard, and departed. His follower caught up, asking, "Yage, you're just letting her go?" Ji Zhouya shrugged, "Fighting with a woman would only diminish my grace." Chapter 3, The Elder of the Ji Family, Ji Shunning. Rong Yu immersed herself in her books with fervor. It was only when the bell signifying the end of evening study hours rang that she jolted back to reality. Gathering her books, she approached the classroom teacher's office. "Teacher, I wish to switch to a science track. What procedures must I follow?" The homeroom teacher wore an expression of disbelief. "What did you say? Changing majors? A liberal arts student switching to science after a year of repeating? Isn't that a jest with your future? Moreover, after 3 years of poor performance in the humanities, your results in the sciences will likely be even worse." Rong Yu spoke up, "Teacher, I have already made my decision. This is not merely a matter of your will." The homeroom teacher shook his head, extracting a document from his desk. "This requires a signature from your parents. I doubt they would agree." Rong Yu took the paper, saying, "Thank you, teacher." As she stepped out of the school, a whistle pierced the air. Looking up, she saw a boy with pink streaks in his hair, standing on a skateboard, flanked by a group of followers, blocking her path in the alleyway. She coldly smirked. "Is there something you need?" "Repeater," he said. "We need to settle the score from this morning." Ji Zhouya crossed his arms, adding, "However, if you apologize with a good attitude, I might consider letting you off the hook." Rong Yu dropped her backpack, lifted her foot, kicked up a stick, and swung it at the group of boys before her. "You spend all day not studying, only knowing how to bully female classmates. Each of you with your hair dyed in garish colors, dressed flamboyantly, you hardly resemble students." Your parents must be so disappointed. The boys yelped as they were struck. Ji Zhouye clenched his fists. I have no parents. Rong Yu paused, glancing at him. Your parents are quite fortunate. Had they lived to this day, they would likely have been driven to despair by you. You.
Is hoyes and get flattered.
Rong Yu bent down to retrieve her backpack. Do not provoke me again. She had just turned to leave when Ji Zhouye's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID before reluctantly answering. Big brother, what is it? I'm outside your school. Come out. We need to go to the airport to pick up the old man. Understood. Ji Zhouye tossed his skateboard to a younger companion and strolled out of the alley. Meanwhile, Rong Yu sat in the car, trying to wake herself up by checking her phone. A news headline caught her attention. The elder of the Ji family, Ji Shunying, would arrive at Haicheng Airport at 11 o'clock tonight. Rong Yu immediately spoke up. Make a U-turn. Let's head to the airport. She added, if you're in a rush to finish your shift, I can take a taxi. The driver remained silent. The vehicle glided smoothly along the road, arriving at the airport just before 11. The exit was swarmed by dozens of reporters, each straining to glimpse the situation inside. Rong Yu stepped forward. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out from the side. No, I mean, are you intentionally stalking me?
Is hoye left.
I wondered how there could be a woman foolish enough to provoke me. It turns out you are merely trying to attract my attention. Rong Yu turned her head to look. This boy wore a cap, his pink hair hidden beneath it, earrings removed, and dressed in white, appearing like a refined youth. She replied, I have no interest in stalking you. Opening her phone, she checked the time. Only a minute remained until Ji Shunying's plane landed. She squeezed into the crowd. Ji Zhouye received a message on his phone. The old man suddenly fell ill. You must avert the reporters. Lowering the brim of his cap, he pointed into the distance, excitedly shouting, look over there. Ji Shunying is at that exit. Everyone, hurry over to interview him. Don't let him slip away. Upon hearing those words, the reporters surged forth like a swarm, each vying to seize the opportunity for an exclusive interview. Rong Yu furrowed her brow, poised it apart, yet caught a glimpse of Ji Zhouye's lips curling into a knowing smile, seemingly mocking the folly of the journalists. She halted her steps. In the next moment, a group of people emerged from the VIP passage, hastily carrying a stretcher. Upon it lay an elderly man with a head full of white hair. Rong Yu felt as though struck by lightning. The photograph she had seen on her phone depicted Ji Shunying in his prime, yet now, witnessing him in person, he appeared so frail, his face etched with deep wrinkles, lips tinged an unsettling blue, embodying a profound suffering. Bao. Rong Yu cried out in despair. Why are you making such a commotion? Ji Zhouye pulled her aside, admonishing her not to obstruct the way. Medical personnel and bodyguards formed a barrier against the onlookers, swiftly ushering the stretcher into a vehicle, which disappeared in an instant from the airport entrance. Ji Shunying's eyelids fluttered. Moments ago, it seemed he had heard someone call his childhood name, Bao. How many years had it been since that name graced his ears? Was it a sign that he was nearing death, that his mother had come to take him away? An assistant murmured, on the plane. The seat next to him was occupied by a young man with a disability. Upon learning that it was a result of a car accident, the old gentleman suddenly fell ill. Ji Ziyuan pressed his lips together tightly. Years ago, the old man's mother, his great-grandmother, had been struck down by a speeding vehicle while trying to protect him. Witnessing her body being flung by the impact and then crushed beneath the wheels, blood spilling profusely, had left him with severe psychological trauma. Even after 70 years, the affliction showed no signs of abating. The mere mention of a car accident would conjure the haunting images of that day, triggering a rapid onset of his condition, often leaving him unconscious for months at a time. The lights in the living room were still aglow. Sister, are you all right? Rong Yu approached, expressing concern. The school forum mentioned that Ji Zhouye was making things difficult for you. I have some acquaintance with him. I shall speak to him tomorrow and ensure he does not bully you. Rong Wangtian's face darkened. You went out at night to fight and fool around? How did I end up with such a scoundrel for a child? Rong Yu retrieved the consent form for her class transfer from her bag, speaking in a measured tone.
Please sign this.
Are you transferring to the science stream? Rong Yu glanced at the document, her expression shifting to one of concern. You're already struggling with the humanities. The sciences will surely be more challenging. How about this? I'll make time to tutor you, and getting into university shouldn't be too difficult. Shun Lin set her magazine aside. Xiaoyu has been studying in the countryside, where the educational resources are lacking. It's understandable she might need assistance. Perhaps a tutor would be beneficial. Her daughter excelled in the humanities, and she saw no reason to waste time on others. I do not require tutoring. Rong Yu extended her pen toward Xin Lin, Auntie, could you assist me? Xin Lin regarded her, sensing an unfamiliar resolve in her stepdaughter. Once timid and self-effacing, fearful of tarnishing the Rong family name, she now exuded an air of calm confidence, appearing markedly more astute yet still prone to folly. Very well, Auntie respects your decision. Xin Lin signed the consent form. Chapter 4. Ji Ziyuan remained perplexed. Early in the morning, Rong Yu presented the consent form to her homeroom teacher. With the guardian's signature obtained, the homeroom teacher found herself unable to persuade further and was left to follow the necessary procedures. Her score on the college entrance examination barely exceeded 100, a result so dismal it was almost unworthy of scrutiny, leading to her placement in the notorious Class 20. Known for its academic struggles, the head of Class 20, a middle-aged woman named Pei, shook her head upon seeing Rong Yu. It was a folly to pursue science when one could not even comprehend the humanities. Already burdened with a lackluster class, the school had now assigned her an even less promising student. Very well, let the shattered vessel shatter further. Rong Yu followed teacher Pei into her new classroom.
Look.
Our old class has brought in a pretty girl. Someone exclaimed. Did Class 20 get a transfer student? No, wake up. It's that girl from yesterday.
Yiz Hoya.
Having arrived early, had been dozing at his desk. Roused by his classmate Chen Yan, he was about to express his annoyance when his gaze fell upon the girl standing at the podium. Hello everyone, my name is Rong Yu. I am delighted to become your classmate, she announced. Teacher Pei pointed to the only vacant seat in the last row. You may sit there. Rong Yu walked over, raising an eyebrow and smiling. What a coincidence this was. Ji Zhouya leaned back in his chair, propping his head on his hand, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. First you caught my attention, then you followed me, and now you've even transferred to my class to be my desk mate. Speak. What are your intentions? Rong Yu, without a glance in his direction, retrieved her textbook and began to study intently. She's ignoring you, Chen Yan whispered. We need to teach her a lesson. Chen Yan enthusiastically chimed in. Go feed the pigs. Rong Yu shot him a cold glare. It seems I did not exert enough pressure last night. My hands are itching for some action. She stood and picked up a chair, mere centimeters from Ji Zhouya's head. He inhaled sharply, convinced that this woman would indeed dare to bring it down. He had already fallen prey to her antics twice. He was no match for her. Look, she's even angry now, he scoffed. It was just a joke. Can't you take a little humor? Rong Yu set the chair down. I was merely joking as well. Are you afraid? Who is afraid? Who said I was afraid? Chen Yan retorted fiercely. My wake isn't afraid of you. Let us settle this after school, one-on-one. Ji Zhouya replied, let us skip the one-on-one. I can't win. However, to gang up on one person does seem a bit beneath the school bully's dignity. Rong Yu returned to her studies, though a nagging sense of unease lingered. The evening self-study session at the high school was merely an optional study period. Attendance was not compulsory. After the day's classes ended, she hailed a car and headed straight for Farong Manor. This place was home to prominent figures, reputed to belong to a century-old family. The driver, curious, inquired, Young lady, do you know the owner of this estate? Rong Yu nodded and stepped out of the vehicle. This was the marriage residence meticulously prepared by the Ji family at the time of her wedding, an estate blending Chinese and Western architectural styles. Once situated on the outskirts of Haicheng, it now lay within the bustling city, surrounded by towering buildings. Yet this estate remained a tranquil oasis of verdant trees and serene silence. The manor appeared to have undergone several renovations. The exterior walls had been repainted, exuding a more ancient and elegant charm. She stepped onto the staircase, and before she could knock, the door swung open unexpectedly.
Yiz Hayuan?
With an expression of exhaustion etched on his face and dark circles beneath his eyes from a sleepless night, paused at the sight of the young girl standing at the entrance. A frown creased his brow as he recognized her. Miss Rome? In this world, few dared to address the elder of the Ji family by name, and her face was thus firmly imprinted in his memory. Mr. Ji, Rong Yu began. Having heard of the elder's grave illness, I have come to pay a visit, and I hope for your permission. Ji Ziyuan's gaze darkened. The Ji family had long been besieged by relentless reporters, and their private residence had never been disclosed, aside from close friends and family. Hardly anyone knew where the Ji family resided. Who was this girl, and how did she manage to find her way here? Do not be surprised, Mr. Ji. Rong Yu smiled gently. If my calculations are correct, the password to the Ji group's most secure vault should be. She effortlessly recited a string of English characters. Ji Ziyuan, known for his stoic demeanor, rarely displayed any significant emotion, yet his pupils trembled at her revelation. The password to the Ji family's core confidential chamber was known only to those at the helm of the family, comprising 26 digits and changing monthly. There was no possibility of its leakage. Observing his astonishment, Rong Yu realized her guess had hit the mark. This sequence of keys was one she had designed years ago, employed throughout the Ji household. On the surface, it appeared to be a series of English characters, but it actually corresponded to dates, which, when calculated into a complex numeral system with fixed offsets, could be deciphered as long as one knew the year, month, and day. Now, may I enter to visit? Ji Ziyuan regarded her intently. After what felt like an eternity, he turned slightly to the side. Miss Rong, please. Currently, only the elder, and he possessed knowledge of the password. There was no way he would disclose it to an outsider. Thus, it must have been the elder who shared such vital information with this young woman. What connection could her elder have with him? Ji Ziyuan, who prided himself on his intellect, found himself utterly perplexed. He cast a glance towards the butler. The estate, known as Farong Manor, derived its name from the natural lake at the entrance, filled with lotus flowers, which, in the month of September, had faded, leaving only the leaves. Rong Yu gazed wistfully at the lotus pond, memories swirling like mist, and she couldn't help but press her lips together in contemplation. Stepping into the house, she was met with an array of medical equipment, and lying on the bed was an elderly man, his pallid face lined with wrinkles that struck her heart like needles. She had thought it would be difficult to confront a son of such advanced age. However, upon that first glance, the innate bond of blood overwhelmed her emotions entirely. Ingbao. She softly called his childhood name. Ji Ziyuan swallowed hard. Had he truly heard that? Ingbao? Was this how Miss Rong's elder referred to the elder? What was their relationship? Before he could ponder further, he watched in astonishment as Rong Yu sat by the bedside, tears glistening in her eyes as she took the elder's hand and placed it against her cheek.
Boom.
His mind felt as if it might shatter. The young master. The butler hurriedly approached, having gathered the information. The details concerning Rong Yu could be succinctly encapsulated on a single sheet of paper. She is the eldest daughter of the Rong family, raised by her mother following her parents' divorce, until 2 months ago when her guardianship was transferred to her father, leading to her relocation to Haicheng, where she currently attends Haicheng No. 1 High School. Ji Ziyuan spoke in a calm tone. Investigate the elders of the Rong family to ascertain any connections to the Ji family. Chapter 5. The old master is a gem in her eyes. Rong Yu sat quietly in the hospital room for over half an hour, with her backpack beside her. She sketched a simple pencil drawing and placed it on the bedside table. Rising, she directed her gaze towards Ji Ziyuan, who had been silently observing her from the sofa, and softly inquired, "Will it trouble you if I come to visit at this time every day, Mr. Ji?" Ji Ziyuan remained silent. He certainly found it very troubling. However, the young woman seemed to possess knowledge of even the most confidential matters of the Ji family, and her closeness to the old master surpassed that of his own status as the eldest grandson. A ridiculous thought crossed his mind. Could it be that this young girl was the old master's secret mistress? Surely, that could not be the case. The age difference was far too great. Rong Yu took out her phone and opened the QR code. "Scan me. Let us be friends." Ji Ziyuan scanned the code on WeChat. Rong Yu smiled. "Then Yuan, see you tomorrow." Ji Ziyuan. Being called by a high school student felt rather uncomfortable, yet, when met with her clear and composed gaze, he inexplicably felt that she should indeed address him in such a manner. Yes, the old master was a treasure in her eyes. Calling him Yuan seemed perfectly fitting. Ji Ziyuan escorted Rong Yu to the door and instructed the driver to ensure she was safely delivered. Once the car had departed, he spoke in a low voice. Arrange for 2 individuals to monitor her. Should she come into contact with any business professionals, immediately control her actions. It was already past 7 o'clock. Rong Yu remarked, "Just a simple bowl of noodles will suffice." She settled onto the sofa, retrieving a book borrowed from the library, engrossing herself in the study of algebraic differential equations, filled with numerous formulas that appeared exceedingly intriguing. Upon discovering a particularly captivating section, she even took out paper and pen to further delineate the solvable regions. "Miss, dinner is ready. Just a moment." She approached the dining table, sat down, and picked up her chopsticks. Just as the noodles reached her lips, her expression shifted. Rong Yu glanced up to see Rong Qing'an at the top of the stairs. Wearing a malicious grin, she set down her chopsticks. "Come here." Rong Qing'an scoffed. "You think I'll come just because you said so? Who do you think you are?" Rong Yu stood up, seized his collar, and pressed him against the edge of the table. "What are you doing? Let go of me. You country bumpkin. How dare you bully me? Let go." Rong Yu struggled fiercely, yet his shoulders seemed to be held down by an unyielding grip. In quick succession, a pair of chopsticks were thrust into his hands. Eat. Rong Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. After the servant placed the bowl of noodles on the table, he had surreptitiously poured in half a bottle of salt, half a bottle of vinegar, and, most egregiously, spat into it. I refuse to eat. Rong Yu, showing no leniency, pinched his mouth and forcefully shoved a mouthful of noodles inside. In recent years, the Chinese populace has only just begun to satiate their hunger, while countless individuals across the globe continue to endure the pangs of starvation. She finds it utterly intolerable that some waste food. Let go of me. I feel nauseous. I must inform my parents. The servants were left in a state of shock. This young lady has always been honest and reticent. Regardless of the ridicule or mockery from the young master, she silently endured. What has transpired? Has she actually retaliated? Before the servants could comprehend the situation, she cried out, "Father, mother, Rong Yu is bullying me. She is tormenting me. It is precisely because she is the elder sister that she must teach him to cherish food." Rong Yu extended her chopsticks, suggesting, if you truly care for him, why not finish his meal for him? Rong Wangtian glanced down at the bowl of noodles and immediately recognized something was amiss. Shun Lin's expression darkened. Rong Yu, apologize to your elder sister. Called out by her full name, Rong Yu forgot to cry, shrinking his neck as he muttered, "Yes, I'm sorry." Rong Yu picked up an apple from the table and ascended the stairs. Shun Lin pulled Rong Yu into the study, speaking coldly, "Instead of tormenting her, channel that time into your studies. Is it so difficult to achieve better grades? She is merely a country girl. Why persist in making her life difficult? In 2 years, she will be wed, and you will no longer be affected by her. However, if you continue this way, and your grades do not improve, you will forfeit your right to inherit the Rong family's business." Rong Yu obediently began his homework. Meanwhile, Rong Yu immersed herself in her studies, solving equations until she lost track of time, working until the early hours of the morning. The next day, she arrived at school with dark circles under her eyes. Her desk mate, Ji Zhouya, was absent, as were his entourage. It appeared they had skipped class. Rong Yu paid it no mind. During class, she finished the last book and placed it on her desk, planning to return it to the library at noon. It was now mathematics class, taught by Mr. Wu Su, a bespectacled man in his 40s. He stood at the podium, monotonously lecturing the high school mathematics syllabus, observing the lackadaisical students in the classroom, most of whom were disengaged. He sighed deeply. His keen eyes caught sight of the advanced textbook on differential equations on Rong Yu's desk. He had recently been studying the same book, hoping to redefine the solvable range through these equations. If he could publish his findings in a reputable journal, he would have the means to leave this class of underachievers. An underachiever reading this book? He scoffed, smirking as he resumed his lecture. After a hasty lunch in the cafeteria, Rong Yu carried 10 books to the library. Upon entering, she unexpectedly encountered a male and a female. The girl was Rong Yu, and if her memory served her correctly, the boy was Song Hui, a campus heartthrob and academic prodigy, who was also Rong Yu's fiancé. This engagement had been arranged by their families long ago. When her original self's parents were still together, Song Hui was supposed to be engaged to her. At that moment, Rong Yu eyed her warily, seemingly fearing she would once again rush over to deliver something to Song Hui without permission. Chapter 6. I am your great-grandmother. Send me money. Song Hui frowned slightly, feeling a chill as he realized she had followed him to the library. Seeing him like this, Rong Yu felt a wave of relief wash over her. Hesitating whether to greet Rong Yu, she noticed he had already entered the library with an air of indifference. Beside her, Ji Zhouya was engaged in lively conversation with a group of followers, having skipped class that morning to indulge in games at an internet CAF. After discussing their gaming exploits, Chun Yen pulled out a deck of cards, exclaiming, "Brother Yi, let us play do Diju." He also produced a pack of cigarettes to share, and soon 3 or 4 of them were smoking, filling the air with a thick haze. Rong Yu cast a glance at the podium where a young female teacher, likely just in her early 20s and new to the profession, stood before this group of privileged youths. Rather than reprimanding them, she chose to ignore their antics and deliver her lesson in a lackluster manner, seemingly accustomed to their behavior.
Yizhoya.
One hand clutching a cigarette and the other holding cards, was about to play a powerful hand when a slender, pale hand reached over, snatched the cigarette from his grasp, and crushed it underfoot, reducing it to ash.
Damn.
Chun Nian exclaimed. Rong Yu, you're incredibly arrogant. Brother Yi was just being nice to you. And you think that gives you the right to push it further? Rong Yu raised an eyebrow. I offer you two choices. Either leave quietly or remain silent and odorless. Otherwise. She picked up a water-based marker from Chen Yan's desk and snapped it in half with an effortless motion. Chen Yan was left speechless, but soon regained his composure, nudging Ji Zhouya. Brother Yi, this girl has really stepped on our toes. Ji Zhouya understood all too well how audacious she was. What could they do if they couldn't win in a fight? He leaned over the desk, feigning sleep. Chen Yan, incredulous, said, Brother Yi, you're not actually afraid of a girl, are you? A real man doesn't quarrel with women, you know? Ji Zhouya replied coldly, if you keep on whining, just get out. Rong Yu lowered her head and resumed reading. The other students, witnessing the school bully capitulate, dared not make a fuss. They either slept or played on their phones, creating an unprecedented tranquility. The young English teacher was somewhat incredulous. How could a single statement quell this group's chaos? What had she been so fearful of in the past? Once afternoon classes concluded, Rong Yu slung her backpack over her shoulder and exited the school, hailing a cab to Farong Manor. At this hour, Ji Ziyuan was still in a meeting at the company and not at home. However, the butler, already familiar with her, respectfully guided her inside. She sat down by the bedside and inquired, what did the doctor say? Is it a frequent occurrence? Rong Yu pressed her lips together, pondering the causes of the affliction. She refrained from probing further and shifted the conversation. Please prepare a dinner for me, butler. If her original self had enjoyed harmonious relations with her family, she would not mind playing the role of a dutiful daughter. Yet, it was evident that the Rong family had no need for her as their daughter. Perfectly content to distance herself from the Rong family, she resolved to begin this process gradually, starting with her meals. After dining, she took out a pencil and, within minutes, sketched a simple drawing, neatly placing it on the bedside table before reclining in her chair to read. The book was a collection of fairy tales from the 1930s and 1940s, and her gentle voice flowed through the room, unhurried and soothing to the soul. Whether it was merely an illusion or not, the butler seemed to perceive a slight movement in the old gentleman's fingers. After sitting for more than half an hour, Rong Yu finally stood up. Ing Bao. I shall take my leave for now. I will come to see you again tomorrow. The butler accompanied her outside. Miss Rong, I have arranged for a car to take you. No need, Rong Yu replied with a smile. When I came here, I noticed a bookstore nearby, and I would like to browse for a while. The school library's collection had been out for several years. She wished to discover the latest research advancements in mathematics, necessitating the purchase of relevant journals and magazines. She walked towards the bookstore with her backpack. At that moment, a car pulled up at the manor's entrance, prompting the butler to hastily open the door. Fifth young master. Ji Zhouya glanced in the direction of the bookstore. Isn't that Rong Yu? Surely she isn't following me? He recalled encountering her at the airport just a few days prior. What a remarkable coincidence. A smile crept onto his lips. The butler inquired, what is amusing you? Fifth young master? It is of no concern to you, Ji Zhouya replied as he stepped inside. How is the old master faring today? The two engaged in conversation as they entered. Rong Yu purchased dozens of journals, only to discover at the checkout that her phone held merely a few hundred yuan, barely sufficient to cover the cost of a few books. The Rong family was considered affluent in Haicheng, yet they provided their 18-year-old daughter with such meager funds. She recalled taking charge of the Rong family business at the age of 14, leading the family's wealth abroad for her studies. She had endured many hardships, yet poverty was never among them. Although the Rong family had fallen during the turmoil of war, by that time she had returned to her homeland, becoming a key protected researcher of the state and the matriarch of the Ji family, free from financial worries. At that time, the Ji family was not primarily engaged in commerce. They wielded significant influence in politics, the military, and academia. A portion of their original capital stemmed from her efforts. However, she could hardly tell Ji Ziyuan, I am your great-grandmother. Kindly send me some money. Who would believe such a claim? They would undoubtedly deem her insane. Perhaps it would be wise to wait until her son awoke to discuss it. Rong Yu recalled that Rong Royale still seemed to be in the entertainment industry. As a child, she had played numerous roles as a daughter in television dramas, and upon maturing, her exceptional vocal talent led her to pursue a singing career. Though not particularly famous, she was quite accomplished for her age. Why have I never heard of these children's songs? Rong Royale frowned. They are all old songs from the 1920s and 30s of the Republic era. Shen Lin remarked. I heard from insiders that these are the old ballads favored by the old Master Ji, who insists on listening to them daily. Given that the old master has been unwell recently, perhaps Ji Zong wishes to fulfill his father's wishes, which is why the audition was suddenly initiated. Rong Yu was taken aback. After 70 years, he still listened to them every day. Ing Bao must be missing her mother dearly. Chapter 7. In truth, Rong Yu harbors a secret affection for me. Shenlin, a university vocal instructor, lightly sang 3 pieces. I believe Little Bridge and Flowing Water possesses a whimsical charm, and its melody resonates with the sentiment of the Republic era. Shall we choose this one? Rong Royale nodded in agreement. Then let us heed Mother's advice. Are there any requirements for auditioning? Rong Yu's voice suddenly interjected. She inquired about the criteria for signing up for the audition. Rong Qing'an set down his pen, his gaze filled with disdain. Surely you are not considering auditioning as well? Rong Wangtian raised her gaze. Yao Yao had been singing since childhood, having already released several songs. It was only natural for her to participate in the talent show. What was the point of your meddling? You should devote more energy to your studies. Rong Royale chuckled softly. This sister truly lacked self-awareness. A country bumpkin from the countryside, with an air of rusticity, her Mandarin far from standard, and accented to boot. How could she possibly sing? Wait, had that ridiculous accent been missing these past few days? However, that did not signify much. If she wished to embarrass herself, then she ought to be given the opportunity to do so. Rong Royale remarked, Sister, I just saw that there are no requirements for registration. Rong Yu nodded and ascended the stairs. She opened the official website of the entertainment company under the G Group, glanced at the prerequisites, and then activated the video function on her phone to begin recording. She sang The Moonlight Shines. The moonlight shines upon the windowsill. Grandma taught me to cut window flowers. Inevitably, her voice drifted down to the lower floor. She truly intended to participate in the talent show. What a laugh. Rong Qing'an wore a look of disdain. Was she not deliberately seeking embarrassment? Shenlin paused. This voice was so clear. Yet it did not possess the purity of a young girl. Rather, it bore an added softness and determination. She truly understood nothing. Rong Royale shook her head. Professional song recordings should occur in a studio, not in a room using a phone, where the sound would be poorly captured and marred by various background noises. This was none of your concern. Shenlin glanced at her watch. You needn't stay up late studying today. Take care of your voice. Tomorrow morning, I will take you to the recording. After finishing her recording, Rong Yu promptly sent it to the committee's email. She yawned, quickly bathed, and fell asleep the moment she hit the bed. The next day, with a bun stuffed in her mouth, she hurried off to school. Just as she entered the classroom, the morning self-study bell rang. Good morning. Rong Yu turned and met the smiling face of Ji Zhouya. Oddly enough, this lad's smile was somewhat familiar and quite pleasant, though his pink hair was rather distracting. Yet, he dared to say good morning to her? A weasel wishing you good fortune is not sincere. She pulled out her book, about to open it, when a cup of milk tea appeared in her line of sight. This is for you. Ji Zhouya rested his chin on his hand, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Rong Yu pushed it away. No, thank you. She opened a sheet of draft paper and began solving equations, completely engrossed in her own world. Chun Yen looked on in disbelief. You actually bought milk tea for this arrogant woman? Ji Zhouya coughed, lowering his voice. Actually, she has a crush on me. While what? Chen Yan nearly choked on his own saliva. Is there some misunderstanding here? She provokes me repeatedly just to attract my attention. Ji Zhouya chuckled lightly. This girl, a repeat student with barely over 100 points in the college entrance examination, pretends to study diligently every day just to change my opinion of her. Chen Yan's mouth twitched. Is that so? Of course. Otherwise, why would she switch from arts to sciences? Ji Zhouya smiled. I've thought of a splendid idea for revenge. Pretend to be interested in her, pursue her, and when she has fallen deeply in love with me, I shall publicly reject her. Yi Go, your ingenuity is truly remarkable, devising such a clever plan. Chun Yen praised with a thumbs up, envisioning the moment she would embarrass herself publicly, surely reduced to tears. Just the thought of her weeping fills me with delight. At that moment, a cold glare swept over. Rong Yu spoke icily. What are you so animatedly discussing? Let's stop. Ji Zhouya, with a playful grin, suggested, come on. Let's add each other as friends, and I won't disturb your studies. The group exchanged WeChat contacts. After a morning of study, Rong Yu took her meal card to the cafeteria. High school students usually traveled in packs, but Rong Yu was accustomed to solitude, preferring to do everything alone. Just as she exited the classroom, a companion appeared beside her. Ji Zhouya walked on her right side and cleared his throat, proposing, there's a Western restaurant across the school. How about I treat you to lunch? Rong Yu was disinclined to engage with him. After she collected her meal and sat down, Ji Zhouya followed suit, placing his tray opposite her. She looked up and demanded, What do you want? Just say it. If he sought to provoke her, she would swiftly retaliate with 2 punches. Yet, this fellow merely intended to be amicable. I simply wish to be kind to you. Ji Zhouye flashed a grin, believing it to be charmingly cool. Rong Yu felt an urge to curse at him. Sister, what a coincidence. Suddenly, Rong Ruoyao entered her line of sight. Approaching with a bright smile, she greeted, Ji Zhouye. What brings you to the cafeteria? Ji Zhouye replied, Must I greet the campus belle before dining here? Rong Ruoyao maintained her cheerful demeanor, though confusion brewed within her. Hadn't she heard that Rong Yu was being bullied by Ji Zhouye? Rumor had it they had even clashed in the classroom. How could these two be sharing a meal? She interjected, My sister has just come from the countryside and is unfamiliar with many things. Ji Zhouye, could you please look out for her on my behalf? When she first entered high school, she was elected as the campus belle, drawing the attention of all the boys. One day, Ji Zhouye had cornered her on the playground, presenting her with a cake and a love letter. With her fiancé, Song Huai, she naturally dismissed Ji Zhouye, a mere academic underachiever. However, since Ji Zhouye had an affection for her, she felt she should hold some influence over him. Indeed, she heard Ji Zhouye respond, So, you're the campus belle's sister. I shall certainly look after you. Rong Yu, you're too thin. Here is some braised pork for you. Ji Zhouye chuckled lightly, amused by how easily she blushed. Finding it irresistibly teasing, he casually slipped his hand into his pocket and followed. Rong Ruoyao frowned. She had initiated conversation with Ji Zhouye, yet he simply walked away. Wasn't he supposed to like her? Chapter 8. Ji Zhouye's plan to confess. In the afternoon physics class, the teacher, Pei Yaru, who also served as the homeroom teacher, assigned a small physics test. Upon receiving the exam paper, Rong Yu glanced at it, recognizing it as basic physics knowledge, so simple that the answers were immediately apparent. She swiftly wrote down the answers, set the paper aside, and returned to her journal. Pei Yaru paced around the classroom. Although this class was the weakest in the school, there were still a few promising students. With proper guidance, they could well secure admission to a prestigious university. She stood behind several high-achieving classmates and cast a few glances, unable to suppress a sigh. The last 3 substantial questions were indeed challenging, designed to elevate one's thinking. However, with a proficient grasp of all formulas and their applications, arriving at the correct answers was not entirely unfeasible, albeit the process was somewhat intricate. Astonishingly, not a single student managed to solve them. She took a few steps and paused beside Rong Yu, her brows furrowing immediately. During the physics examination, this student was actually engrossed in an extracurricular book. Pei Yaru refrained from commenting, as there were far too many underperformers in the class. For instance, the student beside her, Ji Zhouye, was fast asleep. While Chun Yen was surreptitiously fiddling with his phone, it was utterly impossible to manage them all, and she had gradually learned to turn a blind eye. After all, it sufficed to nurture those few students who showed a desire to progress. As she was about to leave, her gaze fell upon the test paper on Rong Yu's desk. The final few complex questions bore answers, yet lacked the accompanying processes. Remarkably, all the answers were correct. Rong Yu, Pei Yaru murmured. Where have you written the processes for these questions? Rong Yu lifted her head. I did not write the processes. Then how did you arrive at the results? Pei Yaru inquired, perplexed. Did you merely guess? It could only have been a guess. Yet, how could she have guessed them all correctly? I used this formula. Rong Yu wrote it down on a piece of paper, asserting that she could compute the results mentally, rendering the process unnecessary. Pei Yaru's eyes widened. More crucially, this formula required substituting at least 5 numbers for multiplication and division operations. It was virtually impossible to derive the result mentally. Come with me to the office. Rong Yu had no choice but to close her book and follow her out. Pei Yaru retrieved a blank sheet of paper and promptly devised a similar problem. Rong Yu took it and, without any hesitation, inscribed a number, precise to 8 decimal places. Pei Yaru was left dumbfounded, still in disbelief. She presented an even more complex physics question, one that transcended the high school curriculum. Yet, Rong Yu still required little contemplation before delivering the answer. Pei Yaru adjusted her glasses. Rong Yu, are you truly a liberal arts student? Haicheng High School divided subjects in the latter half of the first year, meaning that prior to this, she had only studied physics for a mere 6 months. Could one achieve such proficiency in just half a year? I have always had a penchant for the sciences. I self-studied all the science courses during the first semester of my freshman year. Rong Yu lowered her gaze. Fabricating a tale, I chose liberal arts in high school due to a lack of understanding, which led to my delay. Truly, she had been delayed. Pei Yara softened her tone. Complete a set of physics competition problems in the office for me to assess your true level. Remember to articulate your processes clearly. Rong Yu had no choice but to diligently document all the formulas and workings. Pei Yara received a phone call and stepped out to answer it. Just as she left, Song Hui entered the office to submit his assignments. He raised his eyes and spotted Rong Yu there. In disbelief, he thought, did she really follow him all the way to the teacher's office? There were many pursuing him, but she was the most audacious. He shook his head, placed the assignments down, and departed. Rong Yu remained entirely oblivious to his presence. She swiftly completed the physics competition problems, and noticing that her homeroom teacher had yet to arrive, she succumbed to boredom and began sketching geometric figures for mathematics. The parabolas she drew were particularly captivating, and she unexpectedly discovered a unique convergence within them. Have you finished already? Pei Yaru entered after finishing her phone call and glanced at the exam paper, swallowing hard. This was, after all, a national physics competition paper. Last year, Song Hui from the top class represented their school and, having made a minor error, still managed to secure a national gold medal. Yet, Rong Yu had answered all questions correctly. Rong Yu felt a headache coming on. The exam papers were exceedingly simple. Merely writing the answers felt like a waste of time, yet the requirement to detail the processes was unavoidable. However, as an ordinary high school student, she could not defy her teacher's instructions. She rose and exited the office. As she did, a piece of scratch paper fell from the desk, landing at the feet of a teacher across the room. This teacher, Wu Su, the mathematics instructor for class 20, was engrossed in writing a research paper. Upon bending down, he noticed the scratch paper filled with parabolas and accompanying calculations. Initially thinking it was his, he picked it up only to find the scrawl was not his own. Just as he was about to return it, he was struck motionless. The equations inscribed on that paper were precisely the ones he was currently deriving, and they had astonishingly reached the final step. A surge of excitement surged through him. Wu Su hesitated for a moment before lifting his head to inquire, Pei Laosher, do you still need this scrap of paper? He had referred to it as waste paper, which naturally made Pei Yar decline. It was evident to her that they were discussing her. After all, being summoned to the teacher's office was rarely a good sign for a student. She paid it no mind and continued reading. After the afternoon classes concluded, she gathered her textbooks and prepared to head to Farong Manor. Ji Zhouye caught up with her. I heard you haven't attended evening study sessions these past few days. Where have you been? Take me along. Rong Yu walked ahead, stating, I have matters to attend to. What matters? Ji Zhouye pressed, pursuing her. Where are you going? I can give you a ride. Stop following me. It's annoying. Rong Yu shot him a cold glance, opened the taxi door, and instructed the driver to leave promptly. Chun Yan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Bro, I can't shake the feeling that Rong Yu doesn't seem to have a crush on you. Have you ever been in a relationship? You don't understand a thing, Ji Zhouye scoffed. Can't you see? She is just shy and unsure how to respond to my affections. Give her a couple of days to adjust. Chun Yan pondered for a moment before speaking. It's also possible she simply doesn't grasp your intentions. Otherwise, she confessed directly. I am rather eager to see her crying face. Ji Zhouye paused and chuckled. Let us find out what one needs to prepare for a confession. As Rong Yu sat in the taxi, it wasn't long before she arrived at the entrance of Farong Manor. The butler guided her inside, leading her to the hall where she spotted Ji Ziyuan seated on the sofa, cradling a little girl of about 4 or 5 years old, in an affectionate embrace. Beside him sat a woman in her 20s, elegantly attired in a fitted dress, exuding poise and grace. Chapter 9. This large grandson is not particularly astute. Young master, Miss Rong has arrived, announced the butler. The little girl in Ji Ziyuan's arms lifted her head. Those large, expressive eyes were fixed on Rong Yu for quite a while before the little girl tightened her embrace around Ji Ziyuan's neck and inquired, Daddy, who is this lady?
Xiaoya.
Don't shout randomly, admonished the woman in the fitted skirt, stepping forward. Uncle Ji has a guest. Come sit with Mommy. The little girl defiantly replied. I'm not shouting randomly, this is my daddy. Let Xiaoya call out whatever she likes. It's perfectly fine, Ji Ziyuan interjected, offering an introduction. This is Aunt Rong. An 18-year-old high school student, it would be more appropriate to refer to her as sister. However, the aura surrounding Rong Yu was so composed that it instinctively overshadowed the fact that she was still a student. Thus, addressing her as aunt seemed more fitting. Hello, Miss Rong. The woman beside her extended her hand. I am Lan Raoshu, secretary to Mr. Ji. I brought my daughter to visit old Master Ji today. The child is a bit unruly. I hope Miss Rong can forgive her. Rong Yu nodded politely. Secretary Lan. She offered a brief handshake before stepping into the inner room. Not forgetting to instruct, "Please have the butler prepare dinner for me." The butler nodded and immediately set about his task. Lan Raoshu was momentarily taken aback. This Miss Rong seemed rather audacious in commanding the Ji family's butler to attend to her needs. The Farong Manor was an ancestral estate of the Ji family, a residence steeped in secrecy, rarely known to even casual acquaintances. She gently inquired, "Ziyuan, who is this Miss Rong?" Ji Ziyuan's expression darkened. He had engaged professionals to investigate Rong Yu's identity once more, and she remained an ordinary high school student with no discernible background. He too was perplexed about who this Miss Rong truly was, and could only shake his head in response. Lan Raoshu bit her lip lightly. Was this Miss Rong connected to someone of significance, that even she could not divulge information? Not only was she Ji Ziyuan's secretary, but they had grown up together as childhood friends. After the tragic death of Ji Ziyuan's wife during childbirth, she had seized every opportunity to reinsert herself into his life. And he seemed unbothered by Xiaoya calling him daddy. She had assumed that marrying into the Ji family would be effortless. Yet, the sudden emergence of this Miss Rong was unexpected. With a beaming smile, Lan Raoshu said, "Xiaoya, why don't you fetch a glass of water for Miss Rong?" Xiaoya pouted. "But there are servants for that." "Xiaoya, be a good girl." Lan Raoshu stroked her cheek. "You are the most well-behaved and understanding little one, aren't you?" Xiaoya climbed down from Ji Ziyuan's lap and went to pour a glass of water, making her way into the inner room where Rong Yu was painting. "Miss Rong, here us some water." However, just as the cup was about to be received, Xiaoya suddenly released her grip. Fortunately, Rong Yu reacted swiftly and managed to grasp the cup. Otherwise, the water would have either spilled onto the artwork or scalded her hand. "I'm sorry, Miss Rong. Are you all right?" The little girl apologized profusely, though Rong Yu distinctly noticed a flicker of frustration in her eyes. Xiaoya froze, and then erupted into a fit of sobs. "What's wrong, Xiaoya?" Lan Raoshu rushed into the room, quickly lifting her daughter into her arms. Xiaoya cried, struggling to catch her breath. "Miss Rong is so scary." "Wah? Daddy, I want daddy." Ji Ziyuan took the child into his embrace, cradling her gently, his cold gaze fixed on Rong Yu. "Miss Rong, perhaps you owe us an explanation?" Rong Yu lightly lifted her eyelids. "Initially, I believed you to be an astute individual, well-suited to shoulder the weight of the family's legacy. However, it appears you still lack maturity." This was the first time Ji Ziyuan had been scrutinized with such a gaze, as if she deemed him a simpleton. As the eldest grandson of the Ji family, he graduated from university at the age of 12, a coveted talent sought after by prestigious institutions, and took over the Ji Corporation at 16, destined to become the next head of the family. What qualifications does a mere high school student possess to pass judgment on matters pertaining to the Ji family? Ji Ziyuan felt a twinge of agitation. Rong Yu's voice broke the silence. "The patient requires peace and quiet. Everyone should leave." Ji Ziyuan turned to exit. Just as he took a step, he realized that he, the esteemed president of the Ji Corporation, had inexplicably obeyed a high school student's directive. "Miss Rong, dinner has arrived." The butler entered, shattering the peculiar atmosphere within the room. "Thank you, butler." Rong Yu glanced at the others. "Do you wish for me to personally escort you out?" Ji Ziyuan inhaled deeply, striding towards the door. Lan Raoshu followed closely. "Ziyuan, who exactly is Miss Rong? She seems far too comfortable here. After all, this is Grandfather Ji's bedroom. How can she remain alone?"
What if she does something to him?
"She won tea," Ji Ziyuan replied calmly, uttering those 3 words. Although he was unaware of Rong Yu's background, he found himself inexplicably convinced that she would not engage in any actions detrimental to the old gentleman. Ji Ziyuan pinched the bridge of his nose. "We agreed to take you to the revolving restaurant tonight. Once Miss Rong departs, we shall go." Rong Yu adhered to her usual routine, sitting for half an hour before taking her leave. It was Friday, and with no classes for the next 2 days, she sequestered herself in her room, engrossed in her studies and calculations. Early Saturday morning, her phone rang.
Rong Yu sat upright. "All right."
She was uncertain about the preliminary additions, as the other party had not specified any preparations. Thus, she decided to forego any preparations and continued her reading. The following morning, she slung her backpack over her shoulder and descended the stairs, spotting Rong Yu clad in a delicate pink sequined princess gown, her makeup meticulously applied, resembling a beautiful porcelain doll. Xinlin was styling her hair. "Today is just the preliminary audition, not the official recording, so there's no need to be anxious. Simply act naturally." Rong Yu nodded obediently. Rong Qing'an scoffed with disdain. Does she think that a country bumpkin like her could pass the auditions? Chapter 10. The two sisters both advanced past the preliminary auditions. Rong Yu naturally understood that Rong Yu could not possibly receive an invitation. Yet, she felt compelled to inquire. To underscore the disparity between them, although they were both Miss Rong, one was celestial while the other was terrestrial. Recognizing reality sooner would prevent her from appearing like a foolish clown. Rong Yu replied in a calm voice, "I received one." Shunlin paused momentarily. The day she heard Rong Yu's voice, she had a strong inkling that she would likely pass the auditions. However, since Rong Yu recorded it on her phone with excessive background noise, she assumed the committee might dismiss it without a second glance. To her surprise, fortune favored her. She spoke. "Since you've also passed, shall we go to the venue together? Your outfit doesn't seem quite appropriate. Do you wish to change?" Rong Yu pursed her lips, realizing she had underestimated her sister. Did her sister possess performance attire? She inquired whether there were several unworn dresses in my wardrobe, suggesting her sister might like to try one on. Rong Yu glanced down, attired in a short-sleeved top paired with jeans and sport shoes, feeling no discomfort in her appearance. "No need. I am fine as I am," she replied. Shunlin said no more. As the group departed, the driver took the wheel. With Rong Yu seated in the front passenger seat and Shunlin alongside Song Ruoyao in the back, where the mother and daughter engaged in lively conversation. After more than 40 minutes, the car halted at the entrance of G's Entertainment. Upon alighting, Shunlin encountered an old acquaintance from the industry. Introducing Song Ruoyao and the teachers, "This is my daughter, in her final year of high school, having released a few songs, she has a bit of experience. I kindly ask for your guidance." She pondered whether to introduce Rong Yu, but upon glancing up, noticed that Rong Yu had, unbeknownst to her, already moved ahead with her bag. Dressed quite ordinarily, she soon vanished into the crowd. Entering the building, Rong Yu followed the instructions to check in and receive her identification badge, noting that she was to perform in the third audition room, the 16th contestant to enter. The wait was excruciatingly long. She settled in her seat and took out a mathematics magazine to peruse. After nearly an hour, it was finally her turn. She tucked her book away, entered the room, closed the door, set down her bag, and approached the stage. "Good day, esteemed teachers, my name is Rong Yu." Inside the room sat 4 teachers, who appeared momentarily taken aback upon her entrance. Most of the girls participating in the preliminary selection wore performance attire and exquisite makeup, while this girl was clad in a simple short-sleeved top and jeans, with an unadorned face. Her striking features were unforgettable, and her inherent ease was remarkable. In a setting that typically elicited tension, she exhibited no signs of constraint or anxiety. "You may choose a song you are familiar with and sing it from start to finish," they instructed. Rong Yu rifled through her mental catalog. She was not well acquainted with contemporary songs, and thus opted for one from her own era. She swiftly made her selection, cleared her throat, and began to sing. A melody imbued with classical charm flowed from her lips, rich in understated elegance and resonating with Eastern aesthetic allure. The 4 teachers were visibly shaken. It was hard to fathom that an 18-year-old girl could deliver such a performance. She must be the contestant recorded on a mobile phone during the auditions. Despite the background noise, her voice had shone through, and in live performance, it was even more exceptional, showcasing her superior vocal quality. However, both songs she had chosen were from the Republic of China era, leaving uncertainty about her ability to sing contemporary pieces. As long as one possesses a solid foundation, any genre is manageable. 4 green lights illuminated simultaneously. Rong Yu expressed her gratitude, picked up her bag, and exited. Upon reaching the corridor, she spotted a group of girls encircling Song Ruoyao. "You must be Ruoyao, the one often cast as the daughter? I remember you singing a few English nursery rhymes. Your voice is truly lovely. May we take a photograph together?" Song Ruoyao beamed sweetly, posing for pictures with the contestants. Upon seeing Rong Yu emerge, she excused herself from the girls and approached with a smile. "Sister, how did it go for you?" Shunlin, her expression a mix of emotions, spoke up. "Xiaoyu has passed the preliminary selection. She belongs to the realm of music and is acquainted with several judges." The moment Rong Yu's name appeared on the list, it caught her attention. This stepdaughter surprisingly made it past the preliminary round, which was quite beyond her expectations. Rong Ruoyao was equally taken aback. The auditions merely required a decent vocal ability to receive an invitation, but the preliminary selection strictly limited the number of participants to 88. If all 4 judges displayed red lights, immediate elimination occurred. With 3 or 2 red lights, one would be placed on standby for further notification, while only a complete set of green lights would convey success in the preliminary round. Her 4 green lights were a testament to her own excellence. coupled with her mother's influence. But what did Rong Yu possess to warrant such favor? The fact that both sisters advanced together was indeed good news. Xinlin quickly regained her composure, smiling as she spoke. I have prepared a celebratory feast. Our relatives are all here. Let us go together. Rong Yu glanced at the time and replied, No, I have other matters to attend to. She needed to accompany her son at Farong Manor. Turning away, Rong Ruoyao inquired, Mom, do you think the judge's new Rong Yu is the eldest daughter of the Rong family? Which is why she received a green light so easily. Xinlin frowned slightly. Perhaps your father pulled some strings, but that is inconsequential. Though her vocal foundation is decent, it pales in comparison to yours. You have already garnered a bit of fame and possess your own admirers. There is no need to waste your attention on someone so inconspicuous. Rong Ruoyao nodded in understanding. The weekend swiftly passed. Early in the morning, as she arrived at school, Rong Yu noticed a throng of students gathered around Rong Ruoyao. With excellent grades, stunning looks, and the prospect of becoming a star, it was truly enviable. Moreover, she had a remarkably handsome fiancé, Song Huai, a top student in the humanities paired with a top student in the sciences, a couple of academic prodigies. The Rong and Song families were both exceedingly wealthy, leading to an inevitable comparison that could leave one feeling inferior. Despite the incessant flattery from the crowd, Rong Ruoyao maintained a sweet smile. Rong Yu furrowed her brow as she walked past. Her mind raced with calculations, yet the results seemed somewhat amiss. Just as she approached her desk, a cup of milk tea was placed before her. Princess, please enjoy this milk tea.
Kizoye.
Embodying the essence of a gentleman, gestured for her to partake. Rong Yu replied, Chapter 11. I command you to defy the heavens. I command you to be unfilial. She set her backpack down and took a seat, leaning back against her chair. Ji Zhou Yi, I have no time to indulge your games. Speak plainly, what is it that you want? Is it not obvious? I am pursuing you. Ji Zhou Yi leaned forward, a smirk gracing his lips. Rong Yu responded with a smile, If you are unwell, do seek medical attention promptly. Spare me the pretense. Ji Zhou Yi chuckled softly, I know, deep down, you have harbored a secret affection for me for quite some time.
Do not be shy.
Rong Yu, in a swift motion, grabbed a hefty book and struck him on the forehead. Ji Zhou Yi grimaced in pain. What was that for? Rong Yu retorted coldly, Can you not see? I am merely helping you regain your senses. Do not act irrationally so early in the day. Bro, Chen Yan murmured. I can't help but feel that Rong Yu doesn't quite resemble someone who secretly pines for you. Is there perhaps some misunderstanding? Jiz Hui pressed his forehead, reflecting on her shyness. There is a term that escapes him, something akin to being angered by embarrassment. Indeed, she was experiencing just that. Chen Yan commented, Women are truly prone to anger. Rong Yu cast a cold glance, and the duo fell into silence. After a moment of reading, her phone vibrated unexpectedly in her pocket. The original owner's phone had few contacts and typically remained quiet. Upon checking, she discovered a message from Ji Ziyuan, a friend she had only recently added. Miss Rong, are you participating in the Ji Family Entertainment Talent Show? Rong Yu replied, yes. Attached was a photo of her engrossed in a book. Captioned, A new day begins with diligent study. Just as she was about to scroll past, she noticed Ji Ziyuan had commented on Ji Zhouya's post. Not bad. You've made progress, accompanied by a playful smiley. Rong Yu's finger halted mid-scroll. She lifted her gaze to Ji Zhouya's face. Chen Nian whispered, Brother Yi. She's looking at you. It seems she truly has a crush on you. As expected, Brother Yi is quite perceptive. Ji Zhouya straightened, slightly raised his chin, revealing his sharp jawline. He brushed his hair back, showcasing what he considered to be a handsome profile, and then smiled. Rong Yu interjected, Hold still for a moment. That profile, reminiscent of Ing Bao in his youth, was strikingly similar. No wonder she had found Ji Zhouya somewhat familiar. Yet, the Ji family had a long-standing scholarly lineage, possessing an innate grace and refinement. Could he genuinely be a descendant of the Ji clan? Taking a deep breath, she raised her phone and captured a photograph. Ji Zhouya chuckled. So, you wish to use my handsome visage as your screensaver? Kieske, what a contradictory woman. Rong Yu sent the photo to Ji Ziyuan, inquiring, What is your relationship with him? Ji Ziyuan responded, Miss Rong is even aware of the Ji family's core secrets. How could she not know our relationship? Rong Yu asked. So, he is also a member of the Ji family? Ji Ziyuan replied, He is my biological brother. Rong Yu's emotions became quite complex. She set her phone down, unable to resist glancing at Ji Zhouya once more. With his pink-dyed hair, ear studs, necklace, skull shirt, ripped jeans, and a desk filled with cigarettes, playing cards, snacks, and a gaming console. She mused that having such a grandson was truly a blessing from her previous life. Are you still staring? Have you seen enough?
Yizhoya leaned closer.
Rong Yu raised her hand to push his face aside, saying, "Keep your distance. Your eyes are painful to look at." She opened her math book, attempting to concentrate. After the morning classes concluded, Rong Yu finally felt a semblance of calm return. She had read the news. The elder Ji's son and daughter-in-law had passed away over a decade ago, implying this young man had been devoid of parental guidance since childhood, which somewhat justified his current disposition. Rising from her seat, she suggested, "Let us head to the cafeteria together. It's a perfect opportunity to discuss matters concerning the Ji family over the years." Chen Yan winked. "Brother Yi, we'll prepare while you two go ahead."
Yizhoya nodded.
Walking alongside Rong Yu, they made their way to the cafeteria. The place was bustling with people, leaving little room to sit, but who was Ji Zhouya? A formidable presence. He stood beside a table and gently tapped it to draw attention. A group of individuals swiftly departed with their trays. Ji Zhouya snapped his fingers in the distance, calling out, "Rong Yu, over here." Just as Rong Yu approached to take a seat, a sudden explosion echoed through the cafeteria.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
A firework erupted, and Chen Nian presented a grand bouquet of fresh flowers, thrusting it into Ji Zhouya's embrace. Ji Zhouya raised the roses and declared loudly, "Rong Yu, I like you." The cafeteria fell into a stunned silence, only to be followed by an uproar of chatter. "No way. The school bully is confessing to a girl? I thought he was infatuated with the campus beauty, Rong Royale. What is going on?" Seated by the window, Rong Royale and Song Huai exchanged glances. She turned her gaze toward the center, where Rong Yu stood and smirked slightly. Both she and Rong Yu had inherited the striking genes of the Rong family: large, expressive eyes, high noses, and nearly identical facial structures. Ji Zhouya's confession to Rong Yu was likely due to her resemblance to Rong Royale. How amusing. "My father is counting on my sister to repeat a year to get into college, but if she ends up with Ji Zhouya, he would surely lead her astray." Rong Royale bit her lip and said, "Song Huai, my sister has always listened to you. Why don't you go over there now?" She secretly smiled, knowing well that Song Huai had little patience for Rong Yu. A girl from the countryside like Rong Yu should end up with a delinquent like Ji Zhouya, marrying young and having children, living a mundane life thereafter. She stood up and followed the crowd. Under the watchful eyes of many, Ji Zhouya retrieved a crystal necklace from his pocket. "Rong Yu, this is a special gift I chose for you. Will you be my girlfriend?" His lips curled into a smile, confident in his public declaration, the charm of roses, and the allure of the crystal necklace. He doubted Rong Yu would refuse. All he needed was for her to nod, and then he would reveal it as a mere jest, turning her into the biggest laughingstock in school. "Say yes." Chen Nian and his entourage cheered from the side, urging, "Hurry up and agree." Rong Yu raised her hand to accept the flowers, then plucked 4 or 5 roses, crumpled them into a ball, and stuffed them into Ji Zhouya's mouth to prevent him from uttering anything more distressing. "Take that, you rebellious fool. You unfilial wretch." She lifted the enormous bouquet and brought it crashing down onto Ji Zhouya's head. He stumbled and fell to the ground, his knee landing painfully on the fallen crystal necklace, contorting his face in agony. Chapter 12. Rong Yu astonishingly rejected Ji Zhouya's confession, leaving the entire room in shock. Did I just see that correctly? Rong Yu actually rejected Ji Zhouya's confession? Ji Zhouya had been turned down when he confessed to the campus beauty in his first year. Now, with such a grand display, he faced rejection once again. To be honest, Ji Zhouya was rather handsome, so why was he perpetually turned away by girls? Poor grades, a volatile temper, unattractive fashion sense, and the tragic backstory of being an orphan reliant on government aid. Who would find that appealing? Indeed, I would never choose such a boyfriend. A cacophony of murmurs buzzed around. Ji Zhouya rose from the ground, seething with anger, and shouted, "Shut up. Everyone, just shut up." How infuriating it was to be the laughingstock of the entire school. He cast a glance at the crystal necklace he had picked up and, with a swift motion, tossed it outward, landing it precisely at Rong Royale's feet. Her gaze faltered momentarily. This necklace appeared strikingly familiar. Was it not a recent release from a prestigious international brand? Just launched last month, it commanded an exorbitant price. Nearly $1 million. Although the Rong family was affluent, they could hardly be deemed a prominent family in Haicheng, and it was implausible for them to splurge such a sum on a necklace for her. In any case, it was beyond her means. At that moment, Chen Yan came tumbling over, retrieving the necklace and presenting it to Ji Zhouya. "Brother Yi, even in anger, one should not vent their frustrations on a necklace." Rong Royale chuckled, realizing it was merely a counterfeit. It made sense. Who would be so extravagant as to hurl $1 million necklace to the ground? Moreover, if someone at school could afford such a crystal necklace, their lineage would surely surpass that of the Rong family, and she would undoubtedly recognize them. Song Hui turned to her and inquired, "Do you like it?" Rong Royale replied with a sweet smile, "I wouldn't say I like it. It just struck me how lifelike the counterfeit looks, so I glanced at it a bit longer." As the two conversed, they drifted away. Her emotions were indeed quite complex. Yet some sentiments could not be articulated openly at this moment. She couldn't help but wonder when Ning Bao would awaken. For the entirety of the afternoon, Ji Zhouye had skipped class, leaving the back row empty and the atmosphere considerably quieter. As school neared its end, their homeroom teacher, Pei Yaru, approached her. "I have acquired a set of the latest international high school physics competition problems. Please come to my office during evening study to work on them." Rong Yu nodded. Pei Yaru instructed her to take a seat. "I will watch you work. Please write out the processes as clearly as possible." Rong Yu diligently engaged with the problems. To be frank, even the most challenging international competition questions were merely foundational physics knowledge, with slight innovations incorporating current events, rendering them hardly difficult for her, especially since her knowledge system far exceeded high school standards. While an average student might require 5 or 6 formulas to arrive at the correct answer, she could solve it with a single advanced formula. And whereas others might depend on computational aids, she needed no scratch paper, her mental calculations remarkably swift. Pei Yaru was continually astonished. After taking a sip of water to compose herself, she noticed a sudden commotion in the office. Looking up, she saw their mathematics teacher, Wu Su, surrounded by a group of educators engaged in conversation. "Mr. Wu, you truly are one to remain silent until you astonish us. Your article has been reprinted by the esteemed Professor Min and has even made it to trending topics. It was unexpected to discover such hidden talents within their school." Wu Su wore a modest smile. "Oh, it was merely a humble opinion I shared on Weibo. Who would have thought it caught Professor Min's attention? I am just relieved it did not bring shame to our school." His gaze swept across the faces of his fellow teachers, all of whom sincerely congratulated him. Thus, the crumpled draft paper that had fallen must belong to none of those present. His attention shifted to Pei Yaru, who approached to offer her congratulations as well. His eyes then fell upon Rong Yu, seated in Pei Yaru's chair. He recalled that she had also occupied that spot for quite some time the day he found that paper. Could it have been Rong Yu's draft? The thought barely crossed his mind before Wu Su dismissed it. A high school student, even the most exceptional one in the entire coastal city, would never encounter the study of the convergence and solvable range of parabolic equations. He shook his head, suppressing this thought. In merely half an hour, Rong Yu completed an entire set of competition problems. Pei Yaru, observing her, remarked softly, "It is only now that I comprehend what it means to possess a natural aptitude for physics. Rong Yu, would you accompany me to my home? I have some more specialized physics problems to share with you. I live in the faculty dormitory just behind the school. It's not far. Let us go." Rong Yu felt an urge to decline, as she truly did not wish to tackle such simplistic physics questions. However, she acquiesced. After all, she was merely an 18-year-old student. She picked up her backpack and obediently followed Pei Yaru to her residence. Pei Yaru's husband was away on business, and her child was in college. So she lived alone in a clean and tidy space. The study was filled with books, an entire wall brimming with various scientific journals and magazines. Rong Yu's eyes sparkled. Mathematics, in essence, is merely a tool to aid in the exploration of various sciences, and she naturally held a profound interest in physics. It seemed as though an invisible barrier had risen around her, isolating her from everyone else. Pei Yaru dared not disturb her, even refraining from asking her to take a seat, fearing it would disrupt her concentration. Rong Yu, unable to contain herself, quickly stood up. "I can have the driver come pick me up. May I borrow these few books from you, teacher?" Pei Yaru nodded, escorting her to the car. It was nearing midnight. Could it be that Rong Yu hesitated and said, "This morning, someone confessed to my sister at school. I wonder if she went out with that boy."
What?
Rong Wantian suddenly sprang to his feet. At such a young age, going out with boys and staying out all night. How could I have such a wayward daughter? No sooner had he finished speaking than the sound of a car engine echoed from the courtyard. Rong Yu emerged from the vehicle and stepped into the house. Rong Yu lifted her eyelids slightly, casting a glance at Rong Ruoyao, who stood at the second-floor railing. For some inexplicable reason, that single glance left Rong Ruoyao feeling unnerved. She bit her lip and spoke, "Father, please don't be angry. My sister must have had something to attend to." Chapter 13. She is a gifted student. Rong Yu changed her shoes upon entering. In a calm voice, she stated, I indeed had matters to attend to. I was studying at the home of my homeroom teacher. Studying at this hour? Rong Yu laughed in disbelief. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child easily deceived? There were always troubles at the Rong household. She had neither the time nor the energy to deal with them. Rong Wangtian's face turned pale. So you plan to stay at school? Making it more convenient for you to stay out all night, is that it? What if you truly end up pregnant before marriage? Our family would lose all faith in Haicheng. Just as he was about to speak, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Pei, the homeroom teacher from Rong Yu's new class. He took a moment to calm himself before answering the call. Rong Wangtian was taken aback. It turned out she was genuinely studying after all. I have discovered that Rong Yu possesses remarkable talent in physics. I have given her several sets of papers, and her performance far exceeded my expectations. There is an upcoming high school physics competition, and if the parents consent, I would like to register Rong Yu for it. Rong Wangtian was once again taken aback. She possesses a talent for physics? Indeed. Pei Yaru, suppressing her excitement, spoke up. Rong Yu's father had permitted her to transition from the humanities to the sciences, which was undoubtedly a sagacious decision. After hanging up the phone, Rong Wangtian wore a complex expression. Rong Yu raised her eyes. Can I start boarding tomorrow? Rong Wangtian had no reason to refuse. Rong Ruoyao, with a look of disbelief, thought to herself, her sister is actually going to participate in a physics competition? She had heard Song Hui mention this contest before. Each science class at Yizhong had only one spot, and Rong Yu, having just switched to the science track for barely a few days, was somehow qualified to compete? It was utterly preposterous. Rong Yu tidied up her room. Having moved in just over 2 months ago, she hadn't acquired much. Her clothes and books fit into a single suitcase. Early the next morning, she went directly to the homeroom teacher's office. Could you please arrange a dormitory for me? I may be spending most nights there. Pei Yara nodded. I have registered you for the physics competition, which takes place next week. Spend these days solidifying your foundational knowledge in physics and practice more problems. Rong Yu curved her lips. Does the teacher believe I need to practice more problems? Pei Yaru was momentarily speechless. Indeed. With her rapid problem-solving speed and a perfect accuracy rate, there was hardly any need for further practice. She could only advise, then, make sure to relax and not put too much pressure on yourself. Rong Yu exited the office and headed to the classroom. Just as she left, the neighboring mathematics teacher, Wu Su, approached Pei Yaru. Teacher Pei, I must have misheard. You're sending Rong Yu to participate in the physics competition? Has the school approved this? Pei Yaru smiled. The school stipulates that each class nominates one student for the preliminary round. The physics teachers and homeroom teachers from each class can decide among themselves without needing school approval. Wu Su replied. Very well. Since both the physics teacher and homeroom teacher are Pei Yaru, she can indeed make that decision unilaterally. He paused and inquired. Is Rong Yu's physics performance truly that exceptional after just transferring from the humanities? Pei Yaru nodded, lavishly praising her. She is a gifted student. Once the results of this competition are out, you will see that I have not misjudged her. Wu Su was about to say more when suddenly, a message arrived on his phone. It was from the highly esteemed Professor Min from the mathematics community, requesting to add him on WeChat. Trembling, he accepted the friend request. Professor Min, hello, Teacher Wu. I read your paper published on the platform. The convergence region of the parabolic curve you calculated was quite illuminating, but I failed to grasp one step in your equations. Between the 15th and 16th steps, did you omit any processes? Wu Su felt a wave of tension wash over him. He had derived that process at least 100 times, yet remained baffled. If he worked backward from the final result, the entire derivation was indeed valid. Thus, although the process lacked detail, the conclusion was indisputable. If he could connect with Professor Min, perhaps with his recommendation, he could secure a position teaching in a university mathematics department. In the afternoon during mathematics class, regardless of the subject, Rong Yu was engrossed in a book borrowed from the library. Suddenly, a hand lifted a book on parabolic stability and bifurcation theory that she had placed on the desk. Can you comprehend this? As Wu Su's voice resonated, Rong Yu withdrew slightly, nodding in acknowledgement. It's acceptable. Wu Su's expression bore little emotion, yet her heart was tumultuous. Nevertheless, she uttered the words, it's acceptable. What did that mean? Was it merely comprehensible enough? Could a high school student grasp such concepts? Absurd. Wu Su picked up her draft paper, casting a careful glance, and was instantly taken aback. The hasty, wild scrawl mirrored that sheet of paper perfectly. Teacher, is something wrong? No, nothing at all.
Wu Su manis da smile.
And it was evident that your mathematical foundation was quite solid. Teacher Pei mentioned your aptitude for physics. I surmise your mathematics cannot be lacking either. Allow me to pose a problem for you to solve. Rong Yu hesitated. She truly did not wish to tackle these rudimentary exercises. They were a waste of her time. Yet, Wu Su had already inscribed a series of equations on the paper, urging her to continue the derivation. Rong Yu glanced at it. Finally, it was no longer high school mathematics. After days of delving into modern mathematics, she had gradually kept pace with its evolution, and this equation seemed to represent a breakthrough point in the current mathematical realm. She had previously deduced it. Observing the clear process on the draft paper, Wu Su's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Excellent, excellent. He could not contain his excitement, exclaiming aloud. He grasped the draft paper, inhaling deeply, and inquired, "Would you be interested in serving as my research assistant for paper writing, Rong Yu?" Rong Yu replied, "I'm afraid not, teacher. My schedule is rather constrained. The rapid advancement of our nation over the past 70 years necessitates that she devote substantial time to bridging the gaps of those decades." Wu Su composed himself. "Please continue your studies." He reorganized the process and sent it to Professor Min. Chapter 14. Old Master Ji has finally awakened. Rong Yu proceeded to the Furong Manor as usual. In the hall, Lan Roshue and Lan Yu were also present. Upon her entrance, Lan Yu, resembling a frightened creature, lunged into Ji Zuan's embrace, her neck recoiling as she said, "Daddy, I'm afraid." Lan Roshue remarked, "Xiao Yu is timid. Please forgive her, Miss Rong." She had deliberately researched the background of this Miss Rong. 18 years old, the eldest daughter of the Rong family, yet the Rong family was led by a stepmother, indicating that this young lady's life was likely fraught with difficulties. Surprisingly, she had participated in a talent show produced by Ji's entertainment investment. Having successfully passed the preliminary and initial selections, it was evident that Ji Ziyuan intended to promote her. The notion of a mere inexperienced girl usurping the position of Ji Madam was somewhat irksome. "Steward," Lan Roshue interjected, "prepare a dinner for Miss Rong." She assumed the demeanor of a hostess. The steward nodded and went to attend to the matter. Rong Yu entered the inner chamber, seating herself by the bedside. Continuing her artistic endeavors before immersing herself in reading, today she was engrossed in The Moon and Sixpence. 8 years ago, the young Yingbao had an immense fondness for this book, often requesting her to read it repeatedly. The desire for others' approval is a deeply ingrained instinct of civilized humanity. Upon reading this line, Rong Yu paused momentarily, her gaze sweeping the room, and she suddenly sprang to her feet. "Doctor, the patient has moved." The private physician of the Ji family swiftly entered, surrounding the bed to meticulously examine the condition of old Master Ji. The old gentleman indeed shows signs of awakening. Perhaps today, tomorrow, or maybe not until next week. Rong Yu felt a pang of melancholy within her. She spoke softly, "Everyone, please leave. I wish to sit here a while longer." The room gradually emptied, leaving only her gentle voice echoing softly. Ji Ziyuan sat quietly on the living room sofa, listening intently. Lan Roshua entered from outside, her voice a mere whisper. "Mr. Ji, the multinational board meeting is about to commence. Should we proceed now, or delay for half an hour?" She always maintained a sense of propriety, addressing him as Mr. Ji during business matters, yet calling him Ziyuan in private conversations. It was this very sense of decorum that had allowed her to remain with the Ji group for so many years. Ji Ziyuan donned his headphones. "I will attend the meeting. You take care of Xiaoya." Lan Yu's expression was one of reluctance. "Daddy, how long will the meeting take?" "I still want you to accompany me to shop for a dress." A smile graced Ji Ziyuan's sharp lips. "We shall go this evening." He proceeded into the study for the meeting, leaving only Lan Roshue and her daughter, Lan Yu, in the hall. Before long, Rong Yu emerged from the inner room. "Miss Rong," Lan Roshue greeted with a smile, "Ziyuan has some matters to attend to. Allow me to see you out." Rong Yu, grasping her bag, replied, "There is no need for you to trouble yourself, Secretary Lan." She frowned slightly. "Secretary Lan need not escort me." Lan Roshue pressed her lips together. "Very well then. Miss Rong, please take care on your way." As she reached the edge of the lotus pond outside, a sudden splash startled her. Turning her head, she saw a small figure tumble into the water. In an instant, she dashed forward, but someone was swifter, leaping into the pond. Ji Ziyuan jumped in, reaching out to rescue the drenched Lan Yu from the water.
"Daddy."
Lan Yu sputtered, "I almost drowned. I thought I would never see you and Mommy again," she cried, suddenly pointing at Rong Yu. "It was Auntie Rong who pushed me. Auntie Rong wanted to drown me." Ji Ziyuan's demeanor darkened instantly. Rong Yu smiled, glancing at him. "Ziyuan, what do you have to say about this?" Lan Roshua bit her lip.
"Ziyuan?"
Such a familiar address. Perhaps Miss Rong believed there was something between us. Hence her hostility towards me and Xiaoya, wouldn't you agree? She continued. Ziyuan merely feels pity for Xiaoya, who has grown up without a father, and thus shows care for us mother and daughter. Why must Miss Rong target a child? Ji Ziyuan's lips tightened. Miss Rong need not visit the Ji family any longer. He felt a surge of frustration. How could he permit someone with ulterior motives to frequent his home? Rong Yu chuckled. With such limited intellect, you still aspire to be the heir of the Ji family? If you cannot comprehend this matter, perhaps it is time to relinquish the position of president. She paused, contemplating whether to relinquish it to that unreliable Ji Zhouya. With a resolute step, she exited. Ji Ziyuan found himself both amused and vexed. Since when did a young girl have the authority to dictate matters of the Ji family? Allowing her into his home for several consecutive days had indeed been a lapse in judgment. He resolved to rectify that. Lan Roshue cast a glance at Ji Ziyuan. Relieved to see he showed no concern for Rong Yu's departure, she quickly inquired, Xiaoya, are you all right? Her words barely left her lips. The butler hurried out of the room, exclaiming, Young master, the old gentleman has opened his eyes. Quickly, young master, go to the old gentleman's room. Ji Ziyuan placed the drenched blue moon into Lan Roshue's arms, instructing, please change her clothes first. He then strode across the hall with long strides, entering the room of the elderly Ji patriarch. The old gentleman was awake, undergoing an examination. Once the doctor confirmed there were no serious issues, he withdrew. At last, you are awake, Ji Ziyuan said, supporting him upright. Here, drink some kanji to nourish your stomach. The elder turned his head to sip the kanji. His eyes swept over the bedside table and suddenly halted, fixating on a few simple sketches laid there. Whose drawings are these? He stammered, his voice hoarse and trembling. It was the first time Ji Ziyuan had witnessed such a display of emotion from the old gentleman. Before he could respond, the elder called out loudly, Old Yu, who placed these drawings here? The butler, surnamed Yu, entered with his head bowed and replied, they are Miss Rong's drawings. The elder's voice quivered. Which Miss Rong? Where is she? Bring her to me immediately. Ji Ziyuan interjected, Grandfather, Miss Rong has just left. It would not be too late to invite her tomorrow. It seemed the old gentleman did not recognize Miss Rong. How could she know the secrets of the Ji family? I must see this Miss Rong at once, the elder declared, throwing off the covers. If she cannot come, then I shall go to see her. Old Yu, assist me. Rong Yu had just boarded a vehicle to school. Upon arriving at the dormitory entrance, G.S. Butler unexpectedly stood before her. Miss Rong, our old gentleman has awakened and wishes to see you. Given his fragile health, we humbly request your presence. As dusk descended, the lights of Furong Manor flickered to life one by one. Rong Yu exited the car, crossed the threshold, and headed straight inside. The elderly Ji patriarch sat at the head of the bed, clutching a pencil drawing, his aged eyes reddened with emotion, glancing towards the door intermittently. Finally, a figure stepped inside. This figure was remarkably youthful, not yet 20. Disappointment washed over the elder's face, and he self-deprecatingly smiled. His mother had passed away 70 years ago. What was he deluding himself with? Rong Yu smiled gently. She had thought it would be difficult to accept her son transformed into an old man. However, standing amidst it all, the innate bond of maternal lineage stirred profound emotions within her. All her feelings coalesced into a tender smile. Ing Bao, she uttered softly. The old gentleman trembled all over, abruptly sitting up straight, suppressing his emotions. You called me what? This was his childhood name. Since the tragic accident that took his mother, no one had called him that in this world. Ing Bao, Rong Yu stepped forward to the bedside. I am your mother. Ji Ziyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. What had he just heard? Mother? Whose mother? An 18-year-old high school student. Who could she possibly be the mother of? His mind was filled with questions. Rong Yu had reached the bedside and seated herself, picking up a drawing. Ing Bao, do you recall the name of this dog? 5 months, not even half a year. Old Master Ji's voice was hoarse. It was stolen. Rong Yu lifted another sheet of paper. You might have forgotten this scene. It was the day of your grandfather's birthday. Many children were present, and they snatched the shell your father had left for you. You single-handedly challenged 4 of them, but ultimately lost, sitting on the ground and crying out, asking me, Mom, why didn't you have more siblings for me? Then I would have had someone to help me in fights. Tears suddenly streamed down her face. She extended her hand to touch that aged visage. If I had known I would leave you alone in this world, I would have certainly had more children, Ing Bao. Mother departed too early. You must have endured much hardship alone, haven't you? Old Master G's tears flowed uncontrollably. He did not wish to question why, nor did he want to ponder the absurdity of it all. Mother! The old man threw himself into Rong Yu's embrace, unable to stem his tears. He wept like a child. Ji Yuan rubbed his eyes and, upon reopening them, found the same scene before him. His grandfather, the venerable patriarch of the Ji family, Ji Shuning, the titan of the business world, whose mere stamp of foot could cause tremors throughout Haicheng, was now sobbing in the arms of an 18-year-old high school girl, repeatedly calling her mother. It was utterly surreal, a spectacle meant only for his eyes. Old Master Ji cried for over 20 minutes, and the utterance of mother caused Ji Yuan to cover his face. He found it impossible to accept that this nearly 80-year-old man was calling a high school girl mother, and, what was more, doing so with such naturalness. Rong Yu spoke gently. That day, there was an accident. The moment the words car accident escaped her lips, Ji Yuan abruptly interrupted her. Miss Rong, the old master is sensitive to the term car accident. Please be cautious with your language. What are you doing here? Old Master Ji turned his head, frowning. Do not disrupt our mother-son reunion, leave. Ji Yuan was also eager to comprehend the situation, falling silent. After that accident, I thought I had died. But when I opened my eyes, it was 70 years later, and I had become another person. Rong Yu's voice was calm and unhurried, fortunately. We can meet again in this lifetime. Ji Yuan spoke softly. Are you implying that a car accident transformed you from the matriarch of the Ji family into Miss Rong? Do you not find this lie utterly ludicrous? Ji Yuan rose, exuding an air of authority, setting aside the scientific implausibility. Can these drawings alone substantiate your claim to being the Ji family matriarch? With a resounding clap, old Master Ji struck the bedside cabinet. His face instantly grew stern, his aura intensifying, overpowering Ji Yuan. This is your great-grandmother. How dare you speak to an elder in such a manner? Ji Yuan pressed his lips together. She has no evidence to present. Absurd. Old Master Ji truly found it laughable in his anger. My mother is my mother. What further evidence is required? As he grew angry, the corners of his mouth turned downward, forming a cold, tight line. Ji Yuan took a deep breath. Who, after all, was being absurd? Why be upset over such a trivial matter? Rong Yu remarked with a smile. Indeed, Ji Yuan was not particularly astute, being still quite young. He could be taught gradually. Ji Yuan felt as if he might explode. Throughout his life, he had been associated with the term genius, always the center of attention wherever he went. How could a mere repeater dare to suggest that he lacked intelligence? Though he usually maintained excellent composure, he felt an overwhelming urge to upend the table in frustration. Just then, he heard his grandfather, who had always taken pride in him, say, It does seem that he lacks a bit of intelligence. What do you think we should do, mother? Rong Yu turned to him and instructed, Call her great-grandmother. Ji Yuan pressed his lips tightly together. He trusted in logic and could not fathom such absurdity occurring. Stubborn, just like you were as a child. Rong Yu shook her head. A person lacking in intelligence would hardly be capable of steering the Ji family's colossal enterprise. Do you truly believe he is suited to be the president of the Ji Corporation? He felt as though he were being led in circles by the blue secretary and her daughter, nearly questioning his own sanity. Chapter 16. This is your great-grandmother. Kneel before her. Ji Yuan was on the verge of madness. Was the old man truly considering changing the heir to the Ji Corporation based on a single comment from this high school student? It seemed absurdly frivolous. He wanted to say more, but upon raising his gaze, he was met with an unprecedented smile on his grandfather's face. In his memory, his grandfather seldom smiled. Having lost his father in infancy, his mother in childhood, and his wife in middle age, followed by the loss of a child, it seemed he had spent his life bidding farewell to loved ones. Nothing in this world appeared capable of bringing even a fleeting moment of joy to the old man. Acknowledging the great-grandmother did not seem to be such a bad thing after all. Ji Yuan pressed his lips together and uttered, Great-grandmother. The elder Ji had just awakened, and after experiencing such emotional highs and lows, he was indeed fatigued and fell asleep after taking his medication. Ji Yuan led her to the guest room. He paused momentarily before ascending to the second floor, where the largest master bedroom had remained unoccupied. The decor and furnishings had been updated, yet still reflected a style from 70 years ago. Servants cleaned it daily, and the windows were bright and free from dust, as if perpetually awaiting the return of its owner. Rong Yu stepped inside, her hand brushing the tabletop, where lay a black hairpin she had once used. Beside the mirror was a framed photograph of her in a wedding gown with her husband, the passage of time leaving its marks on the image. Their youthful faces slightly yellowed. As she entered the dressing room, one half contained the various gowns and jewelry she had worn to G family gatherings, while the other half held the practical work attire she had donned at the research institute. Everything from her past remained intact, as if she had never left. She pushed open the door to the adjoining study, and everything was as it had been. As she opened the aged books, a cloud of dust billowed forth, revealing some pages that still bore her handwriting from years gone by. Ji Ziyuan nodded, a complex expression crossing his face. Initially skeptical of her identity, he now found her presence seamlessly integrated into the surroundings, and he could almost envision her diligently working at this very desk. Was she truly his great-grandmother? The butler arranged for someone to bring clean, new garments and various daily necessities. She had a total of 5 great-grandchildren. The eldest, Ji Ziyuan, the president of the Ji Corporation, overseeing all family affairs, the second and third, each engrossed in their own careers, and the fourth, currently attending university. Rong Yu chuckled. Delay my studies? Shaking her head, she closed the door behind her. She cast aside all thoughts and sprawled across her bed, falling asleep as soon as her head touched the pillow. That night, she dreamt an abundance of dreams, chaotic and disordered, leaving her with no recollection upon waking. After washing up, she opened the door, only to stumble as someone fell into her room. She was both amused and exasperated. Ing Bao, what are you doing at my door? Old Master Ji scratched his head. I thought yesterday was merely a dream, fearful that upon opening this door, I would find nothing. He looked down to see her holding his hand and sighed. Once, it was my mother holding my hand, and now, it is still my mother. My body truly disappoints. Rong Yu smiled. Understanding that your health is poor is a good start. Take care of yourself and strive to live to 100. The mother and son conversed as they descended the stairs. Butler Yu stood respectfully at the bottom of the stairs, his head bowed. Good morning, Old Master Miss Rong. Old Master Ji spoke with authority. From now on, treat Miss Rong with the same respect you afford me. Butler Yu had noticed the closeness between the two, and could not fathom the nature of their relationship. He briefly considered the possibility of her being a mistress, only to dismiss such thoughts. After 40 years of service, he knew that Old Master Ji had lived as a bachelor, showing no interest in any woman. Could it be that he wished to acknowledge a granddaughter? Old Master Ji's voice rang out again. Let me emphasize, if my orders conflict with Miss Rong's, hers take precedence. Butler Yu's mind buzzed, thinking he must have misheard. Turning around, he was astonished to see Old Master Ji personally pulling out a chair for Miss Rong, who sat down without a hint of surprise or flattery. Furthermore, he poured her a glass of milk. Ji Ziyuan emerged from the study and took a seat at the table, adding a bit of sugar to the tofu pudding before serving it to Rong Yu. Thank you, a yuan, she smiled. Butler Yu bowed his head silently. When faced with the inexplicable, it was best not to ponder, but to focus on fulfilling his duties. He stepped outside to greet the guests. Ji Zhouyi, having experienced a failed confession the previous day, was in a foul mood and spent the night gaming with his friends at an internet CAF. Early in the morning, he checked his phone and discovered a message from his older brother announcing that Old Master Ji had awakened. He dashed into the hall, but just as he was about to rush to Old Master Ji's side, he scanned the room and abruptly halted. Disbelief etched on his face as he looked at the person seated at the table. He couldn't contain his laughter. I say, Rong Yu, you publicly reject my confession and make me look foolish, yet you come to my house. What does this mean? He leaned forward, bracing himself against the table in a confrontational stance. Curiosity piqued. He wondered how she knew where he lived. Had she been following him all along? Did she love him to such an extent, only to reject his advances? Was she now filled with regret? He chuckled. If you're regretting now, there's still time. No sooner had he spoken than a sharp slap landed on the back of his head. Old Master Ji yanked him away from the dining table, his voice booming in anger. Old Yu, take everyone downstairs. The servants bowed their heads and withdrew. Ji Zhonai held his head, asking, Grandfather, why are you hitting me? What nonsense! The old man, Ji, was nearly beside himself with anger. He had always taken pride in being the elder, yet he felt somewhat lacking in wisdom. Initially, he wished to boast to his mother about his 5th grandson's commendable behavior, but the moment this lad entered, he uttered such outrageous words that it was as if he were defying the heavens themselves. This is your great-grandmother. Kneel before her. Ji Zhonai thought he must have misheard, turning to ask, what great-grandmother? I don't comprehend. Chapter 17. One must respect and cherish her. You don't seem very bright either. The old man Ji felt embarrassed. He gently guided, your father's mother is called grandmother. Then what do we call grandfather's mother? Ji Zhonai replied, he's not a 3-year-old. The old man Ji kicked him lightly. demanding, "What do we call grandfather's mother?" Ji Zhonai answered, "Great-grandmother." Ah, Rong Yu smiled with gentle amusement. "Now that's more obedient." You. Ji Zunni's peach blossom eyes widened in disbelief. "Who do you think you are?"
Silence. Yis Haiyuan spoke softly.
Pondering whether he had also reacted with such astonishment the previous day. It was indeed rather impolite. "Big brother," Ji Zhonai exclaimed, "if I call her great-grandmother, what would she respond? This is an affront to the spirit of our great-grandmother. And who let her in? Although she is my classmate, I have no connection to her. Butler Yu, throw her out immediately."
Slap.
The old man Ji struck him on the back of the head. Ji Zhonai felt deeply wronged. Before he could speak again, he heard his idolized elder brother address Rong Yu, "Great-grandmother, he is simply of an excitable nature. Furthermore, the situation is indeed a bit absurd. So it is only natural for him to struggle to accept it." Ji Zhonai slowly turned his head. "Big brother, what did you call her?" Ji Ziyuan had already come to terms with the reality. She indeed was their great-grandmother. Impossible. Ji Zunni's mind felt muddled. She was a fraud, deceiving you all. Utterly foolish. The old man Ji looked at Rong Yu and explained, "The fifth one is indeed a bit dim, but his academic performance is quite good, ranking in the top 3 of his class." Rong Yu, with a smile that was neither entirely sincere nor entirely mocking, responded, "Is that so?" Ji Zhonai remained silent. He despised studying and believed it was impossible for him to ever engage in it. With the old man Ji's poor health, his elder brother busy with work, and the second, third, and fourth brothers far away, they could hardly attend to him. Thus, to spare the old man worry that might affect his health, he had spun a little white lie. A harmless fib, surely not too excessive? Yet, under Rong Yu's clear gaze, he felt an overwhelming sense of vulnerability, as if stripped bare. "Fool, come here," the old man Ji said sternly. "Let me formally introduce her. Rong Yu is my mother, your great-grandmother. You must respect her, cherish her, obey her, and honor her. Anyone who dares to defy her will be cast out of the Ji family. After all, I am not lacking in grandsons." Ji Ziyuan affirmed, "Yes, grandfather, I understand." Ji Zhonai felt defeated. Since his elder brother had acknowledged it, it indicated that this matter was indeed true. Calling a classmate great-grandmother was simply unthinkable. However, since his brother had done so, he reluctantly uttered, "Great-grandmother." He was somewhat apprehensive, fearing that Rong Yu might expose his lies and tarnish his image in the old man's eyes. Fortunately, Rong Yu said nothing, smiling as she invited him to sit and share a meal. He scratched the back of his head and asked, "Mom, what should I have Duo call you?" Rong Yu paused, surprised. Duo? Ah, Yuan's daughter. Old Master Ji sighed. Duo's mother passed away from amniotic fluid embolism during childbirth. This child has never known her mother. Rong Yu chuckled. "I thought Yuan had no children, which is why he was so eager to play the father figure for someone else's child." Ji Ziyuan felt a sense of being dismissed for his lack of intelligence. Duo was 4 years old, attending a boarding kindergarten, with hair like seaweed, large eyes, curled lashes, and fair skin. A truly beautiful child. Yet she walked with a cautious demeanor, head bowed, afraid to speak loudly upon entering the house, softly addressing those present, "Great-grandfather, daddy, uncle." She tilted her head towards Rong Yu and called out, "Auntie." Rong Yu approached and lifted the little girl into her arms, saying, "You are such a good girl." Who hasn't he dreamed of having a soft, cuddly little darling in their youth? Duo turned her head and inquired, "You say Duo is in boarding school? I thought she was in middle school. How can she be in kindergarten and spend all day at school?" Old Master Ji cleared his throat. Yuan believes that a child's independence must be cultivated from a young age. That kindergarten aligns with international education, and the teachers are renowned parenting experts. It should be excellent. Ji Ziyuan awkwardly interjected, "Xiaoya has no father and lacks a sense of security. Attending boarding school may amplify her sensitivity and anxiety." Rong Yu found herself amused by his naivety. Before she could respond, she heard Ji Zhouye remark, "Xiaoya has no father. How pitiful. Eldest brother, you and Rur should marry soon and give Xiaoya a complete family." Old Master Ji chuckled. "That child Xiaoya is lively and clever. I rather like her. Let's see, when we can set a date." Rong Yu looked down at the little girl in her arms. Duo still kept her head down, her fingers nervously intertwined. At that moment, the butler's voice rang out from outside, "Secretary Lan and Miss Xiaoya have arrived." When Ji Ziyuan first saw his biological daughter, his expression was devoid of any excess emotion, but now a gentle smile graced his lips as he stood to greet her. Lan Yu, dressed in a floral dress, leaped into Ji Ziyuan's embrace, exclaiming, "Daddy." Lan Ruoru entered the room, carrying supplements, and asked, "How is the old master feeling today?" Lan Yu nestled against the old master's knee, her face filled with concern. "Great-grandfather, you must take care of your health. If you fall ill again, Xiaoye will be heartbroken." "You are such a sweet talker," old Master Ji replied with a smile. "Now let us dine. Please stay and share a meal." It was only then that Lan Ruoru's gaze fell upon Rong Yu. Although she was unsure of Rong Yu's standing, anyone who could sit at the Ji family table must have a significant connection to them. She pursed her lips and said, "Miss Rong, I spoke with Xiaoye about yesterday's incident. She accidentally fell into the water and, fearing my reprimand, lied and said you pushed her. It's my failure to supervise her properly. And I apologize to you, Miss Rong. I hope you'll be magnanimous and not hold a child accountable." Mr. Ji, the elder, was taken aback by the revelation. He forcefully pushed aside the young woman, Lan Yu, who was still resting on his knee, furrowing his brow and inquiring, "Why would you act in such a manner?" Lan Yu was momentarily stunned. In her recollection, Mr. Ji had always shown her kindness, treating her with warmth and affection. This was the first time he had displayed such a serious demeanor toward her, leaving her visibly shaken. Ji Huan swiftly drew her into an embrace, asserting, "Little Yu is still young. It is quite normal for her to tell a fib. Elder, there is no need to blow this out of proportion." Duo lifted her gaze delicately. Why was it that Lan Yu could lie without consequence and even be comforted in her father's arms, while she, his biological daughter, felt overlooked? Chapter 18. I shall personally escort Miss Rong. The butler entered, accompanied by servants bearing dishes. The Ji family dining table was a traditional square 8 immortals table. Mr. Ji occupied one side, Miss Rong sat opposite him, while Ji Zhouye and Duo took their places on another side. And Ji Ziyuan embraced Lan Yu on the remaining side. Bai Roshua fluttered her eyelashes and inquired, "Miss Rong, would you mind if I sit beside you?" The secretary could sit next to Yuan. "Just ensure you do not encroach upon my mother or Miss Rong." Mr. Ji served a piece of fish belly to Miss Rong, stating, "I recall this is your favorite, do indulge." Bai Roshua was momentarily taken aback. For someone of Mr. Ji's status, to personally serve a junior was a testament to his fondness for her. Yet, Miss Rong accepted it, without so much as a word of thanks. If Miss Rong had indeed ingratiated herself with Mr. Ji, one would expect her to flatter him. How could she be so relaxed and casual? As if she were at home? How many times had Miss Rong visited the Ji residence? Bai Roshua sat down, her heart filled with confusion. "Father, I wish to have meatballs." Lan Yu nestled in Ji Ziyuan's embrace, her voice sweet and clear. "I also desire fish, but I am afraid of the bones. Could you help me remove them, father?" Ji Ziyuan replied, "Of course." Duo bit her lip, summoning courage to speak. "Father, I would also like some fish." It had been over a month since she last saw her father. She longed for his embrace and wished to enjoy the dishes he served, yet it felt as if he were oblivious to her presence. She had to take the initiative. However, Ji Ziyuan merely cast a fleeting glance her way, remarking, Duo has grown. You ought to learn to remove the fish bones yourself. One cannot always rely on others." Bai Roshua smiled. During the time she was in labor with Lan Yu, Ji Ziyuan had been by her side the entire time, having met the child even before she did. Yet, he harbored no affection for Duo, whose biological mother he had never cared for. Why would he concern himself with the offspring of a woman he did not favor? Duo lowered her head. After all, Lan Yu was a few months her senior. Duo, you are quite grown up now, Ji Zhouye interjected. When uncle was your age, he did everything on his own. Miss Rong shot him a disapproving glance and pulled Duo closer, saying, "Do you wish for fish?" Duo nodded, then shook her head. It was not the fish she desired. It was the envy of Lan Yu being able to partake of the fish prepared by their father. Miss Rong deftly picked up an entire fish and placed it in Mr. Ji's bowl, stating, "If you are not yet too old to see clearly, please ensure that the bones are removed for Duo. The Ji family's lineage, within their own home, seemed to be so easily overlooked. Did the head of the family not hold any responsibility? Old Master Ji sensed the wrath emanating from his biological mother, lowering his head to meticulously pick out fish bones. Lan Ruoshi stood frozen in disbelief. How dare Miss Rong command old Master Ji to attend to such menial tasks? If she heard correctly, it seemed she had the audacity to imply that the elder's eyesight was failing him. How bold! Old Master Ji, who had founded the Ji family business, had navigated the tumultuous tides of commerce for half a century, standing tall atop the commercial pinnacle of Haiqing. Even prominent figures in politics and the military showed him deference. Yet here was a high school girl issuing orders to him? She cast a glance at Ji Ziyuan, who displayed no reaction, while Ji Zhouye remained composed at the dining table. Could it be that she misheard? As the meal concluded, old Master Ji, eager to please his mother, announced, Yuan, you should cancel all your afternoon engagements and take Miss Rong shopping. Lan Rouche's fingers tightened imperceptibly. A realization began to dawn upon her. This Miss Rong was likely the prospective bride chosen for Ji Ziyuan by old Master Ji himself. Otherwise, why would he insist that Ji Ziyuan forego his work to accompany her on a shopping trip? She gently nudged her daughter. Rong Yu immediately interjected, but Daddy, didn't you promise to take me to the movies? Can we go this afternoon? Old Master Ji furrowed his brow. Usually, Rong Yu was quite obedient. Why was she being so unreasonable at this moment? What business did a child have interjecting in adult matters? He glanced at Ji Ziyuan, noticing that his eldest grandson hesitated. After all, this was his great-grandmother, newly arrived in this era and utterly unfamiliar with it. Shouldn't he, as her great-grandson, be attentive to her needs? How could he neglect his elder for the sake of a girl with no blood ties? Very well, Yuan, you may take Rong Yu to the movies. I shall personally escort Miss Rong, declared old Master Ji, rising with the aid of his cane. Old Wu, you are well-versed in all things entertaining. You shall lead the way. Rong Yu gathered Duo in her arms, saying, you should join us as well. Ji Zhouye scurried off to fetch the car keys. With limited monthly allowances, he couldn't afford many luxuries, but today, with old Master Ji's credit card, he could indulge in whatever he desired. First, they would head to the car dealership to purchase a vehicle for Rong Yu, while he would slyly pick out a sports car to swipe on the card as well, surely. Old Master Ji would not notice. As the car arrived, Rong Yu cradled Duo while old Master Ji followed closely behind. Ji Zhouye pressed the accelerator, and the car swiftly vanished from the estate's entrance. Ji Ziyuan pursed his lips. Father, let us go to the movies, Rong Yu chimed sweetly. All my classmates say that film is splendid, and there's a limited edition doll associated with it, rumored to cost over 50,000, more than Mother's monthly salary. She said we cannot afford it, but oh, how I long to have one. You're the best, Daddy, Rong Yu exclaimed, jumping with joy. If you get me a gift, you must also get something for Mommy, alright? Ji Ziyuan was always accommodating.
Meanwhile,
Rong Yu and her companions had already reached the dealership entrance. 70 years ago, automobiles were a rarity, affordable only to the upper echelons of society. The Ji family had managed to acquire one, and her ability to drive certainly made travel much more convenient. She selected a low-key black vehicle. Old Master Ji produced a pouch filled with black cards, and Ji Zhouye reached out eagerly to take them. Rong Yu took the cards and handed them to Duo, saying, Little Duo, would you mind paying? Duo, timid by nature, hesitated to respond. Ji Zhounan, growing anxious, exclaimed, what does a little child understand? I'll handle it. He had just set his eyes on a car priced over 8 million, and only the old gentleman's card could suffice for such a purchase. You go on ahead, Rong Yu insisted, pushing him aside. It was amid the indifference of these rugged men that Duo had developed her timid disposition. With utmost patience, she coaxed, do you see that lady over there? Hand her the card and tell her you wish to buy that black car. She will assist you throughout the process. Duo hesitated. Can I really do that? Rong Yu encouraged her. Of course, our Duo is the best. Duo shyly smiled, accepting the black card and making her way to the counter. Ji Zhounan trailed closely behind her, saying, Good Duo, leave this task to your uncle. No, Duo boldly asserted, this is a task given to me by Auntie. And I wish to complete it independently. Please step aside, uncle. Ji Zhounan felt a wave of frustration. Fine, whatever. Rong Yu's car costs over 10 million and is even cooler. I can borrow it later for a thrill. In Chapter 19, I am the only one who can stand against my brother Yi. Duo successfully swiped the card by herself. A radiant smile illuminated the little girl's face. Grandpa Ji was immensely pleased, realizing that allowing Duo to play with Xiaoye was indeed the right decision. Look, Duo had become so generous. Rong Yu. Grandpa Ji sensed the disdain emanating from his biological mother and quickly shook his head, no objections. Living outside, they indulged in wild play, spending late nights gaming, squandering their prime years. After all, as blood relatives, he felt it necessary to keep a watchful eye. As Ji Zhounan approached, he overheard this remark and immediately protested, No. I only reside in a villa near the school. Ji Zhounan felt a wave of embarrassment. However, considering Rong Yu was an antiquated relic from 70 years ago, his academic performance was likely much worse. This thought lightened his spirits considerably. The shopping spree continued, indulging in various luxury clothing, shoes, bags, necklaces, jewelry, and ornaments. Grandpa G treated Rong Yu, who in turn bought for Duo. The sparkling fairy princess dresses and crystal shoes for little girls were simply too exquisite. She wished she could purchase the entire mall. After their shopping expedition, Grandpa G handed over a wallet full of black cards, saying, "Mom, take these. It will be convenient for you in the future." Just as Rong Yu was about to refuse, Ji Zhong and cheekily approached, "With so many black cards, may I have one? That shouldn't be too unreasonable, right? Get lost." Grandpa G swatted him on the back of the head. "Your monthly allowance is 100,000. Isn't that enough?" Ji Zhong, 100,000 is usually sufficient, but the other day, to confess my feelings to Rong Yu, I casually bought a necklace that cost nearly $1 million, and I overdrawn my credit card. Yet, he dared not mention this. If Grandpa G found out about such a reckless act, he would either face severe consequences or suffer greatly. "Then I shall accept these," Rong Yu said, taking the numerous black cards from various banks, her lips curling into a smile. "From now on, let me cover Yi-'s living expenses." Ji Zhouye was inexplicably beset by a foreboding sense of unease. The following day, as he drove the brand new car that Rong Yu had purchased the previous day, he navigated smoothly to a villa near the school, where they both disembarked and strolled for about 5 minutes to reach the school gate.
"Yege."
Chun Yen called out as he spotted Ji Zhouye from a distance, rushing over in disbelief upon seeing him carrying 2 backpacks. "You're actually carrying a bag for Rong Yu? You look like a lackey. What's going on?" Ji Zhouye sighed inwardly. The old man had issued a stern command: ensure that Rong Yu, the venerable matriarch, was treated with utmost comfort. When Rong Yu got into the car, he opened the door for her. As she settled into her seat, he pulled the chair out. When she went shopping, he carried her bags. And when it was time to dine, he was responsible for serving her food. What a wretched fate. Noticing his silence, Chen Yan raised his eyebrows playfully. "Yigo, you're incredible. To win over Rong Yu, you've stooped so low. I respect no one but you." "Shut your mouth." Ji Zhouye wished he could silence him. He cleared his throat, turned to Rong Yu, and handed her the backpack. You go ahead to the classroom. I'll have a smoke." Rong Yu extracted a notebook from the bag and tossed it at him. "Last night I drafted a plan. You can peruse it while you smoke." Ji Zhouye caught it and opened it, instantly taken aback. Tardiness and early departures incurred a deduction of 1,000 for each minute. Sleeping in class cost 1,000 per minute. Smoking was a 5,000 deduction, and fighting would result in a 10,000 penalty. Chun Yan leaned in. "Yigo, what are all these deductions?" Ji Zhouye was irate. With only 100,000 a month, how could he withstand such penalties? He strode into the classroom, slamming the notebook down on Rong Yu's desk with a resounding thud. What is the meaning of this? All eyes in the classroom turned towards him. Everyone knew Ji Zhouye had a notorious temper. He disregarded even the teachers when he lost his composure. Rong Yu had publicly embarrassed him just days prior, and now it seemed she had done something else to provoke his ire. She raised her gaze calmly. Disrespecting one's elders incurs a 10,000 deduction. On what grounds? Ji Zhouye leaned over the desk, lowering his voice as he gritted his teeth. Why should my living expenses be deducted? Why do you think? Rong Yu retorted. Ji Zhouye was rendered speechless. The very reason was that she was the matriarch of the Ji family, and half of the family's original capital stemmed from her. She glanced at the cigarette pack in his hand. Still smoking? No, I'll quit, Ji Zhouye replied, deflated like a punctured balloon. I can quit, can I? In truth, he had no addiction. He merely found smoking to be a cool pastime, something to do with others. He slumped into his seat, and the entire class bowed their heads in silence. It turned out that even a school bully could become so obedient when in love. Chun Yen was initially shocked but soon found it amusing. Yigo, she's already taking charge of you. It seems she truly has a crush on you. Ji Zhouye stuffed a large bun into Chun Yen's mouth. During class, he refrained from sleeping or playing games, instead sitting quietly and zoning out. As long as he wasn't penalized. When evening study hours arrived and freedom was granted, he immediately gathered a group of followers and headed to an internet CAF to play games. Rong Yu said nothing. Raising a child is akin to a delicate balance, tightening and loosening the reins to prevent rebellion. She continued her study of mathematical linear parabolic equations. When engrossed in an activity, time seems to fly, and before long, evening classes had concluded. Rong Ruoyao and Song Huai were also exiting the school. She immediately spotted Rong Yu amidst the crowd. This sister used to be so unkempt that she was nearly indistinguishable in a throng. Rong Royale glanced at Song Hui, noticing his gaze fixed upon Rong Yu. She remarked, "Didn't my sister apply for boarding? What could she possibly be doing out so late? By the way, I heard whispers about her relationship with Ji Zhouya. It's rather unusual. Could it be that she s with him? Perhaps sharing a hotel room?" Song Hui frowned. "Let us refrain from spreading unsubstantiated rumors." Rong Royale pressed her lips together, pondering that one day, if Rong Yu were to find herself with child, she would see whether her words held any merit. Time would reveal all. Chapter 20. Lan Rishu is my girlfriend. Meanwhile, another vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of the estate. It was Ji Ziyuan's car. Through the window, she observed a remarkably opulent vehicle parked ahead. She recognized it as a limited edition model that had just been released months prior. Priced at 16 million each. The Ji family was not lacking in luxury cars, so she felt no surprise. However, this particular car was a feminine design. The Ji family had no women. While she pondered this, Rong Yu emerged from the driver's seat. Was she the one driving this car? She had researched Rong Yu's background, discovering that she was the daughter of the Rong family, raised in the countryside and largely disregarded. Would the Rong family purchase such a lavish vehicle for her? Clearly not. Lan Rishu opened the car door and approached Miss Rong. Rong Yu nodded indifferently and continued walking. Unable to contain herself, Lan Rishu spoke up. "I thought a young lady like you would be quite innocent. I never expected you to receive such an extravagant gift from the Ji family." Rong Yu halted her steps. Casting a fleeting glance at Lan Rishu, an inexplicable tightness gripped Lan Rishu's heart. Despite the fact that the other was merely an 18-year-old high school student, she sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from her. Shouldn't Secretary Lan reconsider her attire before speaking? Rong Yu quirked the corner of her lips. Her memory was sharp. After a day of shopping, she had memorized the prices of most brands. Lan Rishu's outfit cost over 30,000, her shoes nearly 10,000, and the handbag she clutched exceeded 120,000. The combined value of her earrings and bracelets approached 5 to 600,000. Was it plausible for an ordinary secretary to sport such expensive items? It could only be attributed to Ji Ziyuan, that foolish man. Perhaps sensing Rong Yu's disdainful gaze, Ji Ziyuan, slightly inebriated, opened his eyes from the car. He pressed his temples and stepped out, asking, "What's the matter?" Rong Yu turned to leave. Lan Rishu bit her lip and softly said, "I merely feel that since Miss Rong is still in high school, she should not accept such lavish gifts from others. It seems my words have upset you." Ji Ziyuan frowned. "You should apologize to her now." Lan Rishu's face was one of disbelief. "Ziyuan, you want me to apologize?" Ji Ziyuan replied, "You have indeed been the one to offend." Lan Rishu bit her lip tightly, compelled to follow them into the house. Just in time, she saw Rong Yu ascend the staircase, entering the largest master bedroom on the second floor. According to Butler Yu, that room had once belonged to the late matriarch of the Ji family. Rong Yu had actually moved into this chamber? Was the old master intending for her to become the next matriarch of the Ji family? What would become of her? Rong Yu closed the door, shutting out Lan Rishu's gaze. Her voice trembled as she asked, "What is Miss Rong's status in the Ji family?" Ji Ziyuan pondered his words carefully. "She is family." Family? Tears streamed down Lan Rishu's face at once. "And what am I, Ziyuan? After all this time we've spent together, what do I represent?" Ji Ziyuan furrowed his brow. "She is family and you are my girlfriend. There is no conflict there. Why are you crying?" He sighed, wiping her tears and pulling her into his embrace. "You are overthinking this." Lan Rishu wept softly, wishing fervently that she was merely imagining things. He ascended the stairs and knocked on Rong Yu's door.
"Come in."
He pushed the door open and found Rong Yu seated in a chair, engrossed in a book. "Great-grandmother, I apologize on behalf of Roshua. She was unaware of your identity and meant no offense. I hope you can overlook it." Rong Yu set her book aside. "If it were anyone else, how would you handle such an affront from Secretary Lan Yuan?" Ji Ziyuan hesitated. "Enough," Rong Yu waved her hand.
"You may leave now."
Ji Ziyuan remained still, pursing his lips. "Roshua is my girlfriend." "I know," Rong Yu replied with a smile. "Thus, my decision not to have the butler expel her was quite generous on my part." Just then, the old master of the Ji family passed by the door. Sensing an unusual atmosphere, he entered. "What's going on, Yuan? Have you upset your great-grandmother?" Ji Ziyuan was about to explain when Rong Yu's phone rang. She gestured for silence. After a brief conversation, she hung up. "It seems unfortunate. Since this is something Ing Bao wants to pursue, she has enrolled. However, now that Ing Bao has awakened, it appears there is no necessity to continue in the competition." Rong Yu genuinely enjoyed singing. In her youth, She had studied vocal music, but later realized that music could neither save the people nor the nation. Hence, she devoted all her energy to the study of physics and chemistry, leaving her former passion to gather dust. Rong Yu nodded. That works. The old master immediately interjected, a Yuan, who is currently the general manager of G Entertainment. Have him come to headquarters tomorrow for a discussion. We must ensure your great-grandmother receives the best resources.
Also, as your mother suggested.
The old master nodded. Then tomorrow, I will accompany mother to the recording. He escorted Rong Yu to the entrance of G Entertainment's building, where numerous cameras were positioned. Reluctantly, he said, Mother, I can only take you this far, but rest assured, I will be in the G building, monitoring the recording situation closely. Rong Yu opened the car door and stepped out. Standing before the cameras, she offered a brief self-introduction, and from the corner of her eye, she noticed a crowd gathering around Rong Yu as she stepped into the frame. Among the 88 young maidens, the majority are mere amateurs, with only Rong Yu possessing a modicum of fame within the entertainment industry. Many, upon catching sight of Rong Yu, eagerly approach her, some to ingratiate themselves and others hoping to bask in her limelight, thus becoming more familiar to the viewers. Just after Rong Yu greets the audience, she lifts her gaze and spots Rong Yu. A flicker of concern crosses her mind. She fears that Rong Yu might come over to greet her. Should the audience realize that Rong Yu is her biological sister, it would inevitably bind them together, a predicament she finds quite unfavorable. As Chapter 21 unfolds, titled Why Insult Your Great-Grandmother, Rong Yu turns and strides into the recording studio. A wave of relief washes over Rong Yu. Yet, she is momentarily taken aback, for the bag Rong Yu carries appears strikingly familiar. Before she can fully comprehend, a nearby girl whispers, that's a limited edition handbag from the Ma family, worth over 800,000. How extravagant. Rong Yu cannot help but chuckle. A bag priced at 20 or 30,000 might be within Rong Yu's reach, but over 800,000? Is that even plausible? In front of so many live cameras, flaunting a high imitation for the sake of appearances is simply foolish.
It is,
without a doubt, a disgrace to the Rong family. Upon entering the recording room, she finds over 20 individuals already present, exchanging pleasantries and polite remarks. As soon as Rong Yu steps in, everyone gathers around her, showering her with enthusiastic compliments. Dozens of young girls desperately vie for her attention, striving to establish their presence before her. Throughout it all, Rong Yu maintains her sweet smile, warmly welcoming each person who approaches her. The live broadcast ignites with fervor. Yao Yao is so beautiful, adorable as a child, strikingly lovely now. A child star whose looks have not faded is a rare gem. Do you not understand? One vote from you, one vote from me. Yao Yao is debuting tonight. Yao fans rally. Once all participants have assembled, the host steps forward. Welcome to the Star Dream Project, where dreams take flight and youth blossoms. We now commence the first public performance. The stage is yours. Based on the judges' scores and viewer votes, the bottom 8 contestants will unfortunately be eliminated. At the mere mention of elimination, tension fills the room. The song selection is determined by drawing lots. 8 individuals will sing simultaneously, forming both a cooperative and competitive dynamic. Rong Yu draws a popular song. Although she has studied vocal techniques, her lessons from over 70 years ago bear little resemblance to contemporary styles, and she has never even encountered the modern singing techniques. As Rong Yu carelessly tosses her handbag to the ground, Rong Yu smirks. It is indeed a fake, for who would dare place a genuine item on the floor?
Meanwhile,
upstairs, old Master G sits in his office, legs crossed, observing the live stream on a large screen. Ah, Yuan, come look. Your great-grandmother is so earnest in her studies. Among all the contestants, she is the most beautiful. Wait, why are there netizens hurling insults? Old Master G suddenly sits up straight, startled. In the live stream, a comment flits by. That girl named Rong Yu seems so pretentious. G's Yuan. Old Master G has not visited the G family for 7 or 8 years due to health issues. However, at present, he spoke with fervor, filled with indignation, berating others with vigor. He was convinced that the old gentleman could still continue working for several more years. After performing a few operations on his computer, he announced, I have already silenced the opposition. With this, Mr. G felt reassured and resumed watching the live broadcast. The contestants practiced for a full 4 hours, during which there would be a lunch break. Rong Yu was about to head to the cafeteria with the young ladies from her group when a staff member called her aside, respectfully stating, Miss Rong, the chairman requests your presence on the top floor for lunch. Rong Yu replied, I explicitly requested not to be treated specially. At his age, why is he still so rebellious? With a sigh of resignation, she added, please convey to him that it is unnecessary. Just as the staff member departed, a girl from her group, Su Tian, approached her, inquiring, what did the work group want with you? Rong Yu shook her head, saying, it's nothing.
Come on.
Let us go eat. The cafeteria was bustling with activity, and the girls were engaged in quiet conversations. In Rong Ruoyao's group, there was Rong Ruoyao and Lisa, who often performed abroad. They were a chosen group, overwhelming in their talent, truly incomparable. In the first round, only 8 contestants would be eliminated, so as long as one performed better than those 8, it was not a cause for excessive concern. As they chatted, a sudden commotion erupted in the cafeteria. Rong Ruoyao was startled. For the past few months, her father had been trying to connect with Secretary Lan, but she was too busy, leaving her father at his wit's end. Yet here she was, encountering her so easily. It seemed that one must step onto the grand stage to meet individuals of significant standing. Suppressing her excitement, she stood and approached, saying, my father has spoken highly of Secretary Lan. It is impressive that you have become the Secretary General of the G Corporation at such a young age.
You are a role model for me.
Lan Rushue raised an eyebrow. Your father? Rong Ruoyao quickly responded, my father is Rong Wangtian of the Rong Corporation. Oh, the Rong Corporation, Lan Rushue remarked, pretending to recall. In truth, she did not know who Rong Wangtian was, but she was aware that Rong Yu was the eldest daughter of the Rong family. Hence, this girl before her was the second daughter, a sibling from a different mother, naturally fostering a rivalry. Perhaps she could glean some information. Just as Lan Rushue was about to speak, her gaze drifted to a familiar figure sitting by the window in the cafeteria. Was that not Rong Yu? Noticing her contemplation, Rong Ruoyao felt a twinge of anxiety. Secretary Lan? She turned and exited the cafeteria, instructing the nearby staff to gather all of Rong Yu's competition materials. After lunch, as the time for the performance drew near, Rong Yu's group was slated to be the 6th to take the stage. They began preparing for makeup and costume changes. Each group was assigned a single makeup artist, and the 8 girls took turns for their makeup. The first girl had just received her foundation when the makeup artist received a phone call, awkwardly announcing, I apologize, ladies. But the director has an urgent matter that requires my assistance. I cannot continue with your makeup for the time being. With a look of regret, the makeup artist added, this is the director's arrangement, and I have no choice. I must leave now. This felt like an injustice to Su Tian, who was infuriated and declared, I must go demand an explanation from the director's team. Rong Yu glanced at the clock. There was less than half an hour left before it was their turn to take the stage. Instead of squabbling, it would be more prudent to devise a new strategy. Chapter 22. Block them all. At this moment, Rong Ruoyao's team was performing, featuring the overseas sensation Lisa. As they took the stage, the viewer count in the live stream rapidly surged, astonishingly surpassing 500,000. 8 girls sparkled under the spotlight, their performance vibrant. Each movement perfectly executed, and the cheers from the audience crescendoed in waves. Goodness, Yao Yao's performance outfit is stunning. Go Yao Yao, she must secure first place.
No.
Lisa is the true champion. The fans from both camps began to bicker in the live stream, their heated exchanges only amplifying the excitement. Amid the quarrel, one remark floated through. Step aside, our Rong Yu is the true champion. This statement successfully united the rival fan bases of Rong Ruoyao and Lisa. How ridiculous. Who does Rong Yu think she is? Just a nameless nobody, unworthy of comparison with Yao Yao and Lisa. Profanity inundated the screen. Old Master Ji's face turned ashen. Block them. Block them all. Ji Ziyuan, with a pained expression, interjected, Grandfather, please just enjoy the live stream quietly. Refrain from making unnecessary comments. Old Master Ji withdrew his neck slightly. I only wish to support a fan of my great-granddaughter, seeing others with their fans. In the live stream, Rong Ruoyao's group concluded their performance amidst the discord, receiving an exceptionally high score from the judges, 97 points. Soon after, it was time for the 6th group. The lights dimmed momentarily before illuminating brightly again, revealing the 8 girls on stage. Goodness, are they barefaced? They courageously appeared without makeup. How audacious. In the center stood the one named Rong Yu, who, to be honest, looked passable but might only attract the attention of older gentlemen. Those who do not respect the stage are unworthy of debuting. Ji Ziyuan wore a grave expression. Wait a moment, I need to investigate. Without extravagant makeup or ostentatious adornments, the 8 girls sang a youthful pop song with the purest of voices. The audience in the live stream was utterly astonished. The natural look paired with white dresses was a perfect embodiment of youth. It was far more pleasing than heavily made-up appearances. Young girls should indeed be like this. Let the trolls upstairs take a break. Their bare faces are hideous. Stop forcing praise. They can't even compare to a single finger of our Yao Yao. Has your Yao Yao become a star of the galaxy? Must everyone be overshadowed by her? The 4 judges, who initially held low expectations for this performance, were now captivated. Li Sheng, a male singer who had once taken Asia by storm 2 decades ago, nodded. A daring and moving performance. Indeed, the youth are audacious enough to take risks. I disagree. The bespectacled judge, Cui Yuan, frowned, noting that 2 of the voices were too deep and 3 were too high, leading to some pitch issues. Li Sheng chuckled. The same pitch issues existed in Rong Yu's group. I believe this is quite normal for newcomers, or else, what would we judges be for? Cui Yuan had no retort. As the performance concluded, the judges revealed their scores. 98 points. The live stream erupted in excitement. Why do they receive such high scores? Yao Yao and Lisa's formidable duo only scored 97, so why does this group merit such accolades? The judges must be biased. Is it truly so difficult to acknowledge others' excellence? As soon as they stepped off the stage, the other 7 girls hoisted Rong Yu into the air, for she had insisted on performing without makeup. Although 5 of them opposed this decision, they ultimately could not conceive a better alternative and were left with no choice but to accept the situation. Who could have anticipated that such a daring performance would emerge as the best of the evening? While several groups had yet to take the stage, it seemed unlikely that any would surpass this score. A jubilant crowd of girls surrounded Rong Yu in celebration. Meanwhile, not far off, Rong Yu's expression was one of utter discontent. Though she conceded to Lisa's superiority, being overshadowed by Rong Yu felt akin to being crushed under a mountain, causing her emotions to waver. She did not perceive Rong Yu's performance as particularly remarkable. Why then did the director award such a high score? The first public performance concluded swiftly, leading to the rankings, at which point the live broadcast officially ended, leaving the audience in suspense. All contestants gathered in a grand hall, awaiting the host to announce the rankings. Unsurprisingly, Rong Yu's group claimed first place, with each of the 8 members receiving an additional 100 points. Rong Yu's group secured the second position, with each member earning an additional 90 points. Then, factoring in personal popularity, 1,000 loyal viewers were meticulously selected to cast their votes, each allowed 3 votes. The results revealed. First place went to Rong Yu with 830 votes for personal popularity, totaling 920 points when combined with team results. Second place was Lisa with 795 votes, totaling 885 points, and in a disappointing 73rd position was Rong Yu, with merely 51 votes, totaling 151 points. The elder slammed his palm on the table, furrowing his brow. What is going on? Why is my grandmother's popularity so low? What is it about her that people do not like? Ji Ziyuan silently sipped his tea. Had it not been for Rong Yu's team winning first place, their overall ranking would have been dismal. Just as he prepared to speak, his assistant relayed a message. President, Miss Rong's group was initially assigned a makeup artist. Upon inquiring with the director, I learned it was due to Secretary Lan needing to remove her makeup in the director's room and requiring a touch-up, hence the last-minute reassignment. Ji Ziyuan paused momentarily. Chapter 23. Dismissal of Lan Roshue. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, the recording finally concluded. Rong Yu, bag in hand, stepped outside and unexpectedly encountered Lan Roshue. Lan Roshue's gaze fell upon the bag. The viewers in the live broadcast claimed it was a counterfeit. Yet she alone knew the truth. The Ji family is quite generous to this Rong Yu. Congratulations, Miss Rong, on securing first place in the team competition. Lan Roshue's voice dripped with sarcasm. However, you must strive harder for personal popularity. The decisive factor for debuting is popularity. Rong Yu had already offended 2 popular contestants at the outset. Survival in this cutthroat environment would only become increasingly challenging. With her arms crossed, Rong Yu's tone was notably calm. If Secretary Lan cannot maintain a clear distinction between personal and professional matters, I believe she may not be well suited for the position of secretary to the president. The actions of the makeup artist can easily be attributed to Lan Roshue. It is one thing to speak insidiously in private, but to deliberately create obstacles in a professional setting is another matter entirely. Such a person poses a threat to the Ji family. Lan Roshue was taken aback, then smiled. May I ask, Miss Rong, by what authority do you dismiss me from my position as secretary? Having studied abroad for many years and graduated from the prestigious International Princeton University, She was invited to work at G Corporation by the Human Resources Director, further strengthened by her unique relationship with Zi Yuan. Thus, neither in public nor private does anyone possess the right to dismiss her. Rong Yu shook her head. Do you see that it is you who has submitted your resignation? Or has G Corporation issued a notice for your dismissal? Her gaze turned icy in an instant. Secretary Lan, do check your messages. With that, she turned and walked away. Lan Rushue clenched her jaw, suppressing her seething anger. Just as she was about to call Ji Ziyuan, a text message arrived. Ms. Lan Rushue. In light of your violation of work regulations, after careful consideration by the group, please complete your resignation procedures within 3 days. The group will compensate you according to labor laws. Rong Ruoyao intended to discuss the collaboration with G Corporation with Lan Rushue, but from a distance. She saw Rong Yu conversing with her. She mistakenly believed that Rong Yu was attempting to establish connections and did not dare to approach, hastily retreating instead. Once outside, Shun Lin personally greeted her, beaming with joy. So, did we secure the top spot in the overall rankings? Rong Royale nodded. I just witnessed a quarrel between Rong Yu and Secretary Lan. I'm not sure what was said, but it infuriated Secretary Lan to the point of smashing her phone. If she has offended Lan Rushue, our collaboration with G Corporation may become increasingly difficult. Shun Lin furrowed her brow. How could she be so inconsiderate? However, Secretary Lan likely does not realize she is the eldest daughter of the Rong family. She intended to wait for Rong Yu to leave together. Rong Royale softly remarked, what if fans see us as sisters? That could reflect poorly. Thus, the mother and daughter departed in their car. Meanwhile, Rong Yu was escorted to the top floor of G Corporation. The elder Mr. G had long arranged a lavish supper. Mother, your performance today was splendid. You must be tired. Have something to eat. Rong Yu was genuinely famished. After satisfying her hunger to a comfortable extent, she then noticed Ji Ziyuan sitting on a nearby sofa, appearing hesitant to speak. Was he about to discuss Secretary Lan with her? She set down her chopsticks. I accessed the internal system of G Corporation and sent a dismissal notice to Secretary Lan. She had been studying software engineering for the past few days and found it quite intriguing. It was the perfect opportunity to practice on G Corporation system. To her surprise, she breached their firewall in less than a minute. What happened to Secretary Lan? Elder Ji inquired, bewildered. Why was she sent a dismissal notice? Rong Yu reclined against the sofa. Ziyuan, you explain. Ji Ziyuan painstakingly recounted the events and clarified, great-grandmother, Rushue did not intend to target you. As a woman who cherishes beauty, she was merely preoccupied with adjusting her makeup and momentarily overlooked the contestants. This was indeed her oversight, but it hardly warrants dismissal. When did Secretary Lan become so oblivious to the bigger picture? Old Master Ji wore an expression of disbelief as the contestants awaited their turn to perform. In a moment of impulsiveness, she had reassigned the makeup artist for her own convenience. If the group led by your great-grandmother could not devise a solution, then 8 young girls would lose their chance at debuting due to Secretary Lan's oversight. Such a significant blunder in her duties certainly warranted dismissal. Ji Ziyuan pressed his lips together and suggested, perhaps a demotion for observation? Ha! Old Master Ji huffed and glared, declaring that Lan Rushue was unfit for the position of Secretary General of the Ji family and likewise, Ji Ziyuan struggled to bear the responsibilities of the G Corporation's president. His lips tightened in frustration. From a young age, he had been the pride of the Ji family, receiving praise and comfort from the old master wherever he went. At the tender age of 12, he had been designated the heir, gradually taking over the operations of the Ji group. The old master often asserted that no one was more suitable than him to lead the corporation. Yet now, due to such a trivial incident, his entire worth was being called into question. People make mistakes. Rushue had merely erred in a minor way. Why could they not grant her a chance? Observing his silence, the old master shook his head in disappointment and dialed a number on his phone. Secretary Jiang, come to me. Secretary Jiang. The chief secretary to the chairman and the head of the entire secretarial department arrived within 10 minutes. In his 40s and wearing glasses, he exuded professionalism and reliability. Old Master Ji began, draft a share transfer agreement for the chairman. Secretary Jiang nodded. The old master, in his advanced years, could depart from this world at any moment. It was indeed prudent to transfer his substantial shares to the president of the G Corporation sooner rather than later. He swiftly prepared the document and pushed the notebook toward Old Master Ji. Furrowing his brow, the old master remarked, the name is incorrect. It is not to be transferred to Ji Ziyuan but to Rong Yu. He did not wish for his mother to be overburdened. Yet in this society, without status or identity, one could easily be victimized. Indeed, a mere secretary had dared to bully the matriarch of the Ji family. Do not look at me with skepticism. Old Master Ji instructed Secretary Jiang. It is confirmed. It is to be transferred to Rong Yu. Secretary Jiang quickly glanced at Ji Ziyuan, who had lowered his head, resembling a wilted eggplant. Since the two most important figures in the Ji family did not object, he, as an outsider, naturally felt it inappropriate to voice any dissent, especially not to publicly question the old master's state of mind. Once the contract was finalized and printed, the old master reviewed it carefully before signing his name and then pushing it toward Rong Yu. Chapter 24. One should not ask others for gifts lightly. Rong Yu hesitated. She had no desire to take over the Ji corporation. The responsibilities were overwhelming. Moreover, there is an old adage that states, one generation should manage their own, implying that the older generation should not interfere in the education of children. However, with Yuan's parents deceased, it was grandfather Bao who had toiled tirelessly to raise the child. Now, at 78, how could she, as a mother, bear to witness grandfather Bao exhaust himself further? Her finger hovered over the page, and in the end, she signed her name on the final page. Chairman. Secretary Jiang promptly altered his address, declaring that from this moment forth, he would devote himself wholeheartedly to serving the chairman. May I inquire if the change in leadership necessitates a public announcement? Rong Yu replied. There is no need. Your awareness suffices. A public disclosure would bring her no advantage, but rather invite complications. Furthermore, the shares under her name will inevitably be transferred to Ji Ziyuan. Secretary Jiang nodded. Then I kindly ask the chairman to accompany me for the recording of facial recognition and fingerprints. Rong Yu rose and followed him to the adjacent office. After their departure, Elder Ji turned to Ji Ziyuan. As your great-grandmother is now the chairman of the group, it is unnecessary for her to report employee dismissals to you, the president. Is it? Ji Ziyuan clenched his fist. Was it really necessary to escalate matters to this extent simply because he had interceded on behalf of Rasno? He had previously read of his great-grandmother's illustrious achievements. Such a revered researcher should surely possess a magnanimous spirit. Why must she dismiss Rasno? Noticing his suppressed emotions, Elder Ji also grew agitated. He had once hoped for Secretary Lan to marry into the Ji family sooner rather than later. In hindsight, it was fortunate that this matter had not progressed, for otherwise, the Ji family would have gained a troublesome granddaughter-in-law. This lad, who was usually quite astute, seemed unable to discern the difference between a girlfriend and a great-grandmother in terms of familial ties. In our family, we do not discriminate based on lineage. Character is what truly matters, he stated sternly. I once believed that Lan Rasno was a child of noble character, and thus wholeheartedly supported your relationship. However, I must regretfully inform you that the Ji family will not accept a granddaughter-in-law of such moral depravity. Yuan, you must break up with her.
Yizha Yuan, incrédulas, responded.
Is it truly fair to label her morally corrupt simply because she inadvertently had the makeup artistry assigned? That seems excessively harsh. Elder Ji frowned. I ask you once more, will you separate? Your approach resembles that of a feudal patriarch, Ji Ziyuan retorted defiantly, straightening his back. I will not end this relationship. Ji Ziyuan parted his lips, contemplating that he could relinquish his presidential position. He was capable of entrepreneurship and establishing a company of his own. He spoke resolutely very well. Elder Ji stood and departed. Ji Ziyuan slumped back into his chair, pressing his fingers to his temples in distress. The door swung open, and Lan Rasno entered softly, asking, "The Yuan, what did the elder say?" Ji Ziyuan lifted his gaze. Allow me to suggest a job for you. I truly did not intend to target Miss Rong. Who could have predicted such a coincidence? Lan Rasno's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Ziyuan, do you believe me? Ji Ziyuan undoubtedly did. Otherwise, he would not have created such a ruckus with Elder Ji. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. A glance revealed a video call from Lan Yu. As soon as the connection was made, Lan Yu's sweet voice chimed, Daddy, are you still working? Ji Ziyuan's face broke into a gentle smile. It's past 10. Why is little Yu still awake? Just as he was about to respond, his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure. 220,000. Just moments ago, Elder Ji had taken all his bank cards. Henceforth, he would only receive a monthly salary. The majority of a president's income derived from stock dividends, with his fixed salary exceeding 220,000 a month. In other words, his monthly salary barely suffices to afford that dress. A person who never worries about money would hesitate in this situation. Dad, what's wrong? A frown immediately appeared on Lan Yu's face. It's just a dress. Everyone else has one. Am I not worthy of having it? Xiao Yu. At this moment, Lan Roshue spoke up. Hasn't your mother taught you not to ask others for gifts casually? But Dad is not just anyone. Rong Yu blinked her big eyes. Daddy, please buy it for me. If you don't, my classmates will laugh at me. Ji Ziyuan nodded instinctively. Let's buy it now. Rong Yu slept soundly through the night. In the morning, she was greeted by a pair of sparkling big eyes. Good morning, Duo. Good morning, Auntie. Duo beamed with a sweet smile. It's Monday, time for school, Auntie. Hurry and get up. The little girl was no longer as shy as when they first met. Rong Yu bent down to scoop her up. Let us go. Time for breakfast. Downstairs, Ji Ziyuan was already there. Upon seeing him, Duo shrank back a little, seemingly afraid, and quietly lowered her head to sip her porridge. Old Master Ji furrowed his brow. Where's the fifth one? I haven't seen him for the past 2 days. At this hour, how can he drive? Old Master Ji spoke. Old Yu, immediately arrange for Miss Rong a dedicated driver. No way. Ji Zhouya with messy hair came down from upstairs. I'm young. I've just stayed up a bit late. What's wrong with driving? He grabbed the car keys, carried Rong Yu's bag, opened the door for her, and fastened her seatbelt as they smoothly pulled out onto the road. Rong Yu cast him a glance. Did you spend the weekend playing games? Hee, only grandma understands me. Ji Zhouya chattered away. I stayed up 2 nights to complete the newly released game. I'm the first in the country to finish it.
Impressive, right?
Rong Yu inquired. Is the game fun? In her era, electronic games did not exist, so she was genuinely perplexed. Chapter 25. ISNT playing games quite simple? Rong Royale was surrounded by a throng of students. I heard insider news. Yao was first in the first performance. That's incredible. I can't believe a superstar is right beside us. How lucky. Yao seems to be getting more beautiful. Just looking at her is a delight. Rong Yu happened to arrive at the school gate. The crowd fell silent for a moment before resuming their hushed discussions. Look at that slacker from class 20 in the 3rd year. TSK. Is she trying to imitate Yao's debut? I heard Rong Yu and Yao are like sisters. That seems unlikely. Yao is fashionable and beautiful, while Rong Yu looks so outdated. Just look at those shoes she's wearing. They're from 4 or 5 years ago, completely out of style. It's laughable. Rong Royale instinctively glanced over. The price of a pair of shoes was over 200,000. Disdain flickered in her eyes. If you can't afford it, don't wear it. Don't embarrass yourself with fakes, alright? Hey, who's barking? Ji Zhouya halted, hands in his pockets, casting a cold glance at the chattering girls. If you're so bored, why not go help out in the vegetable field at the village? The girls widened their eyes in disbelief. How can you speak like that? I'm just saying it as it is. If you keep chattering, I might just have to carve your names on a stone tablet. Upon the utterance of those words, the surroundings fell abruptly silent. Rong Royale furrowed her brow and remarked, Ji Zhouya, we are all classmates. There is no need for such harsh words.
Yizhoya snorted coldly.
Rong, the campus bell. Perhaps you should spend more time managing your group of mindless fans. With that, he turned on his heel, eagerly following Rong Yu's footsteps. Rong Royale's expression reflected disdain. This rustic fellow, Rong Yu, could likely attract only a delinquent like Ji Zhouya. Little did he realize that the thrill of being adored by the campus bully would soon turn sour, particularly when faced with an unplanned pregnancy and the ensuing obligation of marriage. Upon entering the classroom, Rong Yu opened her book to study. After a while, she lifted her gaze, only to discover that Ji Zhouya had mysteriously vacated his seat, absent from the classroom for 76 minutes, with a deduction of 76,000. She turned to him. Fighting? That's a deduction of 10,000. A friendly reminder. Your living expenses for next month are already quite limited. So, do keep an eye on your budget. Ji Zhouya replied with a deep breath. Aren't you even going to ask why I went out to fight? Rong Yu retorted. You are utterly ungrateful. Chun Yen, fuming, interjected. It's because a few boys next door have been spreading malicious rumors about you online, claiming you rely on your body for attention. Jiga happened to be smoking nearby, overheard their nonsense, and couldn't contain himself, leading to a confrontation. Smoking? That's a 5,000 deduction, Rong Yu stated, continuing before Ji Zhouya could explode with indignation. However, your willingness to defend me in front of others indicates that you are a good child, so I shall reward you with 10,000. Chun Yen looked bewildered. Good child? Rong Yu was merely a repeat student, only a year older than Jigo, yet she spoke as if she were a mentor. Most astonishingly, Ji Zhouya, who typically exuded arrogance, appeared sheepish as he scratched his head. Goodness, that was his living expense. Rong Yu commanded deductions and rewards with ease. And Ji Zhouya expressed no objections whatsoever. Wasn't the plan to set her up and then cast her aside? Why did it seem as though Ji Zhouye had unwittingly ensnared himself? Ji Zhouye protested. Are we just to let them slander us without consequence? If he read more, perhaps he wouldn't resort to violence for resolution. Rong Yu smiled. If the defamatory information gets shared over 500 times, a case will be filed. Let them taste prison life. That will surely bring them to their senses. Chun Yan was taken aback. This strategy is indeed brilliant and rather ruthless.
Is Hoya conceited?
I acted impulsively. Take a seat, Rong Yu instructed as she retrieved a band-aid from her backpack, applying it to his elbow wound. Regardless of the profession you pursue in the future, you must focus on your studies now. Do not squander your precious youth. Ji Zhouye nodded vigorously. I understand, dear teacher. He was behaving quite well at that moment. However, by noon, he pulled out his phone and joined Chen Yan and others in a fierce gaming session, drawing a throng of underperforming students to watch. Rong Yu's gaze flicked in their direction. Ji Zhouye seemed to sense an authoritative presence and quickly stood up. I almost forgot. I promised to bring you along to play games this morning. Rong Yu was eager to embrace new experiences. She took out her phone, downloaded the trending game, and registered an account. After Ji Zhouye guided her through the controls, he invited her into their team of 5 to launch an assault on the enemy's stronghold. Before long, Rong Yu executed a flawless strike. First blood, double kill, triple kill. 5 individuals faced their demise, leaving one in a frenzied flight. She seemed to have entered a desolate realm, arriving directly beneath the crystal tower. In less than 5 minutes, the game concluded. This game was astonishingly simplistic. Rong Yu furrowed her brow, questioning whether such triviality warranted their daily obsession with their mobile devices. Ji Zhouye interjected, while Chun Yan accused, you must have played this before. You're deliberately pretending to be a novice to deceive us. Ji Zhouye was acutely aware that Rong Yu had never engaged with video games prior to this moment. How could a first-time player so effortlessly annihilate the competition? Despite his prowess in gaming, before Rong Yu, he appeared utterly inept. What a disgrace. Focus on your studies, children, Rong Yu advised. Mastering mathematics allows one to calculate the trajectory of the opponent's movements, considering factors such as speed, skills, and lane positioning, and by inputting fixed data models, one can deduce outcomes. She spoke with confidence, leaving her peers astonished. Creating mathematical models for gaming? Is this madness? They thought. Even if one comprehended the mathematical principles involved, could one truly find the time to compute them while immersed in gameplay? It was utterly absurd. Before Rong Yu could elaborate further, their homeroom teacher, Pei Yaro, entered the classroom. Rong Yu, prepare yourself. We are headed to Haichi University for the physics competition shortly. Chapter 26. I submit my paper early. At Haiching University, students began to arrive for the competition around 2 in the afternoon. Madame Song personally escorted Song Huai, offering advice. If you can secure a place among the top 3 in the national physics competition, you'll qualify for guaranteed admission to Beijing. Be meticulous when solving the problems. Check your work multiple times. As she spoke, she paused, noticing a girl in white attire. Was that not Rong Yu? Song Huai looked up, confirming it indeed was her. It was rather amusing that she had come all the way to the competition venue. Madame Song, finding humor in her frustration, thought to herself, does she even realize she is unworthy of our Song family? With a decisive motion, she slammed the car door shut, her high heels clicking as she approached Rong Yu. Rong Yu was preoccupied with calculating a set of equations when a shadow fell over her. Looking up, she recognized the woman before her, but momentarily could not recall her identity. I should have informed you more than once. The one betrothed to Song Huai is Yao Yao. Not you, Madame Song declared haughtily. Your audacity in pursuing him only serves to diminish our family's esteem. Rong Yu frowned, recalling that this was indeed Song Huai's mother. She forced a smile, quipping, Song Huai, your mother's level of narcissism is truly astonishing. Don't you ever manage her? Madame Song's expression darkened instantly. You trail after Song Huai like a shadow, making it common knowledge. Are you not ashamed? Our family has its dignity to uphold. I warn you, leave Haiching University at once, or else what is the matter? Pei Yaro, engaged in conversation with several teachers, approached upon hearing the commotion. She first spotted Song Huai, then Madame Song, and greeted them. Madame Song, what seems to be the issue? Rong Yu replied. Madame Song insists that I vacate the premises immediately. I fear that won't be possible, Pei Yaro responded, her smile fading. Rong Yu is a representative student from our school. The competition is about to commence, and we must enter. She extracted Rong Yu's competition certificate from her bag, embracing his shoulder as they entered the school gates amid the bustling crowd. Mrs. Song, filled with disbelief, remarked on how this daughter of the Rong family had failed her college entrance examination, scoring a mere 100 points. Despite the substantial sum Rong's family had spent to secure her a place in the prestigious first high school. Her abysmal grades raised doubts about her qualifications to represent the school in the competition. Song Hui glanced at Rong Yu's retreating figure. She had been assigned to class 20. Colloquially known as the underperformers class, likely due to the absence of more exceptional students. I knew it, Mrs. Song sneered, lamenting how Rong's family had squandered money for a spot in a renowned institution only for her to be relegated to a class for the academically challenged. What a waste. Song Hui declared as he picked up his backpack. Mom, I'm heading inside now. Securing a top 3 position nationally would grant me a direct admission to Tsinghua or Beida, which is of utmost importance. Seated in the examination hall, Rong Yu perused the test paper thoroughly. Aside from the final complex question, the rest appeared straightforward, easily yielding their answers at a glance. However, Mr. Pei had instructed that all workings must be clearly documented. With determination, Rong Yu began to write. Upon completing the test, she checked the time. Less than half an hour had elapsed. Just as she stood up, the invigilator furrowed his brow and admonished her. What are you doing? Sit down, and do not disrupt others. I am submitting my paper early, Rong Yu replied. The other candidates in the classroom lifted their heads in unison, bewildered. Early? Submitting? Was that even something one could utter? Song Hui glanced up just as the invigilator prepared to deliver a stern reprimand. However, upon inspecting the paper, he noted it was filled with neat, flowing handwriting, devoid of any signs of hastiness. As he accepted the paper, Rong Yu gathered her stationery and stepped out. She meandered through Haicheng University, reflecting on the week she had spent there teaching mathematics upon her return from studying abroad 70 years ago. Unconsciously, she found herself at the very classroom where she had once taught, now transformed into a museum showcasing the university's historical artifacts. As she strolled through, it felt as though she were traversing the mists of history. Rong Yu came across a blackboard inscribed with the 8 great unsolved problems that had troubled the mathematical community for 30 years. The wall was covered in dense formulas, yet lacking conclusions. The foremost problem was the stability of planetary orbits in relation to chaos theory. She recalled a saying, mathematics is the most beautiful language, describing the laws of the entire universe. Decades prior, Huaxia had endeavored to explore the cosmos, yet its technological advancements were stifled, leaving them at an impasse. 70 years later, however, Huaxia had made remarkable strides in aerospace. This challenge was daunting, yet the greater the difficulty, the more enticing and enjoyable it became. Rong Yu seized a piece of chalk and swiftly began to calculate in the blank spaces of the blackboard. What are you doing? A sharp voice interrupted her thoughts as a young teacher approached briskly. This blackboard is off limits for scribbling. Rong Yu's hand froze as she realized what she had done. Her derivations had filled every empty space beneath those unsolved problems. I apologize, I will erase it right away, she said, just as she reached for the eraser. Wait. A voice called from behind her. The young teacher hurriedly approached, addressing Professor Yun. The professor gestured for silence, her gaze firmly fixed on the equations inscribed on the blackboard. She picked up a pen, diligently working through the calculations nestled within the formulas. To her astonishment, a solution emerged. It became evident that this was indeed the correct direction. Rong Yu nodded, expressing her belief that the result was flawed, identifying a misstep in the intermediary process. By reversing the approach at that juncture, she circled a particular area on the board, recalculating with a fresh perspective. This would yield at least 3 distinct values, which necessitated a consideration of the specific characteristics of the planets in question. Professor Yun acknowledged her insight, remarking that her approach was somewhat conservative. In the context of 4 or 5 decades ago, it would have sufficed, but I encourage you to be bolder in your explorations, she advised. Thus, the two stood before the blackboard, engrossed in earnest discussion. It was not until the bell signaling the end of the physics competition rang that Rong Yu realized nearly 2 hours had elapsed. The problem at hand, a formidable conundrum that had perplexed the mathematical community for 30 years, had not yielded a concrete result in such a brief period. However, the trajectory of their inquiry was now crystal clear. Professor Yun regarded Rong Yu with admiration, inquiring about her mentor. I study under Professor Pei, Rong Yu replied. The professor furrowed her brow. Is there a Professor Pei in the mathematics community? Rong Yu continued. Professor Pei is the physics teacher at Haicheng No. 1 High School, where I am currently in my senior year. High school student? Professor Yun's expression was one of disbelief. To tackle such a world-class problem at your age is remarkable. How is it that such a mathematical prodigy has only just emerged? Surely you must lack a mentor. Allow me to assume that role. In Chapter 27, she introduced herself. I am Yun Xiaoyuan, a professor at Tsinghua University and recently invited to serve as the vice president of Haicheng University. I am also an academician at the Mathematics Department of the Central Research Institute and the deputy director of the National Mathematical Research Institute. Yun Xiaoyuan's self-introduction left the young teacher beside her utterly astonished. It felt as though the professor was promoting herself. This was none other than the esteemed Professor Yun, a luminary in the realm of mathematics who had consistently turned away countless talented students yearning to study under her tutelage. Yet now, she was extending an invitation to a female high school student to become her protégée. Should this news circulate, it would undoubtedly cause a stir in the mathematical community. Rong Yu felt a profound sense of joy and satisfaction from her conversation with Professor Yun. Having such a mentor was indeed a fortuitous blessing. She pondered aloud. Is there anything I must do to become your student? Yun Xiaoyuan released a quiet sigh of relief, smiling as she replied, simply follow my guidance. No additional requirements are necessary. The future of mathematics requires young minds like yours to forge new paths. I attend school every day, Rong Yu candidly stated, realizing that her time with Professor Yun might be limited. Do not worry about following me for now, Yun Xiaoyuan reassured her. Your thinking appears rather conventional, as though it remains anchored in the previous century. This may be due to the drawbacks of the examination-oriented education system. I suggest your senior brother take you under his wing to broaden your horizons. As she spoke, she made a phone call. Lin rang. Please come to the exhibition hall. I have accepted a student, and she will be your direct junior sister. When you arrive, kindly bring a gift for her, as well as a cup of coffee for me. In approximately 5 minutes, Rong Yu found herself in the presence of Lin Rang. He was, after all, a disabled individual confined to a wheelchair. Appearing to be nearly 30, he held a cup of coffee in one hand while cradling a potted flower in his lap, struggling to maneuver the wheelchair with the other. Yet, there was not a trace of embarrassment on Lin Rang's face as he gazed at Rong Yu, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Only heaven knew how many years he had longed for his fellow disciples to join him. At last, the teacher had taken on a student, and he could finally have someone to share the burdens of labor. Come, take the flower pot, he urged. Yun Xiaoyuan playfully smacked his hand. That is your junior sister. You must cherish and protect her. Who allowed you to command her? This is a welcome gift for your sister. Shouldn't she hold it herself? Lin Rang handed it to Rong Yu, explaining that he had hurriedly bought the flower on the way and would provide an additional welcome gift later. Rong Yu smiled as she accepted it. This is lovely. Thank you, senior brother. I have a prior engagement, so I must take my leave. Yun Xiaoyuan took a sip of coffee and encouraged them. You two should get acquainted. We can have a meal together when time allows. She hurried away with the young teacher. No sooner had she departed than Pei Yaro approached Rong Yu. I found you. You scared me to death. I almost thought you were missing. How did the exam go? Do you feel confident? Mid-sentence, she suddenly halted, her gaze fixed incredulously on the man seated beside her in the wheelchair. Lin, Professor Lin? Lin Rang was a mathematics professor at Haicheng University, hired at great expense. It was said that he displayed extraordinary mathematical talent at the tender age of 12, gaining admission to Tsinghua University and later pursuing studies abroad. However, fate dealt a cruel hand. A car accident at 20 left him disabled. Had it not been for this misfortune, his accomplishments would have been even more remarkable. During his journey here, Lin Rang had already researched Rong Yu's background. He spoke in a calm tone, Professor Pei. Rong Yu is considered a student within the department by Professor Yun. She is my junior sister. She may need to leave campus frequently for experiments. So, I wanted to inform you in advance. Pei Yara was taken aback, her mind swirling in confusion. After a moment, she stammered. She is in her senior year. Frequently leaving school may not be feasible. Lin Rang smiled gently. Her mathematical prowess is exceptional. As long as she produces research results, Professor Yun will write a recommendation letter for her to Beijing, effectively ensuring her admission. Pei Yaru staggered slightly. Beijing? Direct admission? Good heavens, am I hallucinating? A recommendation letter guarantees admission? Is that even possible?
Wait.
She swallowed hard and asked, Professor Yun, you mean Professor Yun Xiaoyuan, right?
Lin Rang nodded.
Pei Yaru was astonished. That was a renowned authority in the field of mathematics, the kind whose work could appear in textbooks. She stammered, Rong Yu only has some talent in physics. Mathematics might be. Lin Rang interjected. In truth, her excellence in mathematics makes studying physics effortless for her. She is young, and now is the perfect time for her to be nurtured. He then lifted his gaze. By the way, Professor Yun's research involves state secrets. To prevent Rong Yu from being exploited by unknown forces, this matter should only be disclosed to a select few individuals. Pei Yar nodded vigorously. Just one Professor Lin left her in awe, while the thought of Professor Yun was beyond her imagination. With Rong Yu becoming a student of Professor Yun, she was likely to achieve remarkable accomplishments in the near future. After Pei Yar departed, Lin Rang meticulously discussed the current research projects with Rong Yu, and the two engaged in delightful conversation. It was only then that she bid farewell to Lin Rang. He escorted her to the school gate, stating, "Let us agree on this. I shall invite you to tour the research lab in a few days." Upon reaching the entrance, they encountered Ji Ziyuan, who appeared momentarily taken aback. "Mr. Ji?" "Professor Lin." Ji Ziyuan approached, inquiring, "Miss Rong and Professor Lin, may I ask what brings you together?" G Corporation is currently developing an artificial intelligence machine that necessitates mathematical models for advancement, hence the collaboration with Professor Lin. We are all on the same side. Rong Yu smiled, introducing, "This is my senior brother Lin Rang, and this is my family, Ji Ziyuan." Lin Rang was momentarily stunned. Family? Boyfriend? His junior sister? At such a tender age, already in a relationship? Wealthy individuals, particularly handsome ones, are notoriously fickle. Could it be that his junior sister was being deceived? Ji Ziyuan was slightly astonished. Lin Rang is his great-grandmother's senior? This implies that his great-grandmother has become a student of Professor Yun Xiaoyuan. If only his great-grandmother could live a few more years, her achievements might surpass those of Professor Yun. He extended his hand, saying, "I hope that Professor Lin will take good care of Miss Rong moving forward." Lin Rang smiled, replying, "Of course. Among family, we still refer to her as Miss Rong." How fashionable. Ji Ziyuan opened the car door, respectfully gesturing for Rong Yu to enter. Just as Song Hui exited the university gates, he noticed Rong Yu stepping into a luxury vehicle, valued at approximately 40 to 50 million. A slight furrow creased his brow. Wasn't he Rong Yu in a relationship with Ji Zhouya? Who was this man? Regardless, her choice of companions was of no concern to him. As the car began to move, Rong Yu spoke first. "I am headed to the chairman's office for a brief visit. We need to further enhance the network firewall at G Corporation." Chapter 28. The Most Exceptional Heir. Is this it? At G Corporation's headquarters, two towering buildings stood by the riverside of Haicheng, becoming a landmark. The vehicle halted at the entrance, where an assistant personally greeted them, opening the car door for the president. To his surprise, the president circled to the back seat, opening the door for the passenger. He anticipated the arrival of a prominent figure, only to witness an exceedingly youthful woman. No, she could only be described as a girl, emerging from the vehicle. She carried a backpack, resembling a student. The two proceeded to the exclusive elevator for G Corporation's upper management, ascending directly to the top floor. Secretary Jiang had been informed ahead of time and awaited at the elevator entrance, politely inviting Rong Yu into the chairman's office, placing recent documents that required review on the desk. Ji Ziyuan then descended to meet the visitors from High Corporation. As he entered the conference room, Lan Roshue and Lan Yu entered G Corporation's building. The staff from the secretarial department gathered around to converse. "Why didn't T Secretary Lan inform us of her resignation in advance? We were hoping to throw her a farewell party." "What do you know? It's undoubtedly Mr. G who has asked Secretary Lan to become a full-time wife at home. Soon, she will be Mrs. G, which is quite enviable. When the wedding occurs, do remember to invite us old colleagues." Lan Roshue replied with restrained laughter. "It's still in the early stages. You all focus on your work while I head in." She led Lan Yu into the president's office. A friendly female secretary poured a cup of coffee and whispered, "Just now, when Mr. G arrived at the company, he was accompanied by a girl who looked to be no more than 20. They appeared quite intimate." Lan Roshue's smile faltered. The only girl who could be close to Ji Ziyuan must undoubtedly be Rong Yu. No wonder Rong Yu wanted to dismiss her. It was clear she intended to cultivate a relationship with Ziyuan at the company. She forced a smile and said, "That girl is a relative of the Ji family. About to graduate, here for an internship at Jisher. Please keep this under wraps. Be careful, or Mr. Ji might give you trouble." The secretary quickly covered her mouth in response. Once she left, Lan Yu pouted in displeasure. "That Aunt Rong is so annoying, always monopolizing my dad. I really can't stand her, even more than Duo. At first, Duo always clung to Dad. I need to come up with a plan to deal with Aunt Rong. Who does Xiaoya dislike?" The door swung open and Ji Ziyuan entered.
"Dad!"
Lan Yu exclaimed, rushing towards him. "I drew a picture at kindergarten today. The teacher said I could give it to my favorite person."
"Dad, this is for you."
Ji Ziyuan took the drawing, which was quite simple: grass, flowers, white clouds, and a blue sky, with little else, but he felt a surge of joy. So, he was Lan Yu's favorite person. Lan Yu twirled around, saying, "It's because I love Dad that I'm wearing this dress you bought for me." This was the exquisite dress worth 220,000. Indeed, it looked beautiful. Ji Ziyuan lifted her up, just about to speak when a knock on the door interrupted them. Secretary Jiang entered. "President, the chairman requests your presence in his office." Lan Roshue bit her lip. "Is the old man here too? Has he come in person to support Rong Yu?" If the company learned that Rong Yu was actually the Ji family's chosen granddaughter-in-law, wouldn't she become a laughingstock? She gently pushed Lan Yu.
Dad.
"Are you going to be busy with work again?" Lan Yu blinked her big eyes, tears pooling. "I really want to have dinner with Dad and share stories from kindergarten. Can you please stay and eat with me first?"
Woo-woo.
As she cried, her breathing suddenly quickened. Lan Roshua's expression turned alarmed. "Oh no, Ziyuan. Lan Yu's asthma is about to act up. You must promise her, or she might cry until she gets sick."
Please.
Ji Ziyuan, filled with concern, picked up Lan Yu. "Dad will take you to dinner. Be good and stop crying." Lan Yu choked out, "Let's go now." Ji Ziyuan turned to Secretary Jiang. "Any matters can wait until later." He carried Lan Yu out. Lan Roshue sneered. "What does it matter if the old man is backing her? As long as Lan Yu speaks a word, Ziyuan can drop everything." The three of them took the elevator down. Rong Yu raised her head. "Is the management at Jishur so lax that a former employee can freely enter the executive area?" "It's the chairman." Secretary Jiang stood upright, assuring, "This matter can be resolved tonight." He had initially thought Rong Yu was just a Na'vi girl. Yet, after spending barely 20 minutes with her, his perception was brightly transformed, the mountain of prejudice in his heart crumbling. Secretary Jiang immediately called the procurement department. This task primarily falls under the purview of Leader Lan. Yet, he has already clocked out for the day, and it is likely that a report on the matter will not be forthcoming until tomorrow. Secretary Jiang furrowed her brow. It was currently 5:45, with a mere 15 minutes remaining until the end of the workday. "By the way, isn't Leader Lan the brother-in-law of President Ji? We cannot dare criticize his tardiness or early departures. If his sister, Secretary Lan, whispers in President Ji's ear, how are we lowly employees to survive?" Secretary Jiang, holding a senior position and serving the board, had been oblivious to this connection. With a grave expression, she ended the call and said, "Chairman, I will handle this matter." Rong Yu shook her head. "The most outstanding heir of the Ji family. Is this all there is?" She pointed to the ledgers. "These records are evidence. We must report this to the police immediately." Secretary Jiang was taken aback. "But what about President Ji?" "I have given him the opportunity," Rong Yu replied coolly. "It is he who chose not to come. I had originally intended to resolve this privately, but he insisted on challenging my patience. Therefore, I shall leave everything to the authorities." Meanwhile, Ji Ziyuan had brought the mother and daughter, Lan Roshue and her child, to the most luxurious Western restaurant by the riverside in Haicheng. This was a place they frequented. The restaurant manager personally welcomed them, guiding the trio to a private room for their meal. After dining, as night fell, the riverside lights twinkled on, creating a lavish atmosphere for dinner amidst the precious real estate of Haicheng. Over an hour later, the meal concluded. Ji Ziyuan instinctively reached into his pocket for his wallet to settle the bill, only to remember that his card had long been confiscated. However, there were still a few coins in his mobile wallet. He opened the QR code. The manager scanned it and said, "Hello, insufficient balance." Chapter 29, Reclaiming All Your Assets. A rare look of embarrassment crossed Ji Ziyuan's face. He pressed his lips together and asked, "How much is the total?" The manager was slightly surprised. This esteemed Ji had never inquired about the price before, always paying directly by card. Today was indeed peculiar. Ji Ziyuan silently lamented. He typically brought Roshue here every few days, spending approximately 300,000 to 400,000 a month at this restaurant. This amount had never seemed significant before, but now. He raised his hand. "Please hold on for a moment." The manager nodded and stepped aside. Lan Yu, her eyes wide, asked, "Daddy, how can your account have insufficient funds? Don't you have over 70,000? Her mouth was promptly covered.
Lan Zusel understo.
It must have been the old man imposing economic sanctions on Ziyuan to force her and him to part ways. She could not fathom it. Just a few days prior, the old man had been quite fond of her, even inquiring about their wedding plans. Yet suddenly, with the emergence of Rong Yu, everything had taken a swift turn, catching her off guard. Over 70,000, she indeed had that sum. Upon her divorce, she received a compensation of over 2 million, and all her earnings from work in recent years had been saved. Additionally, Ji Ziyuan often gifted her luxury items, which she sold if she did not fancy them. Thus, she was not destitute. However, when out on a date, is it not somewhat inappropriate for a woman to spend money? Contemplating this, Lan Roshue refrained from saying anything further. Ji Ziyuan located a friend on the list and sent a request for a loan. The friend was perplexed. You borrowed over 200,000 just 2 days ago. And now you're asking for 80,000. What on earth is happening? Is the Ji family going bankrupt? Ji Ziyuan preferred not to elaborate. In the next moment, a notification on his phone indicated a deposit of 1 million. He promptly settled the bill. I told you. How could Dad possibly be unable to cover even the cost of meals? Lan Yu chuckled, while her mother remarked, Dad is the richest man in the world. Henceforth, I shall be the wealthiest little princess. Ji Ziyuan subtly furrowed his brow. How could Roshue discuss financial matters in front of the children? Lan Roshue sensed his mood and pondered how to smooth things over when her phone suddenly vibrated. It was an unfamiliar number. She answered it casually. Is this a relative of Lan Zigong? He has been detained for illegally profiting from his position. Please come to the police station immediately to cooperate with the investigation. At this moment, Rong Yu was already seated at the Ji family's dining table. Farong Manor employed 8 chefs, representing various cuisines from across Huaxia, ensuring that the meals were never repetitive. After finishing a meal, he rubbed his hands and said to the elder, grandfather, having attended to great-grandmother so meticulously, shouldn't I be rewarded? The elder pulled out 2 empty pockets. What do you think I could give you? Previously, he would casually eat something outside after school and then head to an internet CAF to play games. However, today he discovered he had no money left even for dining out. His credit card was maxed out, and his WeChat balance was a pitiful 5 yuan and 60 fen. Quite dismal indeed. Turning around, he hurriedly approached his older brother, pleading, Brother, I'm out of money.
Can you lend me some?
I have no money either, Ji Ziyuan retorted, displaying an empty wallet. All his bank and credit card accounts had been confiscated. Ji Zhouye was taken aback. Goodness, my brother is in such dire straits as well. Suddenly, he felt a sense of balance within himself. Rong Yu spread her hands. Unable to locate you or Lan Zigong, we have no choice but to let the police intervene. She smiled slightly, noting the account books that revealed he had siphoned off 480,000 yuan from the Ji family over the past 6 months. If it were you, how would you handle this? Ji Ziyuan pressed his lips together. 480,000 was indeed not a significant sum for him. His monthly dining expenses far exceeded that amount. If the offender were an ordinary employee, he would follow standard procedures without hesitation. Nonetheless, Roshue had lost both parents and had only this one relative left. Lan Zigong is quite a decent person, Ji Zhouye interjected. Last month, he even treated me and a group of friends to drinks. He is very loyal. I believe there is no need to escalate this to the police. It's just over 40,000, and the Ji family could cover it. You impertinent fool. The elder struck Ji Zhouye on the forehead with his cane. It seems you have had it too easy. How can you dismiss over 40,000 so lightly? He then turned his glare to Ji Ziyuan, exclaiming, How could I have raised such a dim-witted heir? Lan Zigong is a parasite that threatens the very foundation of the Ji family, and you dare to plead for him? It infuriates me. Rong Yu offered a glass of water. Such a trivial matter, and you're worked up to this extent. She looked at Ji Ziyuan, suggesting, If Lan Zigong can pay 10 times the compensation within 3 days, the Ji family will withdraw the police report.
Yuan paused.
Tenfold. That amounts to 4,800,000. Thus, he could only hastily sell his sports car. The fate of the Lan family in prison was of no concern to her. She merely wished for Ji Ziyuan to recognize the true nature of the Lan family. After all, they were his blood relatives. It was impossible to ignore them. Ji Zhouye was taken aback. His elder brother was the future heir of the Ji family, a figure of undeniable authority at home. In the past, for any significant family matters, it was always his elder brother who made the decisions. He silently lit a candle. Ji Ziyuan stood in the hall for a long time. He could not blame his great-grandmother or grandfather, for it was indeed Lan Zigong who had erred. It was entirely due to his usual indulgence of Lan Zigong that such a grave mistake had occurred. He first called his second brother, a Yan. Ji Yanting interrupted him. I am unaware of what transpired between you and grandfather. However, he instructed me not to lend you a single penny. The third and fourth brothers were likely also warned by grandfather. I apologize, big brother. Ji Ziyuan's eyes darkened. He could only call a friend. What on earth has happened? Your grandfather called me late at night, forbidding any financial assistance, or else he would cease cooperation with my company. Just as Ji Ziyuan hung up the phone, he received a call from Lan Roshua, her voice hoarse from crying. Yuan, what is the situation? Will grandfather agree to withdraw the report? Chapter 30. He had once pursued the campus beauty, Rong. Ji Ziyuan stepped onto the balcony. Roshua, Lan Zigong has indeed broken the law. The Ji family has a strict policy of zero tolerance. His voice was gentle, stating that if the tenfold compensation could be paid within 3 days, the Ji family would withdraw the report. Tenfold. Lan Roshua exclaimed, how could my brother possibly have that much money? Isn't this a matter of life and death?
Ziyuan.
You will help us, won't you? Ji Ziyuan reassured her. Don't worry, leave this matter to me.
Thank you, Ziyuan.
Without you, I wouldn't know what to do. I am so grateful to you. After comforting her for several minutes, Ji Ziyuan finally hung up the phone. He stood on the balcony, feeling the cool night breeze, and rubbed his temples in frustration. Rong Yu slept soundly. Early in the morning, she received several pages of equations from her senior, Lin Rang, urging her to continue the calculations and derive the first step's answer. This pertained to the calculations of planetary orbits. For Rong Yu, it was not a simple task, as she had rarely encountered aerospace topics before. She took out her phone to take pictures and sent the several pages of notes. This was a small asteroid discovered by the Aerospace Research Institute last month, drawing increasingly closer to Earth, making it imperative to begin calculating its orbital trajectory. The institute had invited numerous mathematicians for simulations, and precise data had only just been computed the previous night. The calculations made by the junior sister matched perfectly with the publicly released data from the Aerospace Institute. Lin Rang was astonished. It is known that the Aerospace Bureau employs the most advanced computational aids for simulations, while the junior sister only used a pen. No wonder the teacher was so eager to take her under his wing. He feared she might be snatched away. Upon receiving the news, Rong Yu immediately embarked on a new round of calculations. Our classmate Rong Yu has passed the preliminary round of the National Physics Competition with full marks. Pei Yara beamed, urging everyone to congratulate Rong Yu. She was the first to applaud. The students, momentarily bewildered, gradually erupted into a cacophony of discussions. Perfect scores in physics? How could that be possible? The academic representative paused, seemingly taken aback. It appeared to indeed be the case. The pressure on the class monitor intensified instantaneously. The representative mused silently. If Rong Yu truly had such exceptional grades, how could she have been transferred to class 20? The group leader pursed her lips, contemplating that Rong Yu mingled daily with Ji Zhouye and his cohort of underachievers. Surely her academic performance could not be that stellar. Each of the three harbored their own thoughts. However, as soon as class concluded, the group leader took the initiative to approach Rong Yu. Could you explain this physics problem to me? The class monitor and the academic representative exchanged glances before silently moving closer to observe. Rong Yu glanced at the problem, swiftly penned down an answer, but suddenly recalled Pei Yuro's instructions. She crossed it out and began to explain meticulously. This question tests the most fundamental concepts. The group leader's face was a picture of astonishment. How could Rong Yu solve such a complex physics problem using the simplest of reasoning? This indeed demonstrated true capability. The class monitor, unwilling to be outdone, posed another question. Rong Yu, unfazed, earnestly elucidated it once more. The academic representative was eager to inquire further. Just then, Ji Zhouye slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, "It's already been 5 minutes. If we delay any longer, the cafeteria will run out of soup." The group, as if awakened from a dream, hurriedly surged towards the cafeteria. Though there were no seats available, Ji Zhouye's mere tap on a table would prompt the occupants to vacate immediately. Rong Yu cast a casual glance in his direction. Ji Zhouye felt a shiver run down his spine and mumbled, "I was just watching them finish up." Chun Yen covered his face. He had never witnessed Ji Zhouye carry such a guilty expression. The cafeteria buzzed with chatter as students discussed the physics competition. My goodness, a perfect score in physics. This isn't merely a top student, it's akin to a deity of academia. If she wins a national award, she could secure a direct admission to prestigious universities like Beijing. The comparisons among students are simply futile.
Zhouye scoffed.
So what if she got a perfect score in physics? Is that such a monumental achievement worth boasting about? He noted someone had become agitated. He had previously pursued the campus belle, Rong Yu, and was now rivals with Song Hui, yet he felt a similar urgency. But hadn't he been in a relationship with Rong Yu now? Could she truly be compared to the campus belle? It was absurd. Ji Zhouye's irritation grew. His pursuit of Rong Yu had stemmed from a desire to experience the thrill of conquest after she had been crowned the campus beauty. That was years ago. Why bring it up daily? What was the point? Was a perfect score in physics truly deserving of such urgency? He scoffed. Our class 20 has produced a perfect score in physics. I failed to comprehend the fuss surrounding this matter. Indeed. Chun Yen chimed in. Our Rong Yu also achieved full marks and secured a spot in the semifinals. Has she ever boasted about it?
Ha!
At this proclamation, the entire assembly fell silent. Who was Rong Yu? She was the one who participated in the selection contest alongside the campus belle, rumored to be a repeat student with dismal grades. For her to attain a perfect score and enter the semifinals was utterly outrageous. I bet she simply sat next to Song Hui and copied his answers, they murmured, incredulously. Ji Zhonai abruptly tossed down his chopsticks and stood up with fervor. Who are you accusing of plagiarism? Speak again, if you dare. His grandmother had been a university student, a graduate, a professor, and a researcher 70 years ago. What did high school physics matter? As for accusations of copying, exceptional individuals shine bright anywhere. Chapter 31. Provide a clear answer regarding the repayment timeline. The cafeteria buzzed with activity. Rong Yu and Song Hui occupied a table by the window. She lifted her gaze. Did you sit next to Rong Yu during the exam? A considerable distance apart, Song Hui hesitated before continuing. She submitted her paper half an hour into the test, while others hadn't even completed half. There's no way she could have copied from anyone. Rong Yu found this hard to believe. How could that possibly be? A student transitioning from humanities to sciences within just half a month, competing in a national-level contest and managing to score full marks to enter the second round? It was utterly inconceivable. Could it be, she pondered, that she had obtained the answers in advance? Song Hui furrowed his brow. That possibility cannot be dismissed. The others engaged in various speculations. Yet, given Ji Zunyi's menacing demeanor, no one dared to voice their thoughts loudly, and the chatter gradually subsided. Rong Yu quietly ate her meal. Chun Yen complained, Brother Yi, since the day before yesterday, you've been swiping my meal card. Even this morning, you made me pay for yogurt and snacks, totaling 83 yuan. When will you repay me? Ji Zunyi's expression darkened. Is 80-odd yuan worth your complaint? After all, I am quite impoverished. Chun Yen shrank back. My grandmother collects scrap to provide for my living expenses. I can't possibly hand over half of it to you. Ji Zhonai understood Chun Yen's difficult circumstances. His father had passed away, his mother remarried, and he was raised by his grandmother. He had once considered offering help discreetly, but Chun Yen's fierce pride made it impossible for him to take advantage of the situation. Chun Yen timidly asked, Brother Yi, could you give me a definite answer regarding the repayment? Ji Zhonai reluctantly turned to Rong Yu. Rong Yu set down her chopsticks. Chun Yen, your grandmother has worked hard to support your education. You barely even look at your textbooks at school. Do you think that's fair to her? Chun Yen was taken aback. Her tone resembled that of a strict dean. He lowered his head. My cousins, regardless of their grades, all went to work after high school, and I am no different. The fragmented conversation drifted into Rong Yu's ears. She was aware of Ji Zunyi's financial struggles, but never imagined it had reached such depths that he had to borrow money even for meals. Reflecting on her past, having been pursued by someone like Ji Zhonai, she felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment. She glanced up and noticed Rong Yu was actually helping Ji Zhonai repay Chun Yen, which made her chuckle. Song Hui stood up. Let us go to the study room. In the afternoon, Rong Yu continued to simulate the trajectory of the second tier of asteroids. A mistake in one step forced her to restart. Suddenly, the classroom buzzed with murmurs. She pulled herself from her thoughts and looked up, noticing that the math teacher, Wu Su, had been called out by the dean. It was rumored that Wu had posted a viewpoint online that had stirred the mathematics community, prompting a professor to visit the school to discuss it with him. Behold, it is the principal personally receiving the esteemed professor. I have delved into some information and discovered that he is none other than the renowned Professor Min, a national academician and the deputy director of the Mathematical Research Institute. Goodness, what an eminent figure indeed. To think that an academician would grace our humble institution with his presence. In the school conference room, the principal, vice principal, secretary, and other high-ranking officials gathered to welcome Professor Min. Professor Min, known as Min Shanin, is in his 60s, impeccably dressed in a suit. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries with the school leaders, he privately invited Wu Su to discuss a particular topic. Wu Su's hands trembled with excitement. This was an academician, a titan in the field, a figure he had only glimpsed in the news, now deigning to meet him in person. The immense sense of vanity made Wu Su's heart race uncontrollably. However, when Professor Min posed a particularly challenging question, Wusu's previously fervent enthusiasm was abruptly chilled. He felt as if his blood had turned to ice, and he was paralyzed from head to toe.
Wu sugerirle nadie.
I have been quite busy lately and have not yet commenced the derivation. Little did he expect that Professor Min would seek him out personally. He forced an awkward smile, realizing the question was far too specialized for his level of expertise. Beads of sweat formed on his brow as he wiped his glasses repeatedly to calm his nerves. Professor Min spoke softly. Doesn't Mr. Wu have an assistant dedicated to this part of the calculations? With this lifeline, Wu Su instantly exhaled in relief. Yes, Professor. I have enlisted a classmate to assist with the derivation. She has completed this section independently. Would it not be better for her to elaborate? Professor Min nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the bewildered Rong Yu, who was still engrossed in her equations, was summoned to the conference room. Wu Su introduced her. Professor, this is classmate Rong Yu. Professor Min did not underestimate her youth, as he reiterated the initial question. Rong Yu deftly sketched a parabola on paper, explaining, a parabola is a curve with an infinitely open shape, its properties distinctly different from those of ellipses or hyperbolas. If we introduce a convergence factor, allowing the openings of each parabola to gradually diminish, Professor Min paused. Are you suggesting that the focal distance of the parabola decreases in a certain pattern? If the nth parabola is 1/3 of the previous one, the entire system would form a self-similar linear pattern. Rong Yu's pencil flowed, articulating her ideas with fervor. Professor Min's interest was piqued, and he picked up his pen. Following your reasoning, the convergence of parabolas could indeed evolve into a geometric problem. How fascinating, how intriguing. The two engaged in a lively exchange, leaving Wu Su unable to interject a single word. Rong Yu, too, felt invigorated, smiling as she remarked, it is never too late to learn. You express yourself remarkably well, young lady, Professor Min said earnestly. Might you have an interest in becoming my student? Wu Su's eyes widened in astonishment. The illustrious Professor Min is willing to accept students? In the realm of mathematics, scholars of Professor Min's caliber are exceedingly rare. It is said that he has mentored dozens of students, accepting only one per year, each at the very least a Ph.D. graduate from an Ivy League institution. For a high school student like Rong Yu to catch the eye of Professor Min is indeed an extraordinary stroke of luck. Chapter 32. You have missed an opportunity for ascendancy. I apologize, Professor Min, but I already have a teacher. Rong Yu's words momentarily stunned Min Shinin, who soon broke into a smile. You may not fully comprehend, he patiently elucidated. The teacher you refer to is merely the one instructing your foundational courses. Once I become your mentor, I shall guide you in research, assisting you in scaling the lofty peaks of mathematics. This entails that you will have the opportunity to engage with cutting-edge mathematical research and participate in nationally significant confidential projects. Do you understand? Wu Su felt a surge of excitement. One must ask, which mathematician would not yearn to delve into the forefront of research? Who would not wish to partake in national projects? This was the dream he had tirelessly pursued, yet it had so effortlessly fallen into the hands of a high school student. Rong Yu nodded. I understand, but I genuinely already have a teacher guiding my mathematical research. Can the teacher you acknowledge possibly compare to Professor Min? Wu Su quietly prompted her, reminding her that Professor Min is an academician, a leading mathematician in the country. If you were to become his student, you could forego the college entrance examination altogether. A single recommendation letter from Professor Min would secure your admission to Beta or Tsinghua. Do you truly comprehend this? He could not fathom why such an esteemed figure would choose to mentor a high school student. However, he realized that when opportunity knocks, one must seize it with fervor. Yet Rong Yu still shook her head. Professor Min, I am truly sorry, but I have no intention of switching teachers. Min Shinin had over 30 students under his tutelage. However, the child was young and innocent, perhaps still unaware of the significance of the situation. He proposed, let us exchange contact information. Should you ever change your mind, you may reach out to me at any time. Rong Yu took out her phone, and they added each other as WeChat friends. Min Shinin was a busy man, and after their conversation, he departed. Wu Su looked at Rong Yu with great dismay. You have missed an opportunity to ascend to great heights. What can I say to you? Rong Yu raised her gaze. It turns out that the parabolic derivation that teacher Wu previously assigned to me was intended for a journal publication.
To me?
Academic achievement is important, but integrity is paramount. You misunderstand, Wu Su said, his cold sweat suddenly breaking out. He could not fathom why he felt intimidated by a student. He struggled to explain. I had previously asked if you would like to be my assistant. You declined. I had already resolved that even if you refused, your name would still appear in the official publication. Rong Yu said nothing further and turned to leave. Wu Su gazed at the derivation formulas left on the table, sighing deeply. In the past, he had always believed himself to be an unrecognized talent, destined to be placed in class 20, fantasizing about achieving greatness that would garner others' respect. In truth, he lacked the capability. He was even outshone by a high school student. Congratulations, Teacher Wu. A throng of teachers surged in from outside. To have Professor Min personally meet you is a tremendous honor. With Professor Min's recognition, Teacher Wu might be recommended to a different institution. There would be no need to remain in class 20, teaching a group of underperforming students. Teacher Wu has endured much. Congratulations, congratulations. Pei Yara glanced at the speaker, who was the head teacher of the science elite class, surnamed Yang. The elite class boasts an annual acceptance rate of over 90% for prestigious universities, and Teacher Yang regards everyone with a haughty demeanor. Pei Yaru, known for her non-confrontational nature, chooses to remain unobtrusive. With a scornful smile, Teacher Yang remarks, "The top student of class 20 is ranked beyond the 100th position in the entire school. What else could they be but a failure?" Pei Yaru suppresses her frustration, asserting that the purpose of education is to aid students in their growth, rather than to confine them within derogatory labels. Enough. Teacher Yang frowns, dismissing her with a wave. "Spare me your grandiloquent rhetoric. The school values results and acceptance rates, not your so-called idealism. I have lesson plans to prepare and no time for further discussion." Pei Yaru's eyes brim with unshed tears. In truth, she too favors high-achieving students. However, she is unwilling to impose humiliating labels upon them. Meanwhile, the students of class 20 remain blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama. With the monthly exams approaching in just over a week, even class 20 has adopted a noticeably tense atmosphere. Rong Yu is engrossed in her calculations when the school day draws to a close. As she finishes her work and hands it to her senior, she begins to pack her bag in preparation for departure. A luxury car, worth tens of millions, emerges from a nearby villa and passes by the school entrance, capturing the attention of many. One vehicle halts right at the school gate. Rong Royao approaches, opens the door, and takes her seat inside. Rong Wangtian is at the wheel, while Shun Lin occupies the passenger seat. "Yao Yao, are you sure Secretary Lon is home?" Shun Lin inquires. The Rong family has encountered some business difficulties, necessitating a substantial influx of capital to alleviate the pressures on the Rong Corporation. For the past few months, they have been striving to forge connections with the formidable Ji family, but have faced numerous obstacles. It was this director who informed her of Secretary Lon's residential address, proving that knowing the right people facilitates matters. Shun Lin smiles. It seems Secretary Lon is about to marry into wealth. Establishing a rapport with her would greatly benefit both the Rong and Ji businesses. She is well aware of this truth. After a moment, Rong Wangtian casually mentions, "I just overheard some students at the school gate discussing the results of the physics competition. I recall Rong Yu signed up for it as well." Rong Royao bites her lip. "My sister passed the preliminary round. It's surprising that she possesses such talent." Rong Wangtian feels a sense of relief, affirming that the investment in her education at the prestigious school was worthwhile. However, Rong Royao hesitates. She scored full marks in the preliminary round. "I heard only 3 people achieved full marks, yet many at school claim my sister must have cheated." The teachers have remained silent, likely due to jealousy. Rong Wangtian's expression darkens immediately. What sort of disgraceful habits have been cultivated in the countryside? Cheating is utterly shameful. It tarnishes the reputation of the Rong family. Shin Lin interjects calmly. "Let us not dwell on matters that could affect our mood. We are nearly at Secretary Lon's residence." The car drives into a gated villa community. Rong Royao disembarks first, registers her name, and cheerfully states, "Hello, Uncle Security. I'm a friend of the homeowner, here to pay a visit." Chapter 33. The elder brother is not foolish. He is simply concerned for Sister Roshua. Lon Roshua is on the phone.
Yuan.
"Have we not yet gathered the 4 million? How many more days will my brother have to stay in detention?" "Rest assured, I will certainly manage to gather everything within 3 days." The weariness in Ji Ziyuan's voice was unmistakable. Lon Rousno understood the importance of not exerting too much pressure, and gently replied, "Then you carry on with your tasks." After hanging up the phone, she surveyed the small villa. It was at that moment she realized Ji Ziyuan was indeed a man of considerable wealth. When they first met abroad, Ji Ziyuan resided in a host family, washing dishes in a restaurant to earn his living expenses, often working late into the night. His remarkable academic performance and striking appearance, coupled with his sense of responsibility and dedication, made him hard to resist. From the age of 12 to 18, they naturally transitioned into a romantic relationship. And as she came of age, her aspirations grew. Coincidentally, she became acquainted with a wealthy businessman and hastily married. Had she known earlier that Ji Ziyuan was the heir of the Ji family, she would not have rushed to wed. She now regretted her impulsiveness. At that moment, the villa's intercom system chimed. She pressed the button to connect. With a smile, Lon Rousno said, "Of course I remember. Please come in." She had long desired to discuss Rong Yu with the Rong family, curious to understand how someone of his stature had captured the old gentleman's attention and why he insisted on recognizing Rong Yu as his granddaughter-in-law. 5 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. Lon Rousno opened it with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Mr. Rong, Mrs. Rong, Miss Rong, it's so kind of you to bring gifts. Please."
Come in.
Rong Wangtian hastily shook her hand, saying, "I apologize for the sudden visit." Previously, he had exerted considerable effort to meet Secretary Lon, but she had always evaded him. Now, due to Yao Yao's connection, Secretary Lon welcomed them so warmly. If the Rong family could collaborate with the Ji family because of this, Yao Yao would be instrumental. Lon Rousno brought in several cups of tea, and after exchanging pleasantries, she smiled and inquired, "Mr. Rong, don't you have an eldest daughter?" "Yes." Rong Wangtian replied, somewhat awkwardly. "She is my daughter from my previous marriage, raised in the countryside and not accustomed to high society. I have only recently brought her to live with me."
Landros no esmirked, no wonder.
It's not surprising that the marriage talks between the Rong and Ji families have faltered, especially since Rong Yu couldn't wait to move into the Ji household, such a lack of decorum, indeed unrefined. However, it was evident that the Rong family was seeking to establish a connection with the Ji family through her. Wouldn't it be simpler to approach Rong Yu directly? This left only one possibility. The elders of the Rong family were entirely unaware of Rong Yu's relationship with the Ji family. Why had such a significant matter not been disclosed by Rong Yu to her parents? Suddenly, Lon Rousno sprang to her feet. She had misjudged the situation. Rong Yu had not merely climbed the social ladder to Ji Ziyuan, rather, she had entangled herself with the elderly patriarch of the Ji family. She finally comprehended why Ji Ziyuan had been so reticent when she inquired about Rong Yu's identity, refusing to divulge even a single word. She also understood why the old gentleman unconditionally supported Rong Yu, because she was his young mistress. At merely 18, Rong Yu had ensnared the affections of a 78-year-old man. Such a scandal could hardly be made public. "Secretary Lon, is something amiss?" Shun Lin, startled, rose to inquire. Lon Rousno dared not speak recklessly. If the old gentleman's scandal were to escape from her lips, she feared she would no longer be able to remain in Haicheng. Her objective was to marry into the Ji family, not to oppose them. As dusk descended, the dining table of the Ji family was adorned with a variety of dishes. Father declared he would not eat. Duo rushed in from the study, urging us to begin our meal. Old Master Ji furrowed his brow. One cannot neglect their meals, regardless of how busy one is. Butler Yu quietly remarked that the eldest son's assistant had visited in the afternoon, indicating that the eldest son was working overtime on a case taken on a personal basis. Personal basis? Old Master Ji paused. The Ji group had an endless array of matters awaiting his attention, and yet he was taking on private work? What was going on? Rong Yu chuckled. He's merely patching up someone else's mess. Old Master Ji's expression darkened instantly. That brat from the Lon family has taken 400,000 from the Ji family, and in the end, it is still us who must fill the pit. Yuan has always been exceptionally intelligent. Why does it now seem he is becoming increasingly foolish? Ji Zhouya took a bite of his meal. Brother is not foolish. He cares for Sister Oshua. Rong Yu smirked. Caring is commendable, but one must also discern whether the object of that care is worthy of it. That brat must face a significant setback, otherwise, he will never mature into a pillar of the Ji family. After the meal concluded, Duo requested the butler to serve a bowl of rice, added a few dishes, and carried the bowl to the study. Just as she pushed the door open, Ji Ziyuan's voice rang out. "Did I not say I am working? Do not randomly interrupt me." "Father, the little girl stammered, her eyes glistening with tears. "Father, you work too hard. If you don't eat, you will go hungry." Ji Ziyuan's expression remained indifferent. "Leave." Duo bit her lip and bravely approached the desk. The closer she got, the colder Ji Ziyuan's demeanor became. The little girl took out a card from her pocket and carefully placed it on the desk. "I heard from great-grandfather that you are short on money lately. This is my red envelope card, and Butler Grandpa said it has over 20 million inside.
Please take it for now, father." Yi Zhayuan suddenly froze.
He gazed at his biological daughter. He had met Duoduo's mother at a banquet, Both were intoxicated and ended up in bed together, leading to their marriage. He had no love for that woman and, consequently, he felt little affection for the child she bore. He knew the Ji family would provide the best for Duo, requiring him to invest little emotion in that newborn. Unbeknownst to him, she had grown up and even expressed concern for him as a father. Ji Ziyuan's heart softened inexplicably. Duo blinked her large eyes. Really? Ji Ziyuan gently patted her head. Of course. Now, please leave. Father needs to work. Duo, resembling a timid little kitten, slightly shrank her neck, feeling both apprehensive and fond of his touch. She had just stepped out of the study with the bank card when a figure in the corridor blocked her path. Well, Duo. It turns out you are so wealthy, richer than your uncle. How about lending your uncle some money? Chapter 34. He is a child no one wants. Ji Zhouye had just intercepted Duo for a heist when Rong Yu grabbed him by the collar. Asking a child for money? You truly have some nerve. Ji Zhouye shrank back. He dared not provoke the matriarch, not wishing to suffer the same fate as his elder brother, though he was already in quite a predicament. Rong Yu tossed him aside. Are you interested in a lucrative opportunity?
Yizhoya nodded vigorously.
Draft a plan for me. She pondered momentarily before speaking. I intend to establish a scholarship for outstanding underprivileged students at Haicheng High School under the Ji family's name. Use your intellect to assist me in formulating the specific terms. I expect a preliminary draft by tomorrow morning. Ji Zhouye, wearing a distressed expression, replied, I can't do that. If you cannot, then learn. Do you plan to squander your days at home, merely waiting for death? With that parting remark, Rong Yu turned and left. There was no choice. The tasks assigned by the matriarch, no matter how daunting, had to be accomplished. He opened his computer and began to self-study how to write a proposal, researching the concept of scholarships. Early the next morning, he proudly presented a draft to Rong Yu, having sacrificed sleep for the sake of it. The more he endured, the more invigorated he felt, his voice brimming with excitement. Matriarch, quickly take a look. Isn't my proposal impressive? Rong Yu perused the document, finding it somewhat haphazard, yet undoubtedly acceptable for a first-time proposal writer. She lifted her gaze. You're quite clever. Why not channel this energy into your studies? Ha, Grandpa. Did you hear that? The matriarch praised my intelligence. Ji Zhouye leaped with joy. He had not forgotten how the matriarch often scolded his elder brother for being foolish while praising him. What did that signify? It meant he was superior to his brother. Rong Yu shot him an admonishing glance before turning to Ji Ziyuan. Yuan, please arrange for someone to revise this draft. It would be ideal to finalize it today. Ji Ziyuan replied, Understood, matriarch. Ji Zhouye rubbed his hands together. What about my reward, matriarch? What about my reward? Did you not read the details in the proposal? The top 3 students from impoverished backgrounds will receive a reward of 30 to 50,000. Those in the top 3 for individual subjects will receive 10 to 30,000. There will also be a progress award, 1,000 for each place improved. Rong Yu patted his shoulder. You are an orphan, having lost both parents, which places you among the 8 categories of poverty. Since you meet the funding criteria, focus on your studies. You could earn over 100,000 a month. Go for it, child. Ji Zhouye was taken aback. So, I stayed up all night only to dig my own grave? On the way to school, Rong Yu spoke calmly. As family, I shall grant you a little favor. For every word you memorize, I will reward you 10 yuan. For mastering a mathematical formula, 100. For reciting a poem, 500. For classical Chinese, 1,000. With no upper limit on exam scores. Just add 2 zeros to the number you achieve. Ji Zhouye did not feel exhilarated. Instead, he felt the weight of his misfortune and wanted to cry. In the past, he merely had to extend his hand for his grandfather to transfer money, and a playful interaction with his 4 older brothers would yield immediate funds. Now, he had to memorize words and recite poetry to earn meager pocket money. Upon entering the classroom, Ji Zhouye took out his English book and fervently began to memorize vocabulary. Due to his grandfather's poor health, he had often spent months in foreign rehabilitation centers, during which he would occasionally accompany him. Immersed in an English-speaking environment, his English had improved more than he realized. No way, Yigo. Are you out of your mind? Chen Yan looked at him incredulously. You actually started studying? Ji Zhouye cast a sidelong glance at him. You'll soon find yourself in my position. As he penned the proposal, the image of one person loomed largest in his mind, Chen Yan. Currently, Chen Yan occupied the last position in class. If he could advance just 1 rank, he would earn 1,000 yuan, and if he managed to climb 10 places, that would amount to 10,000, sufficient for his grandmother to collect garbage for an entire year. The entire school buzzed with excitement. Good heavens, the scholarship reward is exceedingly generous. Indeed, it is substantial if one secures the top total score. Their individual subject grades would undoubtedly be commendable. In a single monthly examination, a student could potentially earn over 200,000 yuan, equivalent to a year's income for an average family. In the elite class, Song Huai would surely rake in rewards effortlessly. Did you not notice the stipulation for impoverished students? Song Huai's family is affluent, thus disqualifying him, and moreover, he likely regards such monetary rewards with disdain. Wealthy students merely observe the commotion before departing. The children from impoverished backgrounds, however, appeared to glimpse hope, hastily seeking out their respective homeroom teachers to obtain application forms and fill them out. Chen Nian remained silent for an extended period. Upon completing his final year of high school, he intended to labor on a construction site. For him, education seemed futile, thus. He had long since adopted a reckless attitude. Yet, if studying could yield financial gain, perhaps it was worth a concerted effort. He was at the bottom of his class. But the potential for improvement was vast. With just a modicum of diligence, he might earn a few thousand yuan. Casting a glance at Ji Zhouye, who was fervently memorizing vocabulary, he quietly retrieved his English book and began to read, though it had been too long since he last studied, resulting in his pronunciation being far from accurate. Repeat after me, Rong Yu's voice resonated. Abandon, forsake. In an instant, Chen Nian's eyes brimmed with tears. After his father's passing, his mother had abandoned him to remarry, and the neighbors often whispered that he had been forsaken by his mother. He was a child without a family. Being cast aside by one's kin is not a justification for self-destruction. Rong Yu regarded him and said, "Your worth is not determined by the choices of others, but by how you confront life. Do you not wish to witness her regret for her decision?" Initially, she intended to counsel Chen Nian to release the past and look forward. Yet, no teenager can truly embody indifference. It would be more effective to set him a goal, allowing him to move forward with courage. Years from now, when you graduate from university, secure a position at a prestigious company, earning a monthly salary in the tens of thousands, purchasing a car and a house. Rong Yu spoke softly. How much would she regret abandoning you? Knowing she would have no one to care for her in her old age? Exactly.
Yizhoye interjected.
Once you graduate, I will ensure G Group hires you. You will ascend the ranks and reach the pinnacle of success. What a thrill that would be. Chen Nian, initially despondent, chuckled at this. You speak of G Group as if it were your family's enterprise. Do you truly believe they would take me on without question? What a joke. Rong Yu patted him on the shoulder. As long as you begin to strive from this moment onward, nothing is impossible. Chen Nian leaned closer to Ji Zhouye and whispered, Brother Yi, I finally understand why you have become infatuated with love. It is because Rong Yu is worth it. Close your foul mouth. Ji Zhouye shot him a glare. Do not use your twisted mind to define the relationship between Rong Yu and me. Chapter 35. A significant shift in the academic atmosphere of Class 20. The reason why Class 20 is referred to as the underachiever class is due to the abundance of students who struggle academically. The top two underachievers, Ji Zhouye and Chen Nian, unexpectedly began to take their studies seriously, causing a stir among the remaining dozen or so underachievers. Once the last two in their class started to exert effort, it was evident that the third from the bottom felt the most anxious. Quietly, the third from the bottom pulled out a Chinese language book and pretended to read. Thus, one student inspired another, and soon, 50 more underachievers followed suit. While not all of them dedicated themselves to studying, at the very least, they refrained from frivolously chatting and playing games, as it would seem out of place. After a morning of studying, Ji Zhouye found English words continuously surfacing in his mind. He managed to memorize 56 words, rewarding himself with 560 yuan, finally grasping the meaning of a term, hard-earned money. Indeed, it was quite arduous. The three of them headed to the cafeteria, where Rong Yu swiped her meal card and bought Ji Zhouye a portion of spicy fish head to replenish his energy. After their meal, she intended to visit the library, but was intercepted by Rong Yu. Sister, which building do you live in at the student dormitories? I haven't visited your dorm yet. A hint of malice lingered at the corners of her lips, for she was aware that Rong Yu did not actually reside in the school dorms. Surely, she was cohabiting with Ji Zhouye in an apartment outside. Living with a boyfriend in high school was indeed a disgrace to the Rong family. However, she did not plan to inform their father just yet. She would wait until the situation spiraled out of control before revealing the truth. Rong Yu replied, If you have something to say, just say it. Today is grandfather's birthday, don't you remember, sister? Rong Yu replied sweetly. Dad will come to pick us up this evening to celebrate at the hotel. Please don't leave alone. Rong Yu pursed her lips. As a member of the Ji family, She was also a part of the Rong family. Having taken over this body, there were indeed some matters she could not evade. She nodded in agreement. The afternoon brought a physics class. After the lesson, Pei Yaru called Rong Yu into her office and handed her several newly released journals. As Rong Yu took the books and stepped out of the office, teacher Yang rolled her eyes, uninterested in engaging. Frustrated, Pei Yaru gulped down a large mouthful of water. She did not wish to remain in the same office as someone surnamed Yang, so she rose to patrol the classrooms. She walked lightly, slowly making her way to the back of the classroom, and discreetly peered in through the window. To her astonishment, the last row of underachievers, who previously spent class time playing cards or gaming, were now quietly engrossed in their books. The students by the window, notorious for dozing off, were diligently completing their assignments. Even the girls in the innermost seats, who usually painted their nails or read novels during class, were now silently memorizing vocabulary. Pei Yaru thought she might be hallucinating and quickly rubbed her eyes. But she had not made a mistake. This group of children had suddenly become motivated. When the school bell rang at the end of the afternoon, the underachievers of class 20 simultaneously discarded their books. Goodness, pretending to study is exhausting, one exclaimed. I stared at a poem all afternoon and actually memorized it. The exam might not even cover it, so what's the point of memorizing it anyway? I'm too lazy to do so. If you're not going to memorize it, then neither will I. If neither of you are going to memorize it, then I won't either. The group continued their chatter. Amidst the ambience, one could hear the recitation of classical Chinese literature. Fish, what I desire. Bear s paw. Also what I desire. Such a challenging text, yet Ji Zhouye recited it fluently. Goodness, how can a struggling student survive in such an environment? Very well, Rong Yu spoke. I shall pass this on to you. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Ji Zhouye glanced at his phone, revealing a WeChat transfer of 1,000 yuan. Though classical literature posed a challenge, the rewards were substantial, 1,000 for each poem. If this continued, he would eventually attain financial freedom. Chen Yan quietly took a seat, opened a book, and began memorizing poetry. The students of class 20 exclaimed in disbelief, "This cannot be. We must not allow our ranks to slip further behind. That would be utterly humiliating." Unbeknownst to Rong Yu, the academic atmosphere in class 20 had undergone a remarkable transformation. As she arrived at the school gate, she spotted the Rong family car. Rong Wangtian was at the wheel, with Shunlin in the passenger seat, while she and Rong Ruoyao occupied the back, separated by a backpack. Rong Wangtian recalled that it had been nearly half a month since he last saw this daughter. After a few days apart, it struck him that she seemed different, no longer timid. Her gaze was clear, finally embodying the demeanor of a true young lady of the Rong family. He remarked, "When we arrive at the hotel, remember to address people properly and maintain courtesy. Do not let the old master find fault with your manners." Rong Yu remained silent. The car soon arrived at the entrance of a hotel in the city center. Upon alighting, she noticed the old master Rong seated comfortably, engaged in jovial conversation with Rong Qing'an. The old master had 2 sons. The elder had 2 daughters, while the younger, Rong Wangtian, had 2 daughters as well, and at last, he was blessed with a grandson, Rong Qing'an, whom he doted upon excessively. Though Rong Qing'an was now in middle school, the old master still affectionately held him on his lap. This scene pained Rong Yu's eyes, prompting her to quickly avert her gaze. The Rong family had all brought gifts. Rong Yu had prepared a box of tea leaves in advance and presented it, saying, "Wishing grandfather happiness as vast as the East Sea and longevity like the South Mountain." The old master nodded. "You seem more considerate than before. You even understand the importance of gifting to your elders." However, the packaging was rather shabby. The elder matriarch of the Rong family frowned. "This must be a few yuan's worth of tea bought from a street vendor." "Rong Yu, my child, this is utterly inappropriate for the old master." The old master's expression soured somewhat as he tossed the tea leaves onto the table. "It's the thought that counts," remarked the old matriarch, furrowing her brow. "Little Yu has a demanding study schedule. Merely thinking to bring a gift is commendable." She opened the box of tea leaves, and a delicate fragrance wafted out. The old master immediately turned his head. "What tea is this? How fragrant! Is this de Hong Pao?" Rong Wangtian, well versed in such matters, leaned in closer to inspect and inhale the aroma. It was indeed de Hong Pao from Wei Mountain, the king of teas. Such a small box would not come at a trivial price. "Little Yu, where did you acquire this?" While the price was secondary, its rarity was what made it truly valuable, as it was a treasure hard to find. Rong Yu shrugged. "I do not know." In truth, she had no idea where it was purchased. Their home had a large box of this tea, which she found delightful, so she had placed a box in her backpack. Since she had not prepared a gift in advance for the old master's birthday, she decided to use this as a substitute. "You are indeed a fortunate child," exclaimed the elderly Master Rong, quickly holding up the tea leaves. "Such a fine treasure, and you managed to acquire it by chance." He hastily handed them to Rong Wangtian, stating, "I have heard that the Rong family is set to establish a collaboration with the Ji family. Save this tea to entertain the senior executives of Ji. Do not neglect them." Chapter 36, The Unfostered Wolf. Speaking of the Ji family, Rong Ruoyao could not escape the enthusiastic praise of the Rong family members. It was said that Secretary Lan was preparing to take a leave for marriage and would soon become the mistress of Ji. If Yao Yao could forge a connection with Secretary Lan, would it not facilitate future collaborations with Ji? Yao Yao, maintain contact with Secretary Lan. If you could procure an invitation to her wedding with Mr. Ji, it would be splendid. Perhaps you might even meet the esteemed elder of the Ji family. As this group conversed, Rong Yu let out an incongruous laugh. Rong Wangtian frowned. "What are you laughing at?" Rong Yu smiled gently. "Did I laugh?" She had not laughed. She merely found these people's thoughts rather fanciful. Setting down her chopsticks, she was about to rise to leave when the door to the private room swung open, revealing a server wheeling in a cart adorned with a celebratory birthday cake, flanked by 2 bottles of red wine. As she looked at the server, Rong Yu felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Before she could delve into her memories, the matriarch of the Rong family spoke up first. "Oh, is that not Aunt Yu from the Yu family? What brings you here, working as a server in a hotel?" Rong Yu recalled that the original owner's mother bore the surname Yu, making this woman the original owner's aunt. The original owner's mother had divorced during her pregnancy, relying heavily on her brother and sister-in-law for support to ensure a smooth delivery. As a single mother, she had managed to raise her child largely due to the assistance of her brother's family. Rong Yu felt it was her duty to remember this kindness on behalf of the original owner. Just as she was about to rise and call out to her, Aunt Yu suddenly lost her balance, her hand clutching a lighter as she attempted to light the candles, and she inadvertently fell onto the cake, sending the 2 bottles of wine crashing to the floor. "How outrageous!" The matriarch of the Rong family exclaimed loudly. "We, as a family, have come together joyfully to celebrate the elder's birthday, and now you have ruined the mood entirely. Your family, the Yu family, is truly skilled at causing distress." Aunt Yu, in a flustered state, stammered an explanation. "I did not mean to. It was not my fault." "Enough, there is nothing more to discuss," Rong Wangtian said coldly. "Those 2 bottles of red wine are quite expensive. How do you intend to compensate for them?" Aunt Yu, named Wan Jing, was well aware of the wine's price. Being employed in this establishment, priced at 38,000 each, she simply could not afford to replace them. In her moment of panic, a strong hand grasped her arm, pulling her away from the chaos. "Aunt, please wipe your face first." Wan Jing had long noticed Rong Yu. However, given the strained relations between the Yu and Rong families, stemming from a tumultuous divorce, she had refrained from speaking to Rong Yu, fearing it would adversely affect her. "Honestly, how can you turn your back on your own family?" The matriarch of the Rong family sneered. "You consume from the Rong family, live in the Rong family's home, and even attend school with our support. Yet you side with outsiders. Truly, you are an ungrateful wolf." Wan Jing whispered. "Xiao Yu, do not worry about me. Go stand by your father." Rong Wangtian's expression darkened. "You bear the surname Rong. Come here." 18 years ago, he and Rong Yu's mother were in a relationship based on mutual affection. At the time, he was preoccupied with social engagements and had become somewhat close to several women in public relations. This led to someone capturing photographs and sending them to Rong Yu's mother. The woman, intolerant of any perceived transgressions, demanded that he sever ties with these women, who were integral to his business. He found himself unable to comply. Consequently, she sought a divorce. The Yu family proclaimed his infidelity far and wide, posting notices in the company that resulted in the loss of numerous significant contracts. Had the Yu family not made such a commotion back then, the Rong family would undoubtedly be thriving now. Observing Rong Yu's silence, Rong Wangtian's frustration flared. "You and your mother are truly alike, unable to discern right from wrong." The matriarch of the Rong family quickly intervened. "The person is already deceased. Why bring this up? Compensation is a must." The elder matron of the Rong family folded her arms, insisting that not a single penny be spared. Rong Ruoyao sat coldly to the side, reflecting that had it not been for the Yu family, the Rong family would surely have ascended to high society. They must make the Yu family pay a price to understand whom they can provoke and whom they cannot. Compensation, compensation. Rong Qing'an made a face, over 60,000 yuan. So hurry up and produce the funds. Shun Lin yanked her son closer, saying, adults are speaking. What are you interjecting for? Regarding matters about her husband's ex-wife and her stepdaughter Rong Yu, she typically remained silent and uninvolved, allowing events to unfold as they would. Wan Jing clenched her hands tightly. 2 bottles of red wine, over 60,000 yuan. How could she possibly afford that? Compensation was acceptable, but Rong Yu, with a slight lift of her eyelids, insisted on reviewing the surveillance footage first to ascertain who had caused the trouble. Rong Wangtian's expression turned grim. Xiao Yu, I can understand your defense of your aunt, but to turn black into white is rather unreasonable. Let's check the footage, the matriarch interjected. We need evidence to determine the truth. The elder matron of the Rong family promptly summoned the manager, and it wasn't long before the surveillance was retrieved. The footage revealed Wan Jing preparing to light candles, while Rong Qing'an had stealthily left the dining table, crouching on the floor before suddenly colliding with Wan Jing's legs. Caught off balance, she fell onto the cake, knocking over the red wine. Rong Wangtian was left stunned. The elder matron of the Rong family appeared as if her voice had been seized. Shun Lin, having just regained her composure, was now visibly agitated. Why are you glaring at the child? The elder patriarch of the Rong family, who cherished his grandson dearly, immediately gathered Rong Qing'an into his arms, asserting that he was still just a child, incapable of understanding the gravity of the situation. 2 bottles of red wine. What is that worth? Can our Rong family not afford it? Shun Lin frowned. It's not about the money. It's enough. The elder patriarch interjected coldly. Today is my birthday. Do you really wish to argue with me? Shun Lin found it unwise to press further. Rong Qing'an, nestled in the elder's embrace, declared defiantly, Humph. She deserved it. Rong Wangtian lifted him by the collar. Apologize. You must apologize. The elder patriarch quickly shielded the child. Yes, just a boy. What are you getting so worked up about? Father, look at the kind of behavior he has been spoiled into. If we ignore the small matters, the larger ones will be even worse. Rong Wangtian's anger escalated, and Rong Qing'an, terrified, began to wail. Rong Yu, disinterested in the unfolding farce, took Wan Jing's arm and began to walk away. Wan Jing urged gently, Xiao Yu, you still need to rely on your father for your education. Do not offend the Rong family. I will be fine. Stepping outside, Rong Yu inquired, what brings Aunt to Haicheng for work? Chapter 37. She will inevitably expel Ji Duo from the Ji family. After a brief conversation with her aunt, who invited her to a 100-day celebration, Rong Yu departed. She dialed Secretary Zhang. The case regarding Lan Zi's illicit gains from the G Corporation has been resolved. Please proceed to the police station to withdraw it. Thank you, great-grandmother. Ji Ziyuan expressed his gratitude and promptly called Lan Roshua to share the good news. Lan Roshua immediately decided to visit the Ji residence to express her thanks. As she entered Furong Manor with Lan Yu, she spotted Rong Yu and the elder Ji sitting together. Rong Yu appeared remarkably relaxed, instructing the elder to serve her tea, while the elder joyfully handed her a cup and even peeled an apple for her. Previously, she had misjudged the situation, thinking Rong Yu was merely the elder's chosen granddaughter-in-law. This clearly suggested a bond even closer than that of a granddaughter-in-law. Aside from a romantic involvement, she could fathom no other possibility. Observing the elder's love-struck demeanor, she wondered what enchantment Rong Yu had cast upon him. It was conceivable that one day he might even break all norms and marry her. If Rong Yu became the matriarch of the Ji family upon the elder's passing, would she not inherit a vast fortune? A pang of anxiety gripped Lan Roshua. She needed to devise a plan to ensure that all shares and assets under the elder's name were transferred to Ziyuan, thereby depriving Rong Yu of any entitlement. Great-grandfather. Lan Yu stepped forward first. My uncle has been thoughtless, causing you distress. May I apologize on his behalf? Can you forgive him? The elder Ji handed the peeled apple to Rong Yu and replied coolly, it is not for a child to apologize for the mistakes of adults. His expression was indifferent. Previously, he had found Lan Roshua gentle and cultured. However, now, her words struck him as insincere. Pretending to be busy, he rose and retreated to his bedroom. Only then did Lan Roshua's gaze shift to Rong Yu. A picture book lay on Rong Yu's lap, and Duo snuggled against her as they read English together, exchanging lines harmoniously. Lan Roshua exchanged glances with Lan Yu. Duo, Lan Yu leaned in. May I come to your room to play for a while? Duo hesitated. But thoughts of her family's encouragement to bond with Lan Yu surfaced. Her father believed it would help her become more lively and likable. She closed the picture book and took Lan Yu's hand, leading her upstairs. Lan Roshua then spoke. I wish to sincerely apologize to Miss Rong. I previously held prejudices and had many misunderstandings about you, and I hope you can overlook my past behavior. Of course not, Rong Yu smiled. Miss Lan, please feel free. Just as she was about to ascend the stairs, the door to the elder Ji's room suddenly cracked open, and she was pulled inside. Lan Roshua gasped. It's not even dark yet. There are still guests in the house. Is the elder so impatient? What could warrant such secrecy in his own home? Rong Yu shot an annoyed glare at her son. If there's something to discuss, just say it openly. Old Master Ji cleared his throat and said, I wish for Yuan to part ways with Lan Roshua, but Yuan refuses to listen. Mother, do you have any suggestions? Rong Yu inquired. Why do you want them to separate? Lan Roshua harbors ulterior motives and is unworthy of Yuan, Old Master Ji replied candidly. Moreover, the most critical point is that she has targeted Mother more than once. If there are obstacles, they will believe that true love can overcome any distance. Rong Yu smiled gently. Let them be. Do not fret over this. Prioritize your health by resting early and rising early. A robust body is essential for longevity. Old Master Ji remained silent as Rong Yu opened the door and stepped outside. Her gaze traversed the window, where she beheld Lan Roshua and Ji Ziyuan strolling hand in hand across the estate's verdant lawn, a picturesque scene indeed. She ascended the stairs, passing by Duoduo's spacious room. The room was vast, featuring a princess bed, an expansive balcony, and a walk-in closet larger than the living rooms of many homes. This time, it was filled with an abundance of princess dresses, crystal shoes, petite handbags, and sparkling hairpins, even more than what she had at home. These are all gifts from Auntie. Duoduo beamed. Auntie is so kind to me. Whenever she sees something beautiful, she loves to buy it for me. Previously, Lan Yu reveled in boasting about her mother.
Now,
she too could take pride in her aunt. Lan Yu bit her lip, feeling a surge of resentment. That woman was spending Ji family money. The Ji family's wealth would eventually belong to her father, and thus, her father's money was her own. Why should Duoduo possess more than she did? With jealousy, she gazed at the shimmering princess dresses. With a determined bite of her teeth, she reached out and yanked a string of crystal beads from a dress, causing them to scatter across the floor with a loud clatter. Duoduo exclaimed, What are you doing? Lan Yu bit her lip, then seized a beautiful crystal shoe and smashed it to the ground. Duoduo rushed to intervene. Suddenly, Lan Yu stumbled backward, her head colliding with a shelf, unleashing a heart-wrenching wail. Moments later, Ji Ziyuan and Lan Roshua rushed upstairs. Duoduo is bullying me. Lan Yu cried, breathless. I accidentally broke her belongings and she pushed me, calling me a child without a father and telling me to get out of her house. I just wanted to be friends with Duoduo. I truly didn't mean to. Duoduo's eyes widened in disbelief. I didn't apologize, Ji Ziyuan commanded, looking down at her. If you have wronged someone, you must apologize. Do not make it difficult for the child, Lan Roshua interjected softly. It was Xiao Yu who broke the item first. Duoduo's anger is understandable, and besides, Xiao Yu indeed has no father. Ji Ziyuan's expression darkened. Duoduo felt as if icy daggers were being hurled at her. Her small frame could hardly withstand it. Tearfully, she managed to utter, I'm sorry, father. Ji Ziyuan replied gravely, You need to apologize not to me, but to Xiao Yu. Duoduo bit her lip, hesitating for a long while before slowly saying, I'm sorry, Xiao Yu. I should not have pushed you. A triumphant smile crept onto Lan Yu's lips. See, I knew father would always unconditionally stand by my side. He belongs solely to me, and one day, I will drive Ji Duoduo out of the Ji family. Rong Yu leaned against the doorframe. The moment Lan Roshua laid eyes on her, an unsettling premonition washed over her. Chapter 38. Because Duoduo belongs to the Ji family, and you do not. With a smile gracing her face, Rong Yu's brows were shadowed by a layer of frost. She crouched down, saying, Duo, come here. Auntie will hold you. Duo, who had been valiantly suppressing her grievances, upon hearing her gentle voice, felt her tears surge forth uncontrollably as she dove into her embrace. Softly sobbing, Auntie, I truly did not. Still trying to defend herself, Ji Ziyuan suppressed his anger, stating, Miss Rong, such mistakes have been made by her numerous times, and she shows no signs of reform. It is imperative that she faces the family's discipline. Rong Yu, holding Duo, rose to her feet. It seems our Duo has endured much injustice. She handed over her phone, having fortuitously captured a heartwarming moment of the two children chatting, intending to share it on her social media. To her astonishment, however, she recorded an unexpected scene. You see for yourself. Ji Ziyuan frowned as he took the phone. In the video, Duo joyfully shared her new dress, while Lan Yu wore a sullen expression. Suddenly and deliberately tearing the crystals from the dress and smashing the crystal shoes. Duo merely attempted to grab the crystal shoes, never touching Lan Yu. It appeared as though Lan Yu had intentionally fallen back against the shelf. Ji Yuan's face was one of disbelief. Could it be that Xiao Yu had deliberately set Duo up? Such cunning from a 5-year-old? Lan Roshue was left speechless. With such irrefutable evidence before her, she had no room left for denial. She glimpsed the disappointment in Ji Yuan's eyes, sending a jolt through her heart as she pinched Lan Yu's waist fiercely. "Ugh. I was wrong," Lan Yu wailed. "I only envy Duo for having so many beautiful princess dresses and shoes, while I have nothing. Duo is Daddy's daughter. And so am I. Is it just because I am not his biological daughter? Wowu, I am so pitiful. I am just a child no one cares for." Lan Roshue's voice trembled. "Xiao Yu has grown up, without a father. I have been preoccupied with work and neglected her upbringing, not realizing it would cultivate such a character. Miss Lan truly knows how to muddle the issue. By that logic, if Lan Yu were to commit heinous acts in the future, could she evade punishment by merely stating her lack of a father?" Rong Yu's expression turned frigid. "Lan Yu, you must apologize sincerely." "No, I won't." Lan Yu, overwhelmed with jealousy towards Duo, adamantly refused to apologize. She cried out loudly, rolling on the ground. Ji Yuan's incredulity returned. In his eyes, Xiao Yu was a clever and lively child, outgoing, generous, adorable, and sensible. All these labels seemed fitting. Yet now, she resembled nothing more than a mischievous child. To err and yet display such audacity. "Xiao Yu, please stop crying," Lan Roshue said, her face taut with anxiety. "If she has an episode, we'll have to rush to the hospital, and you know how much she dreads going there." No sooner had she spoken than Lan Yu began to breathe rapidly. Ji Yuan quickly bent down to lift Lan Yu, rushing downstairs with urgency. "Arrange a car." "To the hospital?" "Ji Yuan, I can take Xiao Yu to the hospital," Lan Roshue interjected. Duo must be feeling quite upset. You should comfort her first. Once Xiao Yu is well, I will bring her to apologize." The image of Duo's wide-eyed, aggrieved expression flashed before Ji Yuan's mind. He nodded. "If anything arises, call me immediately." He turned and ascended the stairs, leaving Lan Roshue momentarily stunned. In the past, whenever she expressed such sentiments, Ji Yuan would resolutely accompany her to the hospital, yet today he did not. Duo, startled, nestled in Rong Yu's embrace and drifted off to sleep. Holding the child, Rong Yu stood up but wobbled, nearly losing her balance. Ji Yuan hurried over to steady her. Rong Yu, in turn, gently handed the sleeping Duo to him, saying, "She cried herself to exhaustion. Please be careful placing her on the bed." The small, delicate form cradled in his arms was incredibly soft and light.
Far more so than Lan Yu.
Suddenly, Ji Yuan realized that throughout Duo's growth, he had scarcely held her. He seldom entered Duo's room, only to discover that his daughter adored rabbits, with plush toys scattered across her bed. With utmost care, he laid the child down, tucked her in, turned off the light, and stepped outside, where he found Rong Yu waiting at the door. "You owe Duo an apology as well." Rong Yu paused. "In fact, it should be more than one. Reflect on how many similar incidents have occurred in the past." Ji Yuan recalled numerous scenes, including one where Xiaoya had been splattered with cake while Duo was seated beside it. He found it hard to believe that a 5-year-old could exhibit such malice. Rubbing his temples, he stepped out onto the balcony for a cigarette, gradually calming himself before retrieving his phone to call Lan Roshue. "Which hospital are you at?" "I'll come by," Lan Roshue replied. "Xiaoya has her usual issues, so I didn't take her to the doctor. We have medicine at home, so there's no need for you to worry. Please, don't come over." Just then, Lan Yue's voice chimed in. "Why can Daddy live with Duo, but I cannot? Why does Duo have so many beautiful clothes and shoes while I have none? Why is it that Duo often makes mistakes, yet Daddy is still so kind to her?" Ji Zhouya, who had just stepped outside for a smoke after finishing his game, overheard this and couldn't help but interject. What other reason could there be? Duo is a member of the Ji family, while you are not. The other end of the line erupted into heart-wrenching cries. He accidentally hung up the phone in shock. "I merely spoke the truth. Is it necessary to cry so much?" Ji Yuan stood silently for a long while. The following morning, during breakfast, the family gathered around the dining table. When Ji Yuan descended, he deliberately glanced at Duo, only to notice her shoulders shrink slightly upon seeing him before she greeted. "Good morning, Daddy." Taking a seat, Ji Yuan pursed his lips and confessed, "I was wrong about what happened yesterday. Will Duo forgive me?" Duoduo's eyes sparkled as she nodded vigorously, eager to clarify, I have never blamed Daddy. After the meal, Ji Ziyuan picked up her little backpack, saying, Today, Daddy will take you to school. Duo paused momentarily. Previously, her father had only taken Xiaoya. She had never experienced the joy of being escorted to school by her father. Leaping with delight, she exclaimed, Yes, yes, Daddy, let us go. Grandpa Ji watched the scene with a sense of satisfaction, remarking, Duo seems much more lively. A child who is loved, of course, radiates vitality. Rong Yu raised her gaze, noting, Duo has been overlooked for far too long by you rough gentlemen. Ji Zhouye quickly retorted, That has nothing to do with me. I have always cherished Duo. Rong Yu shot him a disdainful glance. She tossed her backpack over, which Ji Zhouye caught before they both headed to school together. Upon entering the classroom, she received a message from her senior brother. Chapter 39, Is a coffin bearer needed or what? Rong Yu went to the office to request leave. Upon learning that she was heading to Haicheng University, Pei Yara guessed it was likely to meet Professor Yun and readily granted her a leave slip. Just as Rong Yu stepped out, Ms. Yang, the homeroom teacher of the top class, remarked, requesting leave during such a critical time in senior year clearly indicates she isn't cut out for university. Pei Yaru could not tolerate such remarks and retorted, Rong Yu is an exceptional student. She intended to add that Rong Yu had become a student of the renowned mathematician Professor Yun, but that information could not be disclosed from her.
Miss Yang scoffed.
Pei teacher, why not use your brain? A failing student cannot possibly achieve full marks in physics. If she were truly that outstanding, how could she have to repeat a year, remaining nameless on the lists? Pei Yara chose not to engage further. With the upcoming monthly exam, actions speak louder than words. Rong Yu had the driver take her to Haicheng University. As she alighted, she spotted Lin Rang waiting for her in a wheelchair at the school gate. Xiao Yu. Over here. Lin Rang extended a cup of milk tea toward her. Recently, all the girls in class love this milk tea. I thought you might enjoy it too. Thank you, senior brother. Rong Yu took a sip. It was quite sweet and a bit cloying, yet after drinking it, she felt relaxed and joyful. It was no wonder young girls adored it, as nearly everyone had a cup in hand. Today, I brought you here to show you the research institute located within Haicheng University, Lin Rang said with a smile. The equation I sent you a few days ago pertains to the institute's latest project, primarily aimed at assisting the Aerospace Academy in calculating planetary trajectories. As they conversed, a figure emerged from a nearby teaching building, Professor Min Xinyan. Having just concluded a project, he recognized the two before him. One was Lin Rang, the sole student of Professor Yun, and the other girl strikingly resembled the high school student Rong Yu he had encountered at Haicheng No. 1 Middle School. That day, Rong Yu had mentioned she already had a teacher. Could she be Lin Rang's student? Though Lin Rang was a rising star in the field of mathematics, he was still rather young, and his achievements could only be considered mediocre at best. Min Xinyan adjusted his glasses and approached with a smile. So, it turns out that Rong Yu is Professor Lin's student. Academician Min, Lin Rang greeted, aware that within their circle, one either referred to others as professor or teacher, seldom using titles like academician, which felt rather distant. However, their relationship was more strained than mere distance suggested. Professor Lin, with his mobility issues, likely recognized students to assist with tasks. Min Xinyan continued to smile. Such a promising talent like Rong Yu might be wasted under Professor Lin's guidance. How about this? Since I haven't taken on any students this year, why doesn't Rong Yu join me in research? Professor Lin, please don't misunderstand. I am not attempting to poach your student, but rather wish to cultivate talent swiftly for the benefit of our country.
Lin Rang smiled. I am sorry, Academician Min.
But Xiao Yu is my junior. Min Xinyan was taken aback. Rong Yu is a student of Yun Xiaoyuan? If it were one of Lin Rang's students, he would undoubtedly have the confidence to seize the opportunity. However, it is Yun Xiaoyuan. As he pondered this, his phone vibrated. Lin Rang smiled and remarked, I just informed the teacher about academician Min poaching. Min Xinyan took a deep breath and pressed the answer key, hearing Yun Xiaoyuan's voice on the other end. Min Xinyan, you old fool. You take in a student every year, and now you have over 30 under your wing. Do you need help carrying your coffin or what? To take in so many? Min Xinyan thought, this old woman has such a foul mouth. Yet, he found himself unable to retort. In the presence of Yun Xiaoyuan, he always felt diminished. It was because, decades ago, he had misjudged a moment and confessed to her, only to be met with a harsh rejection. Since then, he could never hold his head high again. Rong Yu vaguely heard the insults through the phone and was momentarily stunned. In her memory, Professor Yun, while not known for her gentleness, was certainly a person of equanimity. How could she be cursing? Ahem, Lin Rang interjected. You'll get used to it. The two professors reported by major news outlets were known for their seriousness, rigor, high standards, and lofty aspirations, representing the field of mathematics. Yet, behind the scenes, the two were in constant rivalry, unable to tolerate one another. Consequently, their students also found themselves at odds. Previously, it had been just him against the 30-odd students from the other side. Now, he had his junior sister to accompany him. Come, let us head to the research room. Rong Yu nodded and ascended the steps alongside him. Meanwhile, Xin Lin, having finished her class, stepped out of the adjacent building. Upon raising her eyes, she was taken aback upon seeing Rong Yu. How did she end up at Haicheng University? That's Professor Lin. One of her students exclaimed. It's rare to see Professor Lin on campus. Xin Lin was acquainted with Lin Rang, but only in passing, although she also taught at Haicheng University. She was merely a regular vocal instructor, separated by an insurmountable divide from a mathematical genius like Professor Lin. She had heard rumors that a top-secret project from the National Aviation Institute had been entrusted to the Haicheng Mathematics Research Institute. But how did Rong Yu manage to get involved? As Xin Lin looked closely, she realized that the entrance to the research institute was now empty. Perhaps she had mistaken someone. Lin Rang used his ID badge to swipe through the access control, and upon entering, he had to scan his fingerprint for the elevator and then his face at the research room entrance. The management was exceedingly strict. Inside, 7 or 8 individuals were busy at their computers, with a series of mathematical equations captivating Rong Yu's attention. Lin Rang beckoned her. Come over here. I need your assistance with a task. In the innermost office sat 4 individuals, Lin Rang's colleagues. He clapped his hands and announced, This is Rong Yu, a mathematical prodigy. I believe we can discuss the problem that has been troubling everyone these days. The 4 stared at Rong Yu, momentarily taken aback. Not for any other reason but because she was so young and moreover a girl, a strikingly beautiful girl. In the realm of mathematics, the male advantage was overwhelmingly greater than that of females. While this disparity was not as apparent in middle school, it became evident during high school when subjects began to diverge. By the time one reached university mathematics departments, the number of girls dwindled to a mere few. And by the graduate and doctoral levels, women were nearly non-existent. In their work area, they had never encountered such a beautiful and youthful girl. This girl was brought in by Professor Lin, who was notoriously rigorous in his approach to mathematics, to the point of being almost obsessive. They certainly did not believe that Professor Lin would treat mathematics lightly. Thus, the group opened their computer documents and began to discuss the matter earnestly. Chapter 40. Ensure the safety of great-grandmother. According to the existing model calculations, the asteroid's trajectory should intersect with Earth in 36 hours. However, the results produced by the computer were entirely incongruent with observational data. We have reverse-engineered the process hundreds of times, and the data still appeared erroneous, making it unfit for submission to the Aerospace Institute. Given the significance of the asteroid's trajectory, no deviation could be tolerated. The 4 of them were at their wits' end. Lin Jiang spoke up. In summary, an asteroid is poised to collide with Earth, and we must accurately calculate its trajectory. By employing a spacecraft to strike the asteroid at high speed, we can alter its course and avert disaster. A young researcher furiously pounded the keyboard. The computer simulation indicates a 90 collision probability in 36 hours, yet the observational data reveals a slight deviation in the trajectory, which is utterly inexplicable. Rong Yu glanced at the computer, picked up a piece of paper, and swiftly jotted down several sets of fundamental data. Then recorded the computer's computational results. Without uttering a word, she sat at the table, her pen gliding across the paper, producing a flurry of equations with remarkable speed. Seemingly without a moment's thought, the researcher closest to her stole a glance at the formulas on the paper, momentarily stunned. Wasn't she simply transcribing the computational process displayed on the computer? Yet, she did not lift her head, which did not seem indicative of mere copying. Could it be that she had memorized it? A photographic memory? Soon, his astonishment deepened. As Rong Yu progressed to the 3rd draft sheet, the content began to diverge from the computer's deductions, and her writing speed slowed. She occasionally furrowed her brow in contemplation, even biting her nails, utterly absorbed, as if the world around her had ceased to exist. Lin Jiang made a gesture for silence, urging everyone to continue their work. Rong Yu calculated independently for over an hour before finally looking up to take a sip of water, inquiring, "Senior brother, may I borrow the computer to search for some information?" The researcher beside her suddenly raised his head. Senior brother? Was Rong Yu a junior of Professor Lin? A student of Professor Yin Xiaoyuan? Wasn't Professor Yun notoriously selective in accepting students? Had she made an exception? However, students from the same institution often referred to each other as senior or junior, so perhaps Rong Yu and Professor Lin were from the same alma mater. Lin Jiang relinquished his position. She accessed the database and delved back into her work. During lunchtime, Lin Jiang called her several times, but she remained oblivious. Lin Jiang rubbed his temples. It was no wonder that the professor had chosen Rong Yu. He too was like this. When engrossed, he could forgo meals, water, and even restroom breaks, displaying an almost superhuman focus. When dinner time arrived, Lin Jiang could no longer bear to watch. He forcibly took the pen from Rong Yu's hand. You must eat before continuing, otherwise I will escort you out. Rong Yu relented, picked up her lunchbox, and devoured her meal in a matter of minutes before promptly returning to her calculations. The four individuals in the room exchanged glances, a shared sense of inexplicable laziness enveloping them. It was not until nearly 10 o'clock in the evening that Rong Yu finally exhaled deeply. Her understanding of the developments in aerospace theory and practice over the past several decades was limited. She had spent an inordinate amount of time on this, which could have been utilized more efficiently. The discrepancies in the computer's calculations originated here. She circled a formula on her paper, pointing out that they had overlooked the solar wind's material stripping effect on the surface of asteroids. Although this effect is minimal, it can significantly alter the mass distribution of asteroids over prolonged periods. Since this was a newly discovered asteroid, the computer could not accurately quantify the stripping effect, rendering the calculations impossible. She employed a method of hypothesis, one value after another, hypothesizing, demonstrating, and deducing in reverse. The correct trajectory should appear as a slight deviation at periapsis. A young researcher, trembling, entered Rong Yu's calculations into the computer. On the screen, a perfect elliptical orbit materialized, aligning flawlessly with the observational data. The pupils of the four narrowed in astonishment. The computer, which had processed data for 3 days, had been outdone by the mere pen in her hand. Your intellect is indeed more formidable than the machine. Rong Yu smiled. During her time studying abroad, when computers were just emerging, she had once surpassed them in computational speed, earning the nickname artificial superbrain from her foreign classmates. However, the rapid advancements in computing technology meant she could no longer compete in speed. Yet, computers ultimately rely on data models input by humans, so the human brain remains the ultimate benchmark. You have been of immense help, Lin Rang remarked to his assistant. Send this result directly to the Aerospace Institute. We'll conclude for today. He accompanied Rong Yu outside, where she discovered dozens of missed calls from Ji Zhouya on her phone. Sending her address, she informed Lin Rang. Senior brother, there's no need to see me off. Someone is here to pick me up. Lin Rang insisted on escorting her to the school gate, where they met Ji Zhouya arriving in a luxury vehicle, a striking sight among a multitude of opulent cars. As an academic, Lin Rang was not well versed in luxury cars, but he recognized that this one was expensive, initially assuming it was sent by Ji Ziyuan to pick someone up. To his surprise, it was another young man. Upon approaching, Ji Zhouya effortlessly lifted Rong Yu's backpack and waved to Lin Rang. Hello, senior brother. Lin Rang was taken aback, wondering when he had gained a younger disciple. Ji Zhouya chuckled. Rong Yu's senior brother is my senior brother too. Please take good care of our Rong Yu from now on. We'll be on our way. He had heard from his elder brother about the necessity of safeguarding their great-grandmother and had been instructed not to let this Professor Lin Rang fawn over her. With an arm around Rong Yu's shoulders, he displayed an air of intimacy. There's a snack street behind Haicheng University. Let us go there to unwind. Rong Yu swiftly shoved him away, exclaiming, What are you doing? Ji Zhouya retorted, What's wrong with a little hug? It's not illegal. The snack street behind Haicheng University is quite bustling, filled with delicacies that Rong Yu has yet to sample. After a long day of activity and having eaten very little, he finds himself genuinely hungry. Great-grandma, I must tell you, the grilled squid from this stall is absolutely divine. Their lemonade is incredibly refreshing. I'll buy you a cup. What about stinky tofu? It may smell foul, but it tastes delightful. And this dorayaki? Rong Yu frowned. I shall pass on the dorayaki. I refuse to partake. Ji Zhouya remarked. What era are we in? Still boycotting Japanese goods? Well, I suppose it's normal for someone from your grandmother's generation. The two continued walking and purchasing, their hands laden with treats. On the snack street, Rong Ruoyao and Song Huai were also out for a stroll after their evening study session. Rong Ruoyao had taken the initiative to invite Song Huai here to relax. As she sipped her milk tea, she caught sight of Rong Yu and Ji Zhouya together. She had heard that Rong Yu had taken a day off, but it turned out he was off courting romance, a high school student taking time off for love. How doomed to mediocrity. Chapter 41. Rong Yu, I am your fan. Ji Zhouye found himself unable to move in front of an arcade. My dearest great-grandmother, considering my devoted service to you, would you indulge me with this latest gaming console? A brand new gaming device was just released, boasting an oversized screen, an exceptionally smooth experience, and outstanding ray tracing capabilities, all for a modest price of just over 30,000. Alas, my finances are rather sparse at the moment, and I must appeal to you. Ji Zhouye continued. The disparity in conditions is a bit much. Could we perhaps negotiate? Rong Yu smiled. Let us play a game. If you manage to defeat me, then I shall concede. Ji Zhouye replied, who could possibly be so twisted as to calculate player trajectories using mathematical formulas? It's absurd to think he could win. What then? Rong Yu shrugged. With poor academic performance and lackluster gaming skills, how could I possibly give you an advantage? Ji Zhouye's eyes suddenly sparkled with mischief. He grasped Rong Yu's arm and swayed playfully, adopting a sweet tone. I'm just about to turn 18. Surely I deserve something for my coming-of-age ceremony. Consider it an early birthday gift, please. Just then, a voice interjected. Sister, are you both here as well? It was Rong Royale. She was curious about what Rong Yu and Ji Zhouye were always up to together. To her surprise, she overheard Ji Zhouye's startling remarks. Wasn't he the school bully, the epitome of coolness and arrogance? Yet here he was, acting like a child begging for sweets in front of Rong Yu.
Goodness.
Is this truly a normal romantic relationship? Song Hui also appeared taken aback, yet he maintained his usual composure, speaking softly. Ji Zhouye, coincidentally. My uncle bought me that gaming console yesterday. Since I have no interest in gaming, I'll consider your coming-of-age gift. Wait, where did you two come from? Ji Zhouye, who had just been behaving obediently like a child asking for candy, now wore a scowl. What I choose to buy is none of your business. Why must you meddle? Rong Royale's expression darkened. We're all classmates here. Song Hui is kindly offering you a gift for your coming of age. Must you speak so harshly? She bit her lip. The disparity in Ji Zhouye's demeanor towards her and towards Rong Yu is as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Had he not once professed his affection for her? Could such a profound feeling dissipate so swiftly? She harbored no genuine feelings for Ji Zhouye. Rather, she reveled in the adulation and pursuit of others. At that moment, a throng of people surged forward. Isn't that Yao Yao? They exclaimed, astonished to find her even more enchanting in person, resembling a delicate doll. Surrounded by a multitude of fans, she radiated sweetness as she posed for photographs and signed autographs. Ji Zhouye and Rong Yu were jostled aside, and he instinctively shielded Rong Yu, guiding her out of the crowd. As they exited the game store, a girl with blunt bangs gaped at her, with wide eyes. You are Rong Yu, a contestant from the Star Dream Project, right? The girl approached eagerly, her voice trembling with excitement. Hello, Sister Rong Yu. I'm your fan. Could you please sign something for me? Rong Yu was taken aback. She had fans?
No.
If it's inconvenient, she began, but the girl's expression fell. Rong Yu then reached into her backpack, retrieving a pen. Where should I sign? The girl's eyes sparkled with delight as she pulled out a notebook. Here, please sign here. Rong Yu noted that the pages were filled with simple mathematical formulas, presumably from middle school. Are you in middle school? She inquired. I'm in the third year, the girl admitted, scratching her head nervously. Is it not good to be a fan in the third year? With a flourish, Rong Yu inscribed a line. Study hard and strive for progress every day. I hope you can become my junior. Signed, Rong Yu. She looked up with a smile. I attend Haicheng No. 1 High School. The girl covered her face in disbelief. Haicheng No. 1 High School was one of the top schools in the area, with exceptionally high admission scores. With her modest grades, aspiring to attend such a prestigious institution seemed like a mere fantasy. Yet, Rong Yu had referred to her as a junior, in pursuit of some pocket money. Ji Zhouye dedicated himself to his studies. Initially, his classmates, who were not particularly diligent, felt embarrassed to continue sleeping or playing on their phones, and gradually joined him in studying. As the underperforming students exerted effort, the mediocre ones, fearing they might be surpassed by the lowest achievers, quietly took out their books to study. The top students felt immense pressure and dared not relax. After class, there was always a gathering around Rong Yu's desk. Whether it was the class monitor, the academic representative, or the league secretary, Rong Yu ventured. Could it be that your poor performance in science is due to insufficient mathematics skills? Just as the academic representative was about to interject, claiming to have scored over 120 points, Rong Yu continued, isn't 130 still rather low? with a total score of 150, logically, the lowest should be 148. The class monitor fell silent. The league secretary was rendered speechless. The academic representative, too, could only stare in disbelief. Aside from the top-tier students, how many could actually score above 140 in mathematics? Rong Yu produced a mathematics reference book. Mathematics is the foundation for all subjects. Mastering mathematical thinking makes science much simpler. The three exchanged glances, bewildered. Were they truly expected to tackle university-level mathematics when they had yet to fully grasp high school knowledge? Had they been overestimated? Returning to her seat, the trio began to tackle the problems. In Chapter 42, he had previously speculated that she might be plagiarizing. Under the midday sun, Rong Yu carried her backpack to the library, delving into subjects such as physics, quantum mechanics, aerospace studies, and nuclear science. She sat in the library study room, perusing a journal on astrophysics with great concentration. Unbeknownst to her, the person seated beside her by the window was none other than Song Hui. He first noticed the book in her hands, identical in cover to the one he was reading, except that his was a translated version, while hers was the original Russian text. Intrigued, he wondered who could possibly comprehend the Russian original. As he looked up, he was met with an unexpected visage. Rong Yu? Could she truly understand Russian? More significantly, was she genuinely interested in astrophysics? He recalled that she had achieved a perfect score in the physics competition, earning her a spot in the semi-finals. Previously, he had suspected she had cheated. But could one easily copy during an examination? Was it possible that she possessed a natural aptitude for physics? Without uttering a word, Song Hui stood and approached Rong Yu, positioning himself behind her. He observed as she diligently scribbled complex physics formulas on her paper, effortlessly calculating a set of data before striking it out and recalculating. Feeling a shadow loom above her, Rong Yu furrowed her brow and glanced up. Locking eyes with Song Hui, he initiated the conversation. Are you interested in this field as well? Rong Yu pointed to a sign indicating that conversation was prohibited. Song Hui pressed his lips together. He had taken the initiative to speak, yet she responded with such indifference. Noticing that he was blocking the light by standing still, Rong Yu glanced at her watch, realizing that the lunch break was nearly over. She closed her book and exited the library, with Song Hui trailing behind her. As they stepped outside, he was about to pose another question when they encountered Wu Su, the mathematics teacher from class 20, approaching them. Rong Yu, do you have a moment to chat? She inquired. Rong Yu nodded, assuming Wu Su sought her assistance with further calculations regarding the convergence of parabolas. However, she was taken aback when Wu Su smiled and announced, 3 days ago, I submitted my resignation to the school, and I will officially leave this afternoon. Rong Yu looked up, curious about Wu Su's future plans. She extended her hand, stating, Then I shall await your return, Teacher Wu. Wu Su grasped her hand, smiling warmly. From a distance, Song Hui observed this exchange, his usually impassive expression revealing a hint of astonishment. A student like Rong Yu was able to shake hands with a teacher on equal terms? He sensed, albeit vaguely, that Wu Su spoke to Rong Yu with a trace of respect. Respect from a teacher towards a student? Perhaps he was overthinking it. Rumors had circulated that Wu Su was favored by Professor Min and was recommended for further studies abroad. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that it somehow related to Rong Yu. Rong Yu was now explaining the morning's assigned math problem to the top 3 students of class 20. Only the class monitor had managed to solve it, but the process spanned 4 sheets of paper, a simple problem made unnecessarily complex. Rong Yu took out her pen, stating, This problem utilizes this formula. Let us modify it slightly and introduce 2 variables. If we reverse it, shouldn't that suffice? The class monitor stared in disbelief. What did it mean to introduce variables? Wouldn't that create an entirely different formula? Moreover, a formula containing so many variables surpassed the scope of high school mathematics entirely. However, such a complex matter, when articulated by Rong Yu, appears strikingly simple. Similarly, this line of thought can be applied to the physics problem at hand. In the next moment, Rong Yu had already opened the physics exercise book. Class representative, why not apply my reasoning to solve this? Indeed, it was as she suggested. A smile spread across Rong Yu's face. Now, do you understand? The class representative stood there, utterly astonished. How could she solve such a challenging problem while looking so bewildered? The class monitor and the league secretary quickly joined in the calculations, and indeed, after Rong Yu's explanation, the thought process became extraordinarily clear. With a grin, Rong Yu remarked, No need for that, my English is quite proficient. She was an overseas student from that era, having lived abroad for many years, and English posed no challenge for her. The class representative felt somewhat embarrassed. Then what can I teach you? The class monitor nodded eagerly. We can learn from each other, right? How about helping me with my essay? Rong Yu coughed lightly. My writing skills are rather poor. She had a keen interest in numbers, yet was quite oblivious to the realm of words. While she understood her research findings clearly in her mind, the moment it came time to write the report, she found herself stumbling. Writing essays was even more challenging. She felt her thoughts were clear, yet others invariably struggled to grasp her intended message. Before long, the weekend arrived. The three of them invited Rong Yu to the library for a study session, but she declined. Mr. G was even more anxious than Rong Yu. Mom, this dress makes you look lovely. If you carry this handbag, you'll appear much more fashionable. Oh my, that's utterly outdated. Ji Zhouye couldn't help but scoff. Your aesthetic sense is decades behind. This outfit would have been trendy in the 1980s. Wearing it on television, Grandma would surely be criticized as a country bumpkin. Mr. G promptly delivered a playful slap to him. He then turned to Duoer. What do you think of this outfit? It would look even better with a different pair of shoes. Duo brought over a pair of crystal shoes. Auntie, hurry and change. Ji Ziyuan interjected. Wait a moment. Let me call someone to arrange for a stylist to come over. Rong Yu intended to refuse, but was forcibly seated on the sofa by Mr. G. Mom, you are a star now. I hastily established a support group for you, and you already have more than 10 fans. You must constantly be mindful of your image. Chapter 43. Rong Yu, the unwavering star. The recording of the second episode commenced, once again in a live broadcast format. Even before 9 o'clock, numerous contestants had arrived on the red carpet, each stepping forward to sign autographs and greet the cameras. A considerable number of fans gathered outside, predominantly fervent supporters of Rong Yu and Lisa, passionately cheering. Yao Yao, bravely soar. Yao Yao fans will always accompany you. With a smile, Lisa shines in the world. The fans from both sides seemed to be in a competition, each shout louder than the last. Rong Yu and Lisa stood on the red carpet, both wearing smiles. Yet it was evident that they were subtly vying against each other. Amidst this atmosphere, an incongruous voice rang out, Rong Yu, the unwavering star. It wasn't merely the name being called, but the voice was unmistakably that of an elderly person. Stooped in posture, leaning on a cane, adorned with a cap, and astonishingly brandishing a placard inscribed with the bold characters Rong Yu, the elderly gentleman captured the attention of onlookers. My goodness, at such an advanced age, still pursuing stardom. A hasty retreat ensued among a throng of young girls, wary of potential encounters. However, old Master Ji strode forward with determination, calling out Rong Yu, Rong Yu. The starlight is unwavering. The crowd gasped as Rong Yu, just stepping onto the red carpet, stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance. Old Master Ji scratched his nose. Having spent the night learning the nuances of celebrity fandom, observing how others engaged, he mimicked their actions without crossing any boundaries. Yet, sensing the limits of Rong Yu's patience, he promptly retreated. Rong Yu breathed a sigh of relief, not out of fear, but rather concern for Ing Bao. Fearing a fall could lead to a fracture or being squeezed in the crowd could cause breathing difficulties. Given her advanced age and fragile health, such antics were best avoided. As she traversed the red carpet, she inscribed her name on the backdrop before making her way to the recording studio. Inside, Rong Yu was engaged in conversation. Upon glancing up, she noticed Rong Yu's entrance. Despite Rong Yu's simple dress, devoid of ostentation, she radiated an undeniable brilliance, easily discernible amidst the crowd. Isn't that the dress from our last season's collection? Exclaimed Lisa. The seemingly minimalist garment was anything but ordinary. Crafted from luxurious fabric, its brilliance surpassed that of typical white. And its clever tailoring accentuated her silhouette exquisitely. Adorning her feet were chic white sneakers, likely from the same brand. And she carried a brown canvas bag that lent a touch of modern flair. What appeared to be a casual ensemble was, in fact, a carefully curated look. With the total value of her attire nearing a staggering 1 million. Rong Yu smirked, thinking it audacious for her sister to flaunt counterfeit goods. Surely, the audience was oblivious to these brands. Just then, a girl approached Rong Yu, exclaiming, "Your bag is so unique. It looks stunning in your hands. Where did you buy it? Could you share the link with me?" The girl, Hichichi, who had placed third in the first episode, was enamored with the bag. Rong Yu replied, "I bought it casually in-store. There's no link available." Hichichi's enthusiasm faltered momentarily. "Don't worry, I'll choose a different color to avoid matching with you." Su Tian couldn't help but interject, "That's the latest bag from the Ma family. It might not even be available online." Hichichi was taken aback. The Ma family?
What is that?
A fellow contestant nearby chuckled. You don't know Hermes? Chi gasped, realizing that for the wealthy, such an item was merely a bag. While her own family's annual income of over 200,000 was a significant sum. Before she could process this revelation, Lisa approached Rong Yu. Your campus bag is an exclusive members edition, right? Are you a member of the Ma family?
Rong Yu replied nonchalantly, no.
She preferred not to linger on the subject,
Taking her seat instead.
Lisa frowned. If she wasn't a member, how could she have acquired a member-only item? The cameras were rolling, capturing every moment. Rome Royale gently reminded everyone to save face for one another. Lisa instantly understood. It was a counterfeit. How foolish she had been to think that Rong Yu was a member and even intended to ask him to purchase a limited edition handbag from the Ma family. The live broadcast was in an uproar. Indeed, that was a style exclusive to members. Despite being a canvas bag, it commanded a staggering price of over 700,000. Goodness, how wealthy must one be to afford such an extravagant handbag? There were only a handful of top Ma family members worldwide, all monopolized by prominent families across nations. As for the Rong family, Rong Yu, she had never heard of such a grand clan. In the first phase, there were 88 girls. By the second phase, only 80 remained, with the bottom 8 contestants silently eliminated. The top 8 contestants automatically became the leaders of their groups, selecting songs in order of their rankings. Rong Yu was ranked 73rd, quite far down the list. Her acquaintance, Su Tian, was ranked 74th and kept murmuring to herself. This song has too many high notes. I can't sing it. The dance is too difficult with so many floor moves. It's going to take my life. Oh my, and there's an English song. The 8 songs played in an instant. Su Tian clasped her hands together. I want Lover S Grass. Please don't let anyone choose it before me. Rome Royale was aware of her advantages. She smiled sweetly. Singing this song was simply perfect for her. She was ranked first and, without hesitation, chose Lover S Grass. The other leaders followed suit in selecting their songs, and then it was time for the team members to choose, intertwining song selection with group leader selection, prompting everyone to ponder carefully. Chapter 44. Unfortunately, they encountered a group of novices. The songs displayed on the big screen were ones Rong Yu quite liked. In her era, there were very few songs, and it was always the same ones repeated. Unlike now, where one could open a music app and find thousands of songs, never able to listen to them all. Those that were selected must surely be exceptional. Oh dear, Lover S Grass filled up so quickly. No way. My second choice is gone too? Rong Yu found it somewhat amusing. Stop mumbling. We're too far down the rankings to have any options. Sure enough. When it was the turn of the 72nd contestant, only the third group remained, with Chi as the leader. Throughout all the rounds of selection, this group had only the leader herself. This was because it was an English song. Chi's expression was quite stiff. As the third to choose, she deliberately selected this exceedingly challenging song, believing that the greater the difficulty, the more rewarding the challenge. Surely, if she led her team to complete this most difficult singing and dancing piece, they would be the best in the entire venue. However, she did not anticipate that no one was willing to join her team. In the end, the remaining 9 contestants naturally fell into her group. Lisa, standing to the side, quietly breathed a sigh of relief. This English song was clearly designed for her as a foreigner, and while she would like to choose it, the choreography was far too difficult. With 10 people in a group, executing such high difficulty and intricate moves would be impossible to synchronize, revealing too many weaknesses, and making it easy to end up at the bottom. Alone, she could not lead effectively. Rong Yu automatically joined this group. The live broadcast was buzzing with excitement. Chi, a master in her own right, finds herself leading a group of 9 novices to confront the most challenging dance in the history of talent shows. What an intriguing situation. The personal favorability ratings are all at the bottom. It is almost certain that this group will face elimination in the second round. I suggest you all take it easy, haha. Just look at the expression on Chi's face. She must be regretting her choice of song. As a dance major with choreography skills, it will be interesting to see how she turns things around. Standing there, she seems on the verge of bursting. Despite the cameras capturing her every moment, she holds back her frustration and forces a smile, saying, "Tonight at 9 o'clock, we have a small exam, and our time is extremely tight. We'll start with singing. You all have learned English, right?" Su Tian raises her hand and quietly admits, "I learned it. But I've forgotten everything. Now I only know how to say hello." She adds, "I entered the art school in middle school and didn't study English much." Me too. Another chimes in. Chi's eyes darken. Not being able to speak English explains their low favorability ratings. She turns and steps outside, where she stands under the camera, silently shedding tears. How tragic it is to be held back by a group of amateurs. Don't worry, Chi-Chi, I will vote for you later, she hears someone say. Chi-Chi cries for a long time outside. Inside the rehearsal room, the remaining 9 girls stare blankly at one another. The leader is gone. What do we do now? How long must we wait? Rong Yu picks up the lyrics booklet and quietly reads through it. The words aren't particularly difficult. It's just the speed that makes them seem so. After finishing, she lifts her head and asks who has a good sense of pitch. Can anyone teach me the melody? A petite girl quickly approaches, sitting beside her, and begins to hum softly. They take turns singing, with Rong Yu's voice revealing a remarkably standard English accent. After completing the song, everyone in the room is left astonished. Wow, your English is incredible, Su Tian exclaims, her eyes sparkling. Quick, teach us. The girls join in, synchronously reading along. The audience for this segment is mostly in the live streams of Rong Yu and Lisa, while this room has barely 1,000 viewers. It must be said, Rong Yu's pronunciation is astonishingly precise, an authentic London accent. I finally understand what a London accent truly is. Wait, is Rong Yu being a bit sly? Just moments ago, when Chi-Chi asked who knew English, she remained silent, and now that Chi-Chi is left, she pulls the stunt. Ha! It's not fair to blame Rong Yu when Chi-Chi stormed out without letting anyone finish speaking. Meanwhile, the group with Rong Yu has already begun practicing their dance. While this group hasn't even grasped the song yet. Are they all just going to wait for an English teacher to arrive? Quiet, let's watch the live stream. I've actually learned several level 8 vocabulary words from Rong Yu. Watching this group of amateurs tackle English is surprisingly relieving. The live stream audience grows from over 1,000 to more than 5,000. In the rehearsal room, the 9 girls take turns singing, seamlessly passing the melody along. The tune is flawless, and their English pronunciation poses no issues whatsoever. Chi-Chi is left bewildered. What on earth happened in just over an hour? Rong Yu demonstrates remarkable patience in teaching them, and several girls gather around, diligently learning. Chi-Chi bites her lip in contemplation. What is going on? She had only just left, and already there were those vying for the leader's position. Was it because Rong Yu could afford a bag from the Rong family that these people flattered her? Clearing her throat, she called out, "Everyone, gather around. Our English vocal instructor has arrived. Let's allow the teacher to lead us in a song." The room fell into silence as they complied and sang along with the instructor. Upon the conclusion of the piece, the teacher gave a thumbs up, praising, "Your pronunciation is excellent, but Chi-Chi, your enunciation of this word is too rigid." Chi-Chi's face flushed with embarrassment. She struggled to articulate, repeating the word after the teacher again and again. As the morning vocal class came to an end, the afternoon session was dedicated to dance. Chi had danced since childhood, her foundation strong. After watching twice, she was nearly proficient. "Everyone, follow me as we learn the first 2 8 counts," she instructed. A group of people followed her lead, their movements awkward and stiff, perpetually out of sync. The more she taught, the less patience she had. The crowd surrounded her, seeking guidance and wasting precious time. Overwhelmed, she pressed down her emotions and said, "I need to break down the next movements. You all should familiarize yourselves with the initial 8 counts." With that, she exited the room. Finding a secluded spot with a camera but no one around, she silently began to practice her dance. Chi was putting in tremendous effort, yet unfortunately, she was encumbered by a group lacking skill, dragging her down. Chapter 45. It felt as though she was punching like a soldier. This move was proving exceedingly difficult to master. With less than 3 hours before the small examination, panic set in. The atmosphere in the rehearsal room was stifling. One girl even broke down in tears, prompting a cluster of others to gather around and comfort her. Rong Yu maintained a calm demeanor, continuing her dance practice. Although she had never formally studied dance, her agility allowed her to execute even the most challenging moves with ease. However, in the live stream, have you noticed how Rong Yu dances like a robot? The movements aren't wrong, but they appear so stiff. Is this dancing? Hilarious. The girls who had been crying exchanged glances upon seeing her performing like a soldier, and then burst into laughter. Rong Yu, maintaining a serious expression, urged, "Even if you're still crying, it's almost time for the exam. Come on, practice." 10 repetitions, then a 5-minute break. Su Tian approached Sister Yu. "Please teach me that floor move. Once I learn it, I'll show you how to make it softer." Rong Yu slowed her movements to instruct. The girls followed suit, but the complexity of the moves made it challenging to achieve perfection. Rong Yu assisted each one, saying, "All right, hold this position for 10 seconds. No moving." As the seconds ticked by, the girls began collapsing to the ground. "Get up. Continue." Rong Yu kicked one girl gently to help her back up, urging them to follow her through the remaining movements. "Sister Yu, you're truly a taskmaster. Sister Yu, aren't you tired? Sister Yu, please help me. How do I get my leg up on my head?" At some point, the girls began addressing her as Sister Yu, even those a few years older than her, subtly positioning her as their pillar of support. Observing her teammates sprawled on the ground, performing an array of peculiar movements, she had managed to cultivate an inner tranquility. The team competition was merely a means to earn additional points. The essence lay in individual preference. As long as she showcased her excellence, securing a spot among the top 3 was assured. With a calm demeanor and a more pleasant expression, she approached Su Tian and offered guidance. "Your movements are incorrect. It should be." Su Tian furrowed her brow, responding, "Sister Yu instructed me to master this movement first." He Chi interjected with a smile. "After all, Rong Yu is not a professional dancer. Her advice may not be entirely reliable." "I believe Sister Yu's instructions are quite beneficial," another girl chimed in. "At least I know the direction in which to strive." He Chi maintained her smile. "Is that so? Then show me what you can do." The girl, somewhat displeased yet aware of her leader's authority, complied and danced once. He Chi's brows twitched. The execution was far too rigid. "This is not right at all." Unable to restrain herself, she adjusted the girl's arm, insisting, "It needs to appear more graceful." "That hurts," the girl exclaimed in pain. Sister Yu said to focus on mastering the movements first, then to consider grace. Sister Yu, always Sister Yu." He Chi felt her patience waning. She glanced at Rong Yu, whose movements were equally stiff. It was baffling how she had the audacity to instruct others in dance. Well, it was just a disorganized bunch. The leader was hardly a prized asset. He Chi turned and exited the room. Su Tian muttered, "When we need her guidance, she's absent. When we don't, she nitpicks. Is this how a leader should behave?"
Su Tian.
Rong Yu interjected, "If you've mastered it, then stop daydreaming and continue." To Rong Yu, while the minor assessment was significant, the upcoming performance a week later was far more crucial. An hour slipped by swiftly, and the time for the assessment arrived. The mini-assessment lasted 30 seconds, encompassing both singing and dancing. The 10 stood in formation, with He Chi at the forefront and Rong Yu positioned to the side. As the music surged to its climax, He Chi's performance was exceptionally striking. Rong Yu's was commendable as well. However, the overall execution was lacking. It was uncoordinated. Movements were stiff, and the positioning was chaotic. Among the entire group, only He Chi stood out. Wasn't she the leader? Was she solely focused on herself? One couldn't help but feel sympathy for Chi. Despite her diligent efforts, she faced criticism. The supervising instructor furrowed his brow deeply. "Who is the team leader?" He Chi stepped forward. "Your group is performing like this. You bear a significant responsibility." Instructor Cui Yuan's voice was cold. "This is a team competition, not a solo showcase." He Chi's eyes instantly welled with tears. "Teacher Cui, it's not that I haven't taught everyone. It's just that they only heed Sister Yu's advice. And I feel powerless." Su Tian immediately interjected, "Teacher Cui, that's not accurate." He Chi. "Enough," Cui Yuan interrupted. "A team lacking cohesion will struggle to shine in a group competition. I advise you all to gather after today's recording to foster some camaraderie. This is far more crucial than merely practicing singing and dancing." He noted 3 words in the assessment book, unsatisfactory. Following the mini-assessment, the second recording session concluded, and the cameras gradually powered down. He Chi's expression of grievance suddenly dissipated as she spoke. "The preliminary examination has already demonstrated our abilities, and there is no need to squander further time in adjustment. What do you all think?" Rong Yu raised her gaze. "I beg to differ. If one is to undertake a task, it must be executed with utmost excellence. I shall never resign myself to mediocrity, for that is the foundation of my principles." He Chi smiled. "Very well, you all continue your efforts. I shall take my leave." She needed to seek a professional dance instructor to refine her movements, for she must stand out amidst the mediocrity. Regardless of the team competition, the spotlight ultimately shines upon individual accomplishments. She turned and strode away. Su Tian was infuriated, while the other girls wore expressions of dissatisfaction. Rong Yu remained unfazed. She declared, "I am now assigning several tasks. Those who wish to heed my words may stay, while those who do not may leave at once." Everyone remained rooted to the spot. Rong Yu nodded with satisfaction. Starting tomorrow, each person must check in daily within the group, performing the dance routine 100 times. 100 times. Su Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Sister Yu, is it too late for me to leave now? It is too late, Rong Yu replied, tugging at her collar. With sufficient practice, muscle memory will take over naturally. Do you wish to embarrass yourselves on the performance stage in a week? The group of girls shook their heads in unison. That's more like it, Rong Yu smiled. You all have worked hard today. You may disperse. The girls hurriedly departed. For reasons unknown. There was an inexplicable pressure that made Rong Yu seem akin to a strict instructor. Yet, following her instilled a sense of security. It felt as though, no matter the challenges faced, they could overcome them under her guidance. As Rong Yu exited the recording studio, she was escorted by staff to a private elevator that took her directly to the top floor. Chapter 46, Great-Grandmother Triumphs, debuts in first place. In the top floor office of the CEO, 5 mobile phones lay before Old Master Ji, their screens ablaze with trending topics concerning Rong Yu and Hichichi. Isn't Hichichi the group leader? Rong Yu is vying for attention, trying to rally team members while sidelining Hichichi, only to ultimately fail the preliminary examination and be humiliated. She appears to be deliberately courting controversy to achieve notoriety. It was Hichichi who first abandoned her responsibilities, and Rong Yu stepped up in her stead. TSK, it's astonishing that a mere novice like Rong Yu has fans defending her. The group was at the bottom, and Rong Yu must bear all the blame. Old Master Ji, already slow at typing, found himself in a frenzy, battling a multitude of online detractors. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. He called out, Yuan, there are too many trolls. Come assist me. Ji Yuan, seated before his computer, replied, I still have several documents to process. The more you argue with these netizens, the more they revel in it. A cold response will quell them. Ji Zhuya chimed in, why not simply spend some money to hire some online commenters? No need for you to engage personally. Old Master Ji's eyes lit up. What are online commenters? I know. Ji Duo raised her hand. There are 2 types of online commenters. One is organic, like you, great-grandfather, and the other consists of hired individuals who post numerous comments to steer public opinion. Ji Zhonan tossed aside his English book and leaned closer, suggesting, shall I assist in hiring some online supporters? Old Master Ji, unfamiliar with such matters, nodded eagerly. How much will it cost? Ji Zhonan initially contemplated stating 50,000, but quickly modified his request to 500,000, or even 5 million if necessary. If we are to recruit, let us do so generously, to bolster great-grandmother's reputation and ensure her triumph, propelling her to fame beyond the galaxy. Old Master Ji's enthusiasm surged. Indeed, Yi is truly filial. At that moment, Rong Yu entered and playfully swatted the back of the old man's head. The esteemed founder of the Ji Group and a titan of commerce in Haiqing remained silent, unable to utter a word. Ji Zhonan promptly shielded his face with the English book. Duo, holding her phone aloft, announced, Auntie-S fan club has gained over 1,000 new members today. It has grown from 10 to over 1,000, which is splendid. Old Master Ji rose, exclaiming, to celebrate Madame Rong's fanbase, surpassing 1,000. Let us go out for a meal. Ji Zhonan immediately concurred, perfect for a late-night snack. Duo clapped her hands in delight. I've never had a late-night snack. I want to join. Rong Yu picked her up, then let us go. Ji Yuan closed his laptop, took the car keys, and drove the family to a seafood barbecue restaurant by the Bund. Sitting by the window on the 2nd floor, they enjoyed the autumn evening breeze while admiring the riverside nightscape and the bustle of passers-by, creating a unique ambience. Look, isn't that Aunt Lon? The keen-eyed child pointed at a figure on the riverside promenade. And there's Lon Yu too. Rong Yu glanced over, and indeed, it was the mother and daughter. Lon Roshu had donned a pristine white strapless gown, holding Lon Yu, who was dressed in a princess dress, with a sharply dressed man standing closely beside them, suggesting a close relationship. Ji Zhonan frowned. Brother, why is Roshu out on a date with another man at this hour? Have you two quarreled?
Yes, Yuan replied calmly.
Everyone has their own social circles. Being together doesn't necessarily imply a date. Recently, he had taken on several freelance jobs, juggling G Group's affairs by day and personal projects by night, all to earn money to support outings. The connection he shared with Roshua seemed to have diminished, and it had been days since he last saw Xiaoya.
Daddy.
A bright voice rang out. It was Lon Yu.
Yes, Yuan smiled,
Momentarily thinking Lon Yu had spotted him, only to witness her leap into the arms of the man beside her, who lifted her high onto his shoulders. Daddy, higher. I want to go higher. Lon Yu shouted in excitement. Lan Roshua made no attempt to intervene, instead gently cautioning, Xiaoya, be careful not to fall. Ji Zhounan furrowed his brow. That's not how Xiaoya's father looks. I mean, how many fathers does she have, if she calls every man she sees daddy? Ji Ziyuan's expression darkened. He stood up, ready to descend. Rong Yu spoke slowly. Xiaoya has grown up without a father. It's natural for her to embrace multiple father figures. The more people who care for her, the better. What fault is that of hers? Ji Ziyuan felt as though he had been struck by an arrow to the heart. Rong Yu, although Lan Yu has many fathers, Yuan, you only have one daughter. Duo picked up a roasted oyster and offered it to Ji Ziyuan. Daddy, this oyster is delicious. Let me feed you. Ji Ziyuan sat down, his expression gradually softening. Thank you, Duo. After the family meal concluded, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. As they stepped outside, Ji Ziyuan received a call on his phone from Lan Roshua. He pressed his lips together and promptly ended the call. Lan Roshua tucked her phone away, seemingly unfazed. The man nearby, cradling Lan Yu, approached Miss Lan. Would you like to take another look at the night view? He drove the mother and daughter back to the villa. Daddy, goodbye. Lan Yu politely waved her hand in farewell. Lan Roshua crouched down, her tone serious. Xiaoyu, you must not call this uncle daddy again.
He is not your father.
But every time I call him daddy, he gives me gifts. Lan Yu lifted the present in her hand. This necklace is quite expensive. 80,000, and look at this beautiful hairpin. This limited edition figurine was also obtained. If I hadn't called him daddy so many times, he wouldn't have bought you these shoes, mama. Lan Roshua glanced at the shoes gifted by the man, curling her lips. This is hardly significant. Ji Ziyuan is the future heir of the Ji family. Once he inherits, such shoes, bags, and necklaces will be trivial. She needed to ponder carefully on how to regain the favor of the old Master Ji and expedite the marriage arrangements. To win over the old Master Ji, Rong Yu was crucial. How could she foster a good relationship with Rong Yu? Chapter 47. Who were you with last night? Early one morning, the online discourse surrounding Rong Yu intensified. One must possess some strength to aspire to be a leader, with such low personal appeal, lacking in both singing and dancing. What right does she have to compete? Rong Yu is merely a delinquent who bullies others in school, isn't she? She has such a good temper, even enduring being stepped on. Thanks to Rong Yu, this clown, more people have become acquainted with Chi. Chi tidied herself up, preparing to elevate her status. The old Master Ji, having risen early, began his battle against the online trolls at 4 in the morning. He found himself outmatched alone and ordered Butler Yu to register a Weibo account. Butler Yu was taken aback. At over 60 years old, navigating the complexities of the internet was beyond him. He quickly summoned all the servants and security of the manor, urging the younger ones to take charge.
Thus,
by 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, breakfast at Farong Manor had yet to be prepared. A large group sat on the lawn, phones in hand, vigorously typing and engaging in heated exchanges with netizens.
Rong Yu, Yishanink.
She spoke coldly. The old Master Ji, leading the charge in the online fray, jolted upright from the lawn. I'm here. Meeting Rong Yu's gaze, he felt inexplicably guilty and waved his hand hurriedly. Everyone disperse. Get back to your tasks, old Yu. Keep an eye on the kitchen and expedite the meal preparations. Butler Yu let out a sigh of relief and promptly set to work. Ing Bao, you now spend at least 10 hours a day on your phone. Rong Yu stated, give me your phone. It's confiscated. Old Master Ji found himself subdued by the bloodline of his own mother, having no choice but to obediently surrender his mobile phone. Ji Zhouya, reveling in the chaos, quipped. Great-grandma, the old master has yet another phone concealed in his back pocket. Duo raised her hand, stating, Great-grandfather has 2 phones charging beneath his pillow. The old master muttered. A pack of traitors. Ji Ziyuan stepped forth, saying, Grandfather, cease your futile efforts. I will have the Ji family suppress the trending searches. As their conversation unfolded, guests arrived at the estate, Lan Roshua and Lan Yu, accompanied by Butler Yu. The old master hastily interjected, Mother, I awoke too early and feel dizzy. I shall lie down for a while. Every time he laid eyes on Lan Roshua, he felt an inexplicable discomfort. He could hardly fathom how he once considered her the ideal candidate for the role of daughter-in-law. It was truly a lapse in judgment. Swiftly, he made his exit. Unperturbed, Lan Roshua approached with her child in tow, greeting them with a cheerful, good morning. Duo withdrew her hand, falling silent. Ji Ziyuan furrowed his brow slightly. Duo. Did I not teach you how to respond when someone apologizes? Duo bit her lip, poised to speak, when Rong Yu interjected, if the apology is sincere. One may indeed say it's all right, but duo, do you perceive sincerity in Lan Yu's demeanor? Lan Yu hastily exclaimed, I genuinely acknowledge my mistake. Duo. Will you forgive me? If she truly recognized her fault, should she not have come bearing reparations? Rong Yu smiled. A princess dress and a pair of crystal shoes amount to 386,000. I shall not pursue the debt further. Since she has come to me, she must compensate for the sum. After all, these were personally chosen beautiful garments for Duo. How lovely they would appear on her, now deliberately ruined. Such a transgression is intolerable. Lan Yu's expression stiffened as she instinctively glanced at her mother. Lan Roshue unconsciously bit her lip, hoping Ji Ziyuan would interject. However, he remained silent, offering no words. She understood that this matter could not be swept under the rug and was acutely aware that Ji Ziyuan would not bear the cost of compensation.
Indeed.
When it came to Duo, no amount of obedience or understanding on Xiaoya's part could rival the weight of his biological daughter in his heart.
Duo, possessing agente disposition.
Did not cling to the issue further and nodded, all right. Lan Yu grasped Duo's hand. Then let us go play. Duo once again withdrew her small hand, declaring, I wish to read my English picture book. You may play by yourself. Her aunt had advised her to courageously refuse what she did not wish to do. Without forcing herself, she no longer desired to befriend Lan Yu or engage in play with her. Resolutely, she turned and ascended the stairs, shutting the door behind her. Miss Rong, Lan Roshue said, extending a box towards her, I came across a pair of high heels suited for a young girl while shopping and purchased them. Do have a look and see if you like them. Rong Yu glanced at the shoebox. The packaging seemed familiar, resembling a gift given to Lan Roshue by the man beside her the previous night. She turned to Ji Ziyuan, who also recognized it. His jaw tightened. Miss Rong lacks need for these shoes. Lan Roshue pressed her lips together. Old Master Ji, despite his advanced age, remains infatuated with love, lavishly spending his wealth on Rong Yu. She is well aware that Rong Yu does not lack the means to purchase shoes. However, this particular pair is imbued with her heartfelt intentions. Just as she was about to speak again, she noticed Rong Yu turning towards the tea room. With a hint of grievance, she asked, Ji Yuan, does Miss Rong truly despise me so?
Yes, Yuan's gaze deepened.
Did you truly select this pair of shoes for Miss Rong yourself? Lan Ruoshue's fingers froze. This pair of shoes was a gift from the man who had invited her for a stroll along the riverside last night, a luxurious pair, worth over 200,000. She had hesitated to refuse it, although the style did not particularly appeal to her. Thus, she decided to utilize it as a means of ingratiation and present it to Rong Yu. Was Ji Ziyuan perceptive enough to sense something amiss? Her mind raced as she softly replied, Actually, I asked a friend to purchase them for me. Ji Ziyuan acknowledged her with a brief HM, and after a moment, continued, Who were you with last night? She subtly seized the initiative. Ji Ziyuan glanced at the time. I've been busy lately. I have a meeting to attend. Will you accompany me to the company? Lan Ruoshue lifted her gaze and saw Rong Yu leisurely sipping tea in the tea room, indulging in the finest tea that old Master Ji treasured. Truly, she had taken on the role of the Ji family matriarch. Chapter 48. Those who endure hardship shall only know hardship for a lifetime. Monday dawned, and the atmosphere of study grew increasingly intense, for this Friday marked the monthly examination. The class monitor, academic committee member, and group leader, having absorbed Rong Yu's problem-solving approach over the weekend, seemed to unlock new levels of efficiency in their studies. They reaped tangible benefits and insisted on dragging Rong Yu into tutoring them on essay writing. Your word choice is far too archaic. It feels overly convoluted. Rewrite it. Rong Yu silently revised her essay. When she was a student, this was never her strong suit, and after 70 years, with a shift in linguistic context, her essay writing had worsened. During class, she diligently wrote, and once the bell rang, she sought out a secluded spot to practice her singing and dancing for the group. In the 10-minute breaks, she could manage to dance 3 times, and with the addition of the afternoon rest and evening study sessions, she would engage in continuous practice, striving for 100 repetitions in a day. Each participant shared their videos in the group. Rong Yu meticulously reviewed them one by one.
Sutian.
You still need to practice that backbend. Yu Jia, are you a demon? I've only practiced 30 times, and I'm already exhausted. Woe is me, this is so hard. Rong Yu responded, Only through enduring hardship can one rise above others. Those who can endure hardship shall only know hardship for a lifetime, Su Tian echoed. Rong Yu chuckled softly. What a peculiar dose of motivational rhetoric. The group chat buzzed with lively chatter, yet the group leader, He Chi, remained silent, neither participating in the check-ins nor engaging in conversation. Rong Yu turned off her phone and resumed her studies. The class monitor approached hesitantly, saying, "Actually, Rong Yu, I've noticed some of your pronunciations are incorrect."
Rong Yu nodded. Go on.
For instance, regarding the pronunciation of certain characters, such as mount, path, and the lines from classical poetry, distantly ascending the cold mountain, the stone path slopes, and the local dialect remains unchanged, yet my hair has turned gray. There have indeed been alterations in recent years, as the teacher had specifically emphasized. Rong Yu conducted a brief online search and confirmed this to be true. As a relic from 70 years ago, she increasingly finds herself out of touch with the times. She inquired, what other characters have undergone changes in pronunciation? Could you summarize them for me? The class monitor beamed a broad smile and replied, absolutely. Under Rong Yu's guidance, his comprehensive science scores had risen by over 30 points, and he felt a profound sense of achievement in assisting her. Meanwhile, the group of underperforming students, led by Ji Zhouya, had also immersed themselves in intense study. Having squandered the previous 2 years, they found it challenging to catch up. Pei Yaru took the initiative to establish a one-on-one tutoring group, pairing capable students with those who struggled, fostering mutual progress. Typically, high school seniors have very little time for studies, and those who excel would wish for every minute to be stretched into 2. How could they find time to help others? However, while aiding Rong Yu in refining her essay writing, they too saw an enhancement in their own writing skills. As they summarized common errors for Rong Yu, they inadvertently reviewed fundamental concepts, solidifying their grasp. Mathematics and physics required relentless practice to ascend the ranks. The class monitor volunteered to partner with Chen Nian. The student ranked last. The academic committee selected Ji Zhouya, and the class representative was equally determined. Pei Yaru wore a contented expression. Who said class 2 was filled with underachievers? Who claimed her students lacked ambition? Who insisted that poor students could only ever remain poor? Before long, Friday arrived, marking the monthly examination. Rong Yu's weakest subject was undoubtedly Chinese. Firstly, with regard to pinyin, it had not been invented in her era. Secondly, although she had crammed for a week on essay writing, she still felt woefully inadequate. As she penned her essay, she sighed, bewildered by the existence of such an arduous task as writing. Just then, she heard voices outside the door. Looking up, she saw Pei Yaru conversing with the proctor at the entrance to her examination room. Moments later, the proctor approached her desk, gently tapped it, closed her exam paper, and gestured for her to step outside. Upon exiting the examination hall, she was surprised to find the principal waiting for her. The principal spoke, "Student Rong Yu, Professor Lin Rang from Haicheng University has come personally to fetch you, stating that there is a matter of great importance requiring your attention." His expression was one of uncertainty as he regarded her. Just moments ago, when Professor Lin had called him, he referred to Rong Yu as his junior, and the professor's mentor was the esteemed academician Yun Xiaoyuan. This implied that Rong Yu was a student of Yun Xiaoyuan? Yun Xiaoyuan was a renowned mathematician on an international scale, having accepted only one student throughout his lifetime, with countless others having been turned away. The fact that such a distinguished figure had taken a high school student like Rong Yu under his wing was utterly astonishing. Aware of the need for discretion, the principal refrained from probing further, his demeanor subtly shifting to one of respect as he escorted Rong Yu to the school gate. There, at the entrance, sat Lin Rang in a wheelchair. He was the first to approach, stating, "I apologize for the inconvenience, as I have borrowed one of your students during the monthly examination." The principal busily shook hands with him, stating, "It is an honor for student Rong Yu." Having entered the esteemed mentorship of Master Yun Xiaoyuan and becoming a fellow disciple with Lin Rang, a mere letter of university recommendation could transform Rong Yu's destiny. However, the fact that she had caught the attention of Yun Xiaoyuan suggested that she indeed possessed a certain talent. Perhaps a genius would not even regard such recommendations with any significance. Rong Yu speculated that it might relate to the impending asteroid. The unidentified celestial body was drawing closer to Earth, necessitating immediate action in the coming days. The data models inputted into the computer proved inadequate for precise predictions, thus requiring a dual approach. She assisted Lin Rang into the vehicle, folding the wheelchair as the car sped forward. Rong Yu had to emerge as a student from Haicheng No. 1 High School. The vehicle did not head towards Haicheng University, but rather to the 4th Space Research Institute. Lin Rang wore a serious expression. The nation had hastily decided to launch a rocket to divert the asteroid, yet this had backfired, altering the asteroid's mass and trajectory, necessitating recalibration. The computational process was too slow, and the institute had gathered over a dozen prodigious minds to derive accurate data. The 4th Space Research Institute, a branch of the Central Space Administration, was nestled in the outskirts of Haicheng, shrouded by lush greenery. Upon entering, Rong Yu immediately sensed a tense atmosphere. Yun Xiaoyuan awaited her at the entrance. Xiaoyu, you should not have been exposed to such highly confidential projects at this early stage, but due to unforeseen circumstances. We could not find anyone else. If you manage, splendid. If not, the rest of us seasoned veterans will handle it, so do not feel overly pressured. Rong Yu nodded and followed her mentor further inside. Chapter 49. Yigo, are you not dating Rong Yu? After a day of examinations concluded, the news of a student from class 20 missing an exam had spread. Teacher Pei, you must reconsider your teaching methods, Teacher Yang remarked. These are high school seniors. What could possibly be more important than a monthly exam? I heard it was you who personally went to the exam room to call her out. By indulging her, you could ruin this student's future. Pei Yaru, while organizing the test papers, replied without looking up, there are many things in this world more important than a monthly exam. Student Rong Yu will have a bright future. There is no need for you to worry, Teacher Yang. Teacher Yang chuckled, I have no desire to fret. Just think about how to write a reflective report for the academic dean. This was a crucial examination involving 8 schools, and an unexplained absence would certainly lead to accountability for the class teacher. Pei Yaru remained unfazed. The principal had personally approved the leave, so it was not her place to write a report. The students, having just completed their monthly exams, were discussing the incident. The members of class 20 were particularly anxious. Class leader, I heard that Rong Yu did not participate in the exam. Class representative, I was in the same examination room as Rong Yu during the Chinese exam. She was called out by the class teacher halfway through. Youth League secretary, did something happen at her home? Chen Yan, Yigo, aren't you dating Rong Yu? Do you know why she? Ow, why did you hit me? Yigo, stop spreading rumors. My relationship with Rong Yu is not what you think, Ji Zhouya retorted. With his hands in his pockets, her family is not in any trouble. Behind a few individuals stood Rong Ruoyao and Song Huai. Rong Ruoyao wore an expression of scorn. Her sister, who had secured a spot in the preliminary round of the physics competition, should, in theory, have grades comparable to Song Huai. Yet, the absurdity was that Rong Yu had chosen not to sit for the exam altogether, simply because she could not access the top student's paper. What a ridiculous person. Song Huai paused briefly and remarked, could it be that she fell ill, which is why she missed the exam? This caught Rong Ruoyao off guard. After all, during the betrothal arranged years ago, it was Rong Yu who was mentioned. Song Huai was adept at avoiding suspicion and now he was inquiring about her? He did not elaborate further. Meanwhile, Rong Yu remained at the 4th Aerospace Institute until midnight, only recalling to call home during a brief moment of hydration. The area was equipped with signal jammers and upon stepping outside, she discovered dozens of missed calls from the Ji family. It seemed that Ji Wangtian was not particularly concerned about his daughter. After speaking briefly, she hung up the phone. Old Master Ji reflected on his childhood when his mother was also preoccupied at the research institute, often out of sight. 70 years had passed. Yet his mother remained as busy as ever. With so much talent in Huaxia, it hardly seemed necessary to rely solely on her. He sighed and shook his head, saying, if your great-grandmother were to know that the recording time was altered solely for her, she would surely object. After a moment, he continued, the recording time remains unchanged. But can we adjust the performance order?
Yes, Haiyuan nodded.
The original performance order was based on the results of the preliminary exam, but fortunately, this rule had not been made public. Once recording commenced tomorrow, a lottery would determine the order. Of course, this insider information would never be disclosed to the great-grandmother. On Saturday morning, the entrance of the G Entertainment building was already surrounded by fans. Yao Yao, Yao Yao, I love you. Lisa, go go go, we will always support you. Chi Chi, don't be afraid, fans are your strongest backing. Over the course of the week, Chi Chi had gained over 200,000 followers, primarily adoring fans. She graciously waved to the crowd, saying, thank you all for coming such a long way to support me. I will do my utmost to live up to your affection. The contestants gradually assembled. Hichichi's group was still missing one member, and as time ticked away, Rong Yu had yet to arrive. All the contestants had surrendered their phones, making it impossible to reach out. The live stream erupted with chaos. What? Rong Yu is late? With her absence? The team is one member short. What are the others supposed to do? Hichichi is so unfortunate. Not only is her position as group leader at risk, but with one less member, how can they compete? Laughter echoed in the comments. This is just the most infuriating aspect of Rong Yu. Such a person doesn't deserve to enter the entertainment industry. Let us start a movement against Rong Yu. As long as you don't vote for Rong Yu, we are like sisters, despite our different fathers and mothers. Hichichi's eyes turned misty. Positioned right in front of the camera, she silently shed a few tears. Su Tian shook her head, thinking perhaps something had gone awry. If only she had called Rong Yu before entering. Hichichi drew the third position in the lottery. She reached into the box, feeling for a ball, and upon opening it, discovered the number 8 inscribed within. The 8th performance. Her face was alight with surprise. It is well known that the order of performances is intricately linked to the final rankings. Firstly, it provides ample time for mental preparation. Secondly, it allows for the opportunity to observe the performances of other teams, enabling timely adjustments. Thirdly, after the final performance, the audience promptly casts their votes for their favorites, naturally leaving a profound impression of this team, thus conferring a significant advantage in the vote count. Su Tian let out a sigh of relief. Team leader, your luck is truly remarkable. Being the last to perform, Rong Yu should be able to arrive just in time. At that moment, Rong Yu was engrossed in her computer, fervently calculating the orbital trajectories of planets, inputting code after code into the system, forming new data models.
Done.
She set down her pen, instructing, now. You shall input this data group by group, and the computer will yield the final result. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Chapter 50. I have a filter for academic overachievers. At the Research Institute, a large gathering surrounded Rong Yu. From 10 o'clock yesterday morning until now, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, nearly 30 hours had passed, during which Rong Yu had only managed to rest for about 40 minutes, tirelessly analyzing various data. They witnessed firsthand how she utilized a mere pen to derive the planetary deviation from its orbit. They watched in awe as she transformed figures on paper into a series of codes within the computer. Professor Yun's student is truly a genius among geniuses. Her mind operates with greater precision than a computer. How did she come to be? Min Xinyan's eyes turned green with envy. If only he had encountered Rong Yu a moment sooner, she could have been his prized protege, but he had missed that opportunity by a hair's breadth. Little Yu's advantage lies in her youth. Her quick wit does not qualify her as a genius. Let's not overpraise her. Yun Xiaoyuan's smile stretched from ear to ear. Lin rang. Please escort your junior sister out. Professor Lin has mobility issues. I shall assist. A young female PhD candidate helped Rong Yu with her backpack. Rong Yu, this way. Rong Yu followed her outside. Upon reaching the exterior, she discovered her phone had long since run out of battery and shut down. She instructed the vehicle to head directly to Ji's entertainment. As the 6th group concluded their performance, Rong Yu had yet to arrive. Hichichi, in a state of panic, began to weep. The morale of the other team members plummeted, and they sighed in despair. Rong Royale had already finished her performance, her group currently leading by a significant margin. With a smile, she approached, saying, Hichichi, I've learned the dance from your group before. Shall I take Rong Yu's place? The fans in the live stream erupted with excitement. Our Yao Yao is both beautiful and kind-hearted. Despite sharing the surname Rong, how can there be such a stark contrast? Yao Yao is simply too benevolent. Let us all cast a vote for her. Hichichi lowered her gaze. No need. A group requires only one outstanding individual. Once Rong Royale joins the team, the audience's attention will shift entirely to her, rendering Rong Yu merely a backdrop. The last place has already been predetermined. Thus, she must garner a greater share of individual favor. Rong Royale did not genuinely wish to assist. Soon, it was time for the 7th group to perform, and the director's room was filled with anxiety. Contact with Rong Yu remains elusive. In this round, it would be prudent to tally the votes and eliminate her, aligning with the audience's sentiments. He is acutely aware of the deep ties between Rong Yu and the Ji family. Previously, the Secretary-General beside President Ji, Lan Roshue, was dismissed simply for transferring Rong Yu's makeup artist. Not only can he not eliminate Rong Yu, but he must also support her debut. However, the online discourse surrounding Rong Yu is overwhelmingly negative, and championing her would undoubtedly invite immense pressure. At that moment, the assistant director exclaimed in astonishment. Someone had captured a photograph of Rong Yu emerging from the 4th Aerospace Institute. How did she manage to get there? Her image surged to the top of trending topics. The 4th Aerospace Institute is a national entity of the highest confidentiality, and outsiders are strictly prohibited. How did she infiltrate? It is rumored that the autumn begonias at the institute are in full bloom, particularly stunning, and every year, influencers photograph them from behind the fence. Could she have sneaked in to take pictures of the begonias? Such audacity is truly astonishing. I urge the institute to hold her personally accountable. She has trespassed into a national stronghold. Should any state secrets be compromised, who will take responsibility? The The Fourth Aerospace Institute must take legal action against her. She might even be a spy. It would be wise for the National Security Agency to investigate her background thoroughly. The assistant director was drenched in cold sweat. Director Chun. This young lady is incredibly bold to have entered the institute. Is she out of her mind, engaging in such a flagrant breach of protocol? Director Chun picked up the photograph for a closer inspection. When Rong Yu exited, she was accompanied by a woman clad in the institute's work attire, suggesting she was escorted out by staff. Perhaps she did not infiltrate after all. As he pondered this, a Weibo post exploded. The caption read, "Rong Yu, unyielding starlight. Wang Xiaoli is merely an ordinary person. Why has her post gone viral?" The next moment, this post was shared by the official account of the Fourth Aerospace Institute. Official endorsement sent shockwaves across the internet. "I maintain that the institute's security is stringent. Outsiders cannot gain entry." Clearly, Rong Yu followed the proper channels, and it was Dr. Wang who personally escorted her out. With the official clarification, shouldn't those who disparaged Rong Yu come forward to apologize? I still do not comprehend how she was permitted inside. Is it simply because someone in the official ranks is her fan? That seems rather frivolous. My cousin's uncle works in the institute's cafeteria, and I heard that a significant project is underway, inviting outstanding individuals from various fields. Perhaps Rong Yu was invited as well. I researched Rong Yu's name and discovered that she recently achieved a perfect score in the national physics competition. How impressive. Given her exceptional performance in physics, it stands to reason that she was invited for an internship. Wait, are you saying Rong Yu is still a high school student? My goodness. Her demeanor resembles that of a seasoned professional. I thought she was a working adult. To be invited by such a prestigious national institution is a clear indication of her academic prowess. Regardless, I have a soft spot for top students, and I shall cast my vote for Rong Yu. The online discourse underwent a monumental reversal due to the Fourth Aerospace Institute's official Weibo post. Everyone in the director's office was left dumbfounded. The Fourth Aerospace Institute is indeed a remarkable establishment that has soared to great heights. It is truly astonishing that intellectual elites have taken a liking to one of the contestants. Even more unbelievable is the involvement of the official account of the Research Institute in the entertainment industry's talent show, evoking a rather impractical sentiment. Chapter 51. Why does everyone heed Rong Yu's words? At the Aerospace Research Institute, the director wore an expression of helplessness. Are you satisfied now? Yun Xiaoyuan adjusted her glasses. This child has rendered such significant assistance to your institute. It is merely a Weibo post. Should I then bow down to you? Min Shanin curled his lip, observing the old woman's lack of decorum when addressing the director. Such a genius ought to contribute to the nation sooner rather than later. The director interjected. The entertainment industry holds no real significance. It is a sheer waste of time. I propose we take a special route and have her join the Research Institute directly. Yun Xiaoyuan chuckled. She is merely 18. Her life has only just begun. For the next several decades, she would be confined in this dreary place to analyze data. Why restrict her so early? If the entertainment industry is her aspiration, let her experience it. Only then can she focus on her research in the future, don't you think? Min Shanin, also a connoisseur of talent, concurred. Moreover, she is just a high school student. Entering the Research Institute directly would leave her academically deficient, making her vulnerable to criticism. She ought to attend the finest university, learn from the best mentors, and access the best resources to fully unleash her genius. I have considerable experience in mentoring students, Professor Yun. Why not consider letting her go? Yun Xiaoyuan laughed. The best mentor? You? What audacity. The director silently calculated. A mathematical prodigy like her was a coveted asset among various scientific research institutions, and he needed to prepare early. As the live broadcast of the talent show approached its conclusion, Rong Yu finally appeared at the entrance of the G's entertainment building. The assistant director promptly escorted her to the makeup room, where 3 makeup artists sprang into action, finishing their work in 5 minutes. She changed into her performance outfit and entered the waiting area. Sister Yu, you finally made it, Su Tian exclaimed as she rushed over. We are up next. Thank goodness you made it in time. Chi pressed her crimson lips together. Rong Yu, did something happen at home? Why did you arrive so late? The contestants had surrendered their phones, so she was oblivious to the fact that Rong Yu's schedule had already been leaked online. There is nothing wrong at home. Rong Yu glanced at the large screen. Still a few minutes until we go on? She noticed the dark circles under Rong Yu's eyes. It was evident she had not rested well the previous night. Rong Yu waved her hand. I am feeling quite well. Since we have 30 minutes left, let us rehearse a few times. Come, let's head to that empty space over there. Upon hearing her voice, Su Tian Li Inger, and a throng of girls immediately followed her. Only Hichichi remained still, her large eyes fixated on them. Hichichi bit her lower lip tightly. She was the group leader. Why did everyone follow Rong Yu's lead? Why must she comply as well? Hichichi's lips turned pale from the pressure, and she exhaled softly. As we approach our performance, I believe we should maintain our composure. Practicing now may be counterproductive. Rong Yu replied, then you can sit aside and calm yourself. She walked to the stairwell, took out her phone, played some music, and began to sing and dance with her team. They clock in 100 times a day in the group, and eventually, Rong Yu even invited a professional dance instructor to join, providing one-on-one guidance on their movements. Each move practiced hundreds of times, their muscles forming muscle memory. When the music plays, they instinctively begin to dance. Rong Ruoyao smiled gently. In recent days, various criticisms have circulated online regarding Rong Yu's assumption of the group leader's duties. At such a critical moment, Rong Yu has further consolidated her team while excluding Hichichi, suggesting that the criticism has not been severe enough. This round will see the elimination of 16 individuals, and Rong Yu is likely already on that list. Inside, Hichichi, hearing the sounds of the dance from outside, curled her lips into a mocking smile. Relying on last-minute efforts is the hallmark of incompetence. Being grouped with this bunch of amateurs is her greatest misfortune. She retracted her mocking smile, looking up with slowly reddening eyes, misty with unshed tears. A visage on the verge of crying. Why does Hichichi always cry? The one who should be leading the group ought to focus on uniting the members for high scores rather than wallowing in tears. Is she truly fit to be a leader? I previously criticized Rong Yu for usurping the leadership role, but now I see clearly. Without Rong Yu to unite the members, this group would be merely a disarray, destined to be at the bottom. If the leader fails to lead, Rong Yu must rise. Truly, Rong Yu is deserving of her academic accolades, persevering even with such a poor hand dealt. After all, she has been through the 4th Aerospace Research Institute, possessing a measure of resilience. I do not care. This time, I will cast my vote for Rong Yu. As Group 8 prepared to take the stage, the director shouted, and the members immediately assembled, following him to the waiting area where the cheers of the audience were unmistakably heard. Hichichi, Rong Yu, Rong Yu. The overwhelming chorus of support for Rong Yu drowned out that for Hichichi. Hichichi was taken aback. Wasn't Rong Yu criticized by netizens for an entire week? How could there be so many fans for her at the venue? What had transpired that she was unaware of? Before she could ponder further, the director ushered them onto the stage. In the darkness, they took their positions, and as the music began, the 10 of them moved in perfect unison. The opening line was entrusted to Rong Yu. Her warm, resonant voice broke through like sunlight seeping through cracks in stone, illuminating the stage. It was astonishing. Rong Yu's voice was so transparent, my skin prickled with goosebumps. During the first episode, I noticed her singing was remarkably steady, but since it was a group performance, she hadn't stood out, and I thought I had misheard. Not only was her singing exceptional, but her dancing matched that of Hichichi, a professional dancer, without any deficiency. Have you noticed that while Hichichi appears to be dancing in a different realm from the other 9, it seems she is forcibly inserted into the performance? Her dancing is outstanding, yet it feels like a solo act, while the other 9 create a cohesive whole. Harmonious and synchronized, akin to a visual feast. This is a girl group selection, after all. What is Hichichi doing? On stage, Rong Yu was drenched in sweat, exuberantly showcasing the fruits of her week's labor. She has never been one to shy away from challenges, facing every obstacle head-on. Even the dances she struggles with, she conquers. She revels in this sensation. As the final notes of the piece resonated through the hall, the lights illuminated the audience, revealing the esteemed Mr. G and little duo seated in the front row, both brandishing light boards and vociferously calling out her name. The crowd, swept up in the fervor, echoed their chants. Rong Yu, Rong Yu. The host, taking the stage, expressed gratitude towards Hichichi's group for their remarkable performance. He proceeded with a customary interview, acknowledging the widely recognized fact that this was one of the most challenging singing and dancing pieces in the history of talent shows, and that their group, in terms of strength, was relatively weaker with a lower personal favorability. Netizens wittily dubbed them destined for last place. Confronted with such public scrutiny, he inquired if the group had anything to say. Chapter 52. None of us shall be eliminated. Hichichi took the microphone, casting her gaze towards the audience. Though she had a few fans present, they were few in number. Strangely, it seemed that, in an instant, the onlookers had begun to rally in support of Rong Yu. She spoke softly. I have never been a leader before. I must thank Rong Yu for her assistance. Otherwise, I truly would not have known how to navigate this. Thankfully, we successfully completed the performance, and I hope we have not disappointed our audience. In the live broadcast room, comments flowed in. Why does this feel a bit like veiled criticism? It seems she's deliberately insinuating that Rong Yu has usurped her leadership. All she does is cry. As a leader, she would only lead a group of whiners. Thank goodness for Rong Yu. Clearly, it was our Chi-Chi who faced exclusion, yet she gets blamed. Poor Chi-Chi. Meanwhile, Rong Ruoyao's group garnered 898 votes, currently leading the pack. She felt no trepidation about being surpassed, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama, keen to witness Rong Yu's potential elimination. This way, she would no longer need to fret about anyone discovering that she and Rong Yu were sisters. As the voting concluded, the host bellowed with authority. A digital box appeared on the big screen, numbers swirling within. Rong Yu, typically indifferent to rankings, found her heart racing in this artificially heightened atmosphere. Chi-Chi bit her lip, sensing that the performance had not been as chaotic as anticipated. They likely wouldn't land in last place, perhaps around fifth. Yet, fifth place offered little consolation. Only the top 2 positions guaranteed safety, while those in the bottom 16 faced immediate elimination. Lost in thought, the venue erupted with an astonishing roar. Goodness! How is this possible? 912 votes, the highest score of the night. The host, momentarily taken aback, quickly rationalized the outcome. After all, their group had performed last, benefiting from the advantage of anticipation. Moreover, their execution of the piece was flawless, with a high level of cohesion. Chi-Chi and Rong Yu had dominated the trending topics that week, drawing considerable attention from the public. Initially presumed to finish last, the brilliance of their performance had surprised everyone. This stark contrast propelled onlookers to cast their precious votes in favor of the group. We are in first place. We achieved first place. All members are safe. None of us shall be eliminated. The girls erupted in tears of joy, lifting Rong Yu high into the air. Catching her securely, standing beside them, Chi-Chi appeared as an outsider. She never imagined that the group she led would take first place in their debut performance. She had anticipated a last-place finish. The leader of the first-place team would possess greater selection authority in the next round of competition, which was indeed a cause for celebration. How could this be? Suddenly rising from her seat, Rong Ruoyao stared at the large screen in disbelief. They actually secured first place? Lisa furrowed her brow. Their song was undoubtedly the best of the entire event, and their performance was truly remarkable, so their victory was hardly surprising. Rong Ruoyao bit her lip. While she could accept Lisa's group winning first, she could not bear being overshadowed by Rong Yu. The feeling was utterly disheartening. Nevertheless, they still managed to secure second place, ensuring that all members were safe from elimination. She flashed a sweet smile at Chi-Chi, saying, "Congratulations to you all." Chi-Chi replied modestly, "It was just luck." Everyone knew this was not merely a matter of fortune. A piece as challenging as theirs, performed with such precision and flair, must have required an immense investment of time and effort in practice. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the host entered the stage to announce the individual popularity rankings. First place went to Rong Ruoyao, with a popularity vote count of 856, plus an additional 90 for her team, totaling 946 votes. Second place was Lisa, with 820 votes and an additional 80 for her team, bringing her total to 900 votes. Third place, Chi-Chi speculated. Her popularity had surged this week. She believed she would surpass 800 votes, and with the bonus for her team's South first place, she might, just possibly, overtake Lisa to claim second place. However, the host's announcement shattered her hopes. Third place went to Rong Yu, with 788 votes, plus 100 for his team, totaling 888 votes. All contestants sprang to their feet. Rising from over 70 to the top 3 was an unprecedented feat in the history of talent shows. Could a single performance truly alter the audience's perceptions? Clearly, something occurred that they did not comprehend. Chi-Chi was left speechless. The third place, which she believed rightfully belonged to her, had been snatched away by Rong Yu. She could overlook the loss of leadership, but to lose third place, on what grounds? Rong Ruoyao felt an inexplicable anxiety. For some reason, she sensed that even first place might soon slip from her grasp. Ninth place went to Chi-Chi. She couldn't understand how she had fallen to ninth. Clearly, she had gained over 200,000 adoring fans. Were they all fake? She felt a deep sense of injustice swell within her, and tears welled up in her eyes. 48th place was Su Tian. 51st place was Li Inger. All members of the team, except for Chi-Chi, saw significant improvements in their rankings, and the girls were ecstatic. Once the rankings were revealed, the day's recording officially concluded. The top trending topics were all related to Rong Yu. Rong Yu, the academic prodigy, 4th Aviation Research Institute. Academic filter. What is Rong Yu's Weibo? Upon seeing the trending topics, Rong Yu chuckled. An academic prodigy? Rong Yu, a repeat senior in high school, dared to assume such a persona? The most crucial aspect is that the netizens actually believed it, and many turned their allegiance to vote for Rong Yu. She looked up at Rong Yu, only to see her being escorted away by the staff. Rong Yu shook her head, asserting I did not. The director furrowed his brow. Is it possible that there are still young people who do not engage with Weibo? He inquired. Many fans wish to follow you and hope for closer interaction. You should register. It would benefit your loyal supporters. Rong Yu replied candidly, Director Chen, it's getting late. I must take my leave. As she stepped out, she spotted the Rong family waiting for her at the entrance. Rong Wangtian, Xinlin, and Rong Ruoyao, clearly anticipating her arrival. Chapter 53. Publicly acknowledge your sisterhood. Rong Wangtian's expression was complex. Who would have thought this child would surge into the top 3, gaining an astonishing level of popularity that even attracted the attention of the 4th Aerospace Bureau? As a father, he felt compelled to see her success. Rong Yu halted her steps, questioning, Are you waiting for me? Xinlin looked at her with an inscrutable expression. Congratulations on securing first place in the team competition and third individually. Rong Ruoyao tilted her head, asking, Sister, what is the situation with the 4th Aerospace Research Institute? Rong Yu raised her gaze nonchalantly. Is there anything else? If not, I will be on my way. Xinlin recalled something. Days earlier, she had seen Rong Yu with Professor Lin Rang at Haicheng University and had thought she misjudged the situation. Clearly, Rong Yu did know Lin Rang. Otherwise, how could she have gained entry to the 4th Research Institute? Despite his disability, Lin Rang had achieved remarkable academic accomplishments and was highly sought after by various research institutes. Many unmarried professors at Haicheng University had shown interest in him, yet he always appeared aloof. How could someone like him take Rong Yu into the institute? Regardless of the reasons behind Rong Yu's support from the Aerospace Institute, the current scenario revealed that her popularity was unprecedented, and she needed to seize this wave of attention. Upon hearing this, Rong Ruoyao's expression darkened profoundly. Just as she was about to voice her opposition to the proposal, Xinlin shot her a glare. Xinlin's thoughts were straightforward. Since Rong Yu had gained official recognition, it indicated her value. Which star in the entertainment industry wouldn't want to be associated with the authorities? It was, after all, an unwavering pillar of support. As long as she maintained ties with the officials, Ruoyao's future career would undoubtedly be smoother. Xinlin continued. We don't need to do anything extravagant. Just a family dinner captured by passers-by and posted online would suffice. A sardonic smile crept onto Rong Yu's lips. Now that she had just begun to garner some attention, her stepmother was suddenly approaching. This stepmother, appearing cool and principled on the surface, was in reality driven by self-interest. Just as she was about to respond, Ji Zhouya entered, exclaiming, Rong Yu, what are you doing? I've been waiting for you, for quite a while. Rong Wangtian glanced at Ji Zhouya, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, yet unable to recall where he had seen him before. He inquired, and who might this be? Rong Ruoyao appeared hesitant, whispering, Yes, he is my sister's boyfriend. A person who engaged in reckless behavior during high school is unworthy of being associated with her, as it would tarnish her image in the eyes of her admirers. What? Rong Wangtian's anger flared instantly. Rong Yu, instead of focusing on your studies, you dare to indulge in early romance? Early romance, my foot. Ji Zhouya retorted coldly. Rong Xiaohua, you yourself have a fiancé and frequently appear in pairs at school. Is it permissible for you to have a fiancé while forbidding others like Rong Yu from dating? Furthermore, Ji Yu and I are merely friends. Cease your slander. Rong Ruoyao bit her lip. How could her situation be compared to theirs? Her engagement to Song Huai was a family arrangement, socially appropriate and legitimate. Moreover, her interactions with Song Huai were restrained, at most just holding hands, unlike Rong Yu and Ji Zhouya, who were cohabitating. She interjected. If you are not in a romantic relationship, then why did you come to pick up Rong Yu so late at night? No sooner had she spoken than a large crowd surged through the door. Brother Yi, have you found Rong Yu? Here she is. Rong Yu, our class 20 is here to cheer for you. Rong Yu, your performance tonight was spectacular. Come sign my autograph so I can sell it once you debut, haha. Dozens of students from class 20 gathered around, laughing and chatting. The anger that had just ignited within Rong Wangtian dissipated upon witnessing this lively bunch. Rong Ruoyao found it hard to believe. Had it not been a mere month since Rong Yu transferred to class 20? In such a short time, She had become so familiar with her classmates. During this intense period of senior year, so many were willing to come out and support Rong Yu. Her popularity was astonishing. Rong Yu spoke softly. I'll be leaving with my classmates now. Turning to face her peers, she smiled. What brings you all here? I didn't see you in the audience. The tickets were too difficult to obtain, the class monitor explained. We couldn't get in, so we supported you from outside. The study committee member exclaimed, this is my first time chasing a star, and I didn't expect it to be so fun. I met many of your fans, all of whom are incredibly lovely. As they stepped outside, they encountered Old Master Ji and Ji Duo, both holding light sticks bearing Rong Yu's name. The elderly man leaned on a cane, while the younger one needed assistance. The study committee member, mistaking them for fans, marveled, from 79 to just learning to walk. It seems that academic achievers truly attract admiration. You must all be classmates of Rong Yu, right? Old Master Ji inquired kindly. At this hour, how about we share a meal and get acquainted? He expressed genuine interest in those around Rong Yu's mother. Initially, he intended to approach the Rong family, but upon discovering more about them, his interest waned. Not seeking trouble was a display of his magnanimity. These teenagers appeared quite entertaining. The class representative quickly waved his hand. No need for that. We're just here for fun. Rong Yu then said, I haven't eaten all day and I'm famished. Come, let us grab a bite. It's on me. A throng of people surrounded Rong Yu as they headed outside. Rong Royale frowned. Treating so many to a meal must cost several thousand yuan, sister. You're being rather extravagant. Shouldn't you consider reducing your living expenses? Rong Wangtian turned to Shenlin and inquired. How much living allowance do you provide for Xiaoyu each month? Shenlin hesitated for a moment before replying, I haven't given her anything. Neither had Rong Wangtian contributed. So, where did the money in Rong Yu's possession come from? Rong Royale was even more astonished. If Rong Yu's funds did not originate from the Rong family, they could possibly stem from a boyfriend. However, Ji Zhouye was orphaned and destitute. How could he afford to spend on Rong Yu? Could it be that Ji Zhouye and Rong Yu were not truly in a romantic relationship? Might there be another suitor for Rong Yu? Chapter 54. The selection of the female lead for the advertisement. Rong Royale's face was a canvas of questions. Yet, this was not the moment for contemplation. She spoke up. Mom, my sister has cultivated an image of an academic prodigy online, but are we certain she truly is one? Is that true? Rong Wangtian asked incredulously. Didn't Ti Xiaoyu achieve a perfect score in the physics competition? She is indeed a good student. How could she possibly miss the monthly exam? An art student suddenly switching to science and obtaining a perfect score in physics. Such an absurdity. Dad, do you believe it? I certainly do not, Rong Royale whispered. Moreover, I overheard Song Hui mention that she submitted her exam paper over an hour early. He speculated that she might have received the answers in advance. If the Aerospace Research Institute discovers that she achieved such perfection through cheating, what do you think the consequences would be? Dad? Rong Wangtian gasped in shock. Is she that audacious? After all these years, she hasn't been by your side, and you truly do not understand her, Rong Royale remarked. The results come out next Monday, and there is a parent-teacher meeting. Then you will see whether I have lied. Rong Wangtian wore a solemn expression. He indeed did not know his daughter Rong Yu well enough, especially lately, as he had scarcely seen her. Just when he had the chance to meet her, they exchanged hardly a few words before she departed. It hardly felt like a family. He genuinely needed to visit the school to ascertain the situation. In an instant, Shenlin abandoned her thoughts of bundled marketing. She said, I heard from a friend that G Corporation intends to select a prominent contestant from your group to film a product advertisement. Before the decision is finalized, Yao Yao, accompany me to meet the person in charge. Rong Royale nodded and followed her parents to wait at the entrance of the adjacent building. After nearly an hour, they finally saw the person in charge. Manager Zhao lowered his voice, saying, Teacher Shen, it's not that I am unwilling to accommodate you, but the higher-ups have already made their decision. As a project manager, I cannot alter the views of the upper management. Shen Lin's lips tightened in disbelief. The chosen candidate by the higher-ups is Lisa, isn't it? Manager Zhao shook his head. It is not Lisa, and do not inquire further. You will find out tomorrow. With that, he strode away. Rong Royale's fingers trembled. She was the top of her class, while Lisa ranked second. If it was neither her nor Lisa, then it could only be the third-ranked Rong Yu. On what grounds? Merely because of a tweet from the 4th Aerospace Institute? Simply due to the so-called image of an academic prodigy? She was the first in her liberal arts class, receiving countless awards. She was far more deserving of the title of prodigy, was she not? After finishing their late-night snack, Rong Yu and her companions dispersed past 10 o'clock. Dodo could no longer endure the fatigue and fell asleep in Rong Yu's embrace. The selection was not determined by him but rather by the project team, who based their decision on the contestants' popularity and appeal. With tomorrow being Sunday and Rong Yu having no pressing obligations, she agreed to it. Early in the morning, she received a bonus from the Aerospace Institute, astonishingly close to 6 figures. It was remarkable to consider that her salary from several years ago, even adjusted for current purchasing power, could not compare to this sum. This was a testament to the 70 years of development that had transformed her once impoverished motherland into a prosperous nation. Mom, your fan club has surpassed 10,000 members. Old Master G exclaimed joyfully, holding his phone. I am the president of your fan club, and Dodo is the vice president. Together, we are determined to expand our membership to 1 million. Dodo proudly patted her little chest, declaring, I can manage comments. All the fans say I am a pro at it. Rong Yu chuckled, ruffling her hair. You are allowed only 2 hours of phone time each day. Can you manage that?
Yes.
Dodo exclaimed loudly. I will also supervise Great-Grandpa to ensure he only plays on his phone for 2 hours. Old Master G responded with exasperation. At my age, being monitored for phone use, who can I complain to? After breakfast, Ji Ziyuan personally drove Rong Yu to G Entertainment. Upon arriving at the company entrance, General Manager Zhao from the branding department came out to greet them. Seeing the president escorting someone, he began to piece together the situation. No wonder they chose the third option instead of the first or second. It was evident that there was a connection between Rong Yu and Mr. G. But wasn't Mr. G's girlfriend Secretary Lan? He decided not to dwell on it, as it was none of his concern. Ji Ziyuan took Rong Yu's backpack and handed it to her. I work on the top floor. If you need anything, just contact me. Rong Yu nodded. You go ahead and be busy. General Manager Zhao quickly responded affirmatively, and Ji Ziyuan proceeded to his work. Miss Rong, please follow me to the photography studio, Zhao instructed as they walked inside. This was for a mobile phone advertisement featuring Ji's newly launched oversized foldable phone, shot in collaboration with a popular young male star and members of a girl group. Miss Rong, here is the script. Please familiarize yourself with it, Zhao said as he arranged for her makeup and styling while she memorized her lines. Everything was ready, yet the young male star was still missing. Where is he? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Zhao fretted, noting that it was already 8:30, well past the agreed time of 8. An assistant chimed in. Zhou Yaqin is on his way and will be here shortly. Zhao dared not voice further complaints. Zhou Yaqin had skyrocketed to fame due to a recent period drama, becoming a highly sought-after young star with immense popularity and countless fans. He was not someone to offend. It was only around 9 o'clock that Zhou Yaqin finally arrived. At 20 years old, tall and slender with sharp features, his mere appearance outside the building incited a wave of excitement among onlookers. He greeted his fans as he made his way into the recording studio. Teacher Zhou has finally arrived. Zhao welcomed him. I just sent the script to Teacher Zhou. Should we begin filming right away? Or would you like to familiarize yourself with it first? Zhou Yaqin glanced at his watch. I have a fan live stream meeting soon. So let us shoot directly. Let us make it quick. Zhao nodded, summoning the director, assistant director, cinematographer, and stage manager. Entering this unfamiliar domain, she was determined to be thoroughly prepared. The first scene unfolded with the male and female leads encountering one another in a bookstore. After Zhou Yaqin delivered a line, Rong Yu was to make her entrance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Upon hearing this, Rong Yu's expression darkened instantly. Chapter 55. How dare she point fingers at me? 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Zhou Yaqin calmly recited the countdown, while those around her remained unfazed. The director signaled with his gaze that it was time for Rong Yu to appear. She tossed the prop book onto the table and spoke in a flat tone. We will resume filming only when the lines are memorized. The crew stood in stunned silence. In this industry, the presence of Mr. Numbers and Miss Numbers was commonplace. Young stars flitted from one event to another, scarcely finding time to sleep, let alone memorize lines. Directors were typically accommodating towards these celebrities who brought their own following, allowing them to recite numbers during filming, with post-production dubbing to rectify any shortcomings. Nothing to fret over. The director felt a rush of satisfaction. The industry had grown increasingly chaotic and needed reform. However, he recognized that newcomers held no sway. And this young girl was destined to learn her place in society. Zhou Yaqin found the situation laughable. Who did she think she was? A rookie from a talent show. Yet she dared to challenge me? Teacher Zhou, the newcomer is inexperienced, Zhao interjected hastily. Makeup artist, please touch up Teacher Zhou's makeup. I will speak with Miss Rong. This advertisement had originally designated Zhou Yaqin as the spokesperson. Selecting someone from the talent show to play a supporting role was unheard of. It was virtually unprecedented for a supporting character to confront a lead. Newcomers remained unrefined, untouched by the harsh realities of the industry, and thus lacked awareness of their limitations. Zhao knocked on the door of Rong Yu's dressing room and entered. "Miss Rong, here is the situation. Teacher Zhou has a fan meeting later. And due to a tight schedule, she wants of time to familiarize herself with her lines. Using numbers as a substitute is acceptable. Post-production will ensure no issues arise. Her tight schedule is of no concern to me," Rong Yu replied without glancing up. "I believe that one must possess a basic level of professionalism towards their work. I will not collaborate with those lacking in dedication." Zhao was rendered speechless. "Instead of advising me, you might as well find a teacher to instruct her line by line," Rong Yu suggested, glancing at her watch. "If she hasn't memorized her lines by 10:30, I recommend replacing her." Zhao was taken aback. Could a newcomer truly utter such audacious words? However, he soon recalled that it was Mr. G who had personally brought this young lady here that morning. Did her audacity stem from Mr. G's backing? Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Zhao made his way to the makeup room to find Zhou Yaqin. He saw her engrossed in a game. To be candid, he held a certain disdain for these internet celebrities. If they had time to play games, they should certainly be able to memorize lines. It was precisely such behavior that tarnished the industry. Yet, there was little he could do. Their immense popularity and devoted fanbase made them untouchable. He stepped forward, adopting a more conciliatory tone, and said, "Teacher Zhou, how about this? I can ask them to reduce the lines. You only need to memorize 3 sentences. What? I also have to assist a newcomer with their lines?" Zhou Yaqin's expression darkened. "You're merely third in the competition. Do you think you're some sort of delicacy? If you wish to film, do so. If not, then leave," CEO Zhao remarked. Why does everyone suddenly possess such audacity? Caught in the middle, he felt utterly trapped. Zhou Yaqin coldly replied, "Let me finish this game first." CEO Zhao, assuming he had come to a realization, smiled and said, "All right, I will have the stage crew rearrange the scene." Once Zhao left, Zhou Yaqin turned off the game and dialed a number. After a few rings, a deep, hoarse voice answered, "Aren't you filming the G advertisement today? Is something wrong? Brother, something has gone awry." Zhou Yaqin's voice turned plaintive. "The actress I'm collaborating with is being difficult, blaming me for issues with the lines and refusing to cooperate with the shoot. I have a fan meeting this afternoon, and she is wasting time here." The man on the other end replied, "Many senior figures in the entertainment industry indeed have their quirks. As a newcomer, you shouldn't be too concerned. Focus on learning from the veterans. If she were a veteran, I could tolerate it, but she hasn't even debuted yet, and she's acting so arrogantly. It's outrageous." Zhou Yaqin gritted his teeth. "Brother, have G replace her. It's not as simple as you think. You can't just demand a replacement." The man's tone turned cold. "An advertisement shoot lasts at most a day. For the sake of your career, just endure it." "Why must I be the one to endure? If I fall ill from this, who will take responsibility?" Zhou Yaqin's gaze darkened ominously. "You promised Mom you'd take care of me for life. Is this your way of caring? You expect me to endure bullying while she looks on? How can you let Mom rest in peace knowing this?" There was a long silence on the other end. "I'll come over." Rong Yu had finished reading 3 magazines in the lounge. Once she began reading, she lost track of time, and before she knew it, it was past 10:30, approaching 11. "It's just a few very simple lines. Why does it take so long to memorize them?" She stood up and walked out, noticing a large crowd still waiting in the studio. Through the glass window, she saw Zhou Yaqin completely engrossed in his mobile game. This was quite eye-opening for her. Just as she was about to call CEO Zhao over, someone suddenly walked in through the main entrance. The man was dressed in a deep blue suit, impeccably tailored without a wrinkle in sight. His presence was striking, and his appearance was remarkable. The moment he entered, all attention gravitated toward him, and the eyes of everyone involuntarily followed his form. The staff buzzed with excitement. "It's Yen Ting, the film emperor Yen Ting. What brings him here?" Not only was he a celebrated actor, but it was also rumored that he was a shareholder in the G Group, making his presence here quite normal. CEO Zhao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly approached Mr. Yen. The man surveyed the room, his voice low. "Where is Zhou Yaqin?" CEO Zhao hastily pointed toward the distant lounge. Zhou Yaqin was completely absorbed in his game, playing vigorously. The man's expression darkened slightly as he paused and asked, "Which actress is collaborating with Zhou Yaqin?" Mr. Zhao hurriedly brought Miss Rong over. This is Miss Rong. Rong Yu squinted at the man before her. For some inexplicable reason, she felt as if she had encountered him before. As she rummaged through the memories of her predecessor, she realized that he was the youngest best actor in history, Yen Ting. Having debuted at the tender age of 12, he had maintained his status as a top-tier star for over a decade, excelling in film, television, and music, garnering every accolade imaginable. Miss Rong, may I have a moment of your time? The man's voice was deep yet courteous, prompting gasps of admiration from the female staff nearby. Chapter 56. The identity of Miss Rong is not simple. The surrounding crowd instinctively dispersed. Once the staff had departed, the man produced a bank card from his pocket. This contains 1 million, which is the compensation for your termination of the G advertisement contract. It would be best if you initiated the termination yourself, as it would minimize the negative impact on Zhou Yaqing. Rong Yu smiled lightly. Do you truly believe that I am in need of this 1 million? The man's gaze turned icy as he retrieved another card from his wallet. Here is an additional 800,000. For an aspiring girl group contestant like you, this is no small sum. And what if I refuse to terminate the contract? Rong Yu asked leisurely. What will you do then, Mr. Yen? It appeared that Miss Rong was unaware of the power dynamics within the entertainment industry. The man replied coolly, if you wish to navigate the circle, you must discern whom you can provoke and whom you cannot. Accepting this compensation will allow me to introduce you to further opportunities. Should you choose to oppose me, then what? An aged, stern voice erupted from the side. Old Master Ji had come to the set to assess whether Rong Yu was adapting well. Upon entering, he overheard their conversation. Gripping his cane, he struck the man sharply on the backside. The Ji family has invested in you, providing you with resources. And now that you've achieved success as an actor, you dare to threaten someone? It is infuriating to have raised you only for this. Rong Yu was taken aback. Finally, she recalled where she had seen this man, not in the memories of her predecessor, but in a family portrait taken at Farong Manor, where he was depicted as a clean-cut youth in a white sweatshirt. Now, clad in a tailored suit with meticulously styled hair and a stern expression, he resembled the archetypal CEO often portrayed on television. Hence, she had momentarily failed to connect the two. Ji Yanting, known in the entertainment industry as Yen Ting, looked on in astonishment. Grandfather, how he had never before been subjected to such reprimand from the old man. He was bewildered by the sudden outburst. Silence. Old Master Ji gasped, Xiao Zhao, come here. Mr. Zhao, who had been outside, hurried in upon hearing the elder's voice. Years ago, when the old man was still vigorous, he would often personally inspect the Ji family's various enterprises, so he recognized him instantly and bowed respectfully. What orders do you have, Chairman? Old Master Ji spoke coldly. What is the situation regarding today's advertisement shooting? Do not conceal anything. Explain it clearly, word by word. Mr. Zhao glanced at Ji Yanting. Before the esteemed elder, Ji Yanting, the film emperor, appeared somewhat disheveled. He cast another glance at Rong Yu, who seemed to be shielded by the elder's presence. In that instant, he comprehended the gravity of the situation and spoke candidly. Due to teacher Zhou Yaqin's tight schedule this afternoon, he has no time to memorize lines. Hence he opted for numerical substitutes. Miss Rong, who cannot tolerate even a grain of sand in her eye, insisted that teacher Zhou rehearse before continuing the shoot, which somehow led to a stalemate. Given the pressing schedule, G Corporation shall not impose upon his precious time. Elder Ji scoffed, Xiao Zhao, please escort him away immediately. A look of astonishment surfaced on Ji Yanting's otherwise impassive visage. Elder, G Corporation has long appointed Zhou Yaqin as the spokesperson for this product, and the contract has already been signed. His lack of professionalism and breach of terms have resulted in G Corporation terminating the contract. Is there an issue with that? As Elder Ji's emotions calmed, he instructed, Xiao Zhao, notify everyone that from this moment on, the spokesperson for G Corporation's product shall be Rong Yu. She will handle the advertisement alone, with a revised script to ensure swift execution. Xiao Zhao's mouth hung agape, astonished at the rapid turn of events, which had taken an unexpected trajectory, leaving him momentarily stunned. He discreetly glanced at Rong Yu. The fact that the esteemed Ji personally brought Miss Rong and stood behind her transformed her from a secondary character into the sole spokesperson. It appeared that Miss Rong's identity was far from ordinary. He hurriedly jogged to the resting area, reaching Zhou Yaqin. Engrossed in his game, Zhou Yaqin was oblivious to the unfolding drama. When Xiao Zhao attempted to converse, Zhou waved him off impatiently. Wait, let me finish this round. Don't disrupt my concentration.
Well,
Mr. Zhou, Xiao Zhao began amiably, G Corporation wishes to terminate the contract with you. Please sign here. A termination document was forcefully presented to Zhou Yaqin. Only then did he pause, digging at his ear. What did you say?
I didn't catch that.
Mr. Zhou has violated the spirit of the contract. And G Corporation is entitled to terminate it, Xiao Zhao explained. Please sign, so we can part on amicable terms. Zhou Yaqin cast a quick glance at the contract, only to burst into laughter, fueled by indignation. Do you even know who I am, or who my brother is, to dare to terminate our agreement? My brother, Yan Ting, is a Grand Slam film emperor and a shareholder in G Corporation. Once he arrives, you will see just how ludicrous this termination contract truly is. Xiao Zhao quietly interjected. Mr. Yan has already arrived. Zhou Yaqin looked up to indeed spot Ji Yanting across the studio. He shoved past Xiao Zhao, striding forward with purpose. Brother, you finally made it. That Zhao fellow dares to terminate my contract. You must get rid of him. And that newcomer Rong Yu is far too arrogant. She must be let go. He pointed accusingly at Rong Yu. With Ji Yanting as his backing, his confidence swelled. His chin held high. Elder Ji's expression darkened ominously. It had been many years since Ji Yanting had witnessed the elder's fury reach such heights. Who is this girl? How could you let the old master be treated like this? He immediately spoke up. Yaqin, you should sign the termination agreement first. On what grounds? Zhou Yaqin, unfamiliar with the old master Ji, retorted. Brother, what do you mean? Are you siding with outsiders to bully me? The old master Ji's gaze turned icy. With a house full of younger brothers, the second one actually went outside to recognize another brother. Has he lost his mind? Ji Yanting interjected. Mr. Zhao, take Zhou Yaqin out immediately. As the atmosphere thickened with tension, Mr. Zhao dared not hesitate. He waved, summoning 2 male staff members who swiftly restrained Zhou Yaqin and escorted him out. Zhou Yaqin was on the verge of exploding with rage. How could he, a wildly popular young star in the entertainment industry, be treated in such a manner? Who was that woman? Why was this happening? Chapter 57. Who allowed you to call me Ian? Only 3 individuals remained in the hall. The old master Ji spoke gravely. Ian, why does he call you brother? Who exactly is the outsider here? Ji Yanting pressed his lips together, his voice husky. Grandfather, he is the Zhou family's orphan I mentioned to you before. His mother entrusted him to me before she passed away. He has no family left and relies on me. I believe it is reasonable for him to call me brother. The old Master Ji recalled the events from about a decade ago when the second son had just debuted and filmed a movie. He portrayed a child from a single-parent family with a deceased father and a mother suffering from cancer. In a bid for authenticity, the director had even cast an ill actress to play the mother's role. Shortly after filming concluded, that actress succumbed to her illness. At that time, Zhou Yaqin was merely 10 years old, trailing behind Ji Yanting, calling him brother. Back then, Zhou's mother treated me sincerely, caring for me deeply, Ji Yanting began. Before she died, Zhou's mother held my hand and made me promise to protect Yaqin for life.
I must honor that vow.
A laugh interrupted from the side. Ji Yanting looked up. What are you laughing at? If she truly cared for you, she wouldn't have let you play father to her son at such a young age. Rong Yu smirked. Isn't this a clear case of moral coercion? Ji Yanting's expression darkened. Regardless of your relationship with the old master, you have no right to speak here. Show some respect and apologize. The old master Ji's face turned a deep shade of anger. Wretched child, did you not hear my words? Now apologize immediately. Ji Yanting pressed his lips tightly together. He had no real connection to the Ji family. Could it be that Rong Yu was a fan? Old master, I believe you are becoming quite muddled. He began at your age. Still chasing after stars is one thing. But to publicly terminate a signed artist contract for this Miss Rong, is that not a little misguided? The old master Ji nearly fell over, his nose almost crooked from fury. Rong Yu reached out, patting him on the back. Why do you get so angry? Experts say that those who are easily angered do not live long. Perhaps you should just sit down. Ji Yanting's eyes widened in disbelief. Cursing the old master's longevity was one thing, but to audaciously command him to sit down? The most astonishing part was that the old master actually complied and sat down on the sofa. The chairman of the G Corporation, known for his formidable presence in the commercial sphere, now appeared as an obedient and sensible child, a sight that could only be attributed to an illusion. Ji Yanting rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Rong Yu poured a glass of water for the elder Ji and then turned his gaze towards his great-grandson. Yan, are you familiar with Zhou Yaqin? Ji Yanting's expression darkened further. Who permitted you to call me Yan? You are misinformed, Rong Yu continued. He shows a blatant disregard for brands, directors, and especially the artists he collaborates with. A little inquiry would reveal that I speak the truth. Ji Yanting fell silent. Several directors within their circle, who had previously worked with Zhou Yaqin, had indeed hinted at some undesirable traits of his. Ji Yanting had gone to great lengths to arrange for multiple instructors to teach Zhou the essential skills every actor must possess, believing that Zhou had changed for the better. Just as he was about to speak, Ji Ziyuan hurriedly entered the room. Having been in a meeting, he had heard commotion from the photography studio below and decided to cut the meeting short. Upon arrival, he found the second son, along with the matriarch and the elder Ji, all exchanging intense glances, creating a rather peculiar atmosphere. Yuan, your timing is impeccable, Rong Yu remarked, taking a sip of water. He then instructed the various departments of the Ji Corporation that Zhou Yaqin was to be excluded from any future collaboration lists. Ji Yanting's pupils constricted. A sardonic smile curled at the corner of his lips. Did this woman truly comprehend the implications of her words? The elder Ji had a fondness for her, and she seemed to think herself in a position to meddle in the affairs of the Ji Corporation? What audacity! Before Ji Yanting could voice his thoughts, he was rendered speechless. The refined and courteous film emperor found his lips quivering uncontrollably. Elder brother, what did you just call her? Rong Yu's true identity was that of the matriarch of the Ji family, their great-grandmother. I understand your shock, but this is not the time for astonishment.
Yuan spoke calmly.
Regarding Zhou Yaqin, I have long wished to advise you. Let us tally the expenses. Since he was 10, you have borne the costs of his tuition, living expenses, medical fees, and so forth. When he failed to gain admission to university, you introduced him to the entertainment industry, providing him with various resources. You have invested heavily in him. Now that he has reached adulthood and secured employment, there should be limits to your paternal support. Rong Yu silently scoffed. Wasn't Ji Ziyuan also eager to play the role of a father to Lan Yu? Yet now he spoke with such authority about others. The matter of Zhou Yaqin could be postponed. Ji Yanting frowned, narrowing his eyes at Rong Yu. Elder brother, do you not grasp what our great-grandmother means? Ji Ziyuan understood his brother's current turmoil all too well, for he had once felt similarly. He nodded. There are phenomena in this world that defy scientific explanation. Their reasons may remain elusive, but indeed, she is our great-grandmother. Ji Yanting regarded his elder brother as though he had lost his senses. Do you have any evidence? Evidence? Nonsense. The elder Ji slammed his cup down with force. My mother is my mother. She requires no proof. If you question this, you might as well leave the Ji family and act as though you were never born. Why argue with a child? Rong Yu urged him to sit down, then turned his attention to Ji Yanting. Yan, let us begin with a proper greeting. Call her great-grandmother. Ji Yanting tightened his lips, his expression tense. The woman, younger than him, being addressed as great-grandmother is quite humorous, isn't it? I truly cannot comprehend what sort of enchantment has bewitched the old gentleman. Even more perplexing is why the elder brother is able to utter such a title. Initially, I had hoped that you, the esteemed actor, would lend support to your great-grandmother. However, it appears that such expectations are futile. Master Ji rose to his feet, asserting, Second brother, do not engage with him. It is already midnight. Let us dine first before returning to the advertisement shoot. The mother and son walked side by side out of the room. Ji Yanting softly spoke. The elder brother is currently facing financial deficits, borrowing money from everywhere. Is it because of this woman? Do not refer to her simply as woman. It shows a lack of respect towards great-grandmother. Ji Ziyuan produced his phone, opened a document, and handed it over. Did you see yesterday's international news? A gravitational tugboat altered the trajectory of an asteroid, and the probability of it colliding with Earth is now 0. Do you know who calculated the data regarding the gravitational tugboat and the asteroid? In Chapter 58, Sister Yu, you have been trending for all the wrong reasons. Ji Yanting's pupils constricted. An 18-year-old high school girl had, using merely a pen, derived such vast data with precision far surpassing that of computers, creating a significant stir in mathematics, physics, and even the aerospace community. However, the magnitude of this revelation was so astounding that the powers within the circle suppressed it. Yet, if the soul within this high school girl belonged to the great-grandmother who perished unexpectedly at the age of 30, everything becomes coherent. His great-grandmother, the matriarch of the Ji family, took over the business at the tender age of 14, pursued studies abroad, and during the nation's direst hour, with a heavy belly, resolutely faced immense risks alongside the great-grandfather, returning with over 30 accomplished students from their studies overseas. The great-grandfather perished in the ocean while protecting the students, whereas the great-grandmother devoted her brief life to the nation. Was her reincarnation after 70 years a result of the virtuous deeds she amassed? Now, do you believe? Ji Ziyuan patted his shoulder, urging him to apologize, assuring him that great-grandmother would not hold grudges. Rong Yu and Master Ji arrived at the restaurant downstairs. Just as they settled in, Ji Ziyuan and Ji Yanting entered. Fortunately, this was a private dining establishment, devoid of outsiders, save for a few waitstaff who cast admiring glances at Ji Yanting, thus maintaining a relatively tranquil atmosphere. Ji Yanting opened and closed his lips repeatedly, struggling to find his voice. He wished to address her, but found the word stuck. Primarily, it was due to Rong Yu's youthful visage. Ji Ziyuan provided an opening, offering Rong Yu a piece of fish. Great-grandmother, please enjoy this. Ji Yanting poured a cup of tea, presenting it with both hands. Great-grandmother, please accept this tea. I apologize for any prior offenses. I hope you can forgive me. Rong Yu accepted it with a smile. No worries. Just refrain from extending your elbows outward in the future. We wrapped up filming the day before yesterday, Ji Yanting mentioned. Tomorrow, I must head to the capital to record a new song. Master Ji engaged him in casual conversation. The atmosphere at the dining table was quite pleasant until suddenly, Rong Yu's phone vibrated. She glanced at it and saw it was a call from Su Tian. As she picked up the phone, Su Tian's voice burst forth. Oh my goodness, Yu Jia. Haven't you checked your WeChat messages? The group chat has exploded. What on earth are you doing? Rong Yu, puzzled, replied, what happened? The popular young star, Zhou Yaqin, was live streaming and chatting with fans, crying uncontrollably and explicitly accusing someone of stealing his resources. Su Tian, filled with righteous indignation, noted that Zhou's fans had taken to social media to criticize Rong Yu, causing a trending uproar, and the public outcry was overwhelming. It was essential for her to clarify the situation. Early this morning, a marketing account revealed that Rong Yu had been selected to shoot an advertisement for a new model of Ji's mobile phone alongside Zhou Yaqin. With Zhou Yaqin at the height of his fame, Rong Yu's popularity would undoubtedly soar. They congratulated Rong Yu in their group chat. Who could have anticipated that Zhou Yaqin would personally confront Rong Yu, leading his fans to rally fiercely on his behalf, resulting in a torrent of vitriol across the internet. Moreover, since this opportunity did not fall to the more established Rong Royale and Lisa, their fans also jumped into the fray, further muddying the waters. Fortunately, Rong Yu did not have a Weibo account. Otherwise, her profile would likely have faced severe backlash. Rong Yu ended the call and opened the live streaming app. Indeed, Zhou Yaqin was broadcasting, with viewership exceeding 100,000, the fervor escalating. He sat there, eyes red-rimmed, continuously dabbing at his tears with a tissue. Although Rong Yu was a newcomer, her dedication impressed me. The brand had abruptly terminated my contract, allowing her to take the lead, which seemed only fair. Ultimately, my personal shortcomings had led to this, and I resolved to improve myself in the future. Dear fans, please remain calm and refrain from criticizing Rong Yu. She is exceptionally talented, and this endorsement is well-deserved. How absurd. A grown man crying like a child, and such a person as fans?
Yellow.
Throwing down his chopsticks and feigning grievance, incited his followers to take action. What a magnificent display of victimhood.
Is Hayuan remarked.
The old man has been riding the wave for days, and has even learned new vocabulary. Ji Yanting hurriedly pulled out his phone, as the system automatically pushed notifications for the live broadcast. Countless fans were expressing their outrage. That wretched Rong Yu. How dare she steal my brother's endorsement? We secured this endorsement 2 months ago, and she brazenly intrudes. Does she have a wealthy backer? My brother's first major brand endorsement. And it was snatched away by a newcomer. Are you all content with this? I certainly am not. Who can dig up her information within 5 minutes?
I want to send her a dead cat.
People like her do not deserve to exist in this world. Fans were reacting with such intensity. Yet Zhou Yaqin did not seek to soothe them. Instead, he subtly stoked the flames, making the situation increasingly unmanageable. The personal details of the great-grandmother had been encrypted by the aerospace department, leaving netizens unable to unearth anything. Ji Ziyuan cast a cold glance at Ji Yanting, asking, can this matter be resolved in 5 minutes? Ji Yanting nodded and immediately called Zhou Yaqin. In the live stream, Zhou Yaqin's phone rang. He glanced at it and hung up. The phone rang again, and he hung up once more. Ji Yanting's expression darkened as he dialed Zhou Yaqin's manager. Suppressing his anger. Are you just going to let him make a fool of himself? The agent said Mr. Ye Chun has inexplicably been released from his contract with the G Group, leaving him with a heart full of grievances. The only outlet he has is to vent his negative emotions with his fans. This is hardly frivolous. Look, he's trending in the top 10, and within just an hour. His fanbase has surged, filled with sympathetic onlookers, which will undoubtedly be advantageous for his future roles. I will give you 10 seconds, Ji Yanting replied, enunciating each word. To shut down the live stream, immediately. For as long as he could remember, all of Zhou Yachen's film, television, and advertising resources had been introduced by Ji Yanting, who had always commanded the agent's utmost respect. However, the agent stuttered, Mr. Yen, the thing is, I don't even know where Yachun is right now. He isn't answering his calls. In mere moments, public sentiment had intensified. Rumors swirled that Rong Yu had found a wealthy patron and was leveraging her body to ascend the social ladder. Others accused the G group of maliciously suppressing Zhou Yachen, branding them as reprehensible capitalists. Some fans even migrated to the G group's official Weibo comment section, unleashing a torrent of vitriol. Zhou Yachen remained in his live stream, glancing at the myriad comments pouring in, and smiled wryly. A mere newcomer dared to encroach upon his resources. They were about to experience the wrath of his devoted fans. Chapter 59. The fans' online harassment of Rong Yu. What concern is it of mine? 5 minutes passed, and Zhou Yachen's livestream only gained momentum, soaring to the top of various platforms. With discussions exceeding 1 million. Ji Yanting's expression darkened ominously, akin to storm clouds gathering on the horizon. I have overestimated you. Ji Ziyuan sent a message from his phone and looked up at the anxious elder Ji. Do not fret. It will be resolved shortly. Indeed, a minute later, Zhou Yachen's live stream was terminated. Although this platform was not invested in by the G group, Ji Ziyuan maintained a reasonably cordial relationship with its president. It was merely a matter of a word. Soon after, Ji Yanting's phone vibrated. Zhou Yachen's voice came through. Brother, my live stream account has been banned by the platform. You must find a way to have it reinstated. Are you unaware of the reasons for your account's suspension? Ji Yanting's voice was icy. Instigating fans and inciting online harassment. This matter is serious, Zhou Yachen. Did you even consider the consequences before acting? The cold tone jolted Zhou Yachen into a moment of clarity. Until now, Ji Yanting had always treated him gently. This was the first time he had addressed him by his full name. He felt profoundly wronged, his lips trembling as he murmured, I finally secured a major endorsement, and now it's gone. My fans are simply expressing their discontent on my behalf. What is wrong with that? Without another word, he hung up. I'm sorry, Grandma. He turned to Rong Yu. It was my failure to manage him. It is not your place to apologize. Rong Yu rose. I still have an advertisement to film. Enjoy your meal, and remember to settle the bill. Ji Ziyuan also stood to leave. Ji Yanting pressed his lips together. He took out a black card to pay, exited the restaurant, and settled into his car. Sending Zhou Yachen a WeChat message. You will publicly post an apology to Rong Yu on Weibo. Upon receiving the message, Zhou Yachen was incensed, nearly smashing his phone. His live stream account boasted millions of followers. Hosting sales 4 to 5 times a month had brought in substantial revenue, and now it had been suspended, resulting in a considerable financial loss. He felt overwhelmed by the weight of this devastating blow. J, Y, and Tiang's lack of comfort was one matter, but to demand that he publicly apologize to R Ing Y was altogether another. As a prominent young star, to apologize to someone who had yet to debut from a talent show would render him the biggest laughingstock in the entertainment industry this year. Dark clouds swirled in J, Y, and Tiang's eyes. Perhaps he had been too indulgent toward ZHUYCHN. Initially, if ZHUYCHN had offered an apology, calming the ire of the matriarch, he could have seized the opportunity to request the lifting of the brand ban against ZHUYCHN. However, since this was not the case, perhaps it was time for ZHUYCHN to learn a lesson. Public sentiment online was growing increasingly fierce. With ZHUYCHN personally involved, fans rushed to defend him, while confused bystanders added fuel to the fire, causing the trending topic to explode. My brother is so unfortunate. His account has been suspended. A group of capitalists, merciless in their pursuits, left poor YCHN at their mercy. I wonder why these capitalists are protecting this newcomer, R-ing Y. Who is the wealthy benefactor behind her? Surely, she has entangled herself with a big shot, exchanging her youth for resources. After all this time, why has no one dug up her personal information? This generation of netizens is rather lacking. On this day, the R-ing family was gathered. After R-ing Ru-Yo finished her piano practice, she reclined on the living room sofa and, upon unlocking her phone, a headline flashed before her eyes. She sat up abruptly. Mom, Dad, my sister is trending. SHNLN's expression was complex. Her carefully nurtured daughter was overshadowed by this rural-born stepdaughter. The myriad emotions within her were difficult to articulate. Heavens, my sister has offended the popular young star ZHUYCHN.
RNGRUIO exclaimed.
Originally, the endorsement was a joint effort between her sister and ZHUYCHN, but now it belonged solely to her sister. ZHUYCHN's fans were enraged, and the entire internet was offering bounties for her sister's private information. She glanced at RNWNDN, worried that if netizens uncovered her sister's identity as the eldest daughter of the Ring family, the Ring Group's products would undoubtedly face backlash. SHNL, and let out a silent sigh of relief. Ring Y had offended a rising star, and with the fan frenzy, her ranking in the next issue would surely plummet. She spoke softly. Do not underestimate the power of these netizens. Last year, a celebrity was exposed for infidelity and refused to repent, defiantly clashing with netizens until their family business was reported and swiftly went bankrupt. SHNLN paused before continuing. We must have SHOY publicly apologize to ZHUYCHN. Otherwise, this matter cannot be quelled. RNWNDN took out his phone to call Ring Y, but no one answered. She must be busy, Ring Ru Yo said, tinged with a hint of jealousy. She's probably filming an advertisement for Jay's new product. RNWNDN stood up and grabbed his coat, intending to seek out Ring Y personally. Yet, as he took a step, he halted, uncertain of where to find her. For months, he had not even provided living expenses for her. Could it be true, as the internet suggested, that SHOY had latched onto a wealthy individual? His expression grew somber. Just then, Ring Ru Yo's voice broke through. The heat is immense, the trending topic has exploded, and Jay's official account has made a statement. She eagerly clicked to open it, initially expecting Jay to apologize under public pressure and retract Ring Y's endorsement. Upon opening, I discovered that it was a behind-the-scenes clip of the advertisement shoot for G's Entertainment featuring Rong Yu and Zhou Yaqin from this morning. It was utterly hilarious. To those who criticized Rong Yu, perhaps it is time to apologize? Your brother is truly remarkable, even in a few lines of dialogue for an advertisement. He must read the numbers. How astonishing. Supporting Rong Yu means we must stand against such unprofessional actors who tarnish our industry. A once pristine circle has been turned into a chaotic mess. Clearly, it was someone else's lack of professionalism that led to their dismissal by G's higher-ups. Yet fans insist on claiming that Rong Yu has latched onto a wealthy benefactor. Does that provide you with a sense of accomplishment by shaming women as promiscuous? I maintain that Rong Yu does not appear to be the type to seek out powerful benefactors. Those netizens spewing venom owe her an apology. As for Zhou Yaqin's scandalous reputation, surely you are not just discovering this now. 2 years ago, there were whispers in the industry about his penchant for throwing his weight around. Back then, he was hardly known, so what audacity allowed him to act so presumptuously? A fun fact, Zhou Yaqin is recognized as the younger brother of the esteemed actor Yan Ting, who indulges him, allowing him to navigate the industry with ease. Please refrain from dragging Yan Ting into this. Over the years, many top-tier endorsement opportunities have been snatched away by Zhou Yaqin, leaving us fans exasperated. Chapter 60. President Rong has raised an exceptional daughter. Zhou Yaqin is a rising star, while Yan Ting has been a prominent actor for a decade. Yan Ting's fans have been unwillingly drawn into this battle. His personal account boasts over 100 million followers, demonstrating formidable power. Zhou Yaqin's name has quickly become infamous, while Rong Yu has managed to extricate herself from the mire of online harassment. Rong Wangtian, who was previously fuming, exhaled in relief after viewing the news. I always believed Xiao Yu could not possibly be that kind of person. Rong Royale bit her lip, perplexed by how the situation had turned around. Wasn't it supposed to escalate, leaving Rong Yu unable to recover? She would rather be overshadowed by Liza and He Chi than be eclipsed by Rong Yu. The sensation was simply unbearable. Shinlin spoke softly. We should seek an opportunity to meet Secretary Lan again and finalize our collaboration. Rong Wangtian nodded. Now that Xiao Yu has become G's spokesperson, our partnership with G should be more straightforward. Rong Royale's fingers tightened. It was she who had facilitated the introduction to Lan Roshua. Yet now, her father attributed all the credit to Rong Yu. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Rong Wangtian's phone vibrated, and upon glancing at it, he was momentarily stunned. The caller ID displayed Hi's general manager. Many years ago, he had leveraged various connections to obtain an invitation to a high corporation gala, which granted him the opportunity to exchange contact details with the general manager. However, throughout the years, he had never dared to call this number. The High Corporation is one of the foremost conglomerates, closely collaborating with the High city government. For the Rong family, such a giant is an unattainable aspiration. He indeed wished to collaborate with High Corporation, yet in their presence, the Rong family seemed like mere ants. He had never summoned the courage to dial this number. But now, the name of the general manager from High Corporation was flashing on his phone screen. Could it be a mistake? Rong Wangtian's hand trembled as he took a deep breath and answered the call. Before he could utter a word, a venerable voice resonated from the other end. Is this Mr. Rong of the Rong Group? Indeed, it was the esteemed Mr. Hai. Rong Wangtian abruptly rose to his feet, adopting a posture of utmost deference despite the invisible nature of the caller. Yes, Mr. Hai, this is Rong Wangtian of the Rong Group. You see, the Rong enterprise specializes in component manufacturing, and our factory requires outsourcing a batch of parts. Might Mr. Rong be interested? It felt as though a colossal pie had descended from the heavens, leaving Rong Wangtian momentarily dazed. After a brief pause, he stammered, Mr. Hai, do you mean to suggest a collaboration with the Rong Group? Haha, indeed. Mr. Hai chuckled heartily. I have heard that you have a remarkable daughter. A good daughter surely reflects a commendable father. I trust Mr. Rong possesses admirable qualities across the board. The Hai Group prefers to collaborate with individuals of integrity. If you have the time, please come to the Hai Group to sign the contract. Rong Wangtian was overjoyed and responded affirmatively numerous times. Once he hung up, he turned to Rong Royale, his face alight with excitement. Royale, you are truly exceptional. Even the president of the Hai Group acknowledges your brilliance. Thanks to you, our Rong Group is poised to establish a partnership with the Hai Group. If this collaboration stabilizes, our family will soon ascend to the ranks of the elite in Haicheng. The shadows that lingered in Rong Royale's heart dissipated, and she smiled sweetly. If we can also secure a partnership with the G Group, the development of the Rong family will become unstoppable. As evening fell, the filming of Rong Yu's first advertisement concluded. She picked up her phone and noticed a multitude of missed calls. Upon seeing Rong Wangtian's name, she chose to ignore it, knowing instinctively that it was not good news. She opened the message from her senior, Lin Rang, who had sent her a project proposal for a new initiative from the 4th Aerospace Research Institute. She glanced over it. The project was not overly challenging, and her senior requested that she complete it independently. She surmised that it was likely a necessary step towards securing her admission to a prestigious university. Upon exiting the studio, she spotted Ji Ziyuan and Ji Yanting waiting at the entrance. As she emerged, Ji Ziyuan strode forward, effortlessly taking her handbag from her hands.
Yanting remarked.
You show more devotion to a recently acquainted great-grandmother than you do to our patriarch. As they approached the vehicle, Ji Ziyuan opened the door with care, placing his hand on the rooftop while meticulously fastening Rong Yu's seatbelt. Have you learned? Ji Leo Yizi quipped. In the future, treat your great-grandmother according to this standard. Ji Yanting had no choice but to respond. Yes, I've taken note. Returning to Furong Manor, he eagerly presented Rong Yu with slippers and caught her coat as she removed it. He had discerned that while offending the patriarch might be manageable, incurring the displeasure of the great-grandmother was utterly intolerable. If the patriarch was well attended to, no one would raise an eyebrow. Yet, if one treated the great-grandmother with utmost care, accolades and praise would surely follow. As anticipated, Jileo Yizi was exceedingly pleased. Second son, observe how filial fifth is. Among all virtues, filial piety is paramount, and fifth has performed admirably. He was nearly at his wit's end. The money earned from reciting poetry and memorizing vocabulary was insufficient to purchase even a single piece of gaming equipment. With the patriarch lacking funds and the elder brother in similar straits, surely the second son would have some resources. Ji Yanting, however, earned a handsome salary and was not short on money. He was just about to retrieve his card. A furry little head leaned in. Uncle, you can't. Auntie said no one in the family is allowed to give Uncle a single penny. You windblown black cotton-padded jacket. Ji Zhouya teased her. I'm your dear uncle. Can't you lend me a hand? Rong Yu shot him a cold glance, and Ji Zhouya fell silent. Ji Yanting dared not reach for his wallet either. Primarily because his encounter with the great-grandmother had been rather unpleasant, and he feared provoking her further. The family gathered around the dining table. At that moment, Ji Yanting's phone vibrated. He glanced at the screen. It was a call from Zhou Yachen's manager. He hesitated but ultimately answered. Mr. Yan, there's been an incident. The online backlash has been fierce, resulting in several of Yachen's endorsements being terminated, and he has lost several prominent roles. In a moment of despair, he ingested sleeping pills. Ji Yanting abruptly stood, instinctively ready to leave. The old man slammed his chopsticks down, sit back down, and continue eating. Chapter 61. Adults must bear the consequences of their actions. The old man wore a stern expression. It was he who incited fans to cyberbully your great-grandmother. And now he faced the backlash. It serves him right. At this moment, he should reflect on his behavior and seek self-improvement, rather than resort to threats of suicide to elicit your sympathy. Besides, if he has taken sleeping pills, he needs to go to the hospital. What good would it do to seek you out? Ji Yanting pressed his lips together tightly. He is a public figure. Being photographed going to the hospital wouldn't reflect well on him. I happen to know a private doctor. Ji Zhouye only then realized that on the day he had been engrossed in gaming, their great-grandmother had been besieged online by thousands of netizens. He recognized Zhou Yaqin, who had once called his second brother repeatedly, stirring a twinge of envy within him. He promptly pulled out his phone, opened the game app, glanced at it, and muttered under his breath before handing the phone over, "Isn't he on the verge of death from those sleeping pills? Yet he's still able to log in and play games. What tenacity!" Ji Yanting's expression turned icy. Given the situation's severity, it could be said that Zhou Yaqin had brought this upon himself. He merely wished to extend protection out of gratitude for the kindness Zhou's late mother had once shown him. He sat back down. "Let's eat." Rong Yu maintained a calm demeanor. As long as it did not affect her family, she was generally indifferent to many matters. She did not delve deeply into aerospace. Starting with some research papers she found online. Next door, Ji Yanting played chess with the old man. Ji Zhouye, nestled beside them engrossed in a game, chimed in, "Brother, just hang in there a few more years. Once great-grandmother officially debuts, you can support her." Ji Yanting shook his head. "I'm currently preparing for an exhibition. Let's discuss this in a few months." Ji Zhouye chuckled triumphantly. "The company is in dire need of personnel. Let me step in." The old man shot him a glare. "Get into university first." Ji Zhouye's smile faded instantly. Given his grades, getting into university was a daunting challenge. The chess game was still underway when Ji Yanting's phone vibrated again. He glanced at it. It was Zhou Yaqin's manager, and he hung up without a second thought. After hanging up, the manager persistently tried again. Ji Yanting hesitated, looking at the old man. Old Master Ji sighed. The year his daughter-in-law passed away, Yan was merely 8 or 9 years old, caught in the delicate balance between understanding and innocence, deeply grieving the loss of a loved one. Had he not experienced the same anguish at 8 when he lost his mother? A child bereft of maternal affection longs for that love. Any semblance of maternal warmth from others can draw them incompletely, and this cannot be blamed on Yan. As he grew older, like Yuan, he learned to mature and stand independently after losing both parents. Conversely, the younger Yi, who scarcely remembers his parents' faces, feels no sorrow at all. Old Master Ji rose from his seat, declaring, "I am weary. I shall retire for the night." Ji Yanting picked up his phone and made his way to the garden balcony, connecting a call. "Mr. Yan, Yi Chun has awakened. He is currently submerged in the bathtub, contemplating self-harm. If you have the time, I implore you to come over, for I am at a loss on how to dissuade him." Ji Yanting's voice was extremely subdued. Had he publicly apologized to Rong Yu as I advised, none of this would have transpired. As adults, one must bear the consequences of their actions. His agent was on speakerphone. Ji Yanting's indifferent tone resonated clearly in Zhou Yaqin's ears. Indeed, he sat in the bathtub, sipping red wine and playing games, preparing to splash the wine into the water upon Ji Yanting's arrival to create a dramatic scene. Little did he anticipate that Ji Yanting had no intention of coming. Discarding his phone, he beckoned with his finger, and his agent promptly handed the device over. "Brother, I feel so miserable. I've consumed nearly half a bottle of sleeping pills. Why am I still alive? If only I were dead, I wouldn't have to face this mountain of wreckage. And I could finally reunite with my mother." Zhou Yaqin's voice trembled. "Brother, you still remember my mother, don't you? A month before you filmed that drama, she stayed at our home, nurturing her bond with you. Every day, she prepared breakfast for you, mended your clothes, took you boating, to the cinema, and to amusement parks. Do you recall?"
Yanting's gaze darkened.
That year, he was only in his teens, still attending high school, with the old man preoccupied and his elder brother busy. The neglected youth found a semblance of home within the Zhou household, akin to a wild horse. "I will heed your words, brother." After ending the call, Ji Yanting rubbed his temples. He contacted his assistant, spent some money to suppress the trending topics, remove all negative information. Before he could finish, a head with pink highlights leaned in. "Second brother, you're quite amusing." Ji Zhouye crossed his arms against the doorframe. "Zhou Yaqin incited his fans to attack our great-grandmother and insult the Ji family. People like him deserve to be silenced. Yet you are willingly spending your own money to assist him. Our great-grandmother is magnanimous and indifferent to such matters, but the old man cares deeply.
Ha.
I shall inform him. Stop right there, Ji Yanting called out. What must I do to silence you? Before Ji Zhouye could refuse, Ji Yanting continued. Would 1 million suffice? 2 million, perhaps? Ji Zhouye responded incredulously. Am I the sort to bow to money? I could only offer you 5 million at most. Ji Yanting retrieved a card from his pocket, stating, Take it. Guard your loose tongue. If you refuse, I shall go to the old man myself. Take it. A moment's hesitation is a sign of disrespect towards money. Ji Zhouye seized the bank card and swiftly turned to flee. Ji Yanting shook his head, continuing to make phone calls to manage a plethora of online issues. Chapter 62. Rong Yu ranks last. The following day, Ji Yanting flew to the capital to record a single. Rong Yu and Ji Zhouye attended school, as usual. Upon entering the school gate, numerous pairs of eyes fixated on Rong Yu, groups of 3 or 5 whispering among themselves. It was not her prowess that garnered attention, but rather Zhou Yaqin's lack of performance. The brand representatives, unable to find anyone else, had no choice but to let Rong Yu take the lead. Over the weekend, her name dominated the trending searches for a full 2 days. She had truly become a sensation. I initially thought Rong Yu would maintain her position at the top, but it now seemed uncertain. With Rong Yu's momentum, Rong Yu's reign was likely at risk. Rong Yu excelled in singing, dancing, and possessed striking looks. What was there to prevent her from being first? As Rong Yu navigated through the crowd, her sweet smile abruptly froze. Previously, no matter where she roamed within the campus, she was the focal point of discussion. Now, astonishingly, that central figure had shifted to Rong Yu. The disparity nearly overwhelmed her. Yet, in public, she was compelled to conceal any negative emotions, forcing a smile as she greeted her fellow classmates. Her gaze fell upon Song Hui, only to find his attention directed towards Rong Yu. A sudden tension gripped her scalp as she hurried towards him. Song Hui's gaze was laden with complexity. While classmates speculated on how popular Rong Yu had become, he pondered why the 4th Aerospace Research Institute would publicly endorse her. Was it merely because she had achieved a perfect score in the physics competition? But he, too, had attained full marks. Why hadn't the institute invited him? He yearned to inquire with Rong Yu, yet the overwhelming crowd rendered it impossible to find an opportunity. Rong Yu was enveloped by classmates from Class 2 as they entered the classroom. Just as she settled into her seat, Pei Yaru approached the podium, beaming with the arrival of spring. Noticing the thick stack of examination papers in her hands, Rong Yu remembered the May exam from the previous week. She had only completed one subject, Chinese, and had not finished her composition before being urgently called away. In the second monthly exam of the first semester of our senior year, our class has shown remarkable progress. Pei Yaru's voice brimmed with delight. Essentially, all students have made significant strides. Now I shall announce the rankings. The class leader ranks first in our class and 63rd in the entire grade. Upon hearing this, the typically composed class leader nearly toppled from his seat in astonishment. He had never before entered the top 100 of the school, and now he had catapulted to 63rd place. What a shock. The academic committee member ranks second in our class and 79th in the grade. The group leader ranks third in our class and 84th in the grade. These 3 students had entered the top 100 of the entire school, warranting a round of enthusiastic applause. The class erupted into a fervor, thunderous applause echoing for several minutes before subsiding. The rankings of the remaining students also steadily improved. Pei Yaru's voice was filled with joy as she announced, the student ranking last, Chen Yan, stands at 37th in our class. Chen Yan rose, utterly bewildered. He had always excelled academically in middle school, consistently ranking among the top 5 in his class, which enabled him to gain admission to the prestigious number 1 high school. However, upon entering, he found himself placed in a class of underachievers. Coupled with the challenging circumstances at home, he gradually succumbed to despair, causing his academic performance to plummet. Yet, when he decided to apply himself earnestly, he managed to salvage a few points, leading to a remarkable rise in his ranking by over 10 places. A development entirely within reason. With reddened eyes, he declared, Teacher, from now on, I will diligently study. Pei Yaru smiled reassuringly. Please take your seat. Next. We have Ji Zhouye, who has made significant progress, moving up from second to last in class, now ranked 41st. This is commendable. Ji Zhouye rose proudly, basking in the admiration of his classmates. Most of his points were derived from his Chinese and English scores. He had memorized poetry daily and his short essays were quite commendable, earning him a score of 103 in Chinese. In English, having traveled abroad frequently, He had a solid foundation and scored 113. As for mathematics and comprehensive sciences, those scores were lamentably low, best left unmentioned. Peyura's smile faded as she turned her attention to the two boys, her demeanor turning serious. You two, one is second to last and the other third to last. What are your plans to improve and strive for progress together? The second to last remarked, Isn't there still someone behind me? The third to last added, Indeed. Let us see who has recently become the last in the rankings. Rong Yu coughed. That would be me. After class, Rong Yu found himself surrounded at his desk. The class monitor, the league branch secretary, and the academic committee member expressed their profound gratitude. Haicheng No. 1 High School is renowned, and gaining entry into the top 100 of the grade virtually guarantees admission to a reputable university. Previously, they had struggled outside the top 100, but now, with Rong Yu's slight guidance, it felt as if they had opened the meridians of success, their progress astonishingly swift. Stop looking at me with teary eyes, Rong Yu said, feeling a bit overwhelmed. If it were Ji Zhouye, it wouldn't matter how many times I explained, you would still grasp it. This is your hard-earned achievement. Ji Zhouye retorted. I'm not that foolish. Just you wait, I will eventually claim the top spot in the grade. The class monitor paired with him, immediately picking up his test paper and frowning. Your mathematics is abysmal, and your comprehensive sciences are even worse. You need to start from the foundational knowledge of the first year. From now on, you shouldn't leave during evening self-study. I will help you review.
Yizhoya Said.
Who can come to my rescue? Nearby, a voice of disdain echoed. Damn it, who posted the monthly exam rankings online? It has gone viral. Rong Yu, ISN to your popularity a bit excessive? So, what if you ranked last? Why is everyone making such a fuss? Ji Zhouye quickly opened his phone. Rong Yu, last in rank, was trending at the top. I told you, celebrities can establish any persona they wish, but they should never pretend to be academic overachievers. It only takes a few days for them to crash and burn. Out of 6 subjects, with a total score of 750, Rong Yu had only managed to score a little over 80. Was her brain underdeveloped or something? How could she possibly score so low? Haicheng No. 1 High School is one of the best in the area. How did such an underachiever even gain admission? Once the school fee is paid, anyone can enroll. What's so surprising about that? Rong Royale is truly a prodigy, having consistently held the top position since kindergarten. A genuine academic powerhouse. She dismisses the notion of crafting an image. Rong Royale has secured the first prize in a national piano competition, a second prize in calligraphy, and a gold medal in painting. She is, indeed, an authentic scholar, unperturbed by rumors. In Chapter 63, she reflects on the consequences of one's actions, perhaps unaware of the pain they might inflict. Rong Royale peruses the trending comments online, a subtle smile gracing her lips. The report card detailing her monthly exam rankings, which she uploaded under a pseudonym to Weibo, tagged several prominent marketing accounts and, predictably, it went viral. Simultaneously, she shared her accolades in piano, calligraphy, and art. After all, it is merely a competition of who excels academically, and in this realm, she has never faltered. Unsurprisingly, the name Rong Royale also trended, with the comments section flooded with praise. In stark contrast, Rong Yu faced a barrage of criticism. Rong Yu herself remained indifferent. As a public figure, she understood the necessity of enduring public scrutiny. While she accepted this, Ji Zhouye could not, and the entire class 20 could hardly tolerate it, collectively rallying their phones to wage a digital war. Rong Yu felt an unexpected surge of gratitude, although her acquaintance with these students was brief. Their fierce defense of her was heartwarming. However, the multitude of detractors overwhelmed the dozens of students from class 20, leaving them with no choice but to relent in frustration. In the afternoon, a class meeting was held at the high school, with parents notified well in advance. Xin Lin frequently attended Rong Royale's parent-teacher meetings, and upon her arrival, she was encircled by several parents. Yao Yao consistently ranks first in the humanities. She is sure to gain admission to Peking University. What insights can you share about educating children, Miss Shun? With a smile, Xin Lin replied, Yao Yao is quite disciplined. She has enjoyed studying since childhood and does not require constant supervision. Rong Wangtian made his way to the parent section of class 20. He immediately spotted Rong Yu standing with a group of boys, one with pink-dyed hair, another engrossed in a mobile game, exuding an air of delinquency. Spending time with such company, it was no wonder she ranked last in her class. One daughter shone as the top student, while the other lingered at the bottom. The comparison ignited a surge of anger within him. Striding over, Rong Wangtian confronted her, We invest our resources to send you to this school. And this is how you repay us? Wasting your time every day. If this continues, you'll be left with no prospects. Rong Yu frowned. Before she could respond, a voice interjected beside her. She looked up to see Butler Yu. He had come to represent the Ji family at the meeting. Having rushed to the school only to witness someone berating Miss Rong. In the Ji household, she was revered like royalty. How could she endure such indignity in the Rong family? Mr. Rong, might I suggest that your words are somewhat inappropriate? Butler Yu spoke, suppressing his ire. Regardless of the circumstances, it is unacceptable to humiliate a child publicly among so many people. And who are you to interject? Is this not meddling too much? Rong Wangtian's expression darkened further. He believed his child's poor performance warranted his authority to educate her, regardless of Butler Yu's involvement. Nearby parents, unable to stand by in silence, began to voice their disapproval. My daughter has also made significant progress in physics under Rong Yu's guidance, improving by over 30 points. I intended to express my gratitude to Rong Yu after the parent-teacher meeting. The child is already remarkable and does not deserve such harsh reprimands. The parents exchanged remarks, causing Rong Wangtian to erupt with laughter in disbelief. Despite ranking at the bottom, they still offered numerous justifications, truly eye-opening. These individuals seem oblivious to the pain that arises when the blade does not fall upon them. At this moment, Rong Wangtian's phone vibrated. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was General Hai of Hai Corporation. He immediately straightened his posture and answered the call. Hello, General Hai. I will be there shortly. The collaboration with Hai Corporation was of paramount importance, and not a moment could be wasted. He promptly informed Pei Yaro before turning and leaving. Father, you are exceedingly audacious. Ji Zhouye remarked, cracking his knuckles. Shall I gather a few individuals, throw him in a sack, and give him a beating? Rong Yu shot him a glance. With that time, you might as well memorize a few more formulas. Regardless of Rong Wangtian's actions, he remained her biological father. As long as it did not infringe upon moral principles, there were many matters she could choose to overlook. Beside them, Butler Yu furrowed his brow. If he had not misheard, Rong Wangtian had addressed General Hai. Was it the same Hai of Hai Corporation? Like G Corporation, Hai Corporation was a leading enterprise in Haicheng. It was improbable for such a large conglomerate to collaborate with the Rong family, and even if, by chance, a partnership had been established, it was unlikely that General Hai would personally contact Rong Wangtian. These matters did not concern Butler Yu, and he dismissed further thoughts on the subject. He casually picked up the report card for Class 20 and felt a sense of relief. At last, the fifth young master had made progress. Amidst the clamor, the parent-teacher meeting commenced, beginning with a speech from the principal, followed by the vice principal, who elaborated for nearly an hour. Next, representatives from the outstanding students took the stage. For the science class, it was Song Huai. For the humanities class, it was Rong Ruoyao. The students in the audience gasped in astonishment, marveling at the golden couple before them, evoking envy from all. Let us bring the Civil Affairs Bureau here, so they can marry on the spot. Someone exclaimed. They are so extraordinarily attractive. May they have 8 sons. Laughter erupted, accompanied by playful banter of jealousy. Rong Ruoyao stood on the stage, reveling in the attention, as she rightfully should, radiating brilliance and forever remaining the center of the crowd. She involuntarily glanced towards Class 20, where, amidst the throng, her eyes fell upon Rong Yu, who was engaged in a relaxed conversation with Ji Zhouye. To her surprise, she detected no hint of jealousy or envy in Rong Yu's gaze. How could she not be envious standing there? She refused to believe it, convinced that Rong Yu must be adept at concealing her emotions. Standing beside her, Song Huai instinctively glanced at Rong Yu after concluding his speech. A person invited by the 4th Aerospace Research Institute must possess remarkable talents, though he was currently unaware of the specifics of Rong Yu's excellence. After they stepped down from the stage, the head of education began to announce the scholarship awards. The G Corporation Scholarship was established based on monthly exams, dispersed every month. The unprecedented amount of the scholarships inspired a multitude of underprivileged students. A line of individuals stood upon the podium, among them Ji Zhouye and Shen Yan. Ji Zhouye was reluctant to ascend the stage. After all, his family was not impoverished. However, due to the circumstances reflected in his records, his parents having passed away, he was automatically classified as a student in need, without the necessity of application. When his name was called, there was no rationale for him to remain seated. Chen Yan received the Progress Award, accompanied by a monetary prize of 12,000 yuan. Ji Zhouye, too, was awarded the Progress Award, with a prize of 8,000 yuan. Tears streamed down Chen Yan's face in an instant. 12,000 yuan was a sum his grandmother might not earn even after a year of collecting scrap. It became evident that diligent study could indeed yield financial rewards. His gratitude towards the Ji family was profound and heartfelt. In that moment, as chapter 64 unfolds, a genuine spark of emotion ignited within him. Pei Yaru's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She was acutely aware of Chen Yan's family situation. In his first year of high school, his academic performance had been commendable. But during his second year, when his grandmother fell ill, financial strain compelled him to consider dropping out to work. She had visited the Chen household numerous times, tirelessly persuading and assisting with medical expenses, ultimately dissuading him from abandoning his studies. Yet, even upon returning to school, his enthusiasm for learning had waned significantly. He spent his days idling with Ji Zhouya, dozing in class and playing games during breaks. A promising student had succumbed to despair, submitting blank exam papers and ranking near the bottom of his class. At last, this promising individual found his footing again. The establishment of the Ji Family Scholarship for impoverished students provided immense encouragement to these children. As she reflected on this, a voice of derision pierced the air. Teacher Yang remarked, from the last place to the 10th, yet still among the bottom ranks. He may hardly qualify for a junior college. I wonder what you find so joyous, Teacher Pei. Pei Yaru calmly lifted her gaze. There are still over 6 months until the college entrance examination. With monthly progress, a transformation can occur over half a year. How can one definitively state he will not gain admission to university? Teacher Yang scoffed and shook his head. In this class of underachievers, only the top 3 had any hope, perhaps qualifying for a prestigious institution. The rest were destined for factory work, tightening screws for a living. As the parent-teacher meeting drew to a close, Grandma Chen grasped Chen Yan, tears mingling with laughter. At last, you have made progress. You must study diligently from now on, striving for university to bring honor to our Chen family and make your mother regret her choices. Do you understand? Chen Yan scratched his head. I understand, Grandma. She refrained from saying more, for the meeting room was littered with plastic water bottles, each worth 5 cents, and this multitude could yield several dozen yuan. She bent down, clutching a sack, picking them up one by one. Witnessing this, Chen Yan hurried to assist. Ji Zhouya, with a mix of complex emotions, exclaimed, Grandma Chen. Many of these bottles still have water left. I'll fetch a bucket. Rong Yu, with nothing pressing to attend to, joined in collecting bottles as well. The class monitor, the youth league secretary, and the academic committee member, unbeknownst to them, began following Rong Yu's lead. As he gathered bottles, they joined in the camaraderie. The top students of class 20 took the initiative, and soon, the rest of the students exchanged glances, all participating. Hundreds of plastic bottles, under the watchful eyes of so many, were quickly crushed and tossed into the sack within mere minutes. Grandma Chen expressed her heartfelt sentiments. You are all such wonderful children. Never looking down upon my Chen Yan and even offering assistance to this old woman. Butler Yu understood that Chen Yan was the closest companion of the 5th young master. He pondered for a moment before suggesting, Miss Rong, why not invite Grandma Chen to work in the gardens of Farong Manor? It is an easy job with high pay. Rong Yu shook her head. Yi and Chen Yan are friends. If Yi's family employs him as a servant of the Ji family, their friendship could very well deteriorate. It would be better too. After a brief pause, she continued, perhaps we could ask Grandma Chen to collect the cardboard boxes from the Ji group. Butler Yu smiled. Miss Rong always has a clever solution. Once the group had completed their tasks, they dispersed. Ji Zhouya, with a cheeky grin, remarked, I've made such significant progress in my exams. Shouldn't I receive a reward? What kind of reward do you desire? Rong Yu replied, her lips curling into a smile. Don't think I am unaware. You just swindled a few million from your second brother. Are you still in need of money? Ji Zhouya replied, well, it seems I need a reward from great-grandma after all. This sum is sufficient for quite some indulgence. Butler Yu interjected with a smile. The day after tomorrow, Wednesday, is the 5th young master's 18th birthday. As per tradition, a party is to be held. How about we let Miss Rong reward the 5th young master with a grand birthday celebration? 18 is indeed a significant milestone. This brought to Rong Yu's mind her own 18th birthday. At that time, she was studying abroad across the ocean. The day was filled with excitement, as many compatriots came to congratulate her and present gifts. In her moment of utmost joy, that man knelt before her, proposing marriage. She was not one to place love above all else, yet her heart fluttered at that moment. After graduation, she entered into matrimony with him before a multitude of fellow students, and later, she became pregnant with Ing Bao. However, before Yingbao was born, he made the ultimate sacrifice. Butler Yu cheerfully inquired, "Where does the fifth young master wish to hold the celebration, and whom should we invite?" Ji Zhouye rubbed his hands together. "Let us host it at my villa, inviting my childhood friends, along with a few models and young celebrities for entertainment, wearing bikinis, swimming, drinking, and playing games." I can only imagine the joy it would bring. Butler Yu's smile faded. Joy, indeed. Rong Yu playfully slapped the back of his head. "I believe it is quite acceptable not to hold a birthday party." Ji Zhouye recoiled slightly. "Isn't this how rich second-generation heirs celebrate? There are even wilder ideas I haven't mentioned." However, with great-grandma present, he had to suppress those extravagant thoughts. He cleared his throat and suggested, "Let us invite my classmates from class 20 to gather, pop some champagne, enjoy cake, and discuss life and aspirations." "How does that sound?" "That sounds splendid." Butler Yu responded with a beaming smile. "I will take care of the arrangements." Within a day or two, the news regarding Rong Yu was overshadowed by other trending topics. Such is the nature of netizens. They have short memories. Just 2 days prior, they had vehemently criticized Rong Yu, and now, she was virtually forgotten. On Wednesday morning, Ji Zhouye distributed birthday invitations to all 50 classmates. One of his followers expressed astonishment. "What kind of family are you from that you can throw a birthday party? And in a villa, no less. How wealthy must you be?" Chen Yan and Ji Zhouye shared a close bond. He was well aware that, although Ji Zhouye was orphaned, he still had numerous elder brothers, all of whom were employed and financially stable. A birthday celebration could easily be arranged with contributions from his brothers. Ji Zhouye confidently declared, "Tonight at 8 o'clock, everyone must be there. You must grant me this favor." The class monitor approached Rong Yu and inquired, "Are you going?" Rong Yu nodded. After all, as a blood relative and a great-grandson, she felt compelled to partake in the festivities of his 18th birthday. With Rong Yu attending, the class monitor certainly would as well. The class monitor's participation swayed others, who readily agreed to arrive punctually. As evening descended, Butler Yu began preparations. Old Master Ji toured the villa briefly, presenting a watch worth millions as a birthday gift before taking his leave. Aware of his presence, the children felt less at ease. He possessed a keen self-awareness. After all, with his mother keeping a watchful eye, Ji Zhouye would surely refrain from any mischief. As night fell, the villa's lights illuminated one by one. Soft music provided a soothing backdrop, the pool shimmered under the stars, balloons danced in the breeze, and the scent of pastries filled the air. Chapter 65. I beseech Miss Rong for a chance to pursue her. The villa was constructed along the lakeside, in the prime real estate of Haicheng. Though not in the city center, the property prices here were still quite steep, especially for a lakeside villa. Students from class 20 made their way towards this impressive residence. Indeed, the grandeur of the house was evident. Renting it for a day would require a considerable sum. I had previously seen Ji Zhouye frequenting this place after school. He certainly wasn't merely renting for a day. Wasn't he an orphan?
Ah.
Ji Zhouye emerged to greet them. Although I lack parents, I have a grandfather. This house was a gift from him. His classmates entered astonished. A colossal 18-tiered cake was displayed beside the pool, with tables on either side laden with an array of culinary delights, small cakes, sushi, desserts, beverages, and fruits. Those present had never attended such a grand birthday celebration, and excitement permeated the air. They presented their carefully chosen gifts, sang the birthday song, and shared the cake. Rong Yu was taken aback by Ji Zhouye's affluence. The class monitor, savoring the cake, remarked on how discreetly he had carried himself at school, making it difficult to perceive him as a wealthy heir. The group leader, sipping champagne, mused, Ji Zhouye is my sole glimpse into the lives of the affluent. This champagne is exquisite. The academic committee member curiously asked, "Can we swim in the pool?" Ji Zhouye waved his hand grandly. "Feel free to eat, drink, and play as you wish. There are swimsuits on the first floor of the villa. You can change there. Come on, Chen Yan, gather a few more people, and let us play some games together." With funds obtained from his second brother, he had purchased the latest oversized gaming console, and a crowd of boys gathered around to play, thoroughly enjoying themselves. The girls changed into swimsuits, laughing and splashing in the pool. Rong Yu reclined on a lounge chair by the edge, sipping her drink and observing the vibrant energy of the students, a smile unconsciously curving her lips. At that moment, several cars abruptly halted at the entrance, and a group of youths with brightly dyed hair entered. "Ji Zhounan, how could you be so inconsiderate? You're hosting a birthday party and have failed to invite those of us who have grown up alongside you.
What is it?"
Have you forgotten your old friends now that you have new ones? Ji Zhounan lifted his gaze from the game, and there stood the third young master of the Hai family, the second young master of the Si family, along with several other privileged youths. Naturally, those within the same circle would engage in merriment together. However, with the matriarch observing closely, he felt reluctant to approach this rowdy group. For their revelries were far too wild, whether it be racing cars, gambling, or openly pursuing women. Hai Chang'an clicked his tongue. I must say, Ji Zhounan, what sort of guests have you invited? Do they not know that formal attire is expected at such gatherings? The students from class 20 immediately flushed with embarrassment. They were merely ordinary students, a few hailing from families of moderate means, yet none could claim ties to the elite. They had never attended a formal event and were entirely unaware that formal wear was required. Most were clad in their school uniforms. Under Hai Chang'an's disdainful gaze, they bowed their heads, their faces burning with awkwardness. Rong Yu swirled his drink. A mere birthday celebration hardly warrants such extravagant attire. Have you never attended a party before? Exactly. Ji Zhounan huffed. Besides, I didn't even invite you lot. Hai Chang'an's gaze involuntarily fell upon Rong Yu, his eyes widening in awe at her striking features and exceptional poise. He inquired, Zhounan, is this your girlfriend? No. Ji Zhounan hesitated, quickly adding, don't harbor any thoughts about her, or I will not let this matter rest. Hai Chang'an nodded, producing a birthday gift and presenting it for your coming of age. I offer you a belt. May all women succumb to your prowess. Ji Zhounan, he cast a furtive glance at Rong Yu, relieved to find her expression unchanged. Fearing further outrageous gifts from this group, he hurriedly ushered them into the game room to play. The students from class 20, feeling out of place, retreated from the game room and gathered in small groups on the lawn outside the villa, chatting and snacking. After conversing with her classmates for a while, Rong Yu was intercepted on her way to the restroom by a man, Si Lin, the second young master of the Si family, who had entered with Hai Chang'an. Rong Yu frowned. What is it? Could I have your contact information? Si Lin made a gentlemanly gesture. There is a concert tomorrow, and I would like to invite Miss Rong to attend with me. Afterward, we can dine at a Western restaurant by the riverside and enjoy the night view. What do you think? Rong Yu's frown deepened. What do you want? Just say it directly.
Si Lin smiled enigmatically.
I would like to request an opportunity to pursue you, Miss Rong. Rong Yu, being mentally aged 30, in the context of a normal timeline, she felt like a centenarian. To her, he appeared as a mere child yet to reach maturity. Pursue me? Not a chance.
Ji Zhounan delivered a swift kick to Si Lin's backside. Si Lin,
attempting to strike a pose to impress Rong Yu, lost his balance and tumbled into the swimming pool. Ji Zhounan, dissatisfied, picked up a floating ring from the shore and aimed it at Si Lin's head. Stop. Don't hit him. Si Lin was on the verge of exploding with anger. She wasn't his girlfriend, so why couldn't she pursue her own interests? Why was he meddling in her affairs? She had come to congratulate him on his 18th birthday, only to be unceremoniously shoved into the water. She was determined to inform old Master Ji, hoping he would teach him a lesson. Ji Zhouya chuckled. Go ahead. Hurry and report me. I'll be waiting. If the old man discovered that his own mother was being pursued by this scoundrel, he might just storm over to the Si family and confront old Master Si. Hai Chang'an helped Si Lin up, frowning as he turned to Ji Zhouya. We are all brothers here. There's no need for such a spectacle. It's just a woman. After all, must it be so dramatic? Broaden your horizons a bit. Fine, you have a broad perspective. Then why don't you call me Dad and let me hear it? Ji Zhouya rolled his eyes, pushing them all towards the exit. His pleasant mood had been ruined by their antics. Come on, let's go. Move it. He slammed the iron gate of the villa shut. Turning back, he noticed a throng of students staring at him, and he grinned. Forget those rascals. Let us continue our fun. The gathering lasted until after 9 in the evening. At that time, the first high school had just finished their evening study session. Rong Royale left the campus alongside Song Hui. Casually, she remarked, my dad has been particularly busy these days, running to the high group every day. I haven't seen him in several days. Song Hui paused. Is the Rong family collaborating with the Hai family? Indeed, Rong Royale replied with a sweet smile. We just signed the contract and are currently coordinating. It hasn't been made public yet. After the Rong family secured this project, profit was secondary. The primary concern was that with the support of the Hai family, conducting business would become considerably easier. Previously, the Song family held a slightly higher status in their circle than the Rong family. However, with the partnership with the Hai family, The Rong family would soon ascend to the ranks of the wealthy elite, and she would no longer have to lower her head in front of Song Hui. Song Hui nodded, congratulations. After bidding farewell to him, Rong Ruoyao entered the Rong family's private car, instinctively pulling out her phone to browse her social media. Upon opening it, she noticed several classmates had posted videos from a birthday party. As a public figure, she had accepted many friend requests, including those from several girls in class 20. The birthday party videos were from those very classmates. To her astonishment, it was Ji Zhouye's birthday celebration. A poor person hosting a birthday party? How could Ji Zhouye possibly know such a group of wealthy heirs? Rong Ruoyao found it hard to believe. She quickly clicked on the short video, noticing the exquisite setup, various snacks and drinks that certainly did not come cheap. This scene must have cost a pretty penny. The villa, which she had seen on her way home from school, was located near the lake close to the first high school. Her father had mentioned that a villa in that area was worth around 10 million. How could Ji Zhouye, a student who had to borrow money from classmates just to eat, afford to host a birthday party in such a place? As she scrutinized the video, she recognized that most of the attendees were in school uniforms belonging to class 20, including Rong Yu. Suddenly, a familiar face caught her attention. She paused the video, zoomed in, and realized the person at the center of the group was none other than Hai Chang'an, the third young master of the Hai family. The collaboration project between the Rong family and the Hai family was being managed by Hai Chang'an. Shortly thereafter, Rong Ruoyao spotted the face of Si Lin, the second young master of the Si family. She had seen this young master Si in the news, a quintessential dandy often appearing alongside various starlets and models in scandalous reports. Both the Si family and the Hai family belonged to the elite echelons of Haicheng, a realm she felt utterly alienated from. Even the Song family barely grazed the periphery of that world. How could Ji Zhouye possibly be acquainted with such affluent heirs? Rong Ruoyao pursed her lips, capturing a screenshot and sending the faces from the video to a girl in class 20. Did you encounter these two at Ji Zhouye's birthday party today? Rong Ruoyao's watery eyes widened in disbelief. The young masters of the Hai and Si families were expelled from the birthday celebration by Ji Zhouye, a mere impoverished soul? How could this be? Was it possible that Ji Zhouye did not recognize them? But if he was unaware, how could they have attended the party in the first place? Ji Zhouye's villa was immense, 3 stories high, complete with a swimming pool, lawn, and garden, and he typically resided there alone. The girl across sent a lengthy message revealing he was a third-generation wealthy heir with a grandfather of considerable means. Rong Ruoyao felt as if struck by lightning. She recalled that, when Ji Zhouye first confessed to Rong Yu, he had carelessly tossed her a necklace, one from a prestigious international brand, valued at nearly $1 million. At the time, she had assumed it was a counterfeit. She thought of the bag Rong Yu casually carried, the new clothes she donned, and the shoes she wore, all of which were nearly all limited edition luxury pieces. She had genuinely believed that Rong Yu was flaunting fakes, putting on a fade. She had even wondered why no netizens had discussed this matter. It turned out to all be authentic, gifts from Ji Zhouye to Rong Yu. In this light, Ji Zhouye was far wealthier than Song Hui, and his generosity surpassed expectations. The envy within Rong Ruoyao reached a fever pitch. After all, Ji Zhouye had originally harbored affections for her. In their first year of high school, he had interrupted her to confess, offering love letters and chocolates. Taking a few deep breaths, she opened Ji Zhouye's WeChat and sent a message. Zhouye, happy 18th birthday, may you always be joyful. She thought Ji Zhouye might not check his phone, yet she noticed he had posted on Moments. Another year older. The accompanying images included a group photo of class 20 and one with Rong Yu. The single post revealed Rong Yu's significance in Ji Zhouye's eyes. Ji Zhouye reveled in the irony. He truly deserved it, who asked this fool to tease his great-grandmother. He could expect to be under the financial scrutiny of the Si family patriarch. Opening a package, he discovered a belt. Today, he had received at least 20 such belts. He would never need to purchase one again. Nodding, he replied, I like it. Thank you, Sister Roshua. Lan Roshua had not come solely to present gifts. She was waiting for Ji Ziyuan to finish his tasks so they could go out together. It had been quite some time since they had last been on a date, and it felt increasingly as if they were no longer a couple. She sat in the living room for a while before Ji Ziyuan emerged from his study. She stood to greet him. Ziyuan, shall we go out for a walk and enjoy the moon? Ji Ziyuan walked out with her, asking, where shall you? Why didn't you bring her along? It's too late. She couldn't stay awake and has long since gone to bed, Lan Roshua replied with a smile. She was just saying she hasn't seen her father in ages. Upon hearing the name father, Ji Ziyuan was reminded of that day by the riverbank when Lan Yu referred to another man as daddy. To be candid, it was an unpleasant feeling. Lan Roshua nodded in agreement. Passing by a clothing store, she casually remarked, Xiaoya's school is organizing a gala, and she has been mentioning the desire for a formal gown. Ji Ziyuan halted the car and accompanied her inside. Lan Roshua picked up a dress, its price exceeding 360,000. Though Ji Ziyuan had been diligently working on side projects lately and was financially more secure, that sum was still rather excessive. Lan Roshua tried another dress, tentatively stating, This one is also quite nice. The price was over 70,000. Ji Ziyuan paid for it. Lan Roshua bit her lip, pondering how long the old man's financial control would persist. A dress priced at over 70,000 was naturally inferior to the one costing over 300,000. Was she to continue to impose such limitations on Xiaoya? As they arrived at the entrance of Lan Roshua's small villa, she noticed the lights were on inside. Accompanied by the voice of a man. This man was the same one who had strolled by the riverbank with her that day. A former suitor from her time studying abroad. She had made her rejections clear on numerous occasions. However, he remained undeterred, lingering around her.
Fearing is Haiwanes discovery.
She hurriedly exited the car, saying, It's too late. I won't keep you. Drive safely, goodbye. Once the car had departed, she pushed open the door, only to find Rong Yu and the man engrossed in a game, laughing heartily. Daddy, let's play another round, Rong Yu exclaimed, repeatedly calling him daddy. You must let me win this round. Xiuya, it's time for bed, Lan Roshua frowned, addressing Ko Xing. Haven't I told you? Don't come looking for me again. I have a boyfriend, and there is no possibility between us. Ko Xing turned to her. I know your boyfriend is Ji Ziyuan. During our time studying abroad, you two were in a relationship and I believed you would marry. But then you married someone else, which puzzled me. Only later did I understand that you were unaware Ji Ziyuan belonged to the Ji family, leading you to forsake him for a wealthy man. He gazed intently at her. You married another for money and now, reuniting with Ji Ziyuan is also for financial gain, is it not? Lan Roshua felt as if struck by lightning. Her lips turned pale from biting them. Growing up in a less fortunate family, her only asset had been her beauty, which secured her a scholarship to study abroad, exposing her to a world of opulence that unsettled her spirit. Being with Ji Ziyuan brought her joy, yet she could not endure his relentless toil at the restaurant, juggling various part-time jobs. She truly could not fathom why, despite the Ji family's immense wealth, he would subject himself to such hardships, leading her to mistakenly perceive him as impoverished. Fortunately, it was not too late. She raised her gaze, asserting, Regardless of my reasons, I am Ji Ziyuan's girlfriend now. So please leave. Your schemes will likely come to naught. Ko Xing chuckled softly. Perhaps you are unaware that all shares under the name of Ji Shunying, the chairman of the Ji Group, have already been transferred, yet not to Ji Ziyuan. In other words, Ji Ziyuan is not the heir of the Ji Group. Lan Rushua was suddenly taken aback. How could this be possible? Ji Ziyuan had been groomed from a young age to become a powerful figure in the affluent elite, taking over the Ji family business in his teens, and now he was the president of the Ji Corporation. How could he not be the heir? Ko Xing spoke up, explaining that to maintain their social hierarchy, wealthy families would not disperse their fortunes. This meant that Ji Ziyuan would inherit very little in terms of shares and assets. Lan Rushua's mind went blank. She immediately took out her phone to contact her former colleagues. Although she had resigned, her influence still lingered. And being Ji Ziyuan's girlfriend ensured that her colleagues would be forthcoming with information. The president still holds 5% of the shares. I couldn't ascertain the situation with the chairman, but I've indeed heard that he is gradually relinquishing power, and it seems some of his shares have been transferred. Lan Rushua felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Her decisive choice to marry Ji Ziyuan was predicated on him being the heir of a wealthy family. If Ji Ziyuan were merely an ordinary rich second or third generation, why would she subject herself to the indignity of becoming a stepmother, supporting herself against the table? She asked, then who is the new heir of the Ji family? Lan Rushua clenched her palm tightly. Her head spun, leaving her at a loss for words. Ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell rang suddenly. When the door swung open, Ji Ziyuan stood at the threshold. Not only Lan Rushua, but even Rong Yu was momentarily stunned. Instinctively, she wanted to call out Dad, but suddenly recalled that Ko Xing was present. What if both of them responded to her call? Though she was young, she was not foolish. As Ji Ziyuan had just left the villa area, he realized that the gown he had recently purchased had been left behind on the passenger seat by Lan Rushua. He had no choice but to turn back, carrying the bag to deliver it personally. Upon opening the door and seeing Rong Yu, he pondered why she was still awake at this hour. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed an unfamiliar figure in the room. Ji Ziyuan's narrow, phoenix-like eyes narrowed. Wasn't this the man who had been seen at the riverside with Rushua that night? Moreover, little Yu had even called him Dad. What was this man doing here at such a late hour? Mr. Ji, Ko Xing stepped forward, extending his hand. I have long admired your name. It is a pleasure to meet you. Ji Ziyuan did not reciprocate the handshake. The name Ko Xing rang a bell. He was quite well known in the circle of international students, having started his own business while still in school. By the time he graduated, he had already established a company. He was indeed an impressive figure, having built his success from the ground up. I am here late at night to invite Miss Lan to be my secretary. Ko Xing continued. Miss Lan possesses a high level of education and exceptional capabilities, having previously served as the Secretary General in the President's office. It would indeed be a pity for such a talented woman not to be engaged in work. However, he smiled and added, but since Miss Lan mentioned she would consult her boyfriend, I shall not intrude on your discussion. He approached the door, bending down to pinch Lan Yu's small face, saying, Little Yu, I shall take my leave now.
Goodbye.
Lan Yu raised her small hand to wave. Goodbye, Uncle Ko. Ko Xing did not mind her sudden change in address, ruffling her hair before stepping out. Once Lan Yu closed the door, she turned to Ji Ziyuan, calling out loudly, Dad. Ji Ziyuan's expression was one of confusion. It is evident that Xiao Yu is acutely aware of her transgression in simultaneously addressing two men as father, which undoubtedly stirs a sense of guilt within her. Despite knowing the moral implications of her actions, she chooses to persist. This child possesses an abundance of cunning. Father, what is the matter? Lan Yu, perceptive to Ji Ziyuan's emotional state, quickly clambered onto him, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a hearty kiss on his cheek. Father, you are my favorite. Yet, his expression remained largely impassive. He set Lan Yu down and turned to Lan Roshua, saying, regarding work matters, you may handle them as you see fit. It's getting late. You should rest early. Good night. He then turned and exited the room. Lan Roshua bit her lip, lost in thought. Early in the morning, Rong Yu yawned his way to school, having spent nearly the entire night awake to deduce a coefficient, leaving him utterly exhausted. Upon arriving at the school gate, he unexpectedly encountered Rong Ruoyao. She alighted from her car, her gaze fixating on Ji Zhounan beside Rong Yu. She scrutinized him closely. Ji Zhounan was adorned head to toe in luxury brands, each item a coveted piece from renowned international designers, exceedingly expensive and rare. The Rong family was relatively affluent, yet she lacked the means to wear such an ensemble. Rong Yu, too, was clad in high-end fashion. Ji Zhounan was rather generous with gifts for his girlfriend. A myriad of emotions swirled within Rong Ruoyao. She approached in her dainty shoes, smiling as she spoke. Ji Zhounan, I regret not being able to celebrate your 18th birthday in person yesterday, but I must still present you with a gift. She extended a beautifully wrapped small box towards him. Ji Zhounan frowned slightly, responding, there's no need. His keen eyes had already discerned that the box likely contained a belt. How mundane to gift a boy a belt. Wound Ta game skin have sufficed. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he strode away. Rong Ruoyao glanced at Rong Yu, biting her lip. Surely, Ji Zhounan was refusing her present out of concern that Rong Yu might feel jealous. Why was Ji Zhounan so accommodating towards Rong Yu? Rong Yu, stifling yawns, made her way to the classroom. Chapter 68. Her fiancé, like a lovesick puppy. At the podium stood the new mathematics teacher, a man in his 40s named Mr. Zhang. He had been transferred from a lower-tier school, and teaching at Haiqing No. 1 High School was already the pinnacle of his career. He was indifferent about which class he taught. The students were, of course, familiar with the Olympiad. Securing a gold medal at the national finals could lead directly to a special admission route into prestigious institutions like Hacking and Peking University. Yet, how many could truly achieve such accolades? Song Hui, a top student, participated in the Olympiad last year, reaching the national finals but only securing a silver medal. They were light years away from Song Hui. What he could accomplish was beyond their wildest dreams. Nevertheless, practicing with these problems was still a worthwhile endeavor. Rong Yu glanced at the exam paper, instantly formulating a problem-solving strategy. It was not particularly challenging. However, she was reluctant to waste time on it and instead retrieved her draft paper to work on the project her senior had given her. By noon, the classroom buzzed with excitement as Rong Yu's recently filmed advertisement began to air. The launch of the GS ultra-large screen foldable phone has sparked considerable excitement, particularly with the recent surge in popularity of Rong Yu. As soon as the advertisement was released, it quickly ascended the trending charts. Class monitor, Rong Yu truly possesses the aura of a star, rivaling even those first-tier actresses. Academic committee member. This advertisement is magnificently produced. It makes me want to purchase a foldable phone myself. Youth League secretary. Over 10,000 for a phone? Can you afford that? Unless you're like Ji Zhouya, a low-key, invisible third-generation wealthy individual. Chen Yan. Damn it. Why are there haters attacking Rong Yu again? After all, this is her first film, a culmination of her efforts spanning 2 lifetimes. Rong Yu, holding her phone, was watching the advertisement herself. Yet, the comment section was rather unwelcoming. Wouldn't it be more fitting to replace Rong Yu's face with Rong Ruoyao's? If Rong Ruoyao were to shoot this advertisement, it would be absolutely perfect. Yao Yao deserves the top spot. Those resources should rightfully belong to her, yet they were snatched away by someone with a financial backer. Chen Yan frowned. The fans of Rong School Beauty are truly insufferable. Class monitor remarked, Rong Yu, your fan club president is incredibly formidable, posting hundreds of your beautiful photos, effectively drowning out the nasty comments. Rong Yu felt a wave of frustration. The president of her fan club was none other than Ji Shunying. Despite her age, she still engages in online disputes, seemingly oblivious to the potential health risks. Ji Zhouya waved his hand. Everyone in our class should join the fan club and follow the president's lead. During the midday break, everyone indulged in their phones, united by a common goal, which enlivened the classroom atmosphere. Ji Zhouya instructed Chen Yan to buy some yogurt for everyone as a treat. At this moment, he received a phone call. Noticing the caller ID, he instinctively glanced at Rong Yu before stepping outside to answer. Rong Yu, however, remained oblivious to his actions. Lately, this boy had been relatively obedient, attending classes diligently and completing his assignments commendably. But now that he had some money, was he starting to get carried away? Rong Yu looked up. Are you seriously ill? Did you buy any medicine? After school, she attempted to call Ji Zhouya, but there was no answer. Was he too unwell? Perhaps having succumbed to a deep slumber? She grabbed her backpack, intending to buy some medicine across the street to bring to him. Just as she reached the school gate, a voice called out from behind her. Rong Yu, wait a moment. It was Song Huai approaching her. He stood before her. I haven't had the chance to speak with you. Do you have a moment? Rong Yu glanced at her watch. I'll give you 2 minutes. What do you wish to discuss? Song Huai's smile faltered. When did she become so indifferent? He had merely wanted to converse with her, yet she seemed so impatient. If there's nothing to discuss, I'll take my leave. Rong Yu began to walk away. I wanted to ask how you got into the 4th Aerospace Research Institute. Was it Dr. Wang Xiaoli who invited you? Wang Xiaoli was the female doctor who had escorted Rong Yu out that day. She frowned slightly. If that's what you're asking, then I'm afraid I can't disclose anything. With that, she pushed past him and walked away, frustrated at not receiving an answer. Song Huai hurriedly followed a few steps behind. As Rong Ruoyao exited the school gate, she witnessed this very scene unfold. Her fiancé, the esteemed and aloof Song Huai, surprisingly trailed behind Rong Huai like an ardent admirer. Rong Ruoyao, her breath unsteady, called out loudly, Song Huai. He halted, Yao Yao. She suppressed her emotions, smiling sweetly. A new restaurant has opened behind the school. Would you like to join me for a meal? Not going, Song Huai replied. I still have to attend the Olympiad class. Since his first year of high school, he had been fervently participating in various national competitions, driven by a singular ambition to secure a special admission spot at Hucking or Peking University. Last year's mathematics Olympiad had brought him closer than ever to his goal. Yet he had only managed to obtain a silver medal. Senior year was his last chance, and he must seize it. Rong Yu, having purchased several cold medications from the pharmacy, made her way towards the villa district near the school. The villa had hosted a birthday party the previous day, with around 50 guests indulging in festivities, leaving the place in disarray. At this moment, Butler Yu finally had the time to bring people in for cleanup. Upon seeing Rong Yu approach, he hurried forward, bowing respectfully. Miss Rong. She inquired, is I still asleep? Rong Yu narrowed her eyes, noticing that the car which had brought him that morning was also absent. That boy, hadn't he been ill? Why was he roaming about? She made another phone call, but once again, no one answered. A twitch beneath her right eyelid caught her attention. The car driven by Ji Zhouya was hers, linked to her phone, allowing her to track its location at any moment. She opened the app and discovered that the vehicle was parked at the entrance of a manor in the outskirts. She handed her phone to Butler Yu, asking, where's this? Accepting the device, Butler Yu's expression shifted dramatically. Miss Rong, this manor belongs to the Shang family. They are involved in some dubious enterprises, Although publicly it is a tea house, in reality, it operates as a casino, quite large scale. Why would the fifth young master go there? I'll call the old master immediately. Let us not trouble the old man with such trivial matters, Rong Yu replied coolly. Transfer this villa into my name. Butler Yu hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether he should consult the old master. However, before Miss Rong, the old master seemed like a subordinate. Whatever she commanded was law. A mere villa was inconsequential. The old master would likely be eager to present it to Miss Rong as a gift. Thus, there was no need for consultation. And he promptly said about the task. Furthermore, all liquid assets under his name should be transferred to me. Rong Yu's voice grew progressively colder as she turned to leave. Chapter 69. If you don't come soon, prepare to collect my remains. In the suburban tea house, enveloped in the fragrance of tea, numerous patrons were engaged in business discussions. Moving past the tea room and through a tranquil garden, one would arrive at a bustling hall. Ji Zhouya sat at a table, several playing cards before him. He mentally offered homage to his ancestors before lifting a card corner for a glance, only to curse under his breath, another hand of worthless cards. Remain calm. Seated beside him was Lan Roshua's brother, Lan Zigong, who lowered his voice. The opponent across seems to be in a poor mood. He likely holds a bad hand as well. Let us assert our dominance through sheer presence. It is time to test our acting skills. Ji Zhouya looked up at the unfolding scene. Indeed, the person opposite him bore an expression that could kill, as though ready to cast aside the cards in hand. Gathering his resolve, he pushed a few chips forward. Just then, his phone began to vibrate unexpectedly. Before he could even glance at it, the phone was snatched by Lan Zigong and flipped face down onto the table. Ji Zhouya won that round, growing increasingly emboldened. Yet shortly thereafter, he seemed cursed, losing continuously. The thrill of victory was intoxicating, and he found himself unable to resist the allure of gambling, sinking deeper as he watched his chips dwindle. He finally spoke up, Zigong. Go exchange some more chips for me. Ji Zhouya's expression was one of disbelief. How is that possible? This was the hush money I procured for my second brother, 5 million. A substantial sum, and I've played only a few rounds, and it's gone? Indeed. It was gone. Lan Zigong leaned closer to his ear. Zhouya, we must turn this around. You need to ask your brother for more funds. Ji Zhouya pursed his lips. His eldest brother's money had been confiscated, and he had just borrowed 5 million from his second brother. His third brother was unreachable, and his fourth brother was a student without funds. Forget it, he stated. I'm done playing. Ji Zhouya remained silent. That's not my car. Lan Zigong, with an air of excitement, remarked, You own a villa, don't you? Such a large property must be worth 20 to 30 million. We could mortgage it for quite a few chips. Let us hurry. Ji Zhouya instinctively wanted to refuse, but he was led to the service desk by Lan Zigong. Without needing to say a word, Lan Zigong had already provided the villa's address. After the staff verified the ownership, if it belonged to Ji Zhouya, they could proceed with the mortgage. The staff frowned. The owner of this villa is Rong Yu. Ji Zhouya was momentarily taken aback. This was the villa he had personally chosen and purchased over 2 years ago, signed in his name. When had it become his great-grandmother's property? I recall you own 2% of the G Group, Lan Zigong interjected. Can that be mortgaged? The staff smiled. Certainly, based on market value. 2% of the G Group's shares could be mortgaged for at least before the sentence was complete. Ji Zhouya coldly interjected, no. The shares were the first gift he and his brothers received at birth, each holding 2% as their initial stake. This represented their identity as descendants of the Ji family. If he were to mortgage even that, it would be a grave disservice to the old master. Ji Zhouya tightened his lips. In any case, I cannot mortgage my shares. Then let us consider online loans, Lan Zigong suggested, handing him his phone. Almost all online platforms offer loans. One platform could lend 100,000 easily, totaling over a million. Come, I'll show you how to operate it. Ji Zhouya took the phone and noticed several missed calls, all from Rong Yu. Panic surged within him. Simultaneously, there was a WeChat message. The netizens found me at school. A large crowd is attacking me. If you don't come soon, be ready to collect my remains. Ji Zhouya dialed the number, but there was no answer. He turned and ran outside. The netizens were mercilessly berating his great-grandmother online. In person, their aggression would likely be even more ferocious. He could hardly bear to imagine what his great-grandmother might endure alone. Zhouya, where are you going? Lanzi hurriedly pursued, questioning, Aren't you going to turn the tables? Don't you desire victory? If you leave now, you will have lost 5 million for nothing. Ji Zhouya opened the car door and settled inside, dismissively stating, "A loss is a loss. Can I, Ji Xiao, not afford such a trivial sum?" With a resounding slam of the door, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, vanishing in an instant from the entrance of the tea house. Lanzi smirked, having brought Ji Zhouya here to play. He stood to earn a 10% commission on Ji Zhouya's losses, and in this brief moment, he had pocketed 500,000. While others were gambling, he felt an itch to partake himself. He stroked his chin and turned back, re-entering the tea house. Ji Zhouya drove recklessly, running a red light, and arrived at the school entrance, seizing a student to inquire, "Where's Rong Yu? Where can I find her?" Although Rong Yu was somewhat of a public figure, not everyone was attuned to her whereabouts. After questioning several individuals without success, his eyes turned crimson, and his hands trembled as he shouted her name. To Rong Ruoyao. His demeanor suggested an overwhelming affection for Rong Yu, stirring feelings of discontent within her. She approached him, asking Ji Zhouya, "What do you want with Rong Yu? Did you two have a quarrel?" Ji Zhouya brusquely shoved her aside. Among Rong Ruoyao's fans, those online were particularly vicious, relentlessly berating Rong Yu. And now, Ji Zhouya found her presence intolerable. "Brother Yi." Chun Yen rushed over, panting. "Rong Yu is at the milk tea shop on the back street of the school. She's fine. No trouble at all." Ji Zhouya dashed to the milk tea shop. The scene before him, serene and untroubled, bore no resemblance to one where a beating had occurred. It felt as though he had been doused with cold water, abruptly awakening him. He recalled that his great-grandmother was exceptionally skilled and could easily subdue him and a few followers. Just a group of female fans, surely. It could not reach the level of needing to collect a corpse. He had been deceived. Ji Zhouya strode inside, bracing himself against the table, gritting his teeth as he demanded, "Is it amusing to toy with me?" Chapter 70. Great-grandmother, I was wrong. I should not have entered the casino. Rong Ruoyao smiled slightly. Ji Zhouya, in such a state of fury, seemed poised to break up with Rong Yu. Without Ji Zhouya, she doubted Rong Yu could continue to wear high-end brands daily. Su Tian, we shall conclude our conversation here. Rong Yu interjected, "I have matters to attend to, so I will not see you out." Su Tian glanced at Ji Zhouya but asked no further questions as she stepped outside. Ji Zhouya, seething with rage, felt as though he had struck cotton. Suffocated by his emotions as he gritted his teeth, "Why did you deceive me? Do you not realize I genuinely believed you were in danger?" Rong Yu handed him her bag, and he instinctively took it, as she stepped outside and stood by the car. He hurriedly opened the door for her and fastened her seatbelt. As the vehicle set off, Rong Ruoyao stood in a daze, having witnessed Ji Zhouya's pent-up fury. Wasn't this the moment for a fierce argument and a breakup? Why was he so dutifully attending to Rong Yu? What was it that made Rong Yu worthy of such treatment from Ji Zhouya? As night gradually descended, the city of Haiqing came alive with lights. The street lamps shone brightly, and the roads were bustling with traffic. Yet, as they drove on, the surroundings grew increasingly desolate. Ji Zhouya parked the car in a dark, vacant area on the outskirts. "Great-grandmother, what brings us here?" Rong Yu disembarked and ventured down a narrow path, instructing, "Just follow me." The pathway was shrouded in darkness, void of illumination. A gust of wind swept through, causing Ji Zhouya to feel a sudden chill. Upon traversing the thicket, he beheld, beneath the moonlight, a series of grave mounds overrun with weeds. Clearly, they were unmarked graves. A wave of dread washed over him, rendering his hands and feet cold. "Great-grandmother, why have we come here? Do you know who lies beneath these graves?" Rong Yu's voice was soft. "They belong to the Wu family. You may be unfamiliar with them, but during the 1930s and 40s, the Wu family was particularly renowned on the Shanghai Bund. Their ancestors were scholars, and the patriarch once served in the court. During the tumultuous times of war, they donated a significant portion of their wealth to aid the resistance. This illustrious family ultimately met their demise here." Ji Zhouya became engrossed in the tale.
Why?
It was because the youngest grandson of the Wu family was led into a gambling den, where he learned the ways of chance. Initially, his bets were modest, with minor wins and losses. Gradually, he tasted the thrill of victory, leading him to wager recklessly. Yet, as the saying goes, 1 in 10 wins. He lost the family store, mortgaged the Wu trading house, and even secretly sold the ancestral hall. The elder Mr. Wu was driven to despair, while the matriarch, in search of her grandson at the casino, tragically drowned. Eventually, he could no longer mortgage any assets and was held captive in the gambling den, facing mutilation. His father took his place, succumbing to excessive blood loss, while his mother, in a fit of rage, struck him and subsequently took her own life. His sister sought him out at the casino, only to be violated, leading her to suicide. Unable to bear the destruction of his family, he succumbed to madness and was found lifeless in a grass nest. Rong Yu placed a bouquet upon the grave of Mr.
Wu.
She had met him once. He was a spirited and patriotic man who met a tragic end due to his grandson's actions. Ji Zhouye felt as though struck by lightning. He finally comprehended why his great-grandmother had deceived him. She had known he had entered a casino. Had he not seen that text message, he would have undoubtedly resorted to online loans, borrowing over $1 million, and would have sought further funds from the casino, unaware of the spiraling debts that would ensue. With a thud, he knelt heavily on the ground. Great-grandmother, I was wrong. I should not have entered the casino. His voice was parched. This is my first time. Rong Yu exhaled in relief. If this is your first time, it is fortunate. You likely have not yet become addicted. She continued, who led you to that place? Ji Zhouye hesitated, recalling his promise to Lan Zigong to keep it a secret. However, under Rong Yu's stern gaze, he found it increasingly difficult to withstand the pressure and was about to speak when his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Lan Zigong. Rong Yu's eyes turned icy. Answer it. Let us hear what he has to say. Zhouye, you must come to my rescue, Lan Zigong sobbed. I have lost terribly, and I owe the casino over $1 million. Please bring the ransom to save me. Zhouye, my sister will be your sister-in-law. We are family. You must help me. Ji Zhouye turned to Rong Yu, who snatched the phone from him and promptly powered it off. If you meet Lan Zigong again, I will break your legs, she stated coldly. On the surface, Ji Zhouye appeared unfazed, yet he was soft-hearted. He replied, but Lan Zigong is still at the casino, what if? By the time they returned to the Farong Manor, it was already past 8 in the evening. Upon entering, Rong Yu was immediately enveloped by a potent aroma of traditional Chinese medicine. Steward Yu reported, the old master took a tumble today, resulting in back pain. He has consumed some herbal remedy and is currently receiving a massage. Ji Zhouye pushed open the door to Ji Leo Yizi's quarters, where he found the elder propped up by the masseur, rising with a slight tremor in his step. A pang of sorrow struck him. The old man was aging and his health was deteriorating. It was troubling enough that Ji Zhouye could not alleviate his worries. Yet the old man still ventured into the gambling den. The thought of such turmoil reaching Ji Leo Yizi was too distressing to contemplate. Nothing to worry about, Ji Leo Yizi chuckled. I had my fortune told, and they said I would live to 80. I still have 2 years left. Before he could finish his sentence, Rong Yu silenced him with an apple. Let us speak less of such ominous matters. She felt a deep discomfort, her expression taut. How could one indulge in pleasures daily, yet depart this world so prematurely? Ji Leo Yizi chewed on the apple, contemplating that reaching 80 could be considered a long life. Not short at all. Yet, having just reunited with his mother at 78 only to pass at 80 seemed a cruel fate. Wu, where have you been? Your eyes are quite red. Ji Leo Yizi shifted the conversation. Were you bullied at school?
Yizrouye instantly tenset hastili puling yizgiwana side.
Eldest brother, I have realized my mistakes and will not return. Please do not inform the old master. It is not fear of a beating that troubles me, but the possibility of him falling ill from anger. Just as Ji Ziyuan was about to respond, Steward Yu's voice interrupted, Young master, Miss Lan has arrived. Ji Zhouye's heart sank. He could surmise the reason for Lan Roshua's visit. He dashed to Ji Leo Yizi's side. It's getting late. You should retire early. A good night's rest fosters good health, allowing you to honor Tama. Ji Leo Yizi readily agreed to this wisdom and followed him into the room. No sooner had he entered than Lan Roshua stepped into the hall, her eyes swollen with tears. Ziyuan has been detained by the gambling house, demanding a ransom of over 7 million. Ziyuan, you must help me. Ji Zhouye gasped in disbelief. In just over an hour, the sum had ballooned from 1 million to over 7 million, truly alarming. She must be with my elder brother for the sake of money, he thought. Lan Roshua's tears fell like rain as she clutched Ji Ziyuan's sleeve. If we delay any longer, it will rise to over 10 million. I cannot afford such a sum. Ziyuan, please help me. I beg you. Ji Ziyuan's jaw clenched tightly. He needs to learn a lesson, otherwise he will continue to make mistakes. Had the Ji family not dismissed him, he would not have taken such foolish risks at the tea house. This is all your fault. Lan Roshua burst into tears. You are my boyfriend, yet you treat me this way, dismissing me, dismissing my brother. One would think we were enemies. She pounded her fists against Ji Ziyuan's chest in desperation. Rong Yu, seated on the sofa, raised an eyebrow at the scene unfolding before her and remarked coldly, Miss Lan, have you forgotten the reasons for your and Lan Zi's dismissal?
Stop, Ziyuan.
If the money isn't paid, the casino will have my brother's fingers chopped off.
Lan Zusa Edgar Lim.
Her face a picture of panic. He is my only sibling. I have but this one relative left. He is not yet married. His life has barely begun. He cannot be ruined like this. Ziyuan, for the sake of our many years of friendship, please help me. Ziyuan's lips were tightly pressed together. He loved her and could not bear to see her tears. He was easily swayed by her emotions. Yet the harsh reality was that he did not possess the funds. All his assets were not in his name. Even if he wished to assist her, he found himself powerless. He hesitated, contemplating whether to speak to his great-grandmother. But upon seeing his demeanor, Lan Roshue realized that Ziyuan was indeed financially strained. She lifted her gaze, landing it on Zhouya. If it weren't for you taking Zigong to the casino, he wouldn't have been caught up in gambling. It is your family that has harmed my brother. You should be the one to rescue him.
Wait.
Zhouya frowned. What do you mean by saying I took Lan Zigong to the casino? Isn't it true? Lan Roshue bit her lip. You are the one seeking a thrilling place for diversion, and Zigong merely found this tea house. You cannot abandon him. Zhouya was struck with incredulity. It was Lan Zigong who had incessantly called him, insisting he discovered a wonderful place, wanting to take him there. After numerous refusals, he finally relented and drove over. If it weren't for the timely intervention of his great-grandmother, he would have been the one trapped in the casino, threatened with losing his fingers. His sympathy for Lan Zigong dissipated in an instant. Previously, he had regarded Lan Roshue as gentle and nurturing, the perfect candidate for future sister-in-law. However, her current tearful demeanor was becoming increasingly irksome. Lan Roshue's lips lost all color. The dresses, bags, shoes, and jewelry were emblems of her status, if sold. How could she possibly present herself to her friends afterward? Would they not assume she had broken up with Ziyuan and looked down upon her? She turned her eyes toward Ziyuan, only to find him standing there, indifferent, as if none of this affected him in the slightest. You are so cold. You do not love me at all. Lan Roshue's tears fell once more. How could I ever love someone like you, Ziyuan? I hate you. She covered her face and fled. Rong Yu smirked. The gifts you've given her amount to no less than 8 million, if not 10. And just because you cannot provide money at this moment, she has turned her hatred upon you. Her love is truly cheap. Elder brother, you actually gifted her so many valuable items? Zhouya said in disbelief. She cannot be with you merely for financial gain. Can she? Ziyuan pressed his lips together. She is not that kind of person. Rong Yu inquired, has Miss Lan ever given you anything over the years? After a long moment of thought, Ziyuan recalled that Lan Roshue had written him numerous love letters. She had crafted a jar filled with little stars and gifted him a few simple landscape paintings. Beyond that, he could remember nothing. Upon reflection, it seemed she had never spent a single penny on him. Rong Yu took a sip of water and remarked, those were all gifts she prepared by hand. How precious they are. Tossing money around seems rather vulgar, which explains why she might feel you do not love her. Ziyuan rubbed his temples in frustration. There is an oddity in the tone of the great-grandmother. However, when his girlfriend encounters a crisis, he, as her boyfriend, cannot remain indifferent. Just as he is about to speak, Rong Yu waves his hand, urging him not to linger there and to go. This moment is precisely the opportunity to recognize the necessity of parting ways with Lan Roshue. Ziyuan drives directly to the villa area of Lan Roshue. Upon entering her home, Lan Roshue immediately sees Ko Xing accompanying Lan Yu in a puzzle game. With tears staining her face, she calls out to Ko Xing, who, filled with concern, rushes over. Roshue, what happened? Tell me, and I will help you resolve it. Trembling, Lan Roshue takes out her phone. Just moments ago, the casino informed her of a debt exceeding 7 million. Now, within the span of an hour, it has escalated to over 10 million, pushing her to the brink of despair. Ko Xing glances at the message on her phone, momentarily taken aback. Your brother actually owes that much to the casino? At this current interest rate, it will snowball to 20 million in just an hour. Do you have that much money on hand? Selling luxury goods would take too long. I must sell this villa first. Lan Roshue's hands tremble incessantly. Her brother cannot be in trouble. Absolutely not. Ko Xing pauses before speaking. Selling in haste will lead to a lower price. It's not worth it. How about this? I will lend you the money. Lan Roshue looks at him in disbelief. Her boyfriend of 4 to 5 years is unwilling to help fill this void. Yet a person with whom she has little connection is ready to provide her with such a significant sum. Could there be such a windfall in this world? However, I have one condition. Ko Xing gazes at her. You must help me obtain something from Ziyuan. Lan Raoshu is taken aback. It turns out he is not pursuing her but rather seeking to acquire Ji's business secrets through her. A sardonic smile crosses her face. Ko Xing speaks in a calm tone. In this critical moment, Ji Ziyuan is unable to resolve your troubles, indicating he lacks the capability. I, on the other hand, am the founder of Ko Technology, with complete control over the company. If you marry me, you will directly become the lady of Ko Technology. Free from financial control and this sense of suffocation. All you need to do is help me, and Ko Technology can surpass G Corporation. Chapter 72. Unmasking Lan Raoshu's Lies. Lan Raoshu bites her lip. Before she even graduated, Ko Xing had established Ko Technology, becoming particularly renowned in the overseas student community. He built his empire from the ground up, transforming their initial four-person studio into a burgeoning business. Although Ko Technology may not rival G Corporation, it has already become a respected entity in the commercial sphere. More importantly, the power within G Corporation rests with the elder G and a multitude of brothers who are ever watchful. In contrast, Ko Technology is entirely under Ko Xing's command. As Lan Raoshu hesitates, disdain flickers in Ko Xing's eyes. Just then, a knock resounds at the door. Rong Yu, who had been playing puzzles nearby, rises to open the door, only to catch sight of Ko Xing and calls out loudly. Who is it? It's me, Ji Ziyuan. Comes the voice from outside the door. Is your mother home? Rong Yu, filled with apprehension, is relieved she did not open the door directly. Only then does she pull the door open and sweetly call out, Daddy. Lan Raoshu gazes at Ji Ziyuan with a complicated expression. What are you doing here? Lan Raoshu exhaled softly, a sense of relief washing over her. With over 3 million in her possession, she pondered why she, despite having a boyfriend, had to bear this financial burden alone.
It was a bitter pill to swallow.
Ziyuan, you are the scion of the Ji family, the most cherished grandson of the old master. Surely, if you beseech him, he would provide you with this money, she choked out, her heart heavy. To your family. This sum is trivial, yet it could save my brother's life. Disappointment glimmered in her eyes as she added softly, in truth. You are no longer the heir of the Ji family, are you? Ji Ziyuan reflected on Rong Yu's attitude, who had not hesitated to call him foolish on multiple occasions. By comparison to their great-grandmother's astounding intellect, he did indeed seem somewhat lacking. It was conceivable that she might strip him of his heirship. His silence was tantamount to acquiescence. A smile crept onto Lan Raoshu's face, revealing that Ko Xing had not deceived her. Lowering her gaze, she gestured to Rong Yu, who understood the signal. Suddenly, Rong Yu began to breathe rapidly, gasping for air, her body slowly collapsing backward. Ji Ziyuan caught her just in time. Xiaoya, what is wrong? Rong Yu was having an episode. Lan Raoshu, at a loss, felt tears streaming down her face. I need to redeem Lan Zigong.
Yuan.
Could you please take Xiaoya to the hospital and find Dr. Tian? He knows how to treat her. Without a moment's hesitation, Ji Ziyuan scooped up Rong Yu and dashed outside. He felt a surge of relief at having arrived in time. Otherwise, Raoshu would have been left to confront this calamity alone. Once he departed, Lan Raoshu wiped her tears and spoke in a low voice. Ko Xing, come out. I agree. A man who could not produce over 3 million was unworthy of being her husband. Ji Ziyuan drove to a nearby hospital. However, upon arrival, he discovered that the chief physician was unavailable. Given Rong Yu's urgent condition, he rushed to the emergency room to consult another doctor. As the doctor examined Rong Yu, he inquired, has the child experienced this before? Continuing his questioning, he asked, is it exercise-induced asthma or allergic asthma? Ji Ziyuan, unaware of Lan Raoshu's prior mention of it, could only shake his head in confusion. How can you be such a negligent father, not knowing what illness your child has? The chief physician paused, assessing the symptoms. This does not appear to be asthma. We must conduct tests to ascertain the true nature of the issue before administering any treatment. No, I do not want tests. Rong Yu, who had previously been breathless, suddenly burst into tears, throwing herself into Ji Ziyuan's embrace. Daddy, I'm fine now. I don't want examinations. Seeing her regain her vitality, the doctor also breathed a sigh of relief. While she appears well, we must still perform a comprehensive checkup to identify any underlying issues. If left untreated, her condition could worsen and pose a threat to her life. Rong Yu vehemently shook her head, crying in refusal. Ji Ziyuan, however, remained resolute. He paid the fees queued and swiftly completed 4 or 5 tests. The diagnosis revealed adenoid hypertrophy. He instructed Rong Yu to wait in the corridor while he conferred with the doctor. This father seems rather inattentive to his child's needs, mistaking adenoid hypertrophy for asthma. These two conditions are entirely unrelated. The chief physician furrowed his brow.
Indeed.
Adenoid hypertrophy can lead to rapid breathing in children, but typically, such episodes occur during sleep. The situation with your daughter, as it just unfolded, is something I have never encountered in my many years of practice. Further examination is warranted. Ji Ziyuan's eyes were deep with contemplation. He had, after all, never seen Lan Yue's medical records. Standing in the hospital corridor, he was reminded of countless events from the past. On Duoduo's first birthday, Lan Yue had an asthma attack, and he was summoned away. He had intended to personally escort his daughter to kindergarten, only to be pulled away by the cries of Lan Roshue. There were many such instances. Whenever he showed excessive concern for Duo, Lan Roshue would call in distress, claiming that Xiaoya was unwell and needed to be taken to the hospital. He had never suspected that it was all a ruse. But why, just now? Did Lan Yue feign illness to distract him? Daddy, can we leave now? After hours of turmoil, Lan Yue was weary, nestled in his embrace. Daddy, I want to sleep. Ji Ziyuan held her close. By the time they exited the hospital, it was already past 3 in the morning. Ji Ziyuan's voice was low. First, let us place Xiaoya in bed. Her heart trembled, and she softly inquired, what is it? Ji Ziyuan approached her step by step. His tone grave. Why did you deceive me? Lan Roshue's pupils constricted. For a moment, she found herself at a loss, unsure of what he was referring to. Xiaoya does not have asthma. Why have you lied to me for all these years? Ji Ziyuan articulated each word slowly, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within him. Lan Roshue instinctively recoiled. Today, with Lanzi's incident, her mind was in disarray, and amidst the chaos, she had forgotten to inform her university classmates. For years of deceit had been revealed. Chapter 73. The Ji family has plenty of children. Losing one makes no difference. Lan Roshue's tongue felt parched. She struggled to speak. Ziyuan, I don't understand what you're saying. Ji Han gazed at her. Is deceiving me amusing to you, Lan Roshue? Do I appear to be a fool in your eyes? His voice was as cold and sharp as an ice blade, piercing deeply into Lan Roshue's heart. She widened her eyes, biting her lip. Upon learning that Xiaoya does not have asthma, shouldn't you be relieved? Xiaoya adores you as her father. How could you wish for her to suffer from such an incurable condition? How can you treat her this way? Ji Ziyuan was taken aback by her twisted logic, finding it absurd. He had never imagined that the woman he had adored for so many years could be so deceitful. Reflecting on their past, it now seemed utterly ridiculous. Xiaoya is the child you watched grow up. However, the moment Duo appears, all your affection is claimed by her. Lan Roshue's voice dripped with accusation. In the end, it's your fault, your favoritism, your neglect of Xiaoya. Otherwise, I would never have had to deceive you. Ji Ziyuan's gaze darkened. Have you forgotten? Duo is my biological daughter. What is wrong with favoring her? Xiaoya has called you daddy for so many years, yet she means nothing to you. Lan Roshue's tears spilled over. Just go away. I never want to see you again. She pushed Ji Ziyuan out and slammed the door behind him with a resounding thud. Ji Ziyuan stood at the door for a long while. As he was leaving, he made a phone call. Please check the surveillance footage. Find out who has been frequently visiting Lan Roshue's residence. Rong Yu had risen early. Upon descending the stairs, he found Ji Shunnying lounging on the sofa, casually scrolling through Weibo. The elderly Ji had been dragged to the estate's lawn, practicing Tai Chi under Rong Yu's watchful eye. After a brief session, he grew weary, collapsing onto the ground, lamenting his fate.
My life is too arduous, he sighed.
Others have sons to care for them in their old age. I wonder if I shall ever see such a day. Ji, however, sprang up with a burst of energy, proclaiming, Mother, I am still capable. Let's continue. Rong Yu could not suppress a chuckle. The mother and son practiced on the lawn for about half an hour, breaking a light sweat, just in time for breakfast and school. As they sat at the dining table, they noticed someone was missing. Ji Zhouya spoke softly. Last night, I went downstairs for water and saw my elder brother in the garden, drinking alone for half the night. He'll likely sleep until noon. Duo blinked with wide eyes. Why is daddy drinking? Rong Yu speculated. Perhaps he had a quarrel with Lan Roshua. The fact that he was still drinking in the dead of night indicated that the argument must have been quite severe.
Ji,
having learned from Butler Yu about the events of the previous day, tapped Ji Zhouya on the forehead with his chopsticks and coldly remarked, from now on, you must not associate with that Lan girl. Remember, there are plenty of children in the Ji family. Losing one is of no consequence. Ji Zhouya dared not respond. Indeed, the previous day, he had acted foolishly, almost making a grave mistake. His standing in the family had always been tenuous. And now he had plummeted to the lowest rung of the social hierarchy. How unfortunate. He lowered his head, silently consuming his noodles. After breakfast, he hurriedly packed Rong Yu's bag, retrieving her shoes from the cabinet, anxious not to overlook any detail that might provoke the elder's ire. They arrived at the villa, and after a brief walk, reached the school gates, where they encountered Chen Yan, who appeared disheveled, yet beaming with joy. Guess where I just came from? I just discovered that the G group is astonishingly vast. The amount of waste cardboard produced in a single day is beyond what my grandmother and I can handle alone. We even need to enlist help. I can hardly believe that such a large operation is entrusted to my grandmother. His smile radiated warmth. The people at G Group were truly kind, treating his grandmother with respect and never attempting to take advantage of her. Well then, focus on your studies, Rong Yu encouraged, patting him on the shoulder. Class is about to start. Upon entering the classroom, the class monitor placed several notebooks on Ji Zhouye's desk. This morning we will review mathematics and physics. In the afternoon, chemistry and biology, and during evening study, we will tackle exercises. Your foundation is too weak. We must implement rigorous training to improve. Ji Zhouye's expression fell at the sight of the densely packed formulas in the notebooks, his head feeling as if it might explode. His face instantly soured. The remainder of the monitor's words caught in his throat. Although Ji Zhouye had been relatively well-behaved lately, his notorious reputation as the school's bully was no laughing matter. Previously, he had dared to embarrass teachers in public. What audacity did a mere class monitor have to impose such rigorous training on the school bully? As the scene unfolded, Rong Yu lazily lifted his eyelids and cast a fleeting glance at Ji Zhouye, the school bully, who had just moments ago worn a disgruntled expression. Inexplicably shrank his neck and straightened his back, proclaiming loudly, "Thank you, class monitor, for your guidance. I shall study diligently and not disappoint your nurturing." Rong Yu's voice resonated. "You lost 5 million in gambling. How do you intend to settle this debt?" Ji Zhouye, lacking confidence, replied, "This money was given to me by my second brother. Is your second brother's money not part of the Ji family wealth?" Rong Yu interjected. 5 million equates to 50 months of your living expenses. Consider it an advance. Ji Zhouye silently raged within. Oh. Yet, outwardly he dared not breathe a word, merely nodding in acquiescence. "Then I shall heed great-grandma's wishes." "What great-grandma?" Chen Yan leaned closer. "It's none of your business, so refrain from prying," Ji Zhouye retorted, pushing Chen Yan's head aside. "I am determined to become a good student, so no more distractions." Chen Yan promptly fell silent, unwilling to be outpaced by Ji Zhouye. He resolved to study earnestly in hopes of securing more scholarships. The other underperforming students glanced at the duo, then hurriedly retrieved their textbooks, beginning to study fervently. Regardless of their comprehension, at least their attitude was commendable. Rong Yu had just arrived in Equation when Pei Yar summoned him to the teacher's office. Next month, the National Physics Olympiad Finals will be held in the capital. Pei Yar smiled. The school needs to purchase tickets and book hotels in advance. Please verify your identity information and inform your parents so they can accompany you. Rong Yu checked the details, signed, and raised his head, stating, "I am already of age and do not require parental accompaniment. Having teacher Pei with me suffices." Pei Yaru hesitated. During the recent parent-teacher meeting, she had intended to converse with Rong Yu's father, but he left early, leaving her with the impression of his indifference towards his daughter. After a moment's reflection, she chose not to press the matter further. Chapter 74. Mom, I was wrong. I shall never engage in mischief again. While Rong Yu conversed with Pei Yaru, Song Huai and several classmates were also called into the teacher's office. Upon seeing Song Huai, Teacher Yang beamed. "You will be attending the physics finals in the capital next month. Please inform your parents to accompany you." Only 6 students advanced from the preliminary physics competition, with 4 from Yang's class, 1 from class 2, and the other being Rong Yu from class 20, a fact that astonished many teachers. Rong Yu did not linger in the office and turned to leave. Once the students had dispersed, Teacher Yang, sipping his tea, turned to Pei Yaru. "There is a perplexing matter. May I seek your insight?" Pei Yaru looked up. "What is it?" Given that Rong Yu scored full marks in the preliminary physics competition, it stands to reason that her scientific acumen is exceptional. Therefore, she should have been selected for the school's math training team. Yet, her name is conspicuously absent from the list. Teacher Yang rested his chin on his hand, pondering. Pei Yaru smiled softly. Rong Yu is already a prodigy of the renowned mathematician Yin Xiaoyuan and is involved in a top-secret project. Such a mathematical prodigy has no need to participate in the math competition. She remained silent, while Teacher Yang continued to express his skepticism. She awaited the moment when Rong Yu would reveal her true self in the finals. Upon exiting the classroom, she beheld Song Hui standing by the railing of the corridor of Class 20, surrounded by a throng of female students. Song Hui was undeniably handsome. His striking appearance and academic prowess made him the envy of many. Alas, he was already taken, and she could not help but feel envious of Rong Yu. Yet, Rong Yu was no ordinary person. She had also been selected for the Olympiad training team, a testament to her exceptional abilities as a liberal arts student. Unperturbed by the whispers around him, Song Hui noticed Rong Yu stepping out of the classroom and promptly approached her. "Rong Yu, may I have a word?" Ji Zhouye glanced at his watch. "I'll be waiting for you at the school gate." He took hold of Rong Yu's backpack as they exited. Song Hui's eyes darkened with realization. Just as Royale had mentioned, Rong Yu was indeed cohabiting with Ji Zhouye. "Thank you for your kindness, but I must decline," Rong Yu replied, turning to leave. In a moment of urgency, Song Hui grasped her arm, only to release it hastily upon realizing his actions. "Your perfect score in the preliminary round indicates your exceptional physics skills. If you put in the effort in the finals, securing a medal is not out of reach. The additional points in the college entrance exam could be significant for you." He forcefully extended a reference book towards her. Rong Yu smirked. "Not everyone requires insider information. Do not underestimate others." She pushed past Song Hui and descended the stairs with determination. He remained rooted in place, pondering whether she truly understood the value of such insider resources, opportunities that others would pay handsomely for, which she so casually dismissed. Did she possess the confidence to earn a medal without them? His expression grew complex. As Rong Yu exited the school gates, Ji Zhouye's car awaited her at the entrance. He opened the door respectfully, inviting her inside. Gripping the steering wheel, he remarked, "You know, that Song Hui has a fiancé. Don't get confused and entangled with him." "Am I a fool?" Rong Yu retorted, rolling her eyes in an ungraceful manner. "How old am I, and how old is he? I must be quite foolish to make such a mistake." Ji Zhouye scratched his head, calculating the timeline. While their grandmother was nearly a century old, she had only been 30 when she passed. Her psychological age remained that of a 30-year-old, making her connection with Song Hui not entirely implausible. However, he dared not voice this thought and continued to drive. Upon arriving home, the atmosphere was bustling. Old Master Ji greeted her with enthusiasm. "Mother, I have arranged for 2 stylists, 2 makeup artists, an assistant and a manager, all seasoned employees of Ji Entertainment. Miss Rong." Several staff members in the living room greeted her in unison. She was taken aback, her voice strained, Ji shunning. "You have 2 minutes to have all of them leave." "Mother, please listen to me," Old Master Ji pleaded. "Our fan club has surpassed 10,000 members. You are now a major star. You must maintain your public image to attract more admirers. We must strive for first place." His voice dwindled as Rong Yu's glare grew sharper, and soon, the crowd dispersed. "It seems you truly have too much time on your hands." Rong Yu rested her chin on her hand, her smile warm and inviting.
Xingbao.
"What tasks do you think I should assign you?" The elderly Ji trembled slightly. "Mother, I was wrong. I shall no longer engage in mischief. I will study." Rong Yu's lips curled into a loving smile. "Learning how to nourish your vitality and strengthen your health is not just for your benefit. It is for me. Can you manage that?" With no other option, the elder Ji could only obediently nod in agreement. At 6 in the morning, she rose. Guiding the elder Ji through a session of Tai Chi after breakfast, Ji Zhiyuan drove her to Ji Entertainment. As they approached the entrance, the sounds of enthusiastic fans filled the air, with the loudest cheers reserved for Rong Yu. She greeted each fan with a beaming smile and warmth. Lisa also enjoyed considerable popularity. Her name echoed excitedly among the crowd. Rong Yu, ranked 3rd in personal favor, had garnered a loyal following, though the fallout from her academic persona had attracted a fair share of detractors as well. A large group of naysayers busied themselves with disparaging remarks about Rong Yu. Chapter 75. The elder Ji reached out, joyfully exchanging high-fives with Duo. "Her scholarly reputation has crumbled. I truly wonder where all these admirers come from. She has hired a legion of online commenters to manipulate the reviews. Who knows if they genuinely appreciate her? Such individuals do not deserve to debut." Cough, cough, cough. "Make way." A voice, frail yet insistent, broke through the crowd. An elderly man, perhaps in his 70s or 80s, leaned on a cane, donned a duckbill hat, and wore a mask over his face, trembling as he squeezed through the throng. Beside him stood a little girl, around 4 or 5 years old. "Be careful, everyone," she said in a soft, delicate voice. My great-grandfather is not well, his heart is weak, and he has high blood pressure. If something were to happen, hospitalization would cost a great deal. Her words sent shivers through the naysayers, who quickly dispersed. Those who had just gathered to criticize Rong Yu fragmented into smaller groups, their voices dwindling. The elder Ji reached out, happily exchanging high-fives with Duo as the contestants entered one by one, their gazes complex as they regarded Rong Yu. This week, she and Zhou Yichen had been frequently trending together, catapulting Rong Yu's name into the limelight. The phenomenon of breaking through barriers was something every newcomer yearned for, yet it remained elusive. Rong Ruoyao pressed her lips together. She feared not being surpassed by Lisa, but rather being overshadowed by Rong Yu. She needed to shine even brighter to maintain her position at the top. Welcome, everyone, the host announced as they took the stage. This episode's recording primarily focused on selecting group leaders, dividing into groups, and choosing songs. Below, Chi clenched her palms tightly. In the previous episode, the top 8 contestants automatically became group leaders, and she had ranked 3rd then. Now, having fallen to 9th place, she knew she could not possibly be a leader. Oh well, being a group leader has its drawbacks, she thought dismissively. Suddenly, joy surged through Chi. As a dance major excelling in both singing and dancing, she was confident that contestants would cast their votes for her. After becoming a group leader, she planned to diligently guide her team in practicing their choreography. Determined to secure 3rd place in the group category, she inscribed her name upon the voting paper. Holding a pen, Rong Yu contemplated for a moment. Having participated in 2 previous teams, she had become somewhat acquainted with the girls in her group, though she remained less familiar with the others. However, the girls in her team were not particularly suited for the role of leader. Scanning the crowd, she ultimately inscribed the name Liza. The host commenced the voting process, while the staff tallied the votes. Rong Ruoyao, Liza, Rong Yu. A long string of votes bore her name.
Sutian Chakil.
I called Li Yinger and a few others, and they all voted for you. I feel secure following you, hehe. Rong Ruoyao's heart raced for thus far. She had garnered 18 votes. Rong Yu also had 18 votes. For her, a tie was tantamount to defeat. Only 1 vote remained. The host dramatically retrieved the last slip from the box, opening it with great flourish, yet failed to reveal to whom it belonged. In her heart, Rong Ruoyao offered fervent prayers to her ancestors. Even if it were not her, it could not possibly be Rong Yu. Perhaps the spirits of her forebears heard her supplications. The host announced loudly, the final vote goes to Chi. Chi's expression soured. This last vote was also her only one, out of more than 60 participants. She had received merely this solitary vote. If she could not cast a vote for herself, then she would have none at all. As a former contestant who had once ranked 3rd, this realization was deeply humiliating. The attendees exchanged silent glances with her.
Meanwhile,
although Rong Yu's singing and dancing skills may not have surpassed those of Chi, her dedication was undeniable. She practiced diligently every day, culminating in a flawless performance. More crucially, Rong Yu's popularity had surged over the past week. Being in the same group as her would undoubtedly enhance visibility, thus explaining the high number of votes she received. Let us congratulate Rong Ruoyao and Rong Yu, who are tied for 1st place. The contestants in the venue erupted into applause. Liza had anticipated a tie between herself and Rong Ruoyao, never expecting Rong Yu to emerge as well. Yet, she could not deny the irresistible charm that emanated from Rong Yu, drawing others toward her as if she were the very backbone of the group. Rong Yu's success was undeniably a result of her own excellence. After a moment of emotional turmoil, Liza raised her hands and joined in the applause. The audience in the live stream buzzed with amusement. Chi, appearing dejected, felt it was absurd that anyone would vote for her. Yet, it seemed somewhat unreasonable for Rong Yu to assume the role of team leader. She had already stumbled in her portrayal of a studious character. So how could she still attract such support from fellow contestants? Was it not popularity that defined a talent show? Truly capable contestants often remained overlooked. The host then began to announce the rules for team formation. The team members would indicate their preferred leaders, while the leaders would express their preferred team members. Those who matched could form teams directly. Rong Yu was quite fond of her previous team members. The girls were endearing and, most importantly, willing to train relentlessly, which was the fundamental reason for their 1st place victory. She had no desire to collaborate with new members. She was quite satisfied with this group of girls. However, in the previous team of 10, removing Chi left 9 members, yet a single team could accommodate only 8 participants. Rong Yu glanced at the rankings of the girls. Noting that they had all risen since the beginning, yet still teetered on the brink of danger, as this performance would lead to the elimination of 16 contestants. Su Tian was ranked 48th, precariously close to the edge. Li Yinghe held the 51st position, which would result in immediate disqualification. After a moment's contemplation, she approached a girl ranked 16th, named Jiang Shuang. Before she could speak, Jiang Shuang, with an apologetic expression, said, "I'm sorry, Rong Yu. Lisa spoke to me first about forming a team and I agreed to her." "That's all right," Rong Yu replied with a smile, hoping she would enjoy her time in the new team. Rong Yu shook her head and remarked, "What is the point of vying for second place? Isn't being first preferable?" Lisa was taken aback, as she had been worried about losing the second position. Little did she know that Rong Yu's true target was not her, but Rong Ruoyao. She raised her thumb in admiration, saying, "Then I wish you a dream come true." Chapter 76, I knew sister you wouldn't neglect me. Rong Yu walked towards Su Tian and her group. She called out, "Those who haven't formed a team yet, come over here." Su Tian dashed forward, exclaiming, "I knew sister you wouldn't ignore me. I'm so moved." Seeing Rong Yu approach Jiang Shuang first had chilled her heart. She had assumed Rong Yu would only choose members with higher rankings. To her surprise, Rong Yu soon came over to her, opening her arms wide, providing an immense sense of security. Meanwhile, the other girls stood frozen in place.
Li Yinghe,
With slightly reddened eyes, softly said, "My ranking is too low. I'd hold the team back. I'd rather leave it to fate regarding which team I end up with." The others ranked lower than Li Yinghe, aware of Rong Yu's fierce competitive spirit, feared they would become a liability if they joined her team. "If you think you'll drag us down, then how did we manage to become the best in the last performance?" Rong Yu extended her hand, emphasizing their long-standing friendships. "Working together will be smoother. Those willing to follow me, come, place your hands here." Su Tian was the first to extend her hand, declaring, "Sister Yu, I'm sticking with you." The remaining girls exchanged glances, and as Li Yinghe reached out, the others quickly followed suit. 8 hands came together, raising a communal cheer, fueled with enthusiasm. Rong Ruoyao observed from a distance, her lips curling into a sardonic smile. Apart from Rong Yu, the others languished at the bottom of the rankings, a motley crew. Their previous victory had relied heavily on Rong Yu's popularity online and the inherent advantages of the fast-paced dance. Now, such a feat seemed implausible. She turned her gaze to Hichichi and asked, "Are you willing to become my teammate?" Hichichi hesitated, reluctant to be overshadowed by Rong Ruoyao's brilliance, who was the focal point wherever she went. Yet, she found herself with little choice. Lisa's team was already full, and the other group leaders were less appealing than Rong Ruoyao. After much contemplation, she decided that teaming up with Rong Ruoyao was her best option. She extended her hand to grasp Rong Ruoyao's, expressing, "I hope we can collaborate to create a stage that dazzles everyone." Rong Ruoyao smiled in agreement, saying, "I have the very same intention." After the team formation concluded, the selection of songs commenced, based on the cumulative preferences of the group members, ranked accordingly. Naturally, Rong Yu's group found themselves at the bottom of the list. She remarked, "The song left for last must be the most challenging. I relish the prospect of tackling high difficulty. How about you all?" Su Tian wiped the sweat from her brow, replying, "As long as you're happy, sister." The remaining song was a slow-paced ballad, a piece meant for pure vocal performance. While not particularly difficult, achieving a high ranking seemed almost unattainable.
Su Tian nadith, suggesting.
"We could incorporate a bit of choreography. It's not impossible." Rong Yu rested her chin on her hand, countering, "There are specific songs designed for both singing and dancing. Regardless of how we modify it, we cannot surpass those tracks. I believe we should embrace the lyrical route. Who says the stage cannot convey emotion?" She stood and made her way to the rehearsal room to discuss matters further. The group was particularly satisfied with the song. As the leader, her word was final, and no one voiced dissent. Hichichi felt a twinge of discomfort. Rong Ruoyao's sweet image clashed with the rap section. Surely, that part was more suited to her. Yet, it was evident that Rong Ruoyao would not concede. Hichichi stood up, saying, "I'm heading to the restroom. You all can continue practicing." Upon exiting the rehearsal room, she ventured down the corridor of the restroom, where there were no cameras, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, and began to smoke. Suddenly, she overheard voices from upstairs. Quickly extinguishing her cigarette, she sprayed some perfume to mask the odor. As she prepared to leave, she caught wind of a familiar name. This lunch must be delivered to Rong Yu. It must reach her hands, or she'll surely forget to eat. Hichichi froze. Who was delivering food to Rong Yu? And how did they come here? She ascended the stairs, reaching the corner where she spotted two figures, one a staff member and the other an elderly man leaning on a cane. The old man struck a chord of recognition. She recalled seeing him at the venue, seated in the front row alongside a young girl, holding a light stick for Rong Yu. A fan of Rong Yu. This was the G Family Entertainment Recording Center. How did a fan manage to infiltrate this core area and bribe the staff to deliver food? An old man chasing after stars. How absurd. Chi lowered her eyelashes. If Rong Yu could craft a flawed persona and achieve notoriety, could she not do the same? As long as she garnered attention, she would be seen, and her ranking would undoubtedly rise. She needed to exploit every possible advantage to propel herself into the limelight. Chi ascended the steps, reaching the upper floor. Suddenly, a figure appeared, startling the old man, nearly triggering a heart episode. The staff member was drenched in sweat, contemplating how to refuse. It was not that he disobeyed the chairman's orders. He was merely an intern, entirely unaware of who the chairman of the G group was. He only knew that if he appeared on camera, his wages would be docked. Simultaneously, he found it perplexing how this elderly gentleman managed to enter such a pivotal area of the G group. Upon the arrival of Chi, he felt as though he had been granted a reprieve from a great misfortune, promptly extending the lunchbox towards her, expressing his gratitude. Old Master G recognized her. She was indeed Chi. The most vociferous critics of Rong Yu online were fervent fans of Chi, each one biting with words like rabid dogs. If the fans resembled dogs, the principal party was hardly innocent herself. He turned to leave, but Chi was quicker, dashing into the corridor outside. Her face a mask of panic as she covered her face and began to weep uncontrollably. In Chapter 77, Rong Yu struck Chi across the face. Under the glaring spotlight, she suddenly erupted into tears. The audience in the live stream was taken aback. What was transpiring? What was she crying about? Someone ought to silence this pitiful creature. Just moments ago, she was on the 8th floor. How did she emerge from the stairwell on the 9th? This was indeed perplexing. The contestants in the rehearsal room on the 9th floor, alerted by her cries, gathered around her, showering her with concern. What happened? Did you fall? As they approached, Chi's sobs intensified. With trembling hands, she pointed towards the stairwell. I was overwhelmed with pressure and went there to catch my breath. When I encountered a strange old man, her words faltered as her cries grew louder. Lisa, in a state of panic, urged her. What did the strange old man do to you? Speak quickly. He molested me. Chi's face flushed with shame. He touched my hand and tried to hug me. I ran away as fast as I could. Impossible. Lisa's expression was one of disbelief. Are you sure you've got this right? A girl, nearly a step ahead, pushed open the stairwell door. Old Master G stood there, contemplating whether his stern demeanor had frightened Chi to tears. In his tenure at the G family, he had often reduced individuals to tears during monthly shareholder meetings. His fearsome reputation was well known. He hesitated, pondering whether to apologize to Chi. Little did he expect to hear such explosive accusations. As the door swung open, he beheld a throng of girls surrounding Chi, offering solace. Upon spotting him, Chi instinctively recoiled in fear. Goodness, there truly was an old man lurking in the stairwell. How terrifying. At such an advanced age. To still engage in such indecency with a young girl, how utterly disgraceful. Where were the leaders of the G family? Someone summon them at once, call the authorities, and apprehend this vile creature. The audience in the live stream erupted in outrage. How dare he disrespect the young? What purpose does his long life serve? He ought to perish without delay. This old wretch was a fan of Rong Yu. If the fans lacked decency, it seemed Rong Yu shared their shameful traits. How absurd! Could it be that the fans of Rong Yu conspired to retaliate against Chi? Chi's plight was indeed tragic. Not only had she lost her position as team leader to Rong Yu, but now she was subjected to such indignities. How pitiful my dear girl is. Do you also readily believe Chi's one-sided tale? I bear witness that this old man is indeed a fan of Rong Yu. I encountered him at the entrance of the recording building. Rong Yu's actions were repugnant, and so were those of his fans. Rong Yu, along with the team, had just finalized the stage arrangements when news of the incident on the 9th floor reached them. The staff hesitated, casting a wary glance at Rong Yu. It's Chi. She was molested by an elderly man. They say he is a fan of yours, Rong Yu. At that moment, the color drained from Rong Yu's face. She ascended the staircase with determination. Before she could draw near, the voice of her son, Ji Shunying, echoed. You accuse me of misconduct. Do you possess any evidence? Chi merely wept, her silence profound. Rong Yu, standing beside her, spoke coldly. No girl in this world would jest about such matters. Chi wished to offer you an opportunity, yet you cannot even muster an apology. I believe it is best to involve the police. Before she could finish her statement, Rong Yu squeezed through the crowd and entered the scene. Upon seeing Rong Yu, the elderly Ji's face was etched with grievance. He had merely come to deliver lunch to his mother, only to be inexplicably drenched in slander. Rong Yu approached Chi. Are you certain that this elder has assaulted you? Chi bit her lip, tears streaming down her face, and nodded. Before she could utter a word, a sudden gust of wind swept through. The elder Ji stood frozen. In his memories, his mother was a figure of tranquil demeanor, rarely embroiled in disputes. Yet now, before so many witnesses, she had struck Chi. It was an act of protection. Yes, he still had his mother. He could hide behind her, shielded as he once was in his youth. No longer did he need to bear the storms of life alone. The elder Ji's eyes welled with tears. Rong Yu, how could you resort to violence? Rong Yu gasped, her breath caught in disbelief. Countless cameras were live streaming this moment. Had Rong Yu lost his mind? Yet the more reckless he became, the more advantageous it was for her. She chastised him. Though this elder may be your fan, Chi is the victim. How can you so indiscriminately strike her? Chi, nestled in Rong Yu's embrace, was on the verge of fainting from grief. She repeatedly referred to him as a beast. Her beloved Bao, after the loss of his wife, had never welcomed another woman into his life, maintaining his integrity all these years. Now, in his old age, he was being subjected to such disparagement. Insults mattered little to her, but her son must never be maligned. Her gaze was sharp, akin to a blade, rendering the onlookers unable to meet her eyes. Rong Yu, you cannot bully her simply because he is your fan. Chi's face burned from the slap, yet she held back her tears, gritting her teeth as she proclaimed, he assaulted me. Otherwise, why would a bystander be present in the stairwell? Besides, there are no cameras there. Her words were absolute. Even if they could not convict the elder in the end, her notoriety was on the rise. That was sufficient. The live stream's engagement soared to millions. I can't believe it. Rong Yu is truly audacious, slapping Chi. How remarkable. Chi is the victim. How can she be assaulted and then slapped? This is simply too tragic. Please, no more torment. If this continues, I might just become a fan of Chi. I felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, wishing to reach through the screen and strike Rong Yu. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed. Secretary Jiang rushed in from the corridor, having come to attend to business. Upon noticing the elder's figure in the live stream, he hastened to the scene. The girls did not recognize Secretary Jiang, but they were familiar with the director and parted to create a path. Chi awaited the director to champion her cause. However, when the director uttered a title, everyone present was rendered speechless. The chairman? What? The chairman? The attendees widened their eyes in astonishment. Secretary Jiang approached the elder, her voice icy. This gentleman is Mr. Ji Shunying, the founder of the Ji Group. His presence here is for an undercover inspection. Unfortunately, he has been manipulated by ill-intentioned individuals to stage such a dramatic spectacle for attention. Miss Chi has deliberately slandered and defamed him, severely impacting Mr. Ji's personal reputation. I have already contacted the police, who are on their way. I advise Miss He to brace herself. Chi felt as though struck by lightning. This eccentric old man is the chairman of the Ji Group? How could this be possible? The dignified chairman of a corporation hiding in a stairwell to deliver a meal to Rong Yu. Was that not a touch absurd? Her legs grew weak, and she nearly collapsed against Rong Yu, who instinctively evaded her. The chairman of the Ji Group holds absolute authority within the company. She must have lost her mind to side with Chi against Mr. Ji. Chapter 78. How could Mr. Ji possibly be a fan of Rong Yu? The audience in the live stream erupted in chaos. This old man is the chairman of the Ji Group. Does that even make sense? I just searched for past interviews of Mr. Ji and compared his appearance. It is indeed the same person. The chairman lost his wife in his 20s and has never remarried, with no scandalous rumors surrounding him. Surely, he cannot be accused of misconduct? Yet, who knows the true nature of wealthy individuals behind the facade of virtue portrayed in the media? However, how could Mr. Ji be a fan of Rong Yu? He has never claimed such. It must have been Chi's ploy to drag Rong Yu down with her. Those who were merely bystanders could not afford to offend the chairman of the Ji Group. One by one, they hastily bowed their heads in apology. Chi's legs felt like jelly, and her tears flowed uncontrollably, no acting required. Mr. G, I was wrong, she sobbed. I had a traumatic experience of being harassed by an elderly person when I was young, and subconsciously, I feared all older individuals, conjuring up unwarranted images. I was mistaken. Please forgive me, Mr. G. She could certainly persist in accusing Mr. G of misconduct, but she understood all too well that offending him could ruin her life. It would be wiser to admit her mistake outright. Mr. G, as an elder, has surely weathered far greater storms and would not hold a grudge against a younger generation. Mr. G's expression darkened. His mother had been so enraged that she resorted to violence. He would never forgive Hichichi on her behalf. Hichichi's face was filled with disbelief. Was it merely a somewhat excessive joke that led to her termination? What right did they have? Just as she was about to speak, Mr. G raised his hand, instructing her to discuss matters with his lawyer. Secretary Jiang calmly stated, "The police car has arrived downstairs. Miss He, it is time to go." "No, I refuse. I have committed no crime. I will not go to the police station." Hichichi, a girl in her 20s, had never encountered such a scene before, her legs trembling in fear. "Mr. G, I truly recognize my mistake. I am still young. My life stretches ahead of me. I cannot allow it to be destroyed like this." Rong Yu smiled softly. "Indeed, you are still young and should not allow your life to be ruined. As for Mr. G, being older, does he deserve to have a bucket of dirty water thrown upon him?" Hichichi bit her lip, rendered speechless for a moment. Secretary Jiang gestured for the staff to step forward and forcibly pulled Hichichi away. Her cries faded into the distance, leaving the live broadcast room in a hushed murmur. Starting in third place, to conclude in such a manner is to squander a winning hand. A true example of self-inflicted misery. With individuals like Hichichi being so prevalent, will future female victims be dismissed as mere publicity stunts? Or perhaps Rong Yu's discerning gaze could see through Hichichi's deception. Having been in the same group as Hichichi, Rong Yu surely understood her true nature. That slap must have been quite satisfying. Given that Rong Yu had previously endorsed G's advertisements, she must have been aware of the fact that he was the chairman of G Corporation, deliberately seeking attention in front of Mr. G. This possibility cannot be ruled out. The onlooking girls began to disperse. Hichichi was thus terminated from her contract, and while they felt a twinge of pity, there was also a sliver of relief. After all, with Hichichi's high ranking, her absence meant one less formidable competitor. For others, this was beneficence. However, for Rong Yu, it posed a slight dilemma. There were 8 individuals in their group, and the choreography was tailored for all 8. With Hichichi gone, only 7 remained. No matter. Rong Yu forced a smile. "Let us readjust our positions." The contestants practiced until 7 in the evening, commencing a small assessment. In Rong Yu's group, they had grown quite familiar with one another, and after a period of harmonization, their practice proceeded smoothly, earning a passing mark from the assessment instructor. Once the recording concluded, Rong Yu grabbed her bag and ascended to the top floor. Upon entering, her bag was taken from her, and Mr. G pressed her onto the sofa, massaging her shoulders. "Mom, you must be tired. Are you thirsty or hungry? Yuan, quickly bring a cup of tea for your great-grandmother." Rong Yu lifted her gaze to Mr. G. "Have you realized your mistake?" Mr. G, like a wayward child, lowered his head and replied with difficulty, "I promise. I will never visit the set again and will not cause you any trouble." Ji Yuan approached with a cup of water, stating, "Regarding the fact that the old man is the president of the great-grandmother's fan club, I believe it should remain undisclosed to the public. Otherwise, they may think great-grandmother's ranking is solely due to the old man, which would invite unnecessary complications." Mr. G nodded vigorously. "In the future, I will make sure to disguise myself when attending public performances." Rong Yu felt a deep sense of helplessness. At such an advanced age, why was he still seeking the limelight? The thought of him being accidentally harmed sent shivers down her spine. Yet, she and her son had missed out on 70 years together. Ing Bao's desire to participate in her life was instinctual, just as her instinct to protecting Bao was. "Very well," she said, Yuan, in the future, ensure that the old man is accompanied by a few more people when he goes out, to prevent any unforeseen incidents." Ji Yuan readily complied. Just then, as the three conversed, the president's assistant entered, announcing, "President, Miss Lan has arrived." In the past, Lan Roshue could enter and exit the G Corporation with merely a facial recognition scan, and even after resigning, her identity as the president's girlfriend afforded her unrestricted access. The company strictly adhered to this policy. Therefore, it was quite a surprise that Lan Roshue found herself halted at the lobby on this occasion. She sat in the waiting area with Lan Yu, her smile faltering. Ever since she had expelled Ji Ziyuan from her home that night, he had not contacted her for several days. Was he resorting to a silent treatment for their breakup? Chapter 79. I should not have deceived you. Lan Roshua had been seated in the lobby for over 10 minutes. Lan Yu, growing impatient, pouted and exclaimed, "How could Daddy make us wait? It's too much. I no longer want to like Daddy." No sooner had she spoken than Lan Roshua spotted the president's private elevator opening, revealing Rong Yu and the elder Ji descending together. The pair appeared engrossed in a jovial conversation, radiating an aura that felt impenetrable to outsiders. Observing them as they exited the lobby and approached their vehicle, Lan Roshua was astonished to see the elder Ji personally opening the car door for Rong Yu. His gestures excessively attentive. In that moment, she couldn't help but feel that love could be quite a formidable force, even at such an advanced age, causing one to lose oneself entirely. Shortly thereafter, the president's assistant invited Lan Roshua upstairs. As they ascended in the exclusive elevator to the top floor, she pushed open the door to find Ji Ziyuan seated on the sofa, a cup of tea in hand, his gaze shrouded in an ominous cloud. Upon entering with Lan Yu, he did not lift his eyes. Lan Roshua gently nudged her daughter, who appeared somewhat displeased. Now seated on the sofa, she refused to even glance in her mother's direction, clearly unwilling to acknowledge her father. However, at her mother's insistence, she reluctantly called out, her lips pouting and devoid of emotion, "Daddy." "Ziyuan, Lan Yu misses you." Lan Roshua stepped forward, biting her lip. "Over the past few days, I have given this considerable thought. I realize now that I was wrong to deceive you about Lan Yu's asthma. You are entitled to your anger. But please do not blame Lan Yu." At last, Ji Ziyuan slowly raised his head, studying Lan Roshua intently. He recalled their first encounter at the age of 12 when she had worn a pristine white dress. In his heart, she would forever remain the embodiment of purity and beauty, an eternal moonlight. He had believed he understood this woman before him thoroughly, yet reality proved otherwise.
Ziyuan.
"Why are you looking at me like that?" Lan Roshua met his gaze, with some effort. "If you have something to say, please speak candidly." Ji Ziyuan averted his eyes, directing his attention to Lan Yu. "How was kindergarten today, Lan Yu?" Lan Yu chattered animatedly and Lan Roshua exhaled in relief, sensing that he might have calmed down. Her gaze drifted to the laptop on Ji Ziyuan's desk, a device he took everywhere, containing the latest confidential documents of the Ji Corporation. She fiddled nervously with a charm on her phone. Ji Ziyuan glanced at it and remarked, "Did you just buy that? It's lovely." His gaze deepened as he inquired, "Shall we go together?" "No. My high heels are a bit uncomfortable." "I'll sit here and wait for you," Lan Roshua replied as she settled onto the sofa. "You go ahead." Lan Yu held Ji Ziyuan's hand, urging, "Father, let's go. Hurry, I really want ice cream." Ji Ziyuan led her to the office door, meeting the gentle smile of Lan Roshua. In the past, he had often found himself lost in such smiles. Now, however, he recognized that this smile was steeped in deception and hypocrisy. For years, he had been ensnared by this mother-daughter duo. He stepped outside and closed the door firmly behind him. Lan Roshua, accompanied by her daughter, swiftly departed from the Ji Corporation. She drove directly to the Co Corporation, where the lights in the building still glimmered, with many employees still hard at work. She gazed up at the edifice. Though it could not rival the Ji Corporation, it was at least wholly owned by Ko Xing. She sought not only a life free from financial worries, but also the stature of prominence, to stand atop the heights and behold the most splendid vistas. She would never regret the choices she made today. After announcing her name at the reception, she was promptly escorted to the top floor. "Roshua, I knew you would not disappoint me," Ko Xing exclaimed, extending his arms to embrace her. "Please, have a seat while I examine the chip code." He removed the charm from Lan Roshua's phone, preparing to insert it into the computer. Lan Roshua halted him, biting her lip. "I took such great risks to procure the core chip code for you. Don't you have even a single promise to offer in return?" Ko Xing replied with a smile, "But Xiao Yu is still here. It would be inappropriate to utter such sweet nothings in front of a child. You know, I liked you since our school days. My feelings for you are as vast as the heavens." Reassured, Lan Roshua handed over the charm. Ko Xing settled before the computer, meticulously reviewing line after line, unable to suppress the excitement and exhilaration that surged within him. After approximately an hour, he sent the information to the technical department. He lifted Lan Roshua and spun her around, exclaiming, "This is a fully matured chip code that can be directly implanted into phones. After installing this chip into Co Corporation's devices, they will rival G Corporation as ultra-large foldable phones. This market will no longer belong solely to G Corporation. Co-technology will also claim a substantial share of the pie. Roshue, I am immensely grateful to you. You are a true benefactor. Lan Roshue was swept up in his enthusiasm, smiling modestly. Then congratulations to you. Lan Yu chimed in loudly, Daddy, you should thank Mommy for helping you, right? Shouldn't you buy her a gift? I saw a necklace that would be perfect for her. Can you get it? In a good mood, Ko Xing waved his hand grandly. Not only for your mother, but I'll also get something for Xiao Yu. Buy whatever you wish.
Yay!
I love you so much, Daddy. Lan Yu began counting on her fingers. I want a princess dress, crystal shoes, and lots of beautiful diamond jewelry. Just then, Ko Xing's phone rang. It was the technical director calling with urgency. Not good, President Ko. That string of code harbors a multitude of Trojan viruses. All products on the Ko factory assembly line have been infected, and all intelligent machines are incapacitated. The loss exceeds 100 million. What did you say? Ko Xing stood upright, alarmed. I personally inspected it. How could there be hidden viruses? Is there a problem somewhere? He spoke while hastening toward the technical department. Lan Yu hurried after him. Daddy, don't go. Didn't you say you would buy me gifts? Ko Xing forcefully pushed her away, exclaiming, Can't you see I am busy? Go away. Lan Yu fell to the ground, her head striking the wall, and she cried out in distress.
Chapter 80, Lan Zus.
Let us part ways. The word struck Lan Roshue like a bolt from the blue. Her mind felt shattered, and she struggled to maintain her balance, leaning against the corner of the table to steady herself, only then noticing her daughter's anguished cries. She hurried over and gathered Lan Yu into her arms. How cruel Uncle Ko is. He pushed me. How could he do that?
Lan Yu sobbed bitterly.
Father Ji would never push me. She longed for Ji Papa. Lan Roshue bit her lip, realizing that it was not Ko Xing who was truly at fault, but Ji Ziyuan. She could hardly believe that her boyfriend of so many years had orchestrated such a scheme against her. He had deliberately left her alone in the office, intentionally neglected to set a screen lock on the notebook, and caused her to unwittingly steal the chip code, all to use her as a weapon against Ko Corporation. When had that man discovered her dealings with Ko Xing? Instead of confronting her, he had schemed in the shadows. What a cunning mind he possessed. Why had she never realized over the years that Ji Ziyuan was such a despicable person? Before she could contemplate her next move, a message arrived on her phone. Lan Roshue, let us part ways. This statement struck her like a heavy blow. Indeed, Ji Ziyuan had meticulously crafted this situation to ensnare her. How ruthless he was.
Now.
The only lifeline she had was Ko Xing. She opened the news and was shocked to see Ko Corporation in the headlines. The company had been infiltrated by a Trojan virus, leading to a complete collapse of their production line, with losses exceeding 200 million. Ji Ziyuan glanced at the news on his phone, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Ko Corporation was merely a minor branch of the G Group. He held no animosity towards them. Yet, Ko Xing had delivered himself right to him. He had never been one to show mercy, merely blinded by Lan Roshue for far too long. If he decided to retaliate, he would leave no room for leniency. He opened WeChat, expecting Lan Roshue to explain her choice, but she remained silent. All his years of sacrifice felt like a cruel joke. Ji Ziyuan sat in a gazebo on the lawn, downing drink after drink. Old master, you can't keep drinking like this, Ji Zhouye whispered. What has happened that warrants such excessive drinking? He lightly tapped Duo on the head, saying, Go see with whom your father is chatting. Duo was also worried about her father's health and stealthily crept to the back of the gazebo, peering at the unclosed phone screen. Then she hurried back, her eyes wide with surprise. Dad sent a WeChat to Aunt Lan, saying he wants to break up. Is that true? Old Master Ji exclaimed with delight. Are they really breaking up? He was not fond of Lan Yu or Aunt Lan, and he wished for his father to end the relationship swiftly. However, if it caused his father such distress, perhaps this separation was not entirely necessary. Ji Zhouye had longed to venture out for some fun, but was hindered by financial constraints. He immediately thumped his chest and reassured the elder, Rest assured, I shall extricate my brother from this quagmire. By the way, let us bring your great-grandmother along. Old Master Ji gently massaged Rong Yu's shoulders, saying, My dear, you've been exceedingly busy. It's high time you unwind at a bar and experience the vibrant life of the youth. Rong Yu was quite enamored with the lifestyle of the new era and had yet to experience the bar scene. Old Master Ji cleared his throat. I shall join in the revelry as well. Little Duo, ever so obedient, chimed in. If great-grandfather sneaks off to play on his phone instead of sleeping, I shall call Auntie. Even at her tender age, she understood that Auntie occupied the pinnacle of the Ji family hierarchy. Old Master Ji felt somewhat aggrieved, but dared not voice his feelings. Ji Zhouye had already gone to summon Ji's Yuan. Brother, stop drinking. What is the point of drowning your sorrows? Come, let me take you to a splendid place. Ji Ziyuan continued to sip his drink. No, you accompany me. Rong Yu snatched the wine glass from his hand. Didn't you just receive your paycheck? Surely you wouldn't mind treating great-grandmother to a drink? Ji Ziyuan managed a wry smile. This month, he had been working diligently during the day and doing side jobs at night, accumulating quite a sum, with intentions of taking Lan Roshu out for a delightful excursion. However, it seemed unnecessary now. He rubbed his temples and stood up. Fine. Ji Zhouye drove to the entrance of a bustling bar, Dream Thief Bar. Hai Chong and Si Lin often come here. Just as he was speaking, he cursed under his breath. What the hell? Is that even possible? Rong Yu lifted her gaze, and from a luxurious black car, a figure emerged from the passenger seat. It was Lan Roshua. She too was taken aback. This evening, she had come here for Co-S technology. Having learned that the expert was entertaining clients at Dream Thief Bar, and she and Ko Xing had rushed over. To her surprise, she encountered Ji Ziyuan and his companions. Ji Zhouye felt a surge of frustration. He had initially intended to help his brother relax, but unexpectedly stumbled upon Lan Roshua with another man. A relationship that seemed far from simple. Given Ji Ziyuan's deep feelings, the fact that he took the initiative to break up must surely be due to Lan Roshua's betrayal. Just as Ji Zhouye's scornful remarks slipped from his lips, Ji Ziyuan, having consumed some alcohol and braved the wind, felt a dullness in his head until Ko Xing spoke, drawing his attention to Lan Roshua standing beside him. His eyes darkened ominously. Although he had long discovered Ko Xing's frequent visits to Lan Roshua's home, witnessing them together stirred an indescribable turmoil within him. Matters of the heart are not so easily set aside. He spoke in a low voice. Mr. Ko, exploiting women to steal commercial secrets is quite impressive. Rong Yu raised an eyebrow. She had initially assumed it was a love triangle, but now it appeared to involve corporate intrigue as well. It seemed that Ji Ziyuan, despite his naive demeanor, was not entirely foolish. Let us go inside, Ji Zhouye remarked, casting Lan Roshua a disdainful glance while wrapping an arm around Ji Ziyuan's shoulders. Brother, I've heard this place is teeming with beautiful women. Let us order a few to join us for drinks. Chapter 81. Miss Lan was no longer Ji's secretary. The bar's lobby thrummed with excitement. The women, clad in revealing attire, encircled Ji Zhouye and Ji Ziyuan. Rong Yu's expression darkened. Is this not a bar meant for drinking? How can such entertainment be permitted? She cast a sharp glance at Ji Zhouye. Ji Zhouye, raising his hand innocently, protested, Grandma, I am but a pure virgin, having never committed any wrongdoing. Ji Ziyuan, overwhelmed by the cloying scent of perfume, rose and moved to the other side. The seasoned companion, discerning the naivety of Ji Zhouye, realized he was of no worth and naturally followed Ji Ziyuan, surrounding him closely. Not far away, Lan Roshua bit her lip in frustration. Merely hours after their breakup, her ex-boyfriend sought solace in such places, surrounding himself with numerous companions. Indeed, the essence of man is fickleness. Are you reluctant? Ko Xing's voice rang coldly. If you approach him now to plead, he may just agree to reconcile. Lan Roshua tightened her lip further. She understood Ji Ziyuan. Given the current circumstances, that man would never accept her again, for this was the second betrayal. The second time. He had stolen the Ji family's chip. He would never reconcile with her again. Moreover, she could not enter the sanctity of marriage with a man stripped of his heir status. Quickly regaining her composure, Lan Roshua glanced to her right. That expert is over there. Let us go. Ko Xing recognized the expert, a distinguished figure in the software engineering realm, Professor Su, who frequently lectured at various universities. Professor Su. Lan Roshua approached the booth with a smile. I am Lan Roshua. Do you still remember me? Professor Su, a middle-aged man in his 40s, took a moment to recognize her. You are Secretary Lan, beside Mr. Ji? Indeed, Lan Roshua replied. This is Ko Xing, the founder of Ko Technology. Ko Xing stepped forward to shake hands. Professor Su, a pleasure. Upon seeing him, Professor Su understood the gravity of the situation. Ko Technology had recently made headlines due to a Trojan virus that had paralyzed the company, necessitating urgent resolution to avert dire consequences. He specialized in this area, and dealing with such viruses was not insurmountable. Just as he was about to speak, a figure suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Rong Yu boldly seated himself directly across from Professor Su. Lan Roshua found it laughable. Professor Su was an authoritative expert in the field. Even Ji Ziyuan had to show deference in his presence. Yet here was Rong Yu, a mere high school student, sitting down without so much as seeking Professor Su's consent. Such a lack of upbringing. It was baffling how the old Ji could take a liking to someone like him. Did Rong Yu think that by becoming the old Ji's kept companion, he could navigate any situation with ease? Professor Su was not known for his patience. Rong Yu was bound to learn a lesson. At just 18, he had already exhibited remarkable mathematical talent, being a prodigy of Professor Yun Xiaoyuan. Despite sharing the title of professor, the latter had been honored as an academician while Rong Yu remained entrenched in the business world, even at this late hour. Engaging with clients. A student of Professor Yun would undoubtedly become a luminary in the industry. Who would not admire such a prodigy? Professor Su was about to call Lin Rang when Rong Yu gestured towards the other side and said, "I came here to spend some time with my family. So please do not disturb my senior brother." It seemed that she had just noticed Lan Roshua at that moment and smiled. "You too? Do you have business with Professor Su?" Lan Roshua stood frozen in place, her expression one of disbelief. She had expected Professor Su to reprimand Rong Yu for her lack of decorum and to send her away. To her astonishment, Professor Su affectionately addressed Rong Yu as Xiao Yu, indicating that they were already acquainted. Ko Xing, unfamiliar with Rong Yu, stated his purpose. "The Ko Corporation has been infiltrated by a Trojan virus, and we wish to request Professor Su's assistance in resolving this urgent matter. We are willing to offer 3 times the market rate for his services." Rong Yu nonchalantly replied, "Professor Su is likely quite busy at the moment." She corrected the title, adding, "Miss Lan is no longer the secretary of the G Corporation. From now on, she solely represents herself, and her actions have no relation to the G Group." Lan Roshua's face turned a ghastly shade. Although she had been dismissed from the G Corporation, few were aware of it and former acquaintances would still call her Secretary Lan. This title had afforded her many conveniences, and now, Rong Yu had mercilessly stripped her of it. Ko Xing attempted to press further, but Professor Su waved his hand, saying, "Mr. Ko, please do not linger here and disrupt my conversation with my friend." Ko Xing felt a lump in his throat, nearly choking on his frustration. Once they had departed, Professor Su turned to Rong Yu and said, "Xiao Yu, you mentioned that I might be busy. Is it possible that your teacher has a project for me?" Rong Yu smiled and nodded. "There is a project concerning the optimization of rocket computer programming. If you are interested, I could recommend you to my teacher." Professor Su was elated. National-level projects like rockets were, of course, far more significant than commercial endeavors. The potential for profit was secondary to the opportunity to experience a different world. The more he observed Rong Yu, the more he admired her. Rong Yu raised her eyes to glance at Lan Roshua and Ko Xing, who were leaving the bar. She did not relish putting others in difficult situations. Yet the actions of Ko Xing and Lan Roshua had clearly surpassed her threshold of tolerance. Failing to act would make it appear as though the Ji family were easily bullied. Rong Yu and Professor Su engaged in a delightful conversation about the development of software engineering in the country. Since her arrival in this era, she had self-taught software programming, finding it particularly fascinating, and they talked for over half an hour before concluding their discussion. By this time, it was already past 11 at night. Ji Ziyuan was intoxicated, and Ji Zhouya was exhilarated. Rong Yu and Ji Zhouya helped Ji Ziyuan into the car and, upon reaching the entrance, encountered Hai Chang'an and Si Lin, whose nightlife was just beginning. Si Lin's eyes lit up upon seeing Rong Yu. "Had I known Miss Rong would be at the bar, I would have arrived much earlier." He had been captivated at Ji Zhouya's birthday party, struck by her beauty, and felt that failing to pursue her would be his greatest regret in life. Chapter 82. Rong Yu is not someone you can easily covet. Si Lin positioned himself in front of Rong Yu, declaring, "Miss Rong, let us share another drink. It's on me." "On your father's tab," she retorted. Ji Zhouya forcefully pushed him away, reminding him that Rong Yu was not someone he could covet otherwise. Si Lin clenched his teeth. Was it really necessary to tell the elders about such trivial matters? "What's wrong with me pursuing Miss Rong?" Si Lin scoffed. "Does it concern you? By what right do you remind me?" Hai Chang'an furrowed his brow. "We've all grown up together as brothers. Quarreling over a woman is beneath us." "Zhouya, since Miss Rong is not your girlfriend, what harm is there in letting Si Lin pursue her?" Si Lin stood tall, declaring, "Did you hear that? Chang'an thinks I'm in the right." Rong Yu threw Ji Ziyuan into the back seat of the car, turned around, and smiled at Hai Chang'an. "Is your grandfather Hai Dadan?" Hai Chang'an was incredulous. Hai Dadan was a name his grandfather had used long ago, never disclosed publicly. How did this Miss Rong come to know? Rong Yu glanced at Si Lin again. "Your grandfather, is he called Sima Gang?" Si Lin frowned. How can you address my grandfather by his name? Rong Yu smiled. Hai Dadan and Sima Gang were cousins, childhood playmates of Ing Bao, often teaming up to bully her until she cried. After she finished speaking, she bent down to enter the car. Hai Chang'an frowned, sensing that Rong Yu's demeanor was not that of a young girl, but rather that of an elder. Calling out the name of an elder felt entirely natural. How strange. Early in the morning, it was Sunday and Rong Yu, having developed a biological clock, woke up at 6, exercising with Grandpa Ji. After more than half an hour, while seated at the dining table, Ji Zhouye finally got up, his little mouth running as he complained, "Grandpa, you have no idea how arrogant that Silin is. He actually wants to pursue great-grandma. Does he even know what he is?" Rong Yu took a bite of bread and looked up. "After I left, did Hai Dadan and Sima Gang bully you?" "Yes." Grandpa Ji spoke, feeling wronged. "They laughed at me for being an orphan, constantly mocking and bullying me. Thankfully, Uncle Tang intervened, or I would have been bullied to death." Rong Yu paused. "Uncle Tang."
Danke?
A wave of indescribable emotion washed over her. She and Tang Che had grown up together. Their families were close friends, often joking about their future marriage. Yet, both she and Tang Che detested the idea of arranged marriages. Eventually, she married, while Tang Che remained single. Later, when her husband sacrificed himself, Tang Che unexpectedly confessed his feelings, which she promptly rejected. Tang Che seemed unconcerned by her refusal, and they maintained their friendship. She thought he had moved on. But he never married. Gradually, she realized that he had not let go, and she began to distance herself from him, leading to years without contact. In the year she passed away, he was 30, reportedly still alone. Did he still take care of Ing Bao after her death? 70 years had passed. Was he still alive? Speaking of Uncle Tang, almost made her forget. Grandpa Ji hurriedly instructed Butler Yu to bring an invitation. Uncle Tang was soon turning 100. The Tang family would host a grand centenary banquet. "Mom, will you go with me?" Rong Yu felt a wave of relief wash over her. "It's wonderful to know that your Uncle Tang is still alive." As she spoke, her phone vibrated. Upon glancing at the screen, she noticed it was a call from her aunt, Wan Jing. "Xiu Yu, today is your cousin's son's full moon banquet at the Shangri-La Hotel. Would you like me to ask your cousin to pick you up?" Rong Yu, who was perpetually busy, nearly forgot about the event. After all, she occupied the body of the original owner, and some familial interactions needed to be maintained. "No need, aunt. I can go by myself." Old Master Ji rubbed his hands together. "May I accompany you as well? I'd like to make an acquaintance." She instructed the driver to take her to a jewelry store, where she selected an entire set of gold and jade jewelry for the child before heading to the Shangri-La Hotel. At the entrance, there were guides, and she followed them to the banquet hall. Just as she reached the door, a shrill voice pierced the air. "In-law, this is the first grandson of the Yu family. My daughter risked her life to bear a child for the Yu family, and you think a bracelet is an adequate gift?" Beside Wan Jing stood Rong Yu's uncle, Yu Shun. Upon hearing this, Yu Shun was ready to erupt. He was restrained by Wan Jing, who forced a smile. "This bracelet is not inexpensive. It costs over 10,000. It is just the right weight for a child. Being stingy is still being stingy. Don't divert the topic," scoffed a middle-aged woman in her 40s. "My daughter is truly unfortunate to marry into your family. She hasn't enjoyed any blessings. And now that she has given birth to a son, it seems your family hardly cares." Yu Shun had a fiery temper. Years ago, when his sister suffered grievances in the Rong family, he caused an uproar. This demonstrated his inability to tolerate disrespect. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up. "Our Yu family has adhered to customs, prepared dowries, purchased a house and a car. What more do you want? And now, you steal the household registration and force my son to be a son-in-law, while our grandson doesn't even carry the Yu family name. A gift of over 10,000 for a bracelet is already quite generous. What else do you expect? If it weren't for your son being a live-in son-in-law, do you think my Hong family would even look at people like you from the countryside?" The opposing party spoke condescendingly. "Yu Qingbai, your parents are clearly here to make a scene rather than to celebrate the full moon.
Aren't you going to say anything?"
Yu Qingbai's expression darkened. Taking a deep breath, he addressed his mother-in-law. "My parents' combined monthly income is only about 5,000 to 6,000. A gift of over 10,000 for a gold bracelet is indeed extravagant. You shouldn't criticize my parents' generosity." "What do you mean by that, Yu Qingbai?" His wife was incensed. "In front of so many people, you dare to criticize my mother? Who gave you the audacity? If it weren't for my parents, you wouldn't even have a job. You consume from my family and live off us. Yet you dare to show us your displeasure." How could I marry someone like you? Yu Qingbai clenched his fists. Initially, he was unaware of his wife's family's true circumstances, believing it to be a typical romance. It was only after his wife became pregnant and the household registration was stolen that he realized her family had long been eyeing him, planning for him to become a live-in son-in-law. Perhaps it was because of his tall stature, good looks, and high education. He found himself deeply ensnared in a quagmire. Chapter 83. Look, there's someone else here just to mooch off the food and drink. Rong Yu raised an eyebrow. She opened the full moon gift set in her hands, revealing a complete set of gold bracelets, gold locks, gold necklaces, and gold bars, which she carefully placed into her handbag. The price of this gift box is 380,000. Rather than presenting it to this family, it would be more worthwhile to toss it into the water to hear a splash. She stepped into the banquet hall. Misunderstandings abound, all a result of miscommunication. We are family, so let us not take it to heart. The child is a month old, a joyous occasion. Wan Jing, striving to ease the tension, looked up and saw Rong Yu entering. She called out repeatedly, Xiao Yu is here, come over. Rong Yu approached, greeting everyone. Aunt, uncle, cousin. She cast a glance at the woman standing beside Yu Qingbai, named Hong Xia, who was her sister-in-law. However, the woman's sharp and spiteful demeanor made it impossible for her to address her as sister-in-law. Hong Xia recognized Rong Yu, a child from a divorced family. With her mother deceased, relying on the Yu family was merely a burden. Without parents, she lacked any upbringing. Hong Mu rolled her eyes. Look, we have another freeloader. Yu Shun was furious. Wan Jing restrained him. It is a day of great celebration. Do not cause a scene. If it escalates, our son will be caught in the middle. Yu Shun, visibly agitated, took a sip of water and turned to Rong Yu. Speaking gently, have you encountered any difficulties in your studies? Perhaps your cousin could tutor you, striving for a good university to honor your mother's spirit. Just as Yu Qingbai was about to speak, Hong Xia smirked and said, Isn't your daily work enough to keep you busy? Why waste time tutoring a burden when you could spend more time with the child? Rong Yu inquired. What does cousin do? The light in Yu Qingbai's eyes dimmed instantly. He had been accepted into one of the top 10 universities in the nation, majoring in economics, and was initially hired by a large corporation. However, Hong Xia had deliberately delayed his start date, forcing him to manage the supermarket owned by her family. At the slightest hint of his dissatisfaction, his wife would make a scene. Do you know Hongyun's supermarket? Hong Xia, cradling the child, remarked with a smirk. Your cousin is now part of the management at Hongyun's supermarket. Isn't that far better than being a mere cog in another company? She poked Yu Qingbai in the chest. Everything you possess now is thanks to the Hong family. Do not forget to express your gratitude. Just then, Hong Fu and Hong Mu suddenly stood up, their faces lit with excitement. Manager Zheng has arrived. Hong Xia quickly asked, which manager Zheng? The one from G Entertainment. The head of procurement, Hong Mu whispered. Your father had to leverage several connections to meet manager Zheng. If he gives the nod, our supermarket will become a supplier for G Entertainment, and our status will rise significantly. Overjoyed, Hong Xia sneered at Yu Qingbai. Didn't you always look down on our supermarket? Look now, we are about to collaborate with G Entertainment. I recall that it was G Group that hired you, right? Working for G Group versus being a partner with them. What carries more weight? Do I need to spell it out for you? Yu Qingbai lowered his gaze. After graduation, he had been smoothly accepted by G Group, a coveted workplace for many graduates, envied by countless peers. With the impending collaboration, Hongyun Supermarket would no longer be a mere small shop. Expansion could be on the horizon.
Hong Muskoft, Yu Qingbai.
To be associated with our Hong family is a stroke of luck for you. Your family should be eternally grateful. The child bears the surname Hong and will inherit the Hong family's enterprise. By aligning with your family, he can only claim a few acres of rural land, which would amount to a lifetime of ruin. She scoffed coldly, turning to follow Father Hong as they went out to greet their guest. Manager Zheng, a man in his 30s, descended from the vehicle, weary from travel, and exchanged nods with Father Hong as a form of greeting. Father Hong, bowing deeply, expressed, It is an honor for our Hong family that Manager Zheng has taken time from his busy schedule to attend my grandson's full-month celebration. Please come inside. Manager Zheng proceeded into the hall, where he was ushered to a position of prominence, with the Hong family attending to him with great courtesy. Hong Xia looked up to see her husband, Yu Qingbai, seated beside Rong Yu, engaged in quiet conversation. A wave of dissatisfaction washed over her, and she called out sharply, Qingbai, come here and drink a few rounds with Manager Zheng. Yu Qingbai, suffering from a serious gastric condition, was unable to consume alcohol. Wang Jing smiled apologetically and suggested, "How about letting your father-in-law drink with him instead? A mere country bumpkin, what right does he have to drink with Manager Zheng? How disgraceful." Hong Xia smirked. "Yu Qingbai, I'll say this one last time. Come over and drink." Yu Qingbai suppressed his emotions. His condition was severe enough that drinking could lead to vomiting blood and necessitate hospitalization, followed by a week or two of recovery. Yet, ever since their marriage, his in-laws had pressured him into socializing, a task he loathed and wished to evade. "What do you mean by that?" Hong Xia lowered her voice. "Manager Zheng is the head of the G Corporation. To slight him would jeopardize our cooperation. Can you bear that responsibility?" Yu Qingbai remained seated, unyielding. "What? Are you contemplating divorce?" Hong Xia's face flushed with anger. "Do not forget that everything you have now is granted by the Hong family. Once divorced, you will be left with nothing." A commotion erupted nearby, drawing the curious gaze of Manager Zheng from the adjacent table. Upon looking, he caught sight of Rong Yu's countenance. The identity of Rong Yu was anything but simple. Manager Zheng rose and approached the neighboring table, addressing her, "Miss Rong, what a coincidence to see you here." Father and Mother Hong were momentarily taken aback. "Miss Rong?" The head of the procurement department at G Corporation, referring to a mere burden as Miss Rong? Were their ears deceiving them? "Quite the coincidence indeed," Rong Yu replied. Rising gracefully, "The Hong family does not welcome my presence here for free meals. I was just about to leave."
On Xia retorted coldly.
"Manager Zheng is a distinguished guest invited by our Hong family. If you intend to leave, do so promptly." Manager Zheng surveyed the surrounding individuals. With numerous supermarkets in the market, the Hong family was but a modest player. Choosing not to collaborate with them left many better options available. However, offending Miss Rong could have dire consequences if she were to convey unflattering remarks to Secretary Jiang, potentially inciting the chairman's ire, which could jeopardize his managerial position. Quickly weighing the pros and cons, Manager Zheng smiled at Rong Yu, saying, "I happen to have a few matters to discuss with Miss Rong. Shall we leave together?" Rong Yu linked arms with Wang Jing. "Auntie, uncle, dining with the Hong family tends to aggravate my stomach. May we seek sustenance elsewhere?" Yu Shun, having held his frustration in check, immediately stood up. Wang Jing glanced between the two, sighed, and nodded, following Rong Yu out. The Hong family was left in stunned silence. The Manager Zheng, whom they had pulled every string to invite, was leaving just like that? Taken away by a mere country girl? The girl does possess a certain charm. Yet, is it not somewhat absurd that Manager Zheng would willingly follow her solely based on her appearance? Chapter 84. Do not tarnish Xiao Yu's reputation with your filthy thoughts. What is happening? Mr. Hong's face was a portrait of disbelief. How could Manager Zheng agree to collaborate and then leave without a word? Why has it come to this? Hong Xia glared at Yu Qingbai, exclaiming, "Your cousin is utterly revolting, flirting with Manager Zheng in public, jeopardizing our family's partnership with the Ji family. How can she be so shameless? All of you from the Yu family are the same, devoid of dignity. She is the daughter of the Rong family?"
How could that be?
Hong Xia's eyes widened. The Rong Group is a well-known corporation in Haicheng. Why was I not informed of her noble lineage sooner? Mr. Hong, trembling with anger, remarked, "Had you mentioned this earlier, our family would not have risked defending the young lady from the Rong family. A true blunder." Yu Qingbai regarded the trio before him with disdain. Their demeanor was quite repulsive. He pursed his lips and said, "Let us divorce." Rong Yu smiled and replied, "Everything is just fine." Manager Zheng, aware that she still needed to have lunch, refrained from further conversation and left after exchanging a few pleasantries. Next door to the hotel is a grand restaurant owned by the Ji family. She led Wang Jing and Yu Shun there, saying, "Today, I shall treat my uncle and aunt to a meal." No, Wang Jing waved her hand. "It's not easy for you to have some pocket money. Be frugal. You will need funds when you go to university. I have money. This small amount is of no concern to me." Rong Yu ordered several dishes and engaged in light conversation with her uncle and aunt. She genuinely wished to persuade her cousin to divorce. Yet her years of experience taught her not to meddle in others' familial affairs. Nor would she resort to backdoor dealings to rescue her cousin from his predicament. She trusted that those employed by the Ji family were of commendable quality. Yu Shun began to speak. "Initially, the Ji family offered your cousin a monthly salary of 12,000. A remarkable figure for a fresh graduate. It is evident how exceptional he is. However, being coerced by the Hong family to perform menial tasks at a supermarket, they claimed that paying him for working at their supermarket was too formal, and they refused to pay him a single cent, all while publicly asserting that he was living off a woman. It infuriates me." After lunch, Rong Yu proceeded to settle the bill. The waiter informed Yu Shun This gentleman has already paid. Yu Shun interjected. Though your uncle may be poor, he would not allow a high school student to treat him to a meal. Save your money. Do not spend it frivolously. Wan Jing wholeheartedly agreed, saying, Your father has younger siblings. It is not easy for you. Focus on your studies. Rong Yu sighed. The meal at the Ji family restaurant was not inexpensive. The cost for few dishes was at least 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. One could only imagine how pained Yu Shun must be when settling the bill. Yet, he remained silent and paid. She asked, Uncle, may I borrow your phone? Without suspicion, Yu Shun unlocked his phone and handed it to her. On the way, Yu Shun casually made a purchase. When he checked his wallet, he was momentarily stunned. Quick, show me how much this is. 50,000. Wan Jing slapped him on the back of his head. When did you save up so much pocket money? The funds in my mobile phone never exceed 200. You are well aware of this. To my surprise, just moments ago, Xiaoyu took my phone and, upon checking, I discovered that she had transferred 50,000 yuan to me. This child, why doesn't she keep her wealth for herself? His eyes reddened, nearly spilling tears. Xiaoyu truly is a remarkable child, not a moment wasted in raising her. It must have been quite challenging for her to secretly save up 50,000 yuan as pocket money without the Rong family knowing. Ji Ziyuan had just awakened from a drunken stupor, the haze of inebriation dissipating, freeing him from the shackles of past affections. Duo was engrossed in a puzzle on the floor. He sat beside her for a while, then crouched down to join her in play. Duo was overjoyed. Indeed. After parting ways with Aunt Lon, her father could finally see her. There was nothing more delightful than this. Ji Ziyuan promptly shifted into work mode, 40 kilometers outside Haicheng. In Shangxi village, the clan dynamics were intricate, the villagers united, demanding exorbitant prices. The stalemate had persisted for over half a year without resolution. Did great-grandma have any insights? Rong Yu had reviewed this project previously. Due to the villagers' unreasonable demands, which far exceeded the budget, the project had been shelved. Given this, why not consider an alternative location? Shanli village, though somewhat more isolated than Shangxi village, offered even more splendid scenery, complete with a vast pear orchard. Perfectly suitable for constructing a resort. Rong Yu immediately decided, arranged for someone to negotiate the demolition in Shanli village. Ji Ziyuan expressed mild surprise. When the project was initially launched, both Shanli and Shangxi villages had been discussed and compared at the conference table, ultimately leading to a vote that favored Shangxi village. The two villages were, in fact, quite similar. However, how could great-grandma arrive at such a conclusion without ever visiting either place? Never mind. One should not compare themselves to great-grandma. With an indelible memory and a genius disposition, to compare oneself to her would be an act of self-deprecation. He replied, Understood, great-grandma. I will make the arrangements immediately. Rong Yu nodded. Shanli village was the rural home of the Yu family and the place where the original self had grown up. Chapter 85 Song Huai, Am I Quite Foolish? On Monday, school resumed as usual. Although Ji Zhouya had shown considerable improvement in his attitude toward studies, he still indulged in gaming over the weekend, staying up until 3 or 4 in the morning, nearly dozing off while waiting at traffic lights. Rong Yu delivered a playful punch to his forehead. Ji Zhouya instantly snapped to attention. Great-grandma, I was merely contemplating life, not sleeping. Rong Yu smirked. There's a Chinese language quiz in the morning. If you fail to score at least 120, you can expect some consequences. Ji Zhouya remained silent. Upon reaching the school entrance, she noticed the principal and the director of education waiting there, initially disregarding it. However, she was taken aback when the person emerging from the car turned out to be her senior, Lin Rang. Professor Lin, thank you for your hard work. The principal approached eagerly, shaking hands and expressing gratitude for Lin Rang taking time from his busy schedule to teach the mathematics training students at Haicheng No. 1 High School. With a gentle demeanor, Lin Rang replied, Haicheng No. 1 High School is one of the top high schools in Haicheng. These students represent the pinnacle of mathematical prowess and are the future stars of the mathematics field. It is truly an honor to impart knowledge to them. The principal couldn't help but marvel at Professor Lin's talent and humility, lamenting only that he was disabled. He accompanied Lin to the classroom for a lecture. Among the 6 students selected for the intensive mathematics training, 5 hailed from the top class, with only one, Rong Yu, representing the liberal arts class, and notably, she was the sole female participant. As she followed the principal and the 5 boys, the murmurs of onlooking classmates only bolstered her confidence, causing her to stand a little taller. In truth, she had never anticipated being chosen. Yet here she was a testament to her own excellence and innate ability. What did it matter that she was a liberal arts student or a girl? She was now part of the mathematical battlefield. Rong Yu took her seat next to Song Hui, both of them attentively absorbing Professor Lin's lecture. Lin, an esteemed judge at the National Mathematics Olympiad Finals, shared many unique insights that captivated Song Hui, who diligently took numerous notes. Meanwhile, Rong Yu's thoughts drifted. She struggled to grasp some of the concepts being presented. The previous set of exam papers hadn't seemed overly difficult, so why did Professor Lin's explanations feel so obscure? Song Hui rose, declaring, "I need to consult Professor Lin about a few questions. Baoyao, would you like to join me?" Rong Yu nodded eagerly, yes. Her keen eyes caught a glimpse of a familiar profile picture belonging to the person messaging Professor Lin. It bore an uncanny resemblance to Rong Yu's. A quick glance at the contact name revealed it to be junior sister, prompting a smile from her. It was common knowledge that Professor Lin was a protégé of academician Yun Xiaoyuan, who maintained exceedingly high standards for his students. Over the years, he had only accepted Professor Lin. How could Rong Yu, a high school repeat student, possibly be one of academician Yun's pupils? It must merely be a coincidence of profile pictures. After replying to the message, Professor Lin smiled and said, "I have other matters to attend to, so we'll conclude here for today." He maneuvered his wheelchair out of the classroom and turned a corner, spotting Rong Yu standing there. She approached, taking the books from his hands. "Senior brother, the principal has issued a strict directive requiring me to ensure you have lunch at the school cafeteria." Professor Lin sighed. "I came to number 1 high school to fulfill my teaching duties, and it hardly warrants such a grand affair. However, considering my junior sister will be here for a while, a meal with the principal wouldn't hurt." The cafeteria at No. 1 high school boasted 2 levels, the first floor designated for students and the second for faculty. The principal had arranged a spacious private room for their gathering, which included the principal, the vice principal, the head of education, and Rong Yu's homeroom teacher. The only student present, Rong Yu, technically had no business being there. But to ease Professor Lin's tension, the principal motioned for her to join them. Peiyaru was concerned that Rong Yu might feel anxious. After all, few students would relish the prospect of dining with a group of teachers. Yet, she soon realized that Rong Yu appeared utterly at ease, as though she were simply having a casual meal with friends. The principal cheerfully remarked, regarding any arrangements from Professor Yun's side for student Rong Yu, "Our school will fully cooperate." As conversations flowed between Lin and the principal, Rong Yu enjoyed her meal heartily. Once they finished dining, she escorted Professor Lin out of the school gates. "This project will record the name Rong Yu. Henceforth, this marks the official starting point for Rong Yu, as well as her inaugural step into the realm of mathematics. He believes that his junior sister will surpass him in her journey." After Lin Jiang departed, Rong Yu strolled through the library, selecting the latest collection of mathematical papers to peruse. Yet, she was distracted by the sound of conversation nearby. "This problem is approached by first applying this theorem, and then the result will follow. Do you understand? Song Hui. Am I really that foolish, still not grasping it?" Rong Yu glanced over and, indeed, it was Rong Yu and Song Hui. This is a library where silence is paramount. Yet these two were incessantly whispering, which was rather bothersome. She closed her book and walked away. As she stood up, the noise caught Rong Yu's attention, and she finally noticed it was Rong Yu. The book in Rong Yu's hand was the latest research collection in mathematics. Such profound papers might be beyond Song Hui's comprehension. Rong Yu certainly knows how to put on a facade, thought Song Hui, furrowing his brow. He pondered how Rong Yu could achieve a perfect score in the physics competition and yet not qualify for the math training camp. Was it an oversight in the selection exam? Rong Yu did not seem like a careless person. Could it be that she simply did not wish to participate? The Mathematics Olympiad and the Physics Olympiad share a similar nature. Why partake in the former while abstaining from the latter? Rong Yu had not given it much thought. Her participation in the physics competition was purely serendipitous, guided step by Peiyaru to register. As for the Olympiad, since it was not a mandatory competition set by the school, why waste her time on it? Once afternoon classes concluded, Rong Yu packed her bag and prepared to leave school. The grand centenary banquet for Tang Che was to be held that very evening, and she felt compelled to attend. After 70 years, reuniting with old acquaintances stirred a sense of nostalgia within her. The Tang family, much like the Ji family, is one of the most prestigious clans in the area, with a quaint waterside courtyard nestled halfway up a mountain. Even before dusk, the winding mountain roads were filled with a procession of luxury vehicles. The cars could not ascend any further from the foot of the mountain, prompting Rong Yu to disembark and walk. Old Master Ji called, "Mother, when will you arrive? Shall I send someone to pick you up?" In about 15 minutes. Just wait for me at the entrance. Dressed in simple student attire and carrying her backpack, Rong Yu walked along the mountain path, appearing quite out of place. After all, this was the centenary banquet for the Tang family patriarch, who had gone to great lengths to host the event, inviting a significant portion of the city's populace, all of whom donned splendid attire. Naturally, a person dressed so plainly would attract extra glances. Dad, isn't that my sister? Chapter 86. Mom, look. It's these two who bully me every day. The Rong family's car was parked by the roadside. Rong Yu, adorned in an elegant floral dress, made a grand entrance, and upon reaching the banquet hall's entrance, her keen eyes spotted a solitary figure ahead. She was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he that Rong Yu? The Tang family sent out invitations broadly, yet each invitation allowed for a maximum of 2 attendees. Hence, their mother instructed their father to ensure she had the opportunity to experience the occasion. What on earth was Rong Yu doing here? Indeed, it truly was her sister. Rong Wangtian furrowed his brow. This was not a place for her to be. He strode forward, quickly catching up to Rong Yu and firmly gripping her shoulder. Growing up amid such turmoil, Rong Yu had witnessed the instability within her homeland and the oppression faced by overseas Chinese, often subjected to clandestine attacks. She had diligently honed her modest skills, sufficient for self-defense. With a swift motion, she seized the wrist of the person behind her, poised to execute a throw. But upon recognizing his face, she released her grip, instinctively knitting her brows together. Rong Wangtian was taken aback. His daughter possessed remarkable strength. Indeed, children raised in the countryside often carried an innate vigor. This evening was to host a grand banquet, entries strictly reserved for those with invitations. Containing his emotions, Rong Wangtian spoke. Why are you here instead of studying properly? Rong Yu frowned. If you can attend, why can't I? That is entirely different. Rong Wangtian's frustration erupted. The thought of mingling with the affluent and elite made him suppress his emotions. Lowering his voice, Yao Yao has secured the top spot in her exams, a guaranteed place at a prestigious university. She deserves to unwind at this banquet. You, on the other hand, rank at the bottom. Your performance is utterly disappointing. Beyond bringing shame to the Rong family, what else can you offer? While the coast is clear, you should leave at once and spare me the humiliation of having to discipline you in public. Indeed, sister, Rong Ruoyao interjected. Many of Rong's business partners will be present today. If they witness the eldest daughter of the Rong family being expelled by the Tang family, it will be quite embarrassing for father. Can't you consider his feelings? Her true concern lay in the possibility that Rong Yu would cling to their father upon entering the venue, leading to introductions that would reveal their sisterly bond. Although Rong Yu's popularity was currently soaring, she had no desire to be associated with her. Rong Wangtian's expression hardened. Yao Yao is more sensible than you. When will you allow me to worry less? Then stop fretting unnecessarily, Rong Yu retorted with a smirk. Rest assured, I won't tarnish your reputation as CEO Rong.
You.
Rong Wangtian detected sarcasm in her words. Taking a deep breath, he replied, I do not expect you to be exceptional. I merely ask that you refrain from causing trouble at such a significant event. Is that too much to ask? An invitation from the Tang family was not something a family of Rong's standing could typically acquire. It was solely due to the collaboration between the Rong family and the Hai family that the Tang family extended a modicum of courtesy, allowing their entrance to this gathering. Here, he could meet numerous CEOs, facilitating future collaborations. If Rong Yu were to jeopardize this opportunity, he could scarcely fathom the extent of his fury. Just as he was about to grasp Rong Yu's arm to forcibly remove her, a butler-like figure emerged from the banquet hall, inquiring, which one is Miss Rong? Rong Wangtian turned to look. Was that not the butler of the Tang family? The butler had come personally to greet Yao Yao? Had she excelled to the point of recognition by the Tang family? I am, Rong Ruoyao replied, lifting her skirt as she approached. May I ask what business you have with me? The butler respectfully inquired. Is Miss Rong Yu, the eldest daughter of the Rong family, present? In an instant, the sweet smile on Rong Ruoyao's face faded. Rong Yu? The butler sought out Rong Yu? A mere country bumpkin, a repeat senior high school student, and someone of no significance. How could the butler personally welcome her? This was utterly inconceivable. Rong Wangtian stood in a daze, initially believing that Rong Yu had come merely to mingle, yet here she was, genuinely invited. What on earth was happening? Without casting a glance at the father and daughter, Rong Yu approached the butler and inquired, You were sent by the old master to fetch me, correct? The butler instantly discerned her identity and respectfully extended his hand, saying, Miss Rong, please this way. She followed the butler, entering the banquet hall without even needing to present her invitation. Rong Wangtian swallowed hard. Yao Yao. How does your sister know Butler Tang?
I
don't know either. Rong Ruiyao bit her lip. Could it be that Ji Zhouye, this affluent heir, had facilitated Rong Yu's entrance? The father and daughter were bewildered for a while, but after regaining their composure, they produced their invitation and prepared to enter. The banquet had yet to commence, and Tang Che had not yet appeared, as the butler led Rong Yu towards the balcony's lounge area. Inside the lounge, 3 elderly gentlemen sat. One was Old Master Ji Shunying, another was Old Master Hai Daden, and the last was Old Master Si Ma Gang. These 3 had played together since childhood, having had their share of rivalries and competitions, and even in their twilight years, they continued to compare themselves with one another, refusing to concede defeat. Old Ji, just the other day I saw you in a scandalous news piece. Old Master Hai laughed heartily. At your age, still pursuing young ladies, do you have no shame? Old Master Si added fuel to the fire. Quite the playboy, aren't you? Old Master Ji rolled his eyes. Are you two not surfing the internet? Haven't you seen the follow-up to that matter? Spread rumors again, and I'll have you both thrown in jail. The two were merely teasing Old Master Ji, and upon leaving that topic behind, they shifted to another. Old Master Hai inquired, we haven't seen you around lately. What grand project are you investing in? Share it with us, so we can offer some advice. Old Master Ji perked up instantly. I have someone to recommend to you. Old Master Si raised a hand. Wait a moment. What does recommend mean? Old Master. Old Master. It seemed this old man had become enchanted, spouting trendy internet jargon that they couldn't even comprehend. Old Master Hai smirked. These celebrities in the entertainment industry are all packaged illusions. They appear one way on screen and another in private. Don't go spending your pension on supporting some young star. Old Master Si chimed in. Old G. You've never been the sharpest tool in the shed. You ought to heed the words of your elder brother. Who was not sharp? Rong Yu pushed open the door and entered. Old Master Ji instantly wore a look of grievance, his expression clearly saying, Mother, look, these two are always bullying me. Rong Yu glanced at the 2 men. Old Master Hai, who was once quite thin, had transformed into a plump elder, while Old Master Si, who had been short in his youth, remained quite diminutive even now. Chapter 87. A stunning blow to Old Masters Hai and Si. Old Master Ji's phone wallpaper was none other than Rong Yu. The moment she appeared at the entrance of the lounge, both Old Master Hai and Old Master Si recognized her immediately. In the entertainment industry, regardless of how glamorous the stars may appear, they are regarded as inferior in the eyes of aristocratic families such as the Haijia and Sijia. Furthermore, with Rong Yu dressed in school attire and being quite young, the 2 elderly gentlemen looked down upon her even more. Old Master Hai smirked. Old Ji, you are half buried in the grave. Do you really believe you can comprehend the whims of fangirls? Just be cautious not to be duped into adding her to the Ji family registry, lest you lose half of the Ji family's fortune. Indeed, Old Master Si echoed, if you were to marry a girl barely in her teens, it would be nothing short of laughable. Old Master Ji's eyes widened in indignation as he seized 2 cups of coffee from the table, intending to throw them at the 2 men. Rong Yu stepped forward, gently restraining his arm, and settled herself on the sofa beside him. Instantly, Old Master Ji appeared to be soothed, like a kitten whose fur had been smoothed down. Old Master Hai's brows twitched in irritation. This young girl, entering without so much as a greeting and casually taking a seat, did she truly regard them old men with such disdain? Such a lack of decorum. Yet she still managed to be a star? Rong Yu took a sip of her coffee before lifting her gaze, a playful smile barely gracing her lips. Hai Daden?
Si Ma Gang.
Old Master Hai's eyes widened in shock. That name had long been discarded. He had commissioned a top-tier literary master from Huaxia to bestow upon him a name rich in culture and depth. How could this girl possibly know him as Hai Daden? More astonishingly, she had the audacity to call him by that name. He was many generations older than she. Such disrespect towards an elder was utterly outrageous. How audacious. Old Master Si slammed the table. Who is this wild girl? This is not a place for you. Guards, escort her out. Old Master Ji remained unfazed. He was never one to speak without purpose. Oh, my apologies, Rong Yu shrugged. Your parents have always called you by those names in my presence. And it just slipped out. What nonsense are you babbling? Old Master Hai and Old Master Si exchanged bewildered glances. Their parents had passed away over a decade ago. This girl could not have been born yet. Rong Yu smiled. Hai Daden, you used to wet the bed every night as a child. Every sheet in the Hai residence bore your mark. Surely you haven't forgotten that. Old Master Hai wished to cover her mouth. That was a memory from over 60 or 70 years ago, and if she hadn't mentioned it, he would have long forgotten. As a child, he had been ridiculed for his bedwetting, a stain on his history he could never wash away. Turning her attention to Old Master C, she continued, Sima Gang. Your family name is actually C, but back in the day, there was a prominent Sima family in Shanghai. Your grandfather, eager to forge connections, named you Sima Gang. You are the sole heir of the C family. Your grandfather indulged you to the point of recklessness. It was you who set fire to the clan's ancestral hall, resulting in a severe beating and a hospital visit. Do you remember that? When she first began to speak, Old Master C had intended to reprimand her for her absurdities. However, the more he listened, the more unnerved he became. How could this young girl know such intimate details from so many years ago? Who exactly was she? What manner of person was she? The elder Mr. Hai swallowed hard, stammering, Why you? How could you possibly know? Rong Yu smiled gently, because I am acquainted with your parents. Of course I am aware of your childhood embarrassments. Mr. C exclaimed in shock. Mr. Hai mirrored his astonishment. Rong Yu took in the flabbergasted expressions of the two elders before breaking into a clear smile. Oh dear, I merely indulged in a little jest, surely. You two gentlemen aren't taking me seriously?
Ha ha ha.
Mr. G erupted into laughter, observing the two old fellows, drenched in sweat. Look at these two old geezers. Frightened out of their wits. The leaders of the Hai and C families, two of Hai City's most prominent figures, terrified by a mere young lady. How foolish. Truly laughable. Mr. G relished this rare moment of mirth with his old friends. Indeed, he had to intervene. Mr. Hai's face was a tapestry of suspicion, pondering if it was truly just a jest. Mr. C was genuinely perturbed. This girl was uncanny. One glance from her felt as though she could see right through him. Mr. G laughed uncontrollably, slapping his thigh. How delightful. Ha ha ha. What could be so amusing? At that moment, voices echoed from the lounge door, which swung open to reveal Ji Zhiyuan, Hai Chang'en, and Si Lin, the three younger generations, coming to summon their grandfather to the banquet hall.
Si Lin,
Spotting Rong Yu, approached her with a smile. To encounter Miss Rong in such a place signifies our fateful connection. After the banquet, would you care to join me for a movie? Thwack. A cushion struck Si Lin on the head. Mr. G, wearing a stern expression, admonished Old C. If you don't rein in your grandson, he will truly cause chaos. Does he not recognize who Miss Rong is? Is he even worthy of pursuing her? Just moments prior, Mr. C had thought it perfectly acceptable for his grandson to pursue a young starlet. However, after Rong Yu's words, he felt there was no jest involved. Could a mere girl truly know his parents? When matters invoked the arcane, an inexplicable reverence emerged. You little rascal. Mr. C kicked Si Lin playfully. Apologize to Miss Rong at once. Si Lin, clutching his backside, protested. I merely invited Miss Rong to a movie. What have I done to warrant an apology? Apologize. Mr. C smacked the back of his head. If you keep arguing, I'll cancel your credit card. Reluctantly, Si Lin acquiesced. I'm sorry, Miss Rong. Rong Yu smiled warmly. The only reason such a foolish man as your grandfather can inherit the C family is that he is the sole child of his generation. But you have an elder brother, 4 sisters, and 2 younger brothers. Continue to be so thoughtless, and you may find yourself excluded from the family fortune.
Si Lin,
Not fully grasping her latter words, widened his eyes in disbelief. You dare call my grandfather foolish? How audacious, to insult my grandfather. I'll make you pay.
ouch, ouch.
Grandpa, let go. That hurts. Mr. C, fearful of provoking Rong Yu further and hearing something even more chilling, hastily yanked Si Lin by the ear and exited the scene. Old Master Hai glanced at Rong Yu, wanting to inquire further, yet hesitated and turned to leave. Mom, you truly are remarkable, Old Master G chuckled.
Come.
Let us also step outside. Chapter 88. Encountering an old friend from 70 years ago. The Tang family is a venerable lineage, and the centenary celebration of the head of the family drew numerous distinguished guests from across the city. Within the spacious and opulent banquet hall, a throng of people mingled, forming small clusters to chat, exchanging business cards, and continually expanding their social circles. Rong Yu stood amidst the crowd, her gaze focused toward the center. An elderly gentleman in his 60s emerged from the Tang family, addressing the guests with an apologetic tone. I appreciate everyone joining us to celebrate my grandfather's 100th birthday. However, he is feeling a bit unwell and will not be able to meet with you all at this time. Please enjoy the food and drinks and have a splendid time. Guests murmured among themselves about this Tang family member. This was Tang Yuyi, the future heir. who had been designated as such since his 30s, but still hadn't fully taken the reins of the family in his 60s. He was not the son of Old Master Tang, which naturally led to some caution on the elder's part. Remarkably, Old Master Tang had never married or had children, prompting speculation about his sexuality. Was it true or merely rumor? A wave of sighs rippled through the crowd. Rong Yu stood frozen in bewilderment. She had believed that after her demise, Tang Che would marry, for he had only been 30 at the time. Had he truly not let go of her after all these years? What kind of obsession was this? She softly inquired, "Ing Bao, has your Uncle Tang arrived?" Old Master Ji nodded. There is a Jiangnan courtyard at the back of the banquet hall where Uncle Tang resides for his recuperation. Would you like to go? The Hai and Si families, being old friends of the Tang family, decided to accompany her. Passing through a corridor, they arrived at the serene courtyard at the rear. The servants, recognizing the elderly gentleman, announced their presence and led them inside. Rong Yu's spirits remained low. Old Master Hai and Old Master Si walked a few paces ahead, occasionally casting glances back at her, puzzled as to why she had chosen to join the gathering. Yet, since she was there, they accepted her presence. As they ventured further in, the pungent scent of disinfectant grew stronger. A door swung open to reveal a room filled with various medical apparatus, reminiscent of a hospital ward. An elderly man, deeply lined and with a head of white hair, lay in bed. Rong Yu stood at the threshold, dazed. The Tang Che she remembered was a spirited, cultured young man, brimming with passion, ambition, and ideals. Yet now, he lay in bed, an oxygen mask covering his face, appearing rather grim.
Unso Tang.
Old Master Ji rushed forward. Tang Che, who had been resting his eyes, slowly opened them upon hearing the voice and removed the oxygen mask, signaling for Old Master Ji to help him sit up. Old Master Hai hurried to assist from the other side, while Old Master Si adjusted the blankets. Thank you, dear children, for coming to see me. Tang Che's words nearly brought tears to the eyes of the three elderly men. Having reached such an age, their parents had long since passed, and only in the presence of the centenarian Tang Che could they momentarily reclaim their childhood. How is Uncle Tang's health faring? Old Master Hai inquired. What did the doctor say? As one ages, the decline of organs is an inevitable reality.
Tande che mente da pragmatic outlook. Once he depart.
The Tang family will be entrusted to Tang Yu. Though he is quite ambitious and somewhat stubborn, I find myself uneasy about bequeathing the family to him. I hope the three of you, for the sake of Uncle Tang, can offer some guidance to Tang Yu. As he spoke, he felt an intense gaze upon him. Lifting his eyelids, he glanced toward the doorway, where a girl had appeared, seemingly in her teens, embodying the most splendid years of life. Uncle Tang, let me introduce you. Old Master Ji suppressed his gloomy mood. This is Rong Yu. Upon hearing the name Rong Yu, Tang Che abruptly shifted from reclining to sitting upright. His aged, murky eyes fixed intently on her. Child, you are named Rong Yu? Old Master Hai was perplexed, wondering if there was something amiss with this name. Suddenly, Old Master Si smacked his thigh and whispered, Do you remember, Ji Shuning's mother was named Rong Yu, the one we called Aunt Rong in our childhood?
Indeed.
It seemed she bore that name. Old Master Hai gasped, realizing that old Ji had begun to idolize this young girl because her name was shared with his long-deceased mother. Old Master Si shook his head. I am uncertain. Rong Yu slowly approached the bedside, gazing closely at the weathered face, her emotions swirling within. She struggled to curve her lips into a smile and said, I am indeed named Rong Yu. I have prepared a birthday gift for you. I hope you like it. In the presence of such an elderly individual, a younger person should typically use respectful terms, yet she directly addressed him as you. However, neither Old Master Hai nor Old Master Si found anything amiss. After all, this girl had the audacity to call them foolish. Tang Che accepted the birthday gift, which turned out to be a simple pencil drawing, devoid of color. Old Master Hai craned his neck to observe, unable to discern any remarkable quality in the artwork, deeming it unworthy of a centenary celebration. Nevertheless, Tang Che's hands began to tremble uncontrollably. He gently caressed the pencil strokes, savoring the sensations, then raised his head, his voice heavy with emotion. Ing Bao, De Dun, Ma Gang, you three go sit in the living room for a while. Old Master Ji promptly pulled his two old friends away, though they did not stray far, settling in the living room for tea. Tang Che turned his attention back to Rong Yu. Child, why did you create such a drawing? Would you share your thoughts with me? The paper depicted a snowy landscape, familiar structures rendered in a distinctive artistic style that evoked memories of a long-lost friend. One year, when High City was blanketed in snow, our families had agreed to seek out plum blossoms together the following day. Rong Yu's eyes were vacant, But that night, an enemy air raid transformed the serene snow into a scene of bloodshed. We tried to find joy amid our suffering, making plans to admire the snow and seek plum blossoms the following year, yet opportunities eluded us. Now, in November, I wonder if this winter we might fulfill our prior promise together. Yu. Tang Che's pupils trembled as he abruptly sat up, his breath quickening and blood pressure skyrocketing. The medical equipment in the room erupted into a cacophony of alarms. Moments later, a swarm of doctors rushed in, hastily fitting Tang Che with a respirator and conducting thorough examinations. Chapter 89. No wonder old Ji would pursue such a young star. Rong Yu's lips lost their color. She feared that Tang Che might not pull through, which prompted her to reveal her identity directly. However, she overlooked the fact that Tang Che's emotions were far too fragile to withstand such a shock, leaving her with a tinge of regret.
Un sultán.
The Ji patriarch and a few others rushed over in a flurry. Everyone step aside. A voice commanded. It was Tang Yuyi, who was present because the old patriarch was ill and could not attend the banquet. What are you all doing here making a scene? Upon seeing Tang Yuyi, Tang Che's expression softened slightly. Tang Yuyi was the son of Tang Che's younger brother. With so many enterprises under Tang Che's name and no children to inherit them, Tang Yuyi led the clan elders in pressuring Tang Che to relinquish control. Because of this, the old patriarch Ji held Tang Yuyi in low regard. Naturally, Tang Yuyi did not harbor any fondness for the old patriarch either. Tang Che was his blood relative. Yet his position in Tang Che's heart seemed to pale in comparison to Ji's shunning. How could he not feel resentment? If it had not been for his decisive actions to seize power, a significant portion of the Tang family's assets might well have been swindled away by Ji shunning. Tang Yuyi paused, then stepped forward, bowing slightly. Uncle, with so many distinguished guests here to celebrate your birthday, shouldn't you make an appearance? In recent years, rumors had circulated that the founder of the Tang family had passed away. Now that his uncle appeared to be in good spirits, a public appearance would likely quell any such rumors for at least 6 months. Did you not hear the doctors say you need to rest? The old patriarch Ji interjected coldly. At your age, must you still subject yourself to socializing? Tang Yuyi lifted his gaze. This is my uncle's centennial celebration. It is only proper for him to greet the guests. It is not mere socializing. Centennial celebration? This is merely an occasion for you to solidify your influence within the Tang family. The old patriarch Ji retorted angrily. You, an outsider, have no say here. Tang Yuyi gritted his teeth. Whether it is socializing or not, I do it for the Tang family, otherwise, we will inevitably be pushed out of the 4 prominent families of Haicheng. Enough. Tang Che's voice rang out with authority, chilling the air around him. The seasoned businessmen present fell silent, obediently closing their mouths. He spoke softly, Rome. His tone was calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet, only he knew the tempest raging within him at that moment. Rong Yu, he gently said, could you assist me in getting into the wheelchair and take me outside to enjoy the night? Tang Yuyi hurriedly stepped forward. Uncle, I will help. I did not call for you. Tang Che shot him a cold glance. Immediately, Tang Yuyi halted, disbelief etched on his face as he looked at Rong Yu. When did this unfamiliar girl appear in the room? Rong Yu approached and assisted Tang Che to his feet. At an advanced age, Tang Che found walking arduous. And now he relied on a wheelchair for mobility. Once settled, he smiled and said, let us go. Rong Yu pushed him outside towards the backyard, where numerous servants were present, but Tang Che waved them away. In the grand, elegant courtyard, only the 2 of them remained, one seated in a wheelchair and the other on a nearby stone bench, engaged in a quiet conversation. It was evident that Tang Che was in high spirits. However, Rong Yu exhibited little deference or servility towards him, conversing as if they were ordinary friends of equal standing. The atmosphere was relaxed and distinctly private, one in which others could not easily intrude. Old Master C remarked, at such a young age, managing Uncle Tang is no small feat. It's no wonder old Ji is pursuing such a young star. Old Master Ji grinned and said, so, what do you 2 think? Would you consider joining Rong Yu's fan club? In just a brief moment, Tang Yuyi had already arranged for an investigation into Rong Yu's background. After chatting for over 20 minutes, Tang Che began to feel fatigued. Rong Yu smiled and said, take care of yourself and maintain your health. We can meet and converse daily, without haste. Tang Che nodded, I will heed your advice. As his friends gradually departed, he found himself increasingly aware of the taste of solitude, often contemplating that perhaps an early demise would be a form of release. Who could have anticipated that on the day of his centenary birthday, Fate would bestow upon him such a splendid surprise. His youthful friends appeared so vibrant, and he felt as if he too had regained years of vitality. Perhaps he could live a few more years to savor the rare brilliance of life. Just as Rong Yu was pushing Tang Che forward, Tang Yui promptly took over the wheelchair, bending slightly as he said, "Uncle, it's late, time for bed." He wheeled Tang Che into the bedroom. Old Master Ji, feeling rejuvenated, draped an arm around Rong Yu's shoulders and said, "You must be hungry. Let us go to the banquet hall for a bite." Rong Yu's phone vibrated, and upon checking, she saw a message from her senior brother informing her that their teacher had arrived in Haicheng and needed her at the Aerospace Institute for urgent matters. Such is the life of a researcher. Time is irrelevant when duty calls. She announced, "I must make a trip to the Aerospace Institute. I shall take my leave." She swiftly crossed the corridor and vanished from sight. Old Master C furrowed his brow. The Aerospace Institute? There is only the 4th Aerospace Institute in Haicheng. A national-level classified facility. Can she gain entry? Just listen to yourself. Old Master G grumbled, retrieving his phone to search for a news article. Over half a month ago, Rong Yu had been invited to the 4th Aerospace Institute. Returning would not be unusual. Wait a moment. Old Master Hai paused, realizing Rong Yu. She belongs to the Rong family, correct? Old Master Ji was reluctant to acknowledge this fact. Yet, despite his hesitation, he acquiesced with a reluctant nod. "Well, I suppose so. Had you said this sooner, I would have known." Old Master Hai chuckled. "This child rendered significant assistance to the Aerospace Institute. The director and I maintain a good relationship and specifically called me to look after her. The director stated that Rong Yu is a widely recognized genius, and many research institutes will vie for her in the future." Old Master C was left in a state of utter disbelief. "Is this true? Why hasn't he, the director, called me to explain this matter?" Old Master Hai snickered. "What connection do I have with the director, or you for that matter? We are merely distant relatives." Old Master Ji twitched the corner of his mouth. At such a moment, one would expect various expressions of astonishment regarding someone so young being deemed a genius, rather than this situation. In Chapter 90, one could argue that Mr. Rome was rather harsh on his own daughter. In the grand banquet hall of the Tang family, the atmosphere was filled with the elite and affluent. Rong Wangtian casually strolled through the hall, collecting a plethora of business cards along the way, yielding a bountiful harvest. Rong Royale remained dutifully by his side, her sweet and demure demeanor earning her numerous accolades from the esteemed ladies present. However, as she surveyed the hall repeatedly, she was unable to catch a glimpse of Rong Yu's figure. Anxiously, she pondered where Rong Yu might be, with whom she was associating, and what new acquaintances she had made. "Yao Yao, Old Master Hai has arrived," Rong Wangtian announced, raising a glass of champagne. "Our Rong family has made great strides thanks to the Hai family. Come, let us greet Old Master Hai." The Hai family is one of the 4 prominent families in Haicheng, a prestigious lineage that Rong Royale could hardly aspire to. If she could earn the favor and support of Old Master Hai, she might firmly establish herself in the high society of noble women. With a sweet smile, she followed Rong Wangtian toward the esteemed elder. "Mr. Hai." Rong Wangtian approached Old Master Hai, who had been absent all evening, mistakenly believing he had not attended. Old Master Ji cast a glance at Rong Wangtian. It turned out this man was the biological father of his mother. Such a person was truly unworthy of the title of father. With a disdainful huff, he turned and walked away. Rong Wangtian was left bewildered. He recognized Old Master Ji from a previous encounter at a banquet, but they had never exchanged words. Had he offended Old Master Ji in some way? Could it be that because he had greeted Old Master Hai first and neglected Old Master Ji, the latter had taken offense? That seemed to be his character. Old Master Hai spoke gently. "We were just discussing how Mr. Rong has an exceptional daughter, unlike my own disappointing grandson." Rong Royale's face lit up with surprise. A figure as distinguished as Old Master Hai was discussing her in private? "This is my daughter, Yao Yao," Rong Wangtian introduced. "She has always been well-behaved and easy to manage. Receiving compliments from Mr. Hai is indeed a blessing she has earned from her past life." Old Master Hai glanced at Rong Royale, furrowing his brow. "Does Mr. Rong not also have a daughter named Rong Yu?" The smile on Rong Wangtian's lips faltered. How could Old Master Hai know Rong Yu's name? Oh, right. Rong Yu was indeed present at the banquet tonight. He recalled a month ago when he had brought Rong Yu to a gathering, where she had audaciously called out Old Master Ji's full name in front of a crowd, causing the Ji family's president, Ji Ziyuan, to turn dark with displeasure. This eldest daughter truly was a source of constant concern. Just as Old Master Hai was about to praise Rong Yu, the words caught in his throat. How could such a prodigy be regarded as an unremarkable child in the eyes of her own father? A genius, after all, should disdain all conventions. That would suffice. The elder Hai spoke coldly, remarking that General Manager Rong was excessively harsh towards his own daughter. He took a moment to glance at old Master Ji, who responded with a disdainful roll of his eyes. In that fleeting moment of realization, he seemed to understand why the old man held such a fondness for Rong Yu. Despite their lack of collaboration with the Rong family, it was uncertain whether he should offer a word of caution. His expression turned decidedly frosty. The first phase of the project between the Rong and Hai families felt somewhat lacking, and thus, the contract for the second phase would be temporarily shelved. Rong Wangtian stood frozen in place. He had merely intended to greet Mr. Hai and strengthen their relationship. Yet he found himself inexplicably faced with the cancellation of the second phase of collaboration. Had he uttered some inappropriate remark? All he did was critique Rong Yu. Surely, criticizing Rong Yu would align with the elder Hai's sentiments. Why then did it result in such an outcome? Mr. Hai, Rong Ruoyao interjected hurriedly. May I inquire about the specific deficiencies of the Rong family? I assure you my father will take the necessary steps to improve. The elder Hai cast her a sidelong glance before turning to leave. Rong Ruoyao felt an acute sense of embarrassment. Hadn't Mr. Hai expressed his admiration for her, continuously praising her excellence and facilitating collaboration with the Rong family? Why then did he regard her with such disdain, as if she were unwelcome? Rong Wangtian, flustered, urged, Yao Yao, come with me to have a word with old Master Hai. Rong Ruoyao pressed her lips together, stating, since old Master Hai has made such a declaration, it indicates that our products do indeed possess shortcomings. The components in the workshop were produced under my direct supervision. How could there possibly be a flaw? Rong Wangtian murmured. There must be some other reason. Rong Ruoyao raised her gaze. The Rong family has only previously collaborated with small to medium-sized enterprises. This is our first engagement with such a large conglomerate. The standards for product quality are naturally elevated with a major corporation, which simply illustrates that the Rong family's foundation remains insufficient. Even with such a splendid opportunity, we are unable to seize it. As the father and daughter departed the banquet hall, their expressions were glum. Just as they descended the steps, two individuals hurriedly approached them. These two were the wife and father-in-law of Yu Qingba, Rong Yu's cousin. Following the full moon banquet the previous day, Mr. Hong had been blocked by Manager Zheng. It was evident that Manager Zheng had refused to collaborate with his supermarket due to the Rong family's influence. He had exerted considerable effort to gather information and learned that General Manager Rong was attending a banquet at the Tang family's residence. Consequently, he had patiently waited outside the banquet hall for over 2 hours, finally managing to catch sight of him. General Manager Rong. Mr. Hong greeted him eagerly. Rong Wangtian did not recognize him. Hong Xia spoke up. Rong Yu truly is something. When I married Yu Qingba, she never extended an invitation to General Manager Rong to join us for a toast. Rong Wangtian furrowed his brow. Yu Qingba, Yu Shun's son. Is he from Yu family? He queried coldly. What do you want? Mr. Hong hastily replied. Could you possibly speak to Manager Zheng of the Ji family on our behalf? Just mention that Rong Yu is part of our Hong family, and urge him not to cancel the collaboration. Chapter 91. Upon returning to the Rong residence, Rong Yu found herself utterly disregarded. Rong Wangtian's brow was tightly knit, his demeanor impatient. I have no acquaintance with Manager Zheng, he retorted. He had an array of pressing matters to attend to and could not spare the time to assist the Yu family. General Manager is merely jesting, he added. Father Hong accompanied with a smile. If President Rong were unaware of Manager Zheng, how could Manager Zheng decide to withdraw from our collaboration with Hongyun Supermarket simply because of a child's temper tantrum? That incident was truly a misunderstanding. Had I known that Rong Yu was President Rong's daughter, I would have treated her as an esteemed guest and ensured that matters did not escalate to this extent. President Rong, please show some magnanimity and assist us. Rong Ruoyao, incredulous, interjected. Are you saying that a manager from the G Group cancelled cooperation with you due to Rong Yu? Father Hong nodded repeatedly. But how could a high school student possess such influence? Rong Wangtian pinched the bridge of his nose, stating, I am not acquainted with Manager Zheng, and my daughter is even less likely to know him. It is more plausible that your supermarket failed to meet certain standards, leading to the cancellation of the partnership. He had no desire to linger on the matter, taking Rong Ruoyao and departing. Father Hong hurriedly pursued them. President Rong, I implore you to act as an intermediary and speak kindly on our behalf. I am willing to concede 2% of the profits to you. President Rong entered the car, which swiftly drove away. Father Hong frowned, pondering whether the Rong family truly had no connection to this matter. Yet, he reasoned, President Rong would not deceive him. Rong Yu traveled directly to the 4th Aerospace Institute. It seemed there was a significant project underway, as the institute was ablaze with lights, and an array of vehicles filled the entrance. Lin Rang awaited her at the steps. She hurried over, senior brother. Lin Rang's expression was grave as he spoke. The Huaxia space station has encountered an unexpected orbital anomaly due to the magnetic field influence of the Lighthouse Nation satellite, resulting in an unpredictable slight deviation that is exponentially increasing over time. If not addressed promptly, it may plummet into the void of space, just as the Lighthouse Nation desires. Rong Yu listened intently. Upon entering the hall, she was confronted by a large group of at least 20 or 30 individuals. Professor Lin. A man in his 40s spoke first, his gaze landing on Rong Yu's head. Could this be one of Academician Yun's new students? Lin Rang gently replied, Junior sister. These are all students of Professor Min. This is Professor Li, and this is Professor Wang. These few are PhD candidates, while those are graduate students. Rong Yu was suddenly struck by a bout of face blindness. Recognizing so many individuals at once, with their similar features and names, proved to be quite overwhelming. It's alright if you can't remember everyone, Lin Rang chuckled softly. Even Academician Min often mistakenly calls his own students by the wrong names. It is perfectly normal for outsiders to do the same. Professor Li's lips twitched slightly, forcing a smile as he remarked. It seems Professor Lin is envious of our lively gathering. After all, Academician Yun has only taken in 2 students, one confined to a wheelchair and the other still in high school. It must be quite lonely for him, conducting research without assistance. Would you like me to arrange for a few of my junior brothers to lend a hand? Lin Rang was left speechless. His mobility issues prevented him from completing many tasks that required physical effort, leaving him to handle matters personally. As a student, he indeed lacked certain capabilities. Thank you for your kind offer, Professor Li, Rong Yu replied with clear eyes. However, given that Academician Min has so many students assisting him, why is it that the research outcomes have not surpassed those of our mentor? Upon hearing this, Lin Rang could not help but laugh. The words of the junior sister struck a chord, leaving Professor Li visibly pale. Rong Yu hurried to clarify, please do not misunderstand. I am not suggesting that Academician Min is inferior to our esteemed teacher. Implicitly, he meant that the students surrounding Academician Min were of little value. This revelation only deepened the pallor of Professor Li's group. Why are Professors Lin and Li standing here, engaged in conversation? Dr. Wang Xiaoli stepped forward. Noting that most departments had gathered and cooperation was urgently needed, they proceeded into the innermost core, where professionals from various fields convened around a large round table. Only the leadership, academicians, professors, and experts were permitted at the table, while the rest stood by the periphery. Rong Yu, a mere high school student, occupied the lowest rung of this hierarchy. Obediently, she stood behind her teacher, clutching a notebook to swiftly record the insights shared by the eminent figures. The attitude control system frequently reported errors, yet hardware diagnostics appeared normal. Ground radar indicated chaotic fluctuations in orbital parameters, necessitating the use of a linear model for orbital correction. A consortium of experts deliberated numerous solutions, collaborating across departments. The mathematics team was tasked with re-establishing the chaotic parameter equations to amend the orbital model. Yun Xiaoyuan and Min Shinin, often collaborators on such challenges, set aside their grievances to jointly formulate the equations. However, something felt amiss. Yun Xiaoyuan furrowed her brow, questioning why the errors were escalating. Min Shinin interjected. This segment of the calculations was assigned to Lin Rang. Lin Rang, please review and verify your work. Perhaps there was an error in your calculations. Lin Rang, with a grave expression, replied, I have checked 3 times, and indeed, the errors are increasing. According to this model, the space station will descend within 24 hours. Professor Li, skeptical of his findings, took the draft paper. Let me take a look. His 7 or 8 students simultaneously engaged in calculations. After more than an hour, the atmosphere grew somber. The newly established chaotic parameter equations failed to rectify the anomalous fluctuations. In fact, they hastened the descent. Yun Xiaoyuan's brow was tightly knit. What could possibly be wrong? Cursed Lighthouse Nation. Min Shinin slammed his fist on the table, infuriated at what he perceived as underhanded tactics to prevent China from surpassing them. Yet, anger would not resolve their predicament. Yun Xiaoyuan spoke, time is running out. We must reconfigure the chaotic parameters and amend the equations. Lin Rang, you and your fellow students must continue the calculations, ensuring that 3 individuals advance each step simultaneously to avoid minute errors. Min Shinin could not suppress a mutter. See? This is when the advantage of numbers truly reveals itself. Yun Xiaoyuan shot him a glance, and he fell silent. At that moment, a voice emerged. I believe the overall direction of the equations is sound. It is merely that a variable has been omitted. Rong Yu, who had maintained a low profile since the outset, sat in the corner, head bowed, diligently calculating with her notebook. 4 to 5 hours passed, and she remained in the same posture. Professor Lee pondered, thinking how this child seemed oblivious to the situation, not even offering to serve water during such a busy time. Yet she was not his junior sister, and he had no standing to command her. Otherwise, Lin Rang might retaliate. During the discussion between the two academicians, the child unexpectedly interjected. Chapter 92. I do not like Uncle Ko. I prefer my father. As Rong Yu stood up, her legs went numb, nearly causing her to stumble. She steadied herself against the table for a moment before approaching Yun Xiaoyuan, handing over the last piece of paper in her hand. Teacher, by employing the Lyapunov exponent, we can identify the source of the magnetic field resonance. I believe that applying a precise thrust at the source is sufficient to disrupt the current chaotic state and eliminate the magnetic field interference. Min Shanin was once again astonished by Rong Yu's mathematical prowess. A high school student who was aware of the Lyapunov exponent and could present such unique insights was indeed remarkable. Regardless of the correctness of her idea, she was evidently engaged in thoughtful problem-solving and possessed the courage to voice her thoughts. Professor Lee furrowed his brow. Apply thrust? Rong Yu nodded. By launching a thruster, we can increase the thrust, but we need to calculate this thrust value. I require at least 20 people to assist with the calculations. Wait, Professor Lee raised his hand. Do you have any idea how much a space thruster is worth? Are we to waste a thruster for just one of your suggestions? Do you understand the severe consequences if a counterreaction occurs, potentially leading to the space station's demise? There will be no counterreaction, Rong Yu replied calmly, assuring him that the dire outcomes he described would not transpire. Let us proceed as Xiao Yu suggested, Yun Xiaoyuan decisively stated. Rather than altering our trajectory, it is more prudent to eliminate the magnetic field effect. Lin Rang, assist your junior sister. I will report the final plan to the director. Professor Lee's eyes widened. Was this truly the final plan? He looked toward Min Shanin, hoping for a word of intervention. However, he found Min Shanin's gaze fixed on Rong Yu with admiration. As Min Shanin's first student, he understood all too well what such a look entailed. It indicated a strong desire to take Rong Yu under his wing. He spoke up. Junior sister Rong, I will arrange for 20 individuals to assist you. Once Rong Yu immersed herself in her work, she became entirely absorbed. And by the time she submitted her findings to the two academicians, she glanced outside to find the sun shining brightly. She had remained there from around 7 or 8 the previous evening until well past 2 the following afternoon. Throughout this time, she had neither eaten nor drank, nor had she taken a moment to rest. A yawn escaped her lips as she made her way outside. Approaching the door, she contemplated hailing a taxi, only to find Ji Ziyuan's car parked at the entrance. She walked over and tapped on the window. How long have you been waiting? Ji Ziyuan exited the vehicle and opened the door for her. I just arrived. In truth, he had been waiting since his great-grandmother was urgently summoned to the research institute the night before, initially expecting her to emerge promptly. Unforeseen delays had led to his prolonged wait. Nevertheless, he found it inconsequential, as much of his work could be handled directly from the car. Ji Ziyuan intended to take her out for a meal, but she fell asleep in the car. Upon arriving at the estate, the elderly Master Ji was nearly distressed, instructing 2 maids to carry Rong Yu gently into her room. She slept soundly from 3 or 4 in the afternoon until after 8 that evening, awakening refreshed. She rose and descended the stairs, where an elderly man and a young girl, Grandpa Ji and Duo, simultaneously lifted their heads. Old Yu, prepare the meal. Grandpa Ji bellowed with vigor, leaning toward Rong Yu. Mother, you are not yet a researcher, and the institute is already exploiting you. Shall we quit? Rong Yu settled at the dining table and replied, if you don't work, I won't either. Shall we allow the Lighthouse Nation to dominate space? The mere mention of the Lighthouse Nation ignited anger in every Chinese heart. Once among the great powers, now in an era of peace, the Lighthouse Nation still engages in covert operations, whether in trade wars or biological warfare, and now they have even commenced a space war.
Grandpa,
With a heart full of patriotic fervor, fell silent on this topic, merely serving Rong Yu a generous chicken leg. Rong Yu had only eaten to half her satisfaction when Butler Yu hurried into the dining room. Master, Miss Rong, Miss Lan Yu has arrived. Before Grandpa Ji could respond, Ji Ziyuan, seated on the sofa engrossed in his notebook, raised his head first. Lan Yu? Miss Lan Yu had come alone, without Miss Lan. Butler Yu looked up. Shall I let her in? Daddy. I want Daddy. Lan Yu's wails echoed from the entrance, heart-wrenching and desperate. Just as Butler Yu was about to attend to her, Lan Yu broke free from the servant's grasp and dashed into the dining room, leaping toward Ji Yuan. He instinctively stood to protect his notebook, which contained vital documents. Lan Yu missed her target and fell onto the carpet. Daddy, do you not want me anymore? She cried, sitting on the floor, her face streaked with tears. I miss you so much, Daddy. I want you to hold me. Ji Yuan's heart softened uncontrollably. When Lan Yu was born, she had been the first to be cradled in his arms. After years of caring for her, how could he so easily let go? But soon, he recalled the betrayal of Lan Roshue. Lan Roshue had sent Lan Yu to the Ji household, likely with some ulterior motive. He had no time to indulge her games. Daddy, why are you ignoring me? Lan Yu sobbed, nearly fainting. Mommy works until 11 or 12 every night, and I am so scared at home alone. I want to go to Mommy's company, but Uncle Ko won't allow it. He finds me troublesome. I don't like Uncle Ko, I like Daddy. I want Daddy and Mommy to get married. Ji Yuan furrowed his brow. After the Trojan virus incident, Ko's technology suffered immense losses, plummeting to new lows. It was during this time that Lan Roshue entered Ko's firm as an administrative manager. Since she had chosen Ko Xing, their relationship was irreparably severed. His connection with Lan Yu had been predicated on Lan Roshue being his girlfriend. Now that they had broken up, what concern did he have for Lan Yu? Daddy, please don't.
Lani Wesklim Hitstokali.
I beg you. Let me stay with the Ji family. I don't want to be alone at home. I am really scared. Duo bit her lip, feeling a twinge of pity for Lan Yu. But she knew it was wrong. If Lan Yu stayed, she would take her father away. She could not afford to be soft-hearted. Chapter 93. Lan Yu, I am not your father. You should call me Uncle Ji. Lan Yu clung to Ji Yuan's leg. Her chin raised as tears cascaded down her cheeks, soaking the carpet beneath her. Xiaoya, I am not your father. You should call me Uncle Ji. Ji Yuan bent down to help her up, stating, only a man who has truly married your mother can be called Dad. Do you understand? With tear-filled eyes, Lan Yu rolled on the ground, wailing, I don't understand. I refuse to acknowledge that. I will call you Dad. Dad. You are my father. Xiaoya. As Lan Roshue entered the Ji residence, she was met with this distressing scene. Ji Yuan sat on the sofa, while her daughter lay on the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. Despite the presence of numerous adults in the room, no one had come to assist Xiaoya. Anger surged through her, causing her to tremble as she rushed over and scooped Lan Yu into her arms. With her eyes ablaze, she confronted Ji Yuan. How can you be so callous? Even if she were a stranger, one should help her up. Xiaoya has called you Dad for 4 or 5 years. In her heart, you are her only father. Why must you treat her with such cruelty? Roshue, that's not quite right, Ji Zhouya interjected, momentarily lifting his gaze from his game. One night at the riverside, we distinctly heard Xiaoya calling another man Dad. Since she has a new candidate for father, why should my elder brother still indulge in this farce? Lan Roshue felt her blood run cold. Had Ji Yuan known of Ko Xing's existence so early on? This man, who had clearly lost faith in her, continued to play the role of a loving boyfriend with such deep cunning and malice. Thankfully, she had withdrawn in time, otherwise, she would have been left with nothing but scraps. Yet, Ji Yuan's patience had worn thin. He picked up his laptop and retreated to his study, closing the door behind him. You see? He has already disowned you. Why do you still cling to him? Lan Roshue pulled the weeping Lan Yu toward the exit. She had no need for the Ji family's vehicle and hailed a taxi, heading straight for Ko's technology. Now employed at Ko's technology, she found herself overwhelmed with responsibilities, frequently working overtime. As she pondered her work, her phone rang. It was Ko Xing calling. Roshue, where have you been? Have you contacted the CEOs? I asked you to? Why is Xiaoya so inconsiderate? Ko Xing's voice dripped with impatience. Adults have work to do. Can't she make things a little easier? You should quickly find a nanny to take care of her daily needs. Lan Roshue's expression darkened. Didn't I tell you? A few years ago, I hired 3 or 4 nannies, but they always abused Xiaoya when I wasn't around, so she hung up abruptly, biting her lip. These CEOs were clients she had entertained during her time at G Group, and they had always treated her with utmost courtesy. Ko Xing sought to use her as a conduit to establish cooperation with them. In his eyes, she was not a girlfriend but merely a pawn, drained of her worth. Mom, I don't like Uncle Ko. Lan Yue's voice trembled with emotion. Uncle Ko always says I'm unreasonable and disobedient. Being with him makes me very unhappy. I still prefer Dad Ji. He spoils me, loves me, and protects me.
Ah,
Lan Rushue let out a cold laugh, asserting that if he truly loved her, he would not have driven them away. Having chosen Ko Xing, she resolved to tread this dark path with determination. Her professional capabilities were commendable. As long as she assisted Ko's technology in overcoming its challenges, she would soon become the matriarch of the company. Rong Yu dismissed these troubling thoughts. After finishing her meal, she ventured to the balcony to practice her songs. Her group members were required to check in 100 times a day, and having lost much of the day, she needed to catch up in the evening. Her voice, clear and melodious, poured forth, captivating all who heard it. Duodua's practice room was also on the balcony. After listening a few times, she noted the score and began to accompany Rong Yu. With the music added, the song became even more enchanting. As the performance concluded, a throng of servants gathered below. Miss Rong is amazing. Once she debuts, we'll be her veteran fans. Get away, you're no veterans. Old Master G's had popped out, declaring, I am the true veteran. Duo raised her hand, and I, too, am a little veteran. Rong Yu couldn't help but chuckle. The next day, she rose early and, on her way to school, passed by the G Group building. This iconic structure of Haiqing towered majestically, bustling with life during the morning rush hour. Suddenly, she spotted a familiar figure. I stopped the car. Ji Zhouye quickly pulled over. Rong Yu opened the door and walked towards the G building, where, indeed, a crowd had gathered around her cousin, Yu Qingbai. Hong Xia exclaimed loudly. The G Group, relying on its status as Haiqing's leading conglomerate, is openly poaching from our small supermarket. Is there no law? She could hardly believe that Yu Qingbai had been reemployed by G Group. Her husband must remain at the supermarket, toiling away. She would not allow him to spread his wings and escape. Yu Qingbai's face turned pale with fear. After all we've been through, must you be so ruthless? Aren't you the manager of Hongyun Supermarket? Hong Xia scoffed. The supermarket has not received your resignation. Nor have they agreed to your departure or processed any paperwork. Your records remain with your former employer. I refuse to believe G Group would dare breach a labor contract to hire you. The commotion caught the attention of the lobby manager of G Group, who soon emerged. The manager, having grasped the situation, turned to Yu Qingbai. Where is your resignation letter? Let me see it. Yu Qingbai was left speechless.
indeed.
He was the manager of Hongyun Supermarket, but he had been coerced into that position, with his in-laws forbidding him to resign. How could he possibly have a resignation letter? The manager's gaze was piercing. It seems what they said is true. Since your previous company has not settled your departure, I'm afraid G Group must terminate your employment. In that moment, Yu Qingbai felt as though all hope had been extinguished. He merely wished to escape the quagmire that was the Hong family, yet it seemed an insurmountable challenge. Wait, came Rong Yu's voice as she pushed through the crowd. Upon seeing her, the brows of the Hong family duo twitched in unison. Although President Rong insisted that Manager Zheng's matters had no bearing on Rong Yu, an inexplicable intuition informed them that Rong Yu was not an ordinary individual. You claim that Yu Qingbai holds the position of manager at Hongyun Supermarket? Rong Yu spoke with an air of nonchalance. During an employee's tenure, the company is obligated to contribute to Social Security and housing funds, and it must also fulfill its tax obligations. Should these records remain elusive, it would suggest that your Hongyun Supermarket is in violation of labor laws and is willfully evading taxes. Perhaps a thorough investigation by the authorities is warranted? Mr. Hong was momentarily stunned. He had treated his son-in-law like a mere beast of burden, failing to pay him a salary each month. How could there have been any contributions to Social Security or taxes? If the matter were to be scrutinized, would the relevant departments truly believe that his modest supermarket was engaged in tax evasion? He dared not utter a word, hastily pulling Hong Xia away. Yu Qingbai cast a complex gaze toward Rong Yu. Xiao Yu, had you not appeared just in time, I would have been at a loss for what to do. Rong Yu could not help but remark, given the circumstances, why haven't you filed for divorce? I have already initiated divorce proceedings, Yu Qingbai sighed. The house was purchased with my parents' lifelong savings, yet somehow it has been transferred to Hong Xia's name. If I were to divorce, I would effectively be leaving with nothing, and I would likely lose custody of my child. I feel a twinge of resentment, but as long as I can obtain a divorce, it suffices. I am still young and can start anew. She glanced at the time. I have a class to attend, so I must take my leave. Rong Yu sent a message to Ji Ziyuan, requesting him to make necessary arrangements. The academic rigors of senior year were intense and fulfilling, and Rong Yu relished this bustling sensation. Just as she solved an equation, she overheard a group of classmates quietly discussing plans for Saturday. They intended to gather at 7 in the morning at the entrance of G's Entertainment to secure prime positioning. I will be making support banners and light boards. So, I might be a little late. Rong Yu paused, recalling the previous Saturday when her classmates had gathered outside the studio to show their support during her second performance. Unable to enter the venue, they had arranged to watch the live broadcast on the large screen in the square together to cheer her on. The camaraderie among classmates was indeed a rare gem. She spoke up, "There's no need for such trouble. You can all enter the venue directly. There are seats available." The class leader looked taken aback. "Is that for real? But we won't have voting rights." Rong Yu pulled out her phone. "I will provide each of you with a QR code. You can scan it to gain entry." There was a substantial area reserved for family members in the internal section, and it wouldn't be a significant issue to clear it out in advance. Rong Yu, you are incredible." The class monitor was nearly beside herself with excitement. "I have never seen a live event before. This will be my first, and I can hardly imagine the joy it will bring me." The entire class erupted in elation, chattering animatedly amongst themselves. Rong Yu cleared her throat. "However, if this becomes too distracting from our studies, I believe we should reconsider." As soon as she uttered this, the classroom fell silent. Everyone promptly settled down, diligently beginning to write their exams, scribbling fervently, fearful of being reprimanded by Rong Yu. Pei Yaru was utterly astonished. How had these students suddenly become so driven? As the evening bell rang, a throng of students surrounded Rong Yu, offering her a myriad of suggestions. "Sister, your left profile is simply exquisite. You ought to keep it facing the camera tomorrow. How can a lyrical song be adorned in red? White would be far more suitable." The crowd buzzed with incessant chatter. Rong Royale stood at the school gate, gazing at Rong Yu in the center of the throng, her heart heavy with unspoken emotions. This sister, who initially transferred to the first high school and shared a class with her, had once faced ostracism, devoid of any friends. Yet now, having moved to the science class, every boy and girl in the room was remarkably kind to her, all having become her admirers. In contrast, not a single friend from her own class was willing to attend her performances. It was understandable, though. Her class, the elite liberal arts class, consisted solely of top students, far too preoccupied to attend any shows. Rong Yu's class, notorious for its poor academic performance, was filled with individuals more interested in leisure and revelry, destined to regret their choices when university admissions loomed. Yao Song Hui approached. "How many questions did you get wrong in today's Olympiad training? Shall I explain them to you?" The mention of the Olympiad left Rong Ruiyao feeling bewildered. More critically, her time for practicing singing and dancing had been drastically curtailed. Song Hui frowned, skeptical that someone who had struggled with the day as questions could suddenly grasp them alone. He chose not to press the issue further. Shun Lin poured her a cup of throat-soothing tea. "Did you find any time to practice your singing and dancing at school today?" "I was stuck in the Olympiad training class all day. It was utterly exhausting," Rong Royale lamented. "Mom, can I withdraw from the Olympiad class?" Shun Lin's brows knitted together. "Absolutely not." Her tone softened slightly. "Your education is your greatest asset. Winning an award in the Olympiad carries immense value in the entertainment industry. Do you realize how prestigious that is?" Rong Royale bit her lip, aware that the entertainment realm often favored those with lower academic qualifications, which is why the image of an academic achiever drew so much admiration. Yet the Olympiad was exceedingly challenging. Chapter 95. You must at least survive until this winter. It was Tang Che. You, his face, lined with wrinkles, bore a cultured and elegant smile. "You still study as diligently as before." As he began to rise, Rong Yu swiftly stepped forward, placing her hand on his shoulder. "Please be careful." "I'm much better now," Tang Che replied, reaching out to take a scroll from Butler Tang. He had been in particularly good spirits lately and had found time to create a painting. "You, take a look. Does it still reflect my former standards?" Rong Yu unfurled the scroll, momentarily taken aback. After all these years, Tang Che had remembered that she had a small mole adorning her ear. It seemed he had never truly let go. "Wow, Uncle Tang, your painting is truly magnificent." Grandfather Ji interjected, breaking the peculiar atmosphere. He took the scroll from Rong Yu, examining it from every angle, captivated.
Mom,
"Can I hang this painting that Uncle Tang gifted you in my room?" Rong Yu turned to Tang Che, seeking his opinion. "What do you think?" Tang Che continued to smile warmly. "Of course." He paused before asking, I'd like to attend your performance tomorrow. May I be present at your stage?" "Absolutely not." Rong Yu replied candidly. "Within Bao at that age attending the performance, I'm already on edge. Please don't test my heart's endurance." Rong Yu felt a slight headache creeping in. Though the antics of the elderly are somewhat forgivable, especially given their advanced age. Tang Che and Ayu. If you do not grant me this opportunity, it may be the last I ever have. Tang Che, with his silver hair and aged eyes, gazes quietly at Rong Yu. Her heart softens utterly. What else can she do but nod in acquiescence? Early the next morning, as she awakens from slumber, she hears Tang Che's voice resonating from downstairs. Ing Bao, what does support club mean? Can I join? Ing Bao, how do you access those expressions?
Can you teach me?
Ing Bao, what does onlookers mean? Descending the stairs. Rong Yu encounters two elderly figures, one a century old and the other in their 70s, both with white hair, their heads huddled together, grappling with something that eludes their understanding. Elder Ji exclaims, Duo, come look. It just exited. How do we get back in? Despite her youth, Duo learns quickly. She taps the screen, demonstrating, like this, and it's done. Save this webpage, and you can access it directly from here. Elder Ji finally comprehends, exclaiming, Oh, Duo. You are truly clever. Duo's eyes crinkle in a smile. Rong Yu descends further, saying, Ing Bao, you needn't go to the site today. Stay home and read. Elder Ji, unable to meet her gaze, lowers his head to nibble on a steamed bun, muttering, I know, I will definitely read a book. As for where he reads, that is left to his discretion. Rong Yu pokes him lightly on the head, recalling how, at 7 or 8, he was similarly disobedient, sneaking out to play. Even now, at such an advanced age, he persists in such antics. She shakes her head. Yuan, send a few more people to accompany him. After breakfast, Rong Yu rides in the Tang family's car to G Entertainment. Tang Che has specifically chosen a modest vehicle, which takes them directly to the recording studio's entrance. She will forever remember the year she was to study abroad, when it was agreed he would escort her to the dock. Yet, due to a sudden political upheaval, he missed the chance to see her off. It was from that moment on that she encountered that man who gradually exited her life, without warning. Rong Yu presses her lips together. We promise to enjoy the snow together. You must at least live to see this winter. Tang Che nods gently. Rest assured. My will to survive is strong. In the past, childless and alone, he wished to leave this world early. But now, circumstances have changed. As she alights from the car and strides toward the red carpet, the live broadcast commences. A throng of fans has already gathered, fervently shouting names from various fan clubs. Just as she signs autographs and prepares to enter the recording studio, she catches sight of familiar figures among the crowd. It is Ing Bao and Duo, but also Haida Dun and Sima Gang. The three elders and the young one wear masks, sneaking about in the crowd. Yet, despite their disguises, their age is evident, causing younger folks to steer clear of them. Elder Hai, with a puzzled expression, inquires, Why is it that as soon as we arrive, they leave? Elder C responds, Perhaps it's due to the scent of age we carry? Not quite, comes the reply. Dodo softly remarked that they feared encroaching upon the venerable elders, as a fall could incur significant financial repercussions. The esteemed Elder G raised his light board and instructed, When I shout, you shall echo my call. Clearing his throat, he exclaimed, Rong Yu. Elder Hai wiped his face, muttering, I cannot bring myself to shout. The thought of being discovered as the Hai family chairman chasing after stars would be utterly humiliating. Yet you have allied with Rong Wang Tian for Rong Yu's sake, so why not bolster Rong Yu's presence? Elder G adjusted his mask, assuring himself that with such formidable disguises, it was improbable anyone would recognize them. Is that you, Elder? A student representative from class 20 spotted Elder G and Dodo from afar. Elder G felt a pang of annoyance. How could they be recognized? The class leader leaned in. Look. The elder has his own light board, and it appears far more sophisticated than ours. Elder G chuckled foolishly, knowing full well the expense he had incurred for such a board. Furrowing his brow, the class leader gazed at the other two elders. Are you gentlemen also fans of Rong Yu? Elder Hai and Elder C exchanged perplexed glances, neither nodding nor shaking their heads. They were not fans. Rather, they had been dragged along by Elder G to experience the brilliance of Rong Yu in person. Indeed, the student representative mused aloud. Rong Yu is a top scholar. She must have many adoring fans among mothers and grandfathers alike. Ji Zhouye was also present in the crowd, urging, enough chatter, let us shout the slogan and not be overshadowed. Rong Yu. The starlight is unwavering. Rong Yu. The starlight is unwavering. The youthful exuberance of the assembled class created a powerful, harmonious chorus, so much so that even the mosquitoes took flight in fright. Elder G joined in the chant, while Elder Hai looked left and Elder C looked right. The fervor of the crowd rendered them conspicuously out of place, inexplicably transforming from mere bystanders into fervent supporters. Chapter 96. Rong Ruoyao's choice of a partner is truly intriguing. Backstage at the studio, all members were prepared. The host, microphone in hand, announced, "After a week of intensive practice, I trust everyone's singing and dancing skills have undergone remarkable transformation. The audience eagerly anticipates your performances. To begin, let us engage in a small game to alleviate the tension." Rong Ruoyao frowned slightly, wondering why they were playing games at such a crucial moment instead of rehearsing. The host, with a smile, explained, "The game is simple, a group relay of push-ups. The group with the highest count will gain priority in selecting their performance order." Upon hearing this, the room erupted in cries of despair. "I cannot do push-ups at all. With the performance order at stake." Even those who lacked the skill had to participate. With 8 members in a group, if each did 10 push-ups, that would total 80. Come on, sisters. Let us give it our all. Even for dance students, push-ups posed a challenge, let alone those who were purely vocalists. After pondering for a moment, Rong Ruoyao raised her hand. "My group consists of only 7 members. May I request an external aid?" Chi had been ousted, leaving her group indeed short 1 member. Rong Ruoyao pointed decisively at a camera, that one. The cameraman was a robust man, his muscular arms betraying a rigorous training regimen. As her finger directed attention, a distinct sound resonated in the live broadcast room. A group of girls engaged in gaming, with Rong Ruoyao selecting a male participant. How amusing. I had genuinely believed her to be beautiful and benevolent, but little did I expect such cunning beneath her facade. She possesses the freedom to choose. And we too are entitled to our disdain. What is the harm? Ruoyao's team is 1 member short. Is this fair to her? She merely seeks to secure a favorable order for her appearance. Must this be met with scorn? I suspect you are nothing but rabid dogs sent by the opposing faction. Indiscriminately biting. In the live stream, fans from different factions began to clash. Inside the studio, the expressions of dozens of girls were far from pleasant. Yet, under the gaze of so many cameras, despite their myriad thoughts, the girls dared not voice their opinions, fearing the wrath of Rong Ruoyao's followers. He promptly announced, "You have 5 minutes to warm up. We shall commence in 5 minutes." Su Tian felt tears welling up. In physical education class, when forced by the teacher, I could only manage 5 push-ups. "Oh dear, I'm going to hold the team back." Li Inger revealed her little arm muscles, proudly declaring, "No worries. I can do 40. "Then you go first. Establish dominance from the outset," Rong Yu suggested, while the others could arrange themselves as they pleased. He would be the last. The remaining girls were of similar skill levels, so their order was inconsequential. The 5 minutes swiftly elapsed, and with the sound of a whistle, the push-up relay commenced. In Rong Ruoyao's group, the male cameraman was the first to perform. Though slightly anxious under the spotlight, his desire to showcase himself was palpable. He effortlessly completed over 50 push-ups, still brimming with energy. Meanwhile, the other groups had already sent in their 3rd or 4th members. 67, 68, 72. This number astounded the entire venue. The total count of all the girls from the other groups might not even reach 70. Rong Ruoyao subtly curled her lips in a smile. She was aware that such tactics were somewhat unscrupulous. By doing so, she could secure a priority in the order of performance. In the previous show, Rong Yu's group had been the last to perform, enjoying a distinct advantage that led them to clinch the first prize in the public performance. She too aspired to be the final act. She glanced at Rong Yu's group. Li Inger had managed 41, while Su Tian had only completed 3, and the subsequent girls were equally underwhelming, totaling just over 60. A smirk curled at her lips. She would take the stage last, at the same time as Rong Yu. Rong Ruoyao's group had already amassed 130 push-ups. She symbolically completed 3 before concluding. "Yu Jie, don't put too much pressure on yourself," Su Tian soothed, massaging her shoulders. "With someone coming in last, we will at least be second to last. It's nothing to worry about." The last place group, led by Lisa, quietly sipped their milk tea. Rong Yu removed his jacket and stepped onto the stage, gracefully bending down. His hands pressing against the ground, his elongated neck forming a graceful arc. In her era, nearly everyone enlisted in the military. Her brothers were soldiers, and she often found herself playing in the barracks, training alongside those green recruits. Push-ups were not a challenge for her. However, her body had not undergone rigorous training, leaving her uncertain of how many she could perform. Rong Yu executed each push-up with unwavering composure, her body rising and falling gracefully. the tip of her nose nearly grazing the ground during the descent, and her arms fully extended during the ascent. While all the other girls had finished, she remained on the field. The previously raucous room fell silent, yet the live stream exploded with excitement. Incredible. Rong Yu's form in performing push-ups was impeccable. Had she trained for this? Her core strength was astonishing, truly remarkable. Su Tian was utterly astonished, having expected Rong Yu to manage only 10. Yet she was executing nearly 100 in one breath. Rong Yu! Rong Yu!
Li Ying'er shouted loudly.
The group could not contain their enthusiasm, calling out her name in unison. Lisa set down her milk tea and joined in, cheering, Rong Yu, go for it. In her eyes, Rong Royale was no match for her. She would rather see Rong Yu's team triumph than witness Rong Royale bask in undeserved glory. The cheers grew louder. Rong Yu. Rong Yu. Rong Yu looked up at the host and inquired, how many have I done? Her voice remained steady, revealing ample energy left in reserve. Currently, the leading team, led by Rong Royale, had completed 133 push-ups. It was merely a simple game, and Rong Yu felt no need to prove anything. She supported herself on one hand, placing the other behind her back, and maintained a steady pause for 3 seconds before elegantly rising to stand upright. Applause erupted, followed by a wave of cheers. Su Tian, Li Ying'er, and others rushed over, lifting Rong Yu high into the air. Stop, stop, stop! Rong Yu exclaimed, attempting to quell their excitement. It was merely a game victory, not a grand performance. Why such fervor? Haha, it just feels incredibly exhilarating.
Su Tian exclaimed,
her face alight with enthusiasm. Sister Yu, you are truly amazing. I declare you my idol from now on. The host announced. Congratulations to Rong Yu's team for securing first place, granting them the privilege of choosing their performance order. Afterward, the host requested that team leader Rong Yu and her members confer before providing their decision. Chapter 97. Old G, you are anything but composed now. Rong Royale stood frozen. She had chosen a man as her external aid, yet still could not surpass Rong Yu. Had she known that Rong Yu's team could achieve 140 push-ups, she would not have limited herself to just 3, especially when she still had strength to spare. If Rong Yu chose to perform last, she would be forced to take the second-to-last spot. However, she was reluctant to be so close to Rong Yu, fearing she would merely be a backdrop to her brilliance. Initially, she felt fortunate to have selected Lisa before Rong Yu gathered a group of lower-ranked members. Yet now, witnessing Rong Yu's strength, she could not fathom why a mere game stirred such a tinge of regret within her. She swallowed her inexplicable remorse and quietly observed the unfolding situation, deep in thought. The initial 3 performances were rather unremarkable, as the audience lacked a clear reference point, leading to particularly cautious voting. Thus, the only choices left were the 5th or 6th. Just as she was about to speak, Rong Yu raised her sketchpad, her voice resonant. Our group will go first. What? First? What was the purpose of all those strenuous push-ups then? The entire venue erupted in chatter. Lisa was taken aback. Going first presents the least advantage. Are you certain, Rong Yu? Absolutely, Rong Yu replied with a smile, stepping onto the stage amidst the audience's eager anticipation. Wasn't he that a splendid choice? Lisa gave her a thumbs up. Going first indeed posed significant disadvantages. One could only say that Rong Yu was exceedingly confident. Deep down, Lisa admired Rong Yu's audacity and bravery. The live broadcast was abuzz with excitement. To dare to choose the first performance, I can only express my admiration with a single word: impressive. However, one must admit that such confidence could border on arrogance. In this group, she was the only one ranked higher, while the others were at the bottom. Choosing to take the stage first displayed a blatant disregard for her teammates' well-being. To venture forth with a ballad as the first performer, was she eager for failure? Rong Royale scoffed. Although she had not secured the top spot in push-ups, she could still opt for the final performance, as long as she achieved her goal. Wasn't he that sufficient? She picked up her pen and inscribed the number 8 on the drawing board. Members from the other groups began to select their performance order. Consequently, the second position remained unchosen. Ultimately, it fell to Lisa's group, who had completed the fewest push-ups, to take the second spot. Thus, the performance order was established. The host announced loudly, "Next, please proceed to the makeup room to prepare. We shall see you on stage." Rong Yu's group hurried into the makeup area. At that moment, the directors collectively rejected this absurd request. However, Director Chen waved his hand, let her have her way. He understood that Rong Yu's background was rather extraordinary, and rather than engage in a dispute, it was wiser to acquiesce. He was also curious to see what kind of stage presence Rong Yu could conjure. The audience settled into their seats. In a corner against the wall was the family section, occupied by classmates from Class 20, along with Elder G, Elder Hi, Elder C, and Duo. Director Chen's brow furrowed. He cautioned, "The cameras are prohibited from scanning this area, and the lights must not be turned on. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." The crew promptly disabled the cameras focused on that section. The lights dimmed. As the stage curtain drew back, warm light illuminated an old gramophone, its brass horn glinting as if polished by the passage of time. Rong Yu emerged slowly from the shadows, donning a beige vintage scarf, and walked steadily to the center of the stage as soothing music began to play. The audience murmured among themselves. Shouldn't the opening be filled with singing and dancing to energize the atmosphere? A ballad was a disadvantage in a competitive setting. Lacking a climactic moment, it would be challenging for the audience to cast their votes. Overly confident individuals often learn a lesson the hard way. Nearby, the younger audience members remarked, "The stage volume is so loud. How could our conversation possibly disturb anything? Moreover, at such an advanced age, what star could one possibly chase? The cacophony of the sound system is deafening. Are they not concerned it might provoke a heart attack? And what is a little girl, merely 4 or 5 years old, doing here instead of playing in the dirt outside? What are they staring at?" Old Master G cast a fierce glare at the group of raucous spectators, demanding silence. Old Master Hi's lips twitched. "Old G, why do I feel you have become so unsteady, even less composed than Duo? Old Master C nodded in agreement. "You resemble a mere young lad." Old Master G snorted dismissively. "He is now a man with a mother. What of being likened to a boy? He yearns to embrace his inner child. He wishes he could reveal to them that he has a mother now, to incite their envy. Alas, this secret must remain locked within his heart. The sensation of not being able to boast is truly unbearable." As the prelude to the performance concluded, the singing commenced. The first to take the stage was expected to be Rong Yu, yet it was Su Tian who began. Su Tian sang in a theatrical style. Clad in a simple student outfit, she infused it with the unique movements of traditional opera. Her voice ebbed and flowed, the ending notes tinged with a subtle grit, reminiscent of a rusty gong being struck, enriching the emotional depth and evoking a poignant response. Su Tian diligently adhered to Rong Yu's guidance, modulating her voice with great precision. She cherished this opportunity to perform and the chance to stand on stage. Her 4 lines of operatic singing brought an instant hush over the audience. Rong Yu stepped forward, adjusting the record player, and the familiar melody filled the air. The lyrics flowed from her lips as each member of the group began to sing. The audience in the live stream erupted upon seeing the lyrics on the screen. "My goodness. This song has been adapted. The melody seemed to resonate within my very soul, reminding me of my mother, who passed away last year. It was heart-wrenching. How could one sing so beautifully?" In Chapter 98, Rong Yu's group shattered their own records. The audience was deeply immersed in the song. Each lyric and every note struck the most vulnerable chords of the heart, bringing forth tears. Suddenly, Old Master G broke down, weeping uncontrollably. At the age of 8, he lost his mother. Those feelings of loneliness, pain, and despair were all too real. Although his mother stood on the stage, he still longed for her. Old Master Hai wiped a tear from the corner of his eye and patted his shoulder. "Old G, it's all right. Our time here is limited. You and your mother will soon be reunited." Old Master G's tears vanished in an instant. He retorted, indignant, "Do not curse me. I intend to live to 100. A century is far too brief." He mused he would prefer to live to 130 or 40, breaking the Guinness World Record. As the song concluded, the audience's soft sobs were palpably evident. After a considerable moment, led by Old Master Hai and Old Master C, thunderous applause erupted. Rong Yu and her entire group bowed in gratitude. Su Tian choked up as she spoke, expressing that the team leader, despite our low rankings, chose to unite us, impacting our song selection and resulting in our choice of this particular ballad. However, the leader asserted that even with a poor hand, we could still deliver a remarkable performance. Furthermore, this song is not a bad choice, but rather a serendipitous opportunity bestowed upon us.
Li Ying continued,
sharing that it was the leader's suggestion to adapt the song into a familial theme, with many sections personally reworked by the leader. This stage has seen the leader pour immense effort into it. Regardless of what others may think, I personally believe our performance was exceptionally brilliant, and I have a deep affection for our group's presentation. Upon hearing that Rong Yu had proposed this adaptation, the naysayers in the live stream erupted in scorn.
"Huh?
Turning a love song into one about familial love, doesn't that seem ridiculous? Can love and familial affection truly be compared? This is utter nonsense. A blatant disrespect for the original work. I suggest the original creator take legal action. Yet, at that moment, a Weibo post surged into the spotlight. The original artist of the song shared, "This is the true story I wish to convey." However, fans misinterpreted it as being dedicated to a deceased girlfriend. As fans fervently promoted this narrative, even uninformed onlookers began to believe this was a love song. Consequently, the song gained immense popularity. The artist's management prohibited him from clarifying the misunderstanding to avoid jeopardizing the song's promotion. Thus, this error has persisted over the years. Finally, someone has grasped the essence he sought to express. The comment section was filled with amused tears from the onlookers. So, will the detractors still pursue legal action? Rong Yu clearly possesses a talent in this regard. Perhaps they are simply envious? In any case, I was deeply moved by Rong Yu's group performance, though I regrettably lacked voting rights. Next, we invite the audience to cast their votes. The host announced loudly, "Voting time, 1 minute. Please, everyone, pick up your voting devices." Old Master G gazed enviously at the audience in the adjacent area, yearning for a voting device himself. Old Master Hai calmly remarked, "With Rong Yu's exceptional talent, the performance of this group will surely not fall short in votes." Old Master C pulled out his phone, stating, "Look, it's trending." The original creator has even spoken out. The audience in the stands, not required to surrender their phones, naturally saw the online news. Gaining the original creator's recognition is the highest affirmation of this performance. The bar graph displaying the votes on the large screen surged dramatically, ultimately halting at 914 votes. The entire venue erupted in excitement. My goodness, what an astonishing number. Those watching the live stream were moved to tears, unable to fathom the overwhelming impact of the live performance. The little one in front of the screen wept uncontrollably. This stage truly deserved such a high vote count.
Ah.
Su Tian exclaimed, "We have over 900 votes. My heavens, I'm going to lose my mind."
Ah.
The members excitedly embraced one another. Below the stage, the audience fervently called out the names of the members. Rong Yu, Rong Yu,
Su Tian, Li Ying, Su Tian, Li Ying.
And the others were reduced to tears. A group of them huddled together, weeping profusely. The live stream audience also heard the various shouts. At last, Su Tian has emerged victorious. This group of individuals, paired with the right people, is certain to garner significant popularity this episode. Just now, I believe I heard the voice of an elderly gentleman. Are there still seniors in the audience? On stage, Rong Yu cast a cold glance. The loudest among them, Old Master G, was instantly silenced, sitting back down in quietude. He rose, stating, "Rong Yu's performance has concluded. Let us relocate to a more comfortable setting to continue our viewing." Only a performance from his own mother could compel him to endure the chaotic environment of the venue. He led a few companions to the upper level, nestling on a sofa, indulging in fruits and sipping exquisite tea, thoroughly at ease. Meanwhile, the group awaiting in the studio was thrown into disarray. They had anticipated that Rong Yu's group would garner at most 800 votes, never imagining they would exceed 900. Typically, surpassing 900 ensures a secure first place. How could they possibly compete? Jiang Shuang's resolve crumbled entirely. Had she chosen Lisa instead of teaming with Rong Yu, would she not now be among the leading members of the team? Regret surged within her like a tidal wave, nearly submerging her. Song Royale's expression darkened to an extreme. Being the first to perform and achieving such a high score, were the audience out of their minds? Was the directing team not regulating the vote count? How could those who follow perform with any composure? Taking several deep breaths, she composed herself and remarked, "Perhaps the audience's tolerance is unusually high this episode. The votes for each group should be substantial. Let us not lose our composure and maintain a calm demeanor." A throng gathered around, whether genuine or feigned, all expressing their congratulations. Songra bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and approached. "Congratulations on securing over 900 votes. Perhaps we could collaborate." She held no fondness for Song Royale. Why should she compel herself to work with someone she did not like? Song Royale's countenance soured further. Her sister could not even muster a few polite words. Were they not blood sisters? Could she not extend this small courtesy? Lisa's group was set to perform right after Rong Yu. Several members of her team were visibly anxious, the tension palpable. Lisa herself was nervous, unable to spare a moment to reassure her teammates. The 8-member team took the stage amidst their panic. After their performance, the audience awarded them a total of 719 votes, falling nearly 200 short. To be fair, Lisa's group's performance was not lacking, unfortunately. Following Rong Yu's act had stifled their emotional momentum. It could only be said that Lisa's luck was rather unfortunate. The entire group was demoralized, causing the performers that followed to become increasingly tense. An incident occurred on stage. Old Master Ji, nestled on the sofa, shook his head. Not even close to my mother. Cough cough, not even close to Rong Yu. If this group could achieve 900 votes, I'd perform a handstand while washing my hair live at 80. Enough of the chatter. Old Master Hai, holding his phone, frowned and said, "Weren't you always telling me to join some support club? How do I join and where?" At the mention of this, Old Master Ji perked up. Chapter 99. Her first place was snatched away by Rong Yu. Ji Ziyuan was engrossed in handling documents. He glanced up toward the seating area. It is often said that 3 women can stage a drama, and indeed, the 3 elderly gentlemen are not to be underestimated either. With the addition of Duo, the office is filled with a cacophony of voices. The youngest, Duo, is particularly adept at manipulating her phone, assisting the 3 elderly men with their technological struggles. Duo, how do I comment here? Duo, can you show me why my emoji won't send? Duo, how do I delete this message? The barrage of questions leaves Duo's head spinning. Ji Ziyuan observes, I truly sympathize with Duo. She must be quite overwhelmed. With a sigh of relief, Duo speaks up, Dad, I have many things I don't understand too. Can I join you? With Duo's request. The elderly gentlemen find it difficult to persist in seeking advice from a child, fearing that they might retract their offer. Ji Ziyuan promptly calls for his assistant to escort the 4 of them away, restoring a semblance of peace to the world. As each group takes the stage, the outcomes are less than favorable. The highest score among them is merely 852 votes. Finally, it is the turn of Rong Yu's group. Throughout the long wait, Rong Yu's restlessness intensifies. As the leader, her fluctuating emotions inevitably affect her team. Jiang Shuang, who chose Lisa, is engulfed in regret, her palms nearly raw from anxiety. It's our turn now. Rong Yu inhales deeply and leads her team onto the stage. The song she selected is an original piece by Yen Ting, which, upon its release, quickly became a sensation across the regions. On stage, she collaborates with the directing team to incorporate various elements. Water is spilled onto the floor, and the members dance upon it. During the song's climactic moment, flames erupt from above, creating a breathtaking fusion of fire and water, delivering a stunning sensory experience to the audience. In the final segment of the performance, the entire cast is suspended in the air. The live stream erupts in excitement.
Wow.
This is incredible. The stage crafted by our Yao is truly splendid. Surely, this performance will secure the top spot. However, some dissent arises. I feel the visual effects are a bit overwhelming. That must be a critic from Rong Yu's camp, mindlessly hating Get Lost. As the performance concludes, Rong Yu's group gently descends from the heights, landing gracefully on the ground. She observes the audience's reaction, understanding that her performance has been a resounding success. Securing 900 votes should pose no significant challenge. Yet, the voting numbers for Rong Yu's group are alarmingly high. Can she surpass them? Rong Yu bites her lip, hesitating for a moment before suddenly lifting her head, a radiant smile illuminating her face as she strides towards the audience and leaps into the crowd. As she descends, the audience erupts in applause, waving enthusiastically. She reaches out, grasping the hands of those in the front row, smiling as she requests, "Could you please cast a vote for me? Just press 8. I truly need this vote. Thank you." The audience, unable to resist her charm, immediately grabs their voting devices and presses 8. Her team members eagerly follow suit. The contestants seated in the studio watch in astonishment. Is this really a way to solicit votes? Lisa smirks. I never expected Rong Yu would stoop so low. How is this different from begging? Another team leader remarked. Obtaining votes is indeed their skill. The voting period swiftly drew to a close. Her heart raced, nearly lodging itself in her throat, as her wide eyes fixated on the large screen. The numbers soon came to a halt, 908 votes. The host announced loudly, "Let us congratulate Rong Yu's team for achieving second place in the team competition." Rong Yu felt as though she might topple over. She had exerted herself to leap onto that dazzling stage. She had even sacrificed her dignity to garner votes. Yet, this was the meager result. To be overshadowed by Rong Yu, how could she accept this? She was acutely aware of countless cameras trained on her face, yet despite her efforts, a smile eluded her. Her expression was more sorrowful than a frown. Her fans in the live stream felt deep sympathy. Hugs for Yao. She has suffered greatly. I truly do not understand how such an explosive performance could pale in comparison to Rong Yu's mere vocal piece. All performances have concluded, the host declared. Next, we invite our audience to select their 3 favorite contestants, as this will significantly influence the personal popularity rankings and the contestants' fate. Please choose wisely. However, Rong Yu was absent from the list. Congratulations on securing second place, Lisa said with a smile. I thought this turmoil might allow you to surpass Rong Yu. Her words dripped with sarcasm. Rong Yu was not oblivious to this. She wore a sweet smile. As long as we secure a top 2 in the team competition, everyone's safety is assured. Lisa, does your team have any members on the brink of elimination? Lisa's expression darkened instantly. Her team was second to last, facing a grim fate, likely resulting in the elimination of at least 2 or 3 members. After a brief pause, the host entered. Congratulations to everyone for successfully completing this episode's performance. The team rankings are now known, and I will now announce the personal popularity rankings. The contestants ranked in the last 16 will, regrettably, be eliminated. The atmosphere in the room became oppressive. First, I will announce the top spot in personal popularity. Rong Yu straightened her spine involuntarily. What did it matter that she did not secure first in the team competition? As long as she maintained the highest personal popularity, she would still be the most favored contestant. The first place goes to Rong Yu, with a personal popularity vote count of 841 votes. And having secured first place in the team competition, he receives an additional 100 points, totaling 941 votes. What? First place is Rong Yu, not Rong Yu. All the girls wore expressions of disbelief. It was known that Rong Yu had initially been ranked in the 70s or 80s, and his sudden rise to third place last episode had already been shocking. Now, to see him claim first place after this performance was utterly astonishing. Rong Yu felt unsteady in her seat, her body swaying precariously. Surely, her ears were deceiving her. Could she have misheard? Or perhaps the host had misread the name. Yet, upon witnessing Su Tian and Li Ying'er rallying around Rong Yu, she realized that it was not a mistake. She had lost first place. Her coveted first position had been snatched away by Rong Yu. How could this be? How could this happen? Chapter 100. I gave birth to you, and now I must heed your whims. Second place, Rong Yu, with a popularity vote of 834, in the team competition ranked second, adding 90 points for a total of 924 votes. The host's voice jolted Rong Yu from her reverie. Second place, how amusing. She had secured the second position. If it had been Lisa who surpassed her, she would have accepted it readily, for Lisa held considerable popularity overseas. Yet it was none other than Rong Yu. Why must it be her half-sister?
Why?
The host continued to announce the rankings. Sixth place, Lisa, with a popularity vote of 824, ranked seventh in the team competition, earning an additional 40 points, totaling 864 votes. Lisa wore a tense expression. Her individual popularity had not changed significantly. It was the low team ranking that had resulted in fewer bonus points, causing her overall rank to plummet. Seventh place, Su Tian. Upon hearing this, Su Tian was momentarily stunned, covering her mouth in disbelief. Is that my name?
Me?
Seventh? Good heavens, am I dreaming? I actually made it to seventh. Rong Yu interjected. Your performance was exceptionally stunning. Achieving this rank is entirely reasonable. Overwhelmed with joy, Su Tian embraced Rong Yu, showering her with fervent kisses. If it weren't for your encouragement, I would never have dared to attempt such a performance. Sister Yu, you are my muse. Rong Yu, with a quiet demeanor, raised her hand to wipe away the lipstick marks left on her face. Just as she finished, Li Ying'er planted a kiss on her cheek, exclaiming, "Ah, Sister Yu, I place 15th. My goodness, why am I so well-liked? I can hardly contain my emotions." Rong Yu discreetly distanced herself from them. In their group, every member's popularity ranking had surged dramatically, and the entire team was euphorically ecstatic. Jiang Shuang, who had ranked 16th last time, had now plummeted to 26th. She trembled with despair, regretting her choice to ally with Lisa. She should have remained bonded with Rong Yu. Her regret was palpable, and she longed to speak with Rong Yu. However, the 7 girls encircled Rong Yu, leaving her feeling utterly excluded. Rong Yu steeled herself. She must secure the top position in the online voting. She absolutely could not allow Rong Yu to overshadow her. After the host delivered some formal remarks, the recording of this episode finally concluded. From 8 in the morning until now, past 7 in the evening, even an iron-willed person like Rong Yu felt fatigued. After changing her clothes and removing her makeup, she emerged from the dressing room to find her family waiting at the door. Rong Wangtian, Shenlin, and Rong Ruoyao. Rong Ruoyao's eyes were red, and her nose was tinged pink, clearly indicating she had been crying. Rong Yu spoke, no, thank you. Rong Ruoyao pressed her lips together, yes. Sister, let us have a meal together. Deep down, she was reluctant to sit with Rong Yu. However, their parents had just advised her that since they were family, why create such a divide? Given Rong Yu's current popularity as her biological sister, why not ride the wave of her sister's fame? She must seize this opportunity. Sister, let us go together, shall we? Rong Ruoyao suppressed her disdain and stepped forward to grasp Rong Yu's hand. As long as their family dinner photographs were captured, the news of their sisterly bond would surely trend online. Shenlin nodded in satisfaction, pleased that her daughter had finally shown some sense and understood the importance of seizing the moment. She encouraged little Yu. Your father has specially ordered several of your favorite dishes. Don't waste his kindness, all right? Is that so? Rong Yu lifted her head, inquiring, then may I ask, what are my favorite dishes? Rong Wangtian was momentarily stunned. Shenlin felt a pang of annoyance. She had merely spoken out of courtesy and never anticipated that her stepdaughter would take it so seriously. Suddenly, she found herself in a rather awkward position. Feeling a twinge of resentment towards her husband for being unaware of what his own daughter enjoyed after 18 years of neglect. Now that she had reached adulthood, he seemed even less inclined to show concern. In a calm tone, Rong Yu stated, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. She could easily surmise that the other party had ulterior motives. What those motives were needed no explicit mention. Why should she acquiesce? Rong Yu turned to leave. Stop right there. Rong Wangtian's forehead throbbed with veins, asserting, no matter your age, you bear the blood of the Rong family. I gave you life. Must I still heed your whims? Rong Yu smiled. Indeed, Mr. Rong, that is the extent of your contribution, compared to her biological father. Rong Wangtian truly did not deserve the title of father. Rong Wangtian's lips quivered in anger. Rong Yu, disinterested in further discourse, walked away. How can my sister act this way? Rong Ruoyao bit her lip, lamenting how their father spent so much money sending her sister to a prestigious school. And yet she showed no gratitude, even uttering such rebellious words. Suddenly, Rong Wangtian pondered where her allowance, clothing expenses, stationery fees, and social expenses came from. Ruoyao received 30,000 a month. Did you receive anything? Upon this realization, he sighed, acknowledging that his lack of attention towards you had led to this predicament. He turned to Shenlin, saying, from now on, whatever amount Ruoyao receives monthly, you shall give the same to you. Whether she wants it or not is her concern, but we must provide. Shenlin nodded, understood. As Rong Yu exited, a throng of classmates gathered around her, congratulating her on her top score. Ji Zhouya exclaimed, to celebrate Rong Yu's outstanding achievement, I have organized a barbecue party. Who wants to join? It was Saturday, and with no school the next day, everyone was eager to unwind and readily accepted the invitation. A large group of students eagerly surged outside. Chapter 101. A high school girl, behaving like a seasoned bureaucrat. The car halted at the entrance of Farong Manor. The classmates from class 20 were left in awe. Wait, I thought we were heading to Ji Zhouya's villa. What is this place? The expansive lawn and garden resembled the private estates seen on television, complete with a multitude of servants. Ji Zhouya beckoned, come on. Let's head to the lawn. The barbecue is set up there. The group hesitated, feeling somewhat intimidated by the extravagant decor, realizing that they, as less affluent students, seemed rather out of place. At that moment, the venerable Mr. Ji emerged from within. This evening's barbecue gathering was orchestrated by him with a singular purpose, to meet his mother's classmates and express his gratitude for their unwavering support during the intense final year of high school. Additionally, it offered an opportunity to reminisce about amusing anecdotes from his mother's school days. Accompanying him were the esteemed Mr. Hai and Mr. Si, who, upon hearing of the Ji family's soiree, unashamedly insisted on staying. As one ages, the desire to mingle with the youth and absorb their vibrant energy becomes irresistible, rejuvenating the spirit. Children, come in. Mr. Ji beckoned with a warm smile. Make yourselves comfortable. Feel free to eat and drink as you please, as if you were in your own home. Do not stand on ceremony. 50 pairs of eyes fixated on Mr. Ji. The class monitor could not contain himself. Mr. Ji?
Ha.
You are not the first to call me that. It's merely a case of mistaken identity. Mr. Ji feigned ignorance. To be likened to such a wise, erudite, and magnanimous figure as myself is truly an honor. Mr. Hai and Mr. Si exchanged incredulous glances. How shameless can this old fellow be? Muttered Rong Yu under his breath, referring to him as an old windbag, and added, This is the grandfather of Ji Zhouya. Since he is family, he is indeed one of us. Come on. Let us enjoy ourselves. Let us go. Let us go. No need to linger here, Ji Zhouya chimed in, urging his classmates, who followed him in a state of bewilderment. An array of barbecued delicacies, meat skewers, scallops, oysters, fresh shrimp, and whole roasted lamb, filled the air with tantalizing aromas. A bonfire blazed at the center, creating an electrifying atmosphere. Ji Zhouya activated the sound system, skewering meat with one hand while holding the microphone with the other, proclaiming, "Thank you all for being here. Allow me to perform a song." He chose the brave one. "I love you," walking alone in the dark alley. "I love your defiant demeanor." Chun Yen covered his ears, exclaiming, "Oh dear, Zhouya, perhaps you should refrain from showcasing that duck-like voice." "I can sing this one," Mr. Ji interjected, playfully kicking Ji Zhouya aside. "Do you have the talent for it? Look at that tattered cloak." Mr. C swallowed his champagne and remarked, "No wonder this old fellow seems decades younger lately. He must be enjoying himself at home every day." Mr. Hai, inexplicably caught up in the merriment, stepped forward and seized the microphone, declaring, "Who says only those in the spotlight can be heroes?" That turned out to be the last line. He shouted, "Let us do it again." Mr. C, unwilling to be outdone, rushed forward. The three old gentlemen belted out a cacophony of off-key notes, dancing wildly, while dozens of students from class 20 stared in stunned silence. The vitality of the elderly was astonishing. They truly outshone the youth. After exhausting their vocal cords, the trio settled beside Rong Yu to enjoy some drinks. Surprisingly, they began discussing stocks and the economic climate, articulating their thoughts with remarkable eloquence. Rong Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Mr. Hai glanced at her. What is so amusing? He felt that maintaining a certain distance from idols was preferable, as being too close made him inexplicably uneasy. Rong Yu merely smiled in silence. Was it possible that she was reminiscing about the days of spirited childhood brawls and playful antics among the three? Three mischievous children have finally matured into serious adults. A punchline that few may comprehend. Around 9 o'clock, Hai Chang'an and Seelin arrived at the Ji residence to collect someone. Upon entering, they were immediately taken aback by the cacophony of popular internet songs and the sight of a throng of young boys and girls dancing wildly on the lawn. What astonished them even more was the sight of their elder, seated alongside Rong Yu, listening attentively like an obedient student. Hai Chang'an was curious about what Rong Yu was saying. Having studied modern history, he realized that the rapid development of the Huaxia nation defied common logic. 70 years ago, many considered even porridge a luxury. During that era, anyone who dared to predict that Huaxia would flourish as it does today would have been met with disbelief. Reflecting on that time, when producing bicycles was a challenge, one now observes Huaxia's space team reaching for the stars at the space station. Rong Yu, filled with emotion, found herself speaking at length. Hai Chang'an's eyes widened in astonishment. A high school girl, behaving like an old cadre, engaging in political education and reminiscing about hardships? Absurd, indeed. Hai's elder remarked that only we, the people of Huaxia, could create miracles on this land. Xi's elder shook his head, lamenting that despite such good times, many within the country remained dissatisfied, a sentiment echoed by the youth. He looked sternly at his grandson, chastising him for developing a disdain for the domestic situation after studying abroad for a few years. "You've never experienced hardship," he scolded. "Sit down and listen to Miss Rong." Hai's elder seized Hai Chang'an's arm, insisting, "You too sit down." Seelin was taken aback, while Hai Chang'an questioned why they should heed the words of a girl younger than them, still in high school. Ji's elder, beaming with pride, remarked, "You've chosen wisely." "No, I have no time," Rong Yu replied curtly, declining the opportunity. She had no interest in mingling with the entertainment industry for endorsements, as these held little significance for her and merely consumed her time. Hai Chang'an was astonished. Did this Miss Rong truly understand the value of being the Hai family spokesperson? A coveted resource coveted by many? Her audacity to refuse such an offer seemed remarkably bold. Nevertheless, observing the three elders engaging with Rong Yu, he sensed that she might indeed possess the confidence befitting someone of her stature. The gathering continued until after 10 o'clock, with Ji's elder reminding the children, "Remember to vote for Rong Yu. She must secure first place." The class monitor patted his chest, declaring, "I'll rally all my relatives to vote, ensuring victory." Chapter 102. What if Rong Yu's scandal were to be exposed? At the barbecue bonfire party, several female classmates captured moments and shared them on social media. After finishing her piano practice, Rong Yu opened her phone and stumbled upon a post from a girl in class 20. The vibrant lawn, the exquisitely roasted whole lamb, A plethora of barbecue options, an array of colorful snacks and beverages, the roaring bonfire, and a group photo of class 20 students accompanied by the caption, "Celebrating our Rong Yu for securing first place, yay." Rong Royale nearly choked, her tongue almost drawing blood from the pressure. At the bonfire gathering, wasn't it merely a slap to her face? The first place was undeniably hers. Rong Yu's votes were not particularly high, just over 10,000. She had always asserted that among this group of contestants, her popularity was unrivaled. Yet, upon awakening the next morning, she was confronted with the stark reality. Rong Yu had astonishingly amassed over 200,000 votes, while she herself lagged behind with merely over 100,000. The overwhelming gap in votes felt like a resounding slap, leaving her utterly humiliated. Surely, she must have manipulated the voting process. "Mother, I too shall resort to vote manipulation." Rong Royale bit her lip in determination. Shunlin frowned. The voting channels of the G group can accurately filter out fraudulent votes. Her popularity should indeed be that high. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to secure first place. Although she harbored no affection for her stepdaughter, from a third-party perspective, Rong Yu's performances on stage had indeed been remarkable, capturing the audience's attention. Luck played a part, but more significantly, it was her talent. "Yao Yao, I reiterate. Seize every resource at your disposal," Shunlin advised. "If Rong Yu is trending, then it's not disgraceful to ride on her coattails." Rong Royale raised her gaze. What if Rong Yu's scandal were to be exposed? Shunlin paused. "What kind of scandal are you referring to?" "Living with her boyfriend during high school and staying out all night," Rong Royale smirked. "Is that not scandalous?" Shunlin was taken aback. "Is that true? I've inquired at the girls' dormitory, and Rong Yu's bed has been empty for days. She has never spent a night there." Rong Royale interjected. "As long as we can obtain evidence of her cohabitation with a man." No, I do not endorse such actions." Shunlin shook her head. "You and Rong Yu share the same surname. Regardless of your differences, to outsiders, you appear as sisters. If the elder sister's private life is tarnished, it will inevitably lead to assumptions about the younger sister as well." Rong Royale fell silent. By Sunday evening, Rong Yu's votes had soared to over 500,000. By Monday morning, they were approaching 1,000,000, while Rong Royale barely surpassed 200,000. She understood all too well that surpassing Rong Yu was virtually impossible unless she could somehow oust her. Upon disembarking from the family car, she immediately spotted Rong Yu walking alongside Ji Zhouye. Rong Yu's backpack was held by Ji Zhouye, who had just finished a cup of soy milk and was eagerly helping to dispose of the trash. At that moment, a boy pushed past Rong Royale and rushed in front of Rong Yu, extending something to her with both hands. Rong Yu looked momentarily perplexed. "What is this?" "Rong Yu, your singing and dancing were astonishing. I am utterly captivated." The boy, his face flushed bright red, declared loudly, "I like you, Rong Yu. Will you be my girlfriend?" Ji Zhouye swiftly covered the boy's mouth. "What the hell? Do you think I don't exist?" The boy, feeling wronged, protested. "I specifically asked people from class 20. They said you two are not in a relationship. Didn't your parents teach you that high school relationships are forbidden?" Ji Zhouye delivered a punch to the boy, then turned to the onlookers. "Remember, anyone who pursues Rong Yu will be hindering her studies. Be wary of receiving a challenge from me." Ji Zhouye. The originally restless boys promptly retreated. In the distance, Rong Royale was on the verge of losing her mind. When did it come to pass that she, the school belle who had once been openly confessed to, became overshadowed by Rong Yu? Rong Yu, a mere repeat student from the countryside, had inexplicably become a figure of prominence at the prestigious school. The frustration simmered within her, a bitter pill to swallow. After Monday's evening study session, Rong Royale exited the school and entered the Rong family vehicle. Just as the driver was about to start, she commanded in a low voice, "Please wait a moment. Do not rush." After a considerable wait at the entrance, she finally spotted Rong Yu and Ji Zhouye emerging together, the latter playing the role of an eager subordinate. Together, they made their way toward the villa district by the school lake. Rong Royale was aware that Ji Zhouye's grandfather had purchased a villa there for him. Could it be that they were residing there together? "Follow them," Rong Royale instructed. The driver pressed the accelerator, and the car slowly advanced along the road. She observed Ji Zhouye and Rong Yu arriving at the entrance of a villa, where a luxury car was parked. While she did not recognize the brand, her intuition told her that its price was certainly not modest. Ji Zhouye retrieved the car key and unlocked the door for Rong Yu before taking his place in the driver's seat. The vehicle exited the villa area. Rong Royale furrowed her brow. Where could they be heading at this late hour? Was it possible they did not actually live there? She took a deep breath and resolved to follow them. Ji Zhouye was boasting to Rong Yu, I scored over 90 on today's math quiz. A significant jump from my previous score of 10. Doesn't that suggest I've inherited a bit of your grandmother's talent? He squinted into the rearview mirror and exclaimed, "Goodness. We're being followed. Is that your secret admirer, Grandma?" Rong Yu, puzzled, inquired, "What is a secret admirer?" Ji Zhouya, feeling a sense of satisfaction, thought to himself that anyone daring to follow him would soon learn the meaning of regret. Suddenly, he pressed the accelerator, propelling the car forward at great speed.
No.
"Keep up with them," Rong Yu insisted. "If we lose them, I will have my mother expel you." The driver, with no other choice, complied. The vehicle veered onto a less populated road, where large trucks were abundant. The car in front sped ahead, and in a moment of panic, the driver found himself in a precarious situation. When he slammed on the brakes, the steering wheel jerked, and the car collided with the guardrail. Rong Yu's head struck the glass window, causing her to feel dizzy for several seconds until the car door was yanked open. "Oh, I wondered who was following me. Turns out it's the school bell, Rong. I didn't expect you to have such refined tastes." Ji Zhouya leaned against the car door, arms crossed, a cold smile playing on his lips. Disinterested in her ramblings, he retorted, "No matter your intentions, remember, there will be no next time. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to humiliate you in front of the entire student body." With that, he walked away, closing the door behind him as the car sped off into the distance. Throughout the entire encounter, Rong Yu had remained in the vehicle, making no attempt to exit. Chapter 103. Ji Zhouya is my biological brother. Early Tuesday morning, just as school began, senior brother sent a message to Rong Yu, indicating that there would be a significant predicament to address at the Aerospace Institute next month, and her assistance might be required. Aware of her tendency to immerse herself in work to the point of neglecting sleep and sustenance, the teacher had even arranged for her to have a private dormitory at the institute, allowing her to rest briefly during lunch and dinner. Rong Yu responded with an endearing emoji. Lin Rang, glancing at the adorable cat image, found it difficult to associate such a playful expression with his junior sister. Her demeanor was composed, her emotions stable, and she handled matters with exceptional finesse, making her seem more like the senior than he was. "Oh my, I actually scored 40 points? Ji Zhouya exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he received his examination paper. Heaven knows, he had never managed to accumulate even 40 points across the 3 science subjects before. Under the influence of his grandmother and the rigorous training orchestrated by the class monitor, he had made such remarkable progress in such a short time. Proudly, he sought out Chen Yan to boast, only to be momentarily struck dumb. "What? You scored 63? Chen Yan, confess honestly, have you been secretly studying all night?" Chen Yan chuckled sheepishly. "How does bro you know?" Ji Zhouya thought to himself, fair enough. He stays up late playing games, so it's no wonder he only got 40 points. He turned around to pick up Rong Yu's perfect physics examination paper and began to check the answers, diligently seeking her guidance on the mistakes he had made. He muttered softly, "I initially got this right, but changed it during review. I shouldn't have checked." Rong Yu shot him an exasperated glance. "Then tell me, why did you choose that option?" "Isn't there a rhyme that goes like this?" Clearing his throat, Ji Zhouya recited, 3 shorts and 1 long. Choose the long. 3 longs and 1 short. Choose the short. The uneven is invincible, hence I chose this option. Rong Yu replied, "That's absurd. Truly absurd. So that's how you ended up with 40 points. Unable to restrain herself, she playfully tapped him on the back of the head. "Listen carefully. The core point of this question is." After a morning of study, Ji Zhouya's mind felt nearly overwhelmed. At noon in the cafeteria, Rong Yu ordered several meat dishes to replenish his brain: braised pork, spicy and sour fish, along with a pork rib soup, a veritable feast. Suddenly, the air was filled with the chirping of crickets. With such a lavish meal, it was evident that Ji Zhouya was not from a family of modest means. Which impoverished family could afford 3 substantial dishes in a single meal? Surely, they must have wealth behind them. I heard someone mention that Ji Zhouya lived in a villa. Only the affluent could afford villas in Haicheng. Quick, check the school forum. Someone has reported Ji Zhouya for misappropriating a poverty scholarship. Lo and behold, the post had exploded within half an hour. Sitting by the window in the cafeteria, Rong Yu pulled out her phone to take a glance. Class 20's Ji Zhouya does not meet the criteria for a disadvantaged student. May I inquire, esteemed leaders of Yizhong, why was Ji Zhouya granted financial aid? The post was accompanied by a plethora of evidence: the brands of clothing Ji Zhouya wore, the villa where he celebrated his birthday, and the car he drove to school. All of this constituted irrefutable proof, urging the school to revoke Ji Zhouya's scholarship and hold him accountable. Rong Yu smiled slyly. Ji Zhouya, who clearly came from wealth. Occupying a spot meant for a needy student had brought this upon himself through exposure. Recalling the words of threat from Ji Zhonan yesterday, her smile dimmed slightly. Did Ji Zhonan desire to humiliate her in front of the entire school? If so, she would ensure that Ji Zhonan faced disgrace on a national scale first. Rong Yu opened Weibo. After a moment of contemplation, she snapped a photo of her lunch, posted it and captioned it, "Lunch bought with my scholarship." Instantly, hundreds of comments flooded in. "Whoa, my Yao Yao is truly remarkable. Securing a scholarship in high school, it's evident that Yao Yao is a genuine academic prodigy. How much is the scholarship? I heard that the top scorer in the monthly exam can receive 3,000. That's a financial aid. I've heard that the G Group established a substantial financial aid program for impoverished students at Yicheng High School. The G Group is so generous. I want to get in." Rong Yu scrolled through the comments, noticing her fans straying from the main topic. Upon hearing this, someone immediately pursued the information online. This pursuit led to an explosive revelation. Ji Ziyuan was attending the launch event for a new G Group product, and as the event was nearing its conclusion, a reporter suddenly rushed forward. "Mr. Ji, is it true that the G Group has established a high financial aid program for students at Haicheng?
Yiz Haiyuan nodded calmly.
Although society is developing rapidly, certain families have fallen significantly behind due to various adversities. The G Group's initiative aims to enable underprivileged students to complete their education." The reporter pressed on. "However, it is said that some students at Haicheng have occupied the slots meant for impoverished students. Has the G Group thoroughly verified the students' eligibility for financial aid? How does the G Group plan to address such issues?"
Yiz Haiyuan frowned. "Occupying slots?"
The onlookers immediately took out their phones, opening the trending post about Haicheng. Ji Ziyuan glanced at it, his expression remaining largely unchanged. The definition of a poor student includes orphans. This student, lacking both parents and possessing a separate household registration, indeed meets the criteria. The reporter was taken aback. How does Mr. Ji know this so clearly? "Because the student in question, Ji Zhonan, is my biological younger brother," Ji Ziyuan responded coldly. "The Ji family has revoked Ji Zhonan's credit card. He must earn his scholarship through diligent study. Is there any problem with that?" The audience fell silent. Rong Yu listened to the crowd in the cafeteria voicing their condemnation of Ji Zhonan, and she chuckled softly. She opened the post and saw many classmates urging the school leadership for a response. Should this matter be substantiated, Ji Zhonan would undoubtedly be rendered a pariah. She didn't wish to take things to such extremes. After all, who is it that threatened her? Suddenly, a news headline popped up on Rong Yu's phone. "Fifth young master of the G Group exposed. Turns out to be a high school student." A sense of foreboding washed over her, prompting her to click on it hastily. The accompanying image was a photo of Ji Zhonan in his school uniform, with the caption, "Fifth young master of the G Group, Ji Zhonan." In that instant, her mind went blank. The G Group? Fifth young master? Ji Zhonan is a member of the Ji family? How could this be possible? Yet, upon reflection, everything began to align. At Ji Zhonan's birthday party, the young masters of the Hai and Si families were also present. The four prominent families of Haicheng, the Hai family, the Si family, the Tang family, and the Ji family, are not to be underestimated, especially regarding those who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the two esteemed young masters. How could she, at that time, have rejected the heartfelt confession of the fifth son of the Ji family? In Chapter 104, the shadowy escapades of Rong Yu unfold. Several trending topics have surged to the top of the internet. The Ji Group's substantial scholarship. The fifth son of the Ji family. Who wouldn't he yearn for such a commendable brother? The comment section exploded. Is there any issue with the fifth son of the Ji family receiving the scholarship bestowed by his own family? Is there truly a problem? Mr. Ji is undoubtedly the best brother in the world, inspiring his younger sibling to study diligently in such a manner. If only I could have a brother like that. Upon researching, I found that many enterprises establish scholarships, yet only the Ji family offers such a generous amount. Truly remarkable. I hope the G Group grants me an opportunity to serve them. I attend the same school as Ji Zhoya, and I shared a photo of him. His pink highlighted hair and silver earrings exude a rebellious charm. How dashing. I wish to engage in conversation with him. While dining, Ji Zhoya was engaged in conversation with Rong Yu, who was explaining fundamental physics concepts. Although he was disinterested, he had to pay attention, as their grandmother had completed the lesson and an exam was impending. He truly had no money to spare. Once he grasped a few basic concepts, He glanced up and noticed a throng of classmates in the cafeteria, casting various peculiar glances his way. Especially Chen Yan, with tear-filled eyes, exclaimed, "Brother Yi, I always wondered how the Ji family could offer my grandmother such substantial business. It turns out you were quietly assisting me." Several classmates from class 20 approached him. "Brother Yi, I know you're not short on cash, but I never imagined your wealth reached such extraordinary heights. You are so low-key. The fifth son of the Ji group. I am overwhelmed with emotion. How fortunate I am to have met the fifth son. The place we visited yesterday, could it possibly be the real Ji family? Fifth son, may I have the honor of being your leg hair for a moment?" Ji Zhouya was taken aback. From a young age, his family had instructed him never to disclose his connection to the Ji group, as their immense wealth could lead to exploitation or even kidnapping if his identity were revealed. Thus, for many years, few knew he was the fifth son of the Ji family. He took out his phone and discovered that the scholarship matter had been reported. This incident should have only circulated within the confines of Haicheng No. 1 High School. How did it escalate to such widespread knowledge? His elder brother had recently experienced heartbreak and was in a terrible mood. Moreover, his friends had sent mocking memes. "Brother, what grave mistake have you made to have your credit card cut off by the Ji family?" Si Lin quipped, "Bark like a dog, and for every bark, I'll give you 10,000. Ji Zhouya cursed under his breath, narrowing his eyes as he followed the clues to the source of the issue. It was Rong Yu's Weibo post about the scholarship. Then one account in the comments mentioned the Haicheng No. 1 High School scholarship. Ji Zhouya handed his phone to Rong Yu, asking, "Could you help me investigate this account's details?" After Rong Yu arrived in this era, she fervently dedicated herself to acquiring a plethora of new knowledge each day. Mathematics and physics were her forte, and she was also fervently studying computer programming. Currently, she had no difficulty in investigating any account. Ji Zhouya carried a satchel containing Rong Yu's notebook. She opened it and, with her fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard, she spoke within 5 minutes. "This account is registered to Haicheng No. 1 High School. More precisely, it can be pinpointed to the cafeteria." Ji Zhouya slammed his hand on the table and stood up, exclaiming, "No one is allowed to leave." Chen Yan crossed her arms defiantly, declaring, "I am keen to see who dares to slander our brother Yi online." Ji Zhouya was renowned as a formidable figure at No. 1 High School. In the past, when others presumed he was of humble means, they feared him immensely. Now, upon learning that he was the fifth young master of the Ji family, one of Haicheng's most illustrious families, they were even more reluctant to offend him. No one in the cafeteria dared to make a move. Rong Yu looked up at Ji Zhouya, her face ashen. Her father dreamt daily of collaborating with the Ji family, and she had foolishly missed the greatest opportunity right beside her. On a positive note, Ji Zhouya had once harbored feelings for her. Perhaps if she proposed a partnership between their families, he might, just might, agree? As she pondered this, Ji Zhouya strode confidently towards her. With a teasing smile, he said, "Do you enjoy cocktails, Yao Yao?" Rong Yu stood frozen, her heart racing. That was the nickname from her alternate Weibo account. How could Ji Zhouya possibly know? A wave of confusion engulfed her mind, and her face drained of color, feeling as if she might collapse. How could this be? How could he have uncovered her well-hidden alternate account? "It wasn't me. I didn't do it. You have made a mistake," she protested vehemently, rising to her feet. "You are accusing me falsely." Ji Zhouya merely chuckled. "Then why not take out your phone and let everyone see for themselves?" It was common knowledge that the Weibo login screen displayed alternate accounts. If she revealed it, the truth would come to light. Hundreds of eyes were fixed upon her. Rong Yu's face flushed crimson as she retreated, her demeanor betraying her guilt. Whispers began to circulate. "I never expected our sweet school beauty to behave this way online. So this is what a keyboard warrior looks like. I've truly learned something new. I even voted for her before. I had no idea she was so dark-hearted. Does someone like her even deserve to be an idol? In any case, I'm now a former fan." As Rong Yu stumbled backward, nearly falling, a hand reached out to steady her. She looked up to see Song Hui. Tears welled in her eyes as she hid behind him, sobbing into her hands. "We're all classmates. Is it really necessary for you to speak so harshly?" Song Hui's voice cut through the tension, addressing the crowd. "Who among you can honestly claim to have never gossiped about someone else?" The cafeteria fell silent. Song Hui handed Rong Yu a tissue and gently suggested, "In your current state, it may be best for you to take the afternoon off school." Rong Yu was indeed at a loss on how to confront the peculiar gazes of her classmates. Moreover, upon noticing someone recording a video, she realized that these clips would inevitably be uploaded online, potentially trending on social media. The mere thought of this made her wish to vanish on the spot. Rong Yu nodded, her previous resentment towards Ji Zhounan dissipating in an instant. Although the Ji family was affluent, Ji Zhounan was merely the fifth in line, clearly overshadowed by numerous younger relatives. As a frivolous young master with no notable talents, what future could he possibly have? Meanwhile, Song Hui was inherently exceptional. Hailing from a respectable family, she repeatedly reassured herself that Song Hui was indeed the worthy one. In Chapter 105, Rong Yu's image crumbled. Song Hui continuously offered her tissues, soothing her gently. After much effort to calm her down, as soon as they exited the vehicle and spotted Xunlin, Rong Yu threw herself into Xunlin's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Xunlin pushed her shoulders away, her expression stern. Is that really your secondary account? A multitude of videos has gone viral online. All the explosive remarks from that account have been screenshot and widely circulated, insulting teammates, berating the director, and attacking the brand indiscriminately. The once sweet and charming image has shattered completely. Additionally, marketing accounts had concocted a Yao study, drawing in bewildered onlookers eager to gossip. In the grand scheme of the entertainment industry, she was not particularly famous. One might even say she was obscure, but the magnitude of this incident was undeniable. Tears streamed down Rong Yu's face. Yes, it was my secondary account for venting emotions. What should I do now? Mother, please help me think of a solution. You. Rong Wangtian was rendered speechless. You usually seem obedient and sensible. How could you engage in such behavior privately? Even if you did, why would you let it be exposed? I've heard it said that the person who exposed you is none other than the newly surfaced fifth young master of the Ji family. You've offended the Ji family, and our Rong family's collaboration with them will be more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Xunlin turned her head sharply. With such a major incident occurring, how can you, as her father, only think about collaboration? Father, I understand my mistakes, Rong Yu cried. Quickly, spend money to have the trending topic removed. I am willing to part with all my savings. It seems that suppressing the trending topic is unfeasible, Song Hui interjected. The situation has escalated too much across various online platforms to contain it. I believe the best course of action is to steadfastly deny it. However, in this information age, someone will inevitably have the capability to trace the account back to Rong Yu's phone. Perhaps we could claim that a child at home, lacking understanding, posted inappropriate content using her phone? Xunlin grasped the implication immediately. After a moment's hesitation, she decisively agreed. Let us proceed as you suggested. Song Hui paused before continuing. Tomorrow, the physics Olympiad finals will take place in the capital. Will Uncle Rong and Aunt Xin be attending? Rong Wangtian was momentarily bewildered. What finals? Hasn't Rong Yu mentioned it to you? Song Hui looked up. The physics Olympiad finals are being held this Wednesday in the capital. The teacher requires parental accompaniment. Rong Wangtian recalled, realizing that his eldest daughter had indeed secured a spot in the finals. How could such an important matter go unmentioned by her? Upon reflection, it becomes evident that the father and daughter have not engaged in a heartfelt conversation for a considerable time, and she has not had the opportunity to voice her thoughts. Noticing his silence, Xunlin mistakenly perceives his reluctance. Taking the initiative, she remarks, coincidentally, there is a lecture on mathematics in the capital this Thursday, featuring a renowned speaker who will discuss Olympiad mathematics. Rong Wangtian, you should attend. It would serve dual purposes. Rong Wangtian agrees. Rong Qing'an, bewildered and lost, is met with Xunlin's swift reprimands, leading him to burst into tears. Xunlin coldly instructs him, acknowledge your mistake, understand your error, and vow never to repeat it. Rong Qing'an complies. Rong Yu records the moment and uploads the video to Weibo, accompanied by a lengthy narrative explaining how her brother frequently steals her phone to insult others on various platforms. She acknowledges his mischievous nature, yet emphasizes that he has now recognized his wrongdoing. The family has engaged in profound reflection, and she pledges to ensure her brother corrects his misbehavior while also apologizing on his behalf to all affected individuals. I always said my dear Royao is beautiful and kind-hearted. She would never engage in such behavior. Royao has suffered greatly, nearly contemplating withdrawal from her circle due to her brother's antics. The sibling dynamic can be the most detrimental on earth. Where there is a show-off brother, the sister invariably bears the brunt. While Yaozu's tears are not overwhelmingly tragic, it is evident that parental favoritism is at play. Xunlin promises to buy Rong Qing'an the latest gaming console to soothe him. With high school students burdened by rigorous studies and immense pressure, they briefly discuss Rong Yu's situation before returning to their academic pursuits. Rong Yu discovers an exceptionally intriguing book on spatial theory and immerses himself in it for an entire day, feeling immensely enriched. Ji Zhonyan, exhausted from a day of learning, feels drained, even struggling to muster the energy to drive home. Upon returning, Rong Yu instinctively seeks out Duo, only to find the living room devoid of her presence. Ji Ziyuan is still at work, and the elder Ji has gone out drinking with old friends. Rong Yu ascends the stairs and gently knocks on the door. A hoarse voice responds, "Grandpa Butler, I don't want to eat. Please don't come in anymore, okay?" "It's me," Rong Yu softly replies. "May I come in to keep you company?" Moments later, she hears bare feet padding across the floor as the door swings open. The little girl rushes into her embrace, exclaiming, "Auntie, my throat hurts a bit. I feel so uncomfortable, I really can't eat." Rong Yu perceives a small furnace nestled in her arms, her instincts telling her that the little girl has a fever. She swiftly lifts Duo and descends the stairs, commanding, "Butler Yu, arrange for a car. We are going to the hospital." "Auntie, I don't want to go to the hospital. Please don't take me," Duo protests, her eyes filled with resistance. "I'm not sick. I really am not sick." Ji Zhonyan gently pats her head, saying, "You're warm enough to fry an egg, yet you claim you're not ill. All right. Uncle will drive you to the doctor." He had initially hoped to play a few games, but he knows that health must take precedence over leisure. Rong Yu holds Duo as they get into the car, which speeds away. Duo, teetering on the edge of tears in her arms, is gently coaxed by Rong Yu, "Be a good girl, Duo. Tell Auntie. Why don't you like going to the hospital?" Duo's eyelashes flutter softly as she replies, I heard great-grandpa say that my mother passed away in a hospital, and I am afraid." Rong Yu's heart softens. She held Dodo tightly. "Though your mother has passed away, she has transformed into a star in the sky, watching over you. If you fall ill, she will surely feel heartbroken." The car swiftly drove to the hospital. Ji Zhouye had arranged for an international department emergency appointment, bypassing the queue for immediate medical attention. Upon entering the consultation room, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of a young female doctor. It was not her youth that surprised him, but rather the eerie familiarity of her appearance, as if he had encountered her before, though he could not recall where. "Little one, please tell Annie where you feel unwell." The young doctor's voice was as gentle as flowing water, prompting Dodo, who had tightly closed her eyes out of fear, to open them. Chapter 106. She bore a striking resemblance to Dodo's mother. "Sweetheart, open your mouth so I can check if your throat is red. Let me listen to your heart and lungs," the doctor instructed, and Dodo complied diligently. The doctor patted her head affectionately. "This is the first time I've seen such a beautiful and well-behaved child. Your parents have taught you very well." Ji Zhouye interjected, "I am her uncle," Rong Yu remarked. "Never mind, it's too complicated. The child has a slight case of pneumonia," the doctor quickly diagnosed. "It's nothing serious, but we should keep her for intravenous treatment and reassess tomorrow morning." The infusion room was adjacent to the outpatient department. Ji Zhouye went to settle the payment while Rong Yu held Dodo on the infusion bed, awaiting the procedure. When the nurse arrived to administer the little girl turned pale with fear, shrinking into the corner of the bed. "Dodo, be obedient." Ji Zhouye feigned a stern expression. "You must get the injection when you're sick. If you keep hiding, don't blame your uncle for holding you down." Dodo burst into tears. Rong Yu shot him a glare. "If you can't speak properly, then be quiet." Ji Zhouye rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat chagrined. Dodo's cries grew more pitiful, and Rong Yu's limited parenting experience had all been applied to Ji Shunying. When he was a child, she would simply pick him up by the collar and give him a good spanking to make him behave. Her son was tough enough to withstand anything, but how could she bear to be so harsh with such a sweet and delicate little girl? "Why are you shedding so many golden tears?" Just then, the young doctor who had treated Dodo earlier entered the room. She crouched beside the bed, smiling gently. "Have you seen Peppa Pig getting vaccinated? She was very brave and went off to play with George right after. It might feel a bit uncomfortable, but I promise to be gentle, all right?" Dodo was enchanted by her soothing voice and willingly extended her tiny hand. The doctor skillfully administered the injection with a delicate touch. Dodo had braced herself for unbearable pain, yet it only felt like a slight discomfort, akin to the sting of a tiny ant bite. "Wow, my little darling, you are so brave. Here's a little red flower as a reward." The doctor retrieved a sticker from her pocket and placed a flower sticker on Dodo's forehead, making the little girl smile shyly. After finishing her task, the doctor stood up and noticed Rong Yu watching her with wide eyes. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she said, "When you deal with children every day, you have to prepare these little props to encourage their cooperation." Rong Yu glanced at the doctor's name tag. noting her position as deputy director of pediatrics, named Wenyan. It was no wonder she was so gentle. Thank you, doctor. Wenyan waved her hand dismissively. It's all part of my duty, no need to thank me. If the little one feels any discomfort, feel free to call for me. I will be on duty all night. Just then, Ji Ziyuan hurriedly arrived after Dodo had just completed her treatment. He held a bowl of congee in his hand, patiently coaxing Duo to drink it while sitting by the hospital bed. Duoduo's eyes were slightly red. Her father had rarely spent time with her in the past. Even when she was ill, his absence was palpable. It was only after her father parted ways with Aunt Lon that she finally felt like she was truly loved by him, a little darling. Once Duo was full, she fell asleep. Rong Yu thought it was time for this young man to learn how to care for a child. By nurturing the father-daughter bond, they would be less susceptible to the machinations of women like Lan Roshue in the future. She called out to Ji Zhouya, who was engrossed in a game, and they left together. Ji Ziyuan sat by the bed, tucking his daughter in before attending to company matters. Suddenly, he received a phone call and stepped outside to take it. The silhouette of a woman seemed oddly familiar. He paused for a moment. Mother. On the bed. Duo suddenly murmured. Wenyan's hand was grasped by a tiny hand. Her heart melted. Unable to resist, she leaned in for a closer look. Hearing the little girl call out for her mother made her heart soften even more, allowing Duo to hold her fingers. Suddenly, footsteps approached from behind. She turned around and met Ji Ziyuan's gaze.
Kaimam?
Ji Ziyuan struggled to utter those two words. Wenyan was taken aback. What? Her voice was too gentle, yet strangely unfamiliar. The woman named Koman was long gone, having perished on the delivery bed while giving birth to Duo. Although he held no affection for Duo's mother, the notion that a person could simply cease to exist left him feeling unsettled. The doctor before him bore a striking resemblance to Duo's mother. Yet, he was not entirely certain, for the image of Duo's mother in his mind had grown hazy. He only remembered her with a swollen belly, gaining weight due to pregnancy, often melancholic, her head perpetually bowed. Wenyan felt uneasy under his scrutinizing gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Ji Ziyuan pressed his lips together. It's nothing. Feeling uncomfortable, Wenyan hurriedly exited the room. The first thing Rong Yu did upon waking was to initiate a video call with Ji Ziyuan to inquire about Duo's condition. Auntie, I'm feeling much better. Duo beamed, Doctor. One is here telling me stories, and Daddy is too. Auntie, don't worry about me. Only then did Wenyan realize that the woman who had brought the child to the hospital the previous night was not the child's mother. Where had the child's mother gone? However, she was not particularly curious and did not press for answers. The presence of the child's father sitting nearby made her uncomfortable, so she chose to ignore the man and continued telling Duo stories. After getting ready, Rong Yu went downstairs. The elder Ji was aware that she was going to the capital for a competition and was instructing the servants to pack her luggage. 7 or 8 enormous suitcases were arranged in the living room. Rong Yu frowned. I'm only going for 2 days. Why such a fuss? I want to go too. The elder Ji grasped her arm and shook it. Mom. Wherever you go, I'll go. Rong Yu pondered. What should I do about a son who is overly clingy? It wouldn't be appropriate to scold him, as he was too old. I feared I might inadvertently send him to the hospital. As Ji Zhouya was brushing his teeth, he rushed down from upstairs, exclaiming, Great-grandma, I want to go to the capital too. Wait for me. All right, everyone can go, Rong Yu replied, insisting that a Yuan and Duo join as well. Not a single caretaker, including Butler Yu, shall be left behind.
With so many people,
it will be cumbersome to get to the airport and board the plane. Ing Bao, you must promptly procure a large private jet. The more she spoke, the shorter the old master Ji seemed. Ji Zhouya, not daring to challenge the authority of great-grandma, quickly finished brushing his teeth and slipped away. The old master Ji shrank his posture, quietly retrieving his belongings from the suitcase, resembling a forsaken little dog. No, an old dog. Rong Yu remarked, unlike me, you don't even remember what your own mother looks like. She promised to bring gifts for the old master Ji, to placate him. Upon getting into the car, she saw her eldest son standing at the estate's gate, waving at her, his hunched figure growing smaller. For some inexplicable reason, her nose suddenly tinged with sadness. When her son was younger, he would also see her off to work at the research institute with such longing. The old master Ji stood at the entrance, watching the car grow distant, his expression one of melancholy. As Ji Zhouya left for school, he patted his grandfather's shoulder, saying, At least you still have Mom. Unlike me, who doesn't even remember what my own mother looks like. The old master Ji, at a loss for words of comfort, Send him a small amount of money via phone. Buy something to soothe your wounded heart. Ji Zhoniao felt a flicker of joy, but upon checking his phone, he found a mere 52 yuan red envelope. In the past, the minimum would have started at 10,000. All my money is managed by great-grandma, he muttered. The old master Ji huffed, my private savings are limited. Being generous with 52 is quite significant. Now off you go, hurry to school.
Well,
52 can still buy 2 meals, Ji Zhoniao conceded. Once he departed, the old master Ji made a bold decision. If they want tea, let me go. Then I shall sneak away. Butler Yu. Quickly, prepare the luggage.
Butler Yu felt a headache coming on.
Why has the old master been acting more childlike lately? So capricious. Mom, please let me explain. The old master Ji lamented. I just can't bear to part with you. His face, marked by age, bore a look of sorrow that pained Rong Yu's eyes. The old master Ji, in a fit of joy, exclaimed, all right, we will rendezvous in the capital. Rong Yu shook her head with a smile. After wasting a bit of time, she arrived at the airport just in time for boarding. She first spotted Pei Yaru, and then saw Rong Wangtian standing beside her. She hadn't informed Rong Wangtian about her plans to go to the capital. Why had he come? I'm a bit worried since it's your first long trip, Rong Wangtian said calmly. Let us go, it's time to board. The school had booked economy class for them. Rong Yu sat by the window, with Rong Wangtian on her right and Song Hui along with Mrs. Song to her further right. Rong Wangtian and Mrs. Song were in-laws, and the two families were quite familiar with each other, discussing matters of business collaboration that deepened as they talked. Finding the conversation dull, Song Hui opened a book he had brought along. He couldn't help but turn his head towards Rong Yu, only to find that she, too, was holding an identical book, albeit his was a translated version while she was engrossed in the original English text. His English grades are indeed exceptional, however. He struggles to comprehend scientific literature in its original English form. Mrs. Song followed her son's gaze and curled her lips in derision. She found it rather perplexing how the student who ranked last in the monthly examination managed to secure a spot in the National Olympic Physics Finals. Perhaps he had copied from her son, Song Hui's, exam paper? Yes, that must be the explanation. Otherwise, it was simply incomprehensible. With a look of disdain, Mrs. Song was taken aback when her son suddenly spoke up. Uncle Rong, may I switch seats with you? Mrs. Song was momentarily stunned. Why was Song Hui so eager to sit beside Rong Yu? Had her son lost his senses? Rong Wangtian also appeared surprised, recalling how Rong Yu had once chased after Song Hui. Initially, the engagement had been arranged for their eldest daughter, but later it had shifted to the youngest. Some matters are too convoluted to articulate, and discretion is necessary. He carefully considered his words, preparing to decline. However, Song Hui continued. Rong Yu and I are studying the same book, and I have a few questions I would like to discuss with her.
What?
You wish to consult her? Mrs. Song exclaimed incredulously. You are not only the top student in the school, but in the entire city. Consulting someone who ranks last. Are you out of your mind, Song Hui? This remark unsettled Rong Wangtian. He replied coolly, both Song Hui and Rong Yu have qualified for the physics finals, which indicates that both children possess similar levels of excellence. At least in physics, they are evenly matched. Mrs. Song scoffed derisively, ready to retort, but was silenced by Song Hui's hand pressing down on hers. Mother, could you please refrain from speaking? It makes me feel quite embarrassed. Indeed, she awkwardly closed her mouth. Song Hui felt it inappropriate to revisit the matter of changing seats. Meanwhile, Rong Yu had been wearing headphones and remained oblivious to the commotion. She leaned against the window to read for a while, soon dozing off, only to be awakened by Rong Wangtian just before landing. As she prepared to retrieve her luggage, Rong Wangtian swiftly took it from her, and the group lined up to disembark. The school had arranged a hotel conveniently located near the competition venue. While waiting for their transportation at the airport, Rong Wangtian suddenly expressed regret. Xiao Yu, I have a client who learned of my trip to the capital and has requested a meeting. I need to attend to this matter first. Will you be all right with your teacher? Rong Yu maintained a calm demeanor. That is fine. From the moment she spotted Rong Wangtian at the airport, she had suspected that this inattentive father was not there solely for her company. Pei Yaru, believing she looked disheartened, cheerfully changed the subject. Once we reach the hotel, let us grab a bite to eat. We can rest in our rooms in the afternoon. There's a lecture in the evening.
Buzz.
Rong Yu's phone vibrated. She glanced at it. It was her second brother, Ji Yanting. Great-grandma, have you landed? I'm at the airport. Rong Yu replied, please wait a moment. She hung up the phone and turned to Pei Yaru. Teacher, I have a friend in the capital. I'm going to have a meal with them. Yaru couldn't he help but worry. Is that friend trustworthy? How long have you known them? To be precise, they should be considered relatives. Rong Yu smiled and assured her, I can be reached any time. Please don't worry about me. During a meal with relatives, Yaru felt it inappropriate to inquire further. Rong Yu strode towards a black car across from the airport, where a man dressed in casual black attire stood. The man wore a mask, and a cap obscured much of his face, revealing only the delicate contours of his profile. Song Hui furrowed his brow, sensing a resemblance to a celebrity. Chapter 108. Only the third son inherited her mathematical talent. Ji Yanting closed the car door and prepared to drive. Rong Yu interjected, Your grandfather will arrive in an hour. Let us wait.
Yanting replied.
The old gentleman specifically instructed me before boarding not to wait for him and to take Tai Nai to eat first. We must wait, Rong Yu insisted. He is elderly and not as sharp. If he gets deceived at the airport, it will take longer to resolve. Ji Yanting retorted. The old gentleman is the founder of the Ji family. How could he be so easily fooled? Moreover, he is always accompanied by 2 assistants when he goes out. There is no way anything could go wrong. However, Ji Yanting pondered that no mother would abandon her child. With this thought, he refrained from further comment. After a brief pause, he added, Tai Nai's arrival in the capital should have prompted me to notify AMO, but I couldn't reach him. When I called his supervisor, I learned he had gone abroad for a project. The infrastructure in that country is particularly poor, making communication impossible. We'll have to wait for him to contact me. Rong Yu nodded. It's all right. We will see him eventually. AMO refers to Ji's third grandson.
Yimohan.
Among the Ji family, he is the only one who seems to have inherited her mathematical prowess.
Now,
he has graduated with a doctorate and is employed at the National Energy Research Institute, which studies various forms of energy to contribute to the great endeavors of Huaxia. Given the nature of his work, it is unsurprising that he is quite occupied. Rong Yu empathized with him. She and Ji Yanting chatted for a while about the third and fourth sons. As they conversed, Rong Yu spotted the figure of the elder son at the airport entrance. Ji Yanting donned a mask and prepared to exit the vehicle. Rong Yu interjected, You're a public figure. It's best if you stay inside. I will go. Although she was merely an aspiring contestant with a few fans, she was not yet easily recognizable.
Ding Bao.
She called out. But it seemed the elder gentleman did not hear her and instead followed a cleaning lady dressed in a uniform. Rong Yu hastily pursued him. Could it be that he had truly been deceived? The cleaning lady pointed at a wall, explaining that a dog had given birth to a litter inside and the puppies, growing larger by the day, were unable to escape, incessantly whimpering in distress. The elder gentleman peered through the wall's crevice and indeed spotted 4 recently born puppies, 3 of which had perished from hunger, leaving only one a mere skeleton. The mother dog was nowhere to be found. The cleaning lady sighed, stating that she had reported the issue to her supervisor, but the cost of dismantling the wall was deemed too high. It was during this conversation that the elder gentleman inadvertently overheard her and requested the cleaning lady to guide him there. He gazed at the sole surviving puppy. Recalling the dog named Pinecone he had raised 70 years ago, a Chinese rural dog with strikingly identical eyes. Allow me to cover the expenses. A voice resonated behind the elder Ji. Rong Yu approached, inquiring about the costs. I'll handle it. Arrange for the wall to be taken down immediately. By the time Ji Yanting arrived, he discovered an elderly man and a youth crouched by the wall, awaiting the workers to rescue the puppy. The little dog was filthy, and Ji, eager to hold it, was thwarted by Rong Yu, who admonished, You are of advanced age, and your immunity is compromised. Should you contract a virus, it would be perilous. Wait until the puppy has been vaccinated before you hold it. Just as Rong Yu managed to catch the puppy, another pair of long hands swiftly took it from him. Girls appreciate cleanliness. Allow me to assist. The trio had scarcely moved away from the wall when a throng suddenly encircled Ji Yanting. Is that Yanting? Oh my goodness, it truly is my brother. I can't believe I encountered him in person. My brother is so kind-hearted, rescuing a stray dog. I knew I had not misjudged him. A multitude of female fans surged forward, pushing Rong Yu and the elder Ji aside. Concerned that the elder might be jostled and fall, Rong Yu quickly supported him, ushering him to their vehicle and shutting the door behind them. He tenderly wrapped the feeble puppy in his clothing, placing it beneath the passenger seat before asking, What transpired? Old Master Ji gritted his teeth. Yen, I never anticipated you possessed such depth of cunning. What on earth is wrong with him? Ji Yanting questioned, bewildered. Why was he being accused of cunning? Rong Yu shared his confusion, wondering what had gotten into the old man. It was clearly Ji's great-grandmother who had spent money to save the stray, yet the trending news featured Ji Yanting, who gained followers and accolades in the process. Old Master Ji huffed, "Had you not rushed to cradle the puppy, the headlines would have been about your great-grandmother. She is at a pivotal moment in her career. Can you not comprehend this?" Ji Yanting glanced at his phone, astonished to find that in such a brief span, he had indeed trended online. Dog lovers extolled his virtues. And he inexplicably gained over 100,000 followers. Having reached the pinnacle of the entertainment industry, the number of followers was inconsequential to him. He had no intention of leveraging a dog for fame. However, under the old man's indignant gaze, he felt a twinge of guilt. I didn't foresee this outcome. Old Master Ji persisted. "You did this intentionally. Ing Bao, can we cease this unreasonable quarrel?" Rong Yu sighed. "Yen, ignore him. Drive to the pet store, clean up the puppy, and then we shall dine." The elder Ji whimpered. "Mother, you claim I am being unreasonable?" Rong Yu remained silent, and the elder Ji quieted down. Ji Yanting couldn't help but chuckle. "What are you laughing at?"
Drive.
The vehicle first made its way to the pet store, where the puppy was bathed, treated, vaccinated, and fed before they proceeded to the restaurant. As they settled at the dining table, someone suddenly leaned in. "Brother, what brings you here to dine?" Ji Yanting looked up to find Zhou Yaqin. No wonder his brother Yan Ting had to yield a bit.
Yet.
He narrowed his eyes at Rong Yu, pondering her true identity and why the founder of the Ji family would go to such lengths to support her. Having suffered a significant setback in front of Rong Yu, he naturally refrained from making any sarcastic remarks. With a forced smile, he inquired, "I happen to be without a meal myself. Might you mind if I join you?"